story, Traffic in Death.
Where's my son? He was completely recovered. You were going to let him out of the sanitarium today. What happened?
According to the reports, he suffered a relapse in the night and died. I'm sorry.
Dead. Dead. But how? Jim, answer me. Why is he so pale, so quiet?
Your husband suffered a relapse after a severe hemorrhage, Mrs. Case. I'm sorry. He is dead.
Dead? Oh, he can't be dead. He was to go home today. How did it happen? Why did you let it happen? I leave my wife, Maria, here in the sanitarium. They say she's getting better. Now you try to tell me she's dead. Dead!
I'm sorry, Tony, but here. You sent for me, Dr. Lee?
Yes. As chief laboratory scientist, what do you know about these hemorrhage cases? 6 dead in 6 days.
No more than you, Dr. Lee. They're unfortunate, but...
I believe there's far more to it than that. I believe it's murder.
Murder? Have you any proof?
No. Not positive proof. And I don't want to notify the police and involve the sanitarium in a scandal until I'm sure.
What are you going to do about it, Dr. Lee?
Do? I've already telegraphed an old friend of mine, Lamont Cranston. He's flying down from Maine, and he'll get to the bottom of this. I'll stake my life on it.
Yes, Dr. Lee. I believe you would stake even your life for the honor of this sanitarium you have made so great. Even your life.
Traffic's heavy tonight, Marco. Say, why so quiet? Regretting the end of your summer vacation in Maine?
No, I'm remembering all the things I forgot to pack in our wild rush to catch the plane from Portland.
I'm sorry, Margot. You could have stayed, but I had to come.
Lamont Cranston, who needs the protection of the shadow this time? Who sent you that telegram?
That telegram was from a man who once saved, although he doesn't know it, the life of the shadow.
Anyone I know?
You've met him. Dr. Randolph Lee, Chief of Staff of the Memorial Sanitarium.
Dr. Lee? Why, he's one of the greatest surgeons in the country.
Yes. He's the one who removed that bullet nestling close to my spine.
Oh, I'll never forget that. I thought you were going to die. But what's wrong with Dr. Lee?
Now it's his turn, Margot. He thinks he's going to die.
But Lamont, a famous man like Dr. Lee, who would want to kill him? Why?
That's what I hope to find out. Well, here's the sanitarium. Come along. I'll explain on the way up to his office. He's waiting. Here, let me help you out of the car.
Thanks, Lamont. He isn't afraid of being murdered. Not in a big sanitarium like this with his staff all around him.
Caesar was murdered while surrounded by his staff, Margot.
Oh, then Dr. Lee's afraid of one of his associates. So that's why he hasn't called in the police.
Exactly. He hasn't enough proof to arrest the man. And he doesn't want the sanitarium involved in a public scandal. But there's more to it than that. This way, Margot.
What else is there?
Murder. Wholesale murder. But wait a minute, Margot. Oh, nurse.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see Dr. Lee. He's expecting me.
Oh, you're Mr. Cranston.
Yes.
Dr. Lee left orders that you were to go right up to his office in his private elevator. Will you step in here, please?
Thank you, nurse. After you, Margot.
My, a private elevator.
Just press the button marked Dr. Lee, Mr. Cranston. It will take you directly to his office.
Thank you, nurse. We'll manage.
Lamont, you said Dr. Lee suspects someone of wholesale murder, but there hasn't been a word in the papers.
Death's not an unusual occurrence in a big sanitarium, Margot. And there are many more ways of killing than with a gun or a club.
Well, were these people killed in some unusual way?
They died of anemia, acute anemia, because every ounce of their blood was drained from their bodies.
Oh, I never heard of such a thing. Does Dr. Lee suspect someone in the sanitarium?
He didn't want to say over the phone. That's why he begged me to hurry here when I called him from the airport. I'm afraid Lee's in danger if the killer suspects he's onto him.
Here we are, Lamont.
All right, Margot. Well, hello, Dr. Lee. I came as quickly as I could.
Lamont!
Dr. Lee? Well, what is it, man? Are you ill?
Lamont, look. Look at his face.
Margot, get a glass of water. That decanter there. Wait a minute. Never mind. It's no use. He's...
Dead? Are you sure?
Positive.
But there's no sign of violence.
Yes, there is, Margot. Look here. He's been stabbed in the back with a surgical knife.
Oh, Lamont, how ghastly. A great man like Dr. Lee murdered.
I was afraid of something like this. Margot, we've got to be careful. This killer is desperate. He'll stop at nothing to cover up his crimes. He's murdered one of the greatest men of medicine,
Lamont,
and I've got...
The automatic elevator is going down.
Let it go. Someone else has called it down, and they may be coming up here. Let's wait and see. The man who murdered him knows we're here, and he may do something that will make our jobs easier.
The elevator stopped. Lamont, the police will have to be notified.
Yes, but I have a hunch that Commissioner Weston and his homicide squad are going to need help to crack this case.
The elevator's coming back up.
Get away from them, Stand behind the curtains there. Keep out of sight.
What are you going to do, Lamont?
That depends on who steps out of that elevator. Margot, get behind those curtains, please.
The elevator's almost here. Be careful, Lamont.
Keep out of sight, Margot. It's just possible Lee's killer may be returning to cover up his crime.
Dr. Lee. Oh, I beg your pardon, Doctor. I thought you were alone.
Did Dr. Lee send for you?
Yes, I'm Hardwick, in charge of the laboratory. Why? What's wrong? Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee? He's dead. Who are you? What are you doing here? How did this happen?
How did what happen?
I beg your pardon, sir. I only meant... Well, he was in perfect health less than an hour ago. I couldn't help thinking...
A surgical knife can save a life or end it in an instant. Look in his back.
Knifed? Who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Lamont Cranston, a friend of Dr. Lee's. I talked to him on the phone an hour ago. I arrived a few minutes ago and found him dead.
Why haven't you notified the police?
How do you know I haven't, Mr. Hardwick?
Just how long have you been here?
Not long enough to have killed Dr. Lee, as your cross-examination seems to infer.
No? We'll see what the police think. Hello? Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters. Quick. Cranston, Dr. Lee has been dead less than 5 minutes. And I find you here alone with him.
Not quite alone, Mr. Hardwick.
Who is this woman? Why was she hiding?
This young lady is Miss Lane, Mr. Hardwick.
Hello. Hello. Hurry up that call, operator. Police headquarters? This is Mr. Hardwick of the Memorial Sanitarium. Dr. Randolph Lee, chief of staff, has been murdered in his private office. I found a man named Cranston and a girl alone in the room with the body. Yes. I'll see they don't leave before your men arrive.
Very well done, Hardwick.
The police will get the truth out of you when they get here.
Yes, Hardwick. The truth will out. And when it does, someone will hang for this.
Outside, Sergeant. Well, Cranston, the story of the nurse who sent you up here to Dr. Lee's private office, along with the coroner's report on the time of the death, completely clears you and Miss Lane of any suspicion.
Thank you, Commissioner Weston.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Your car's arrived from headquarters, Commissioner Weston. You can go down the hall and take the main elevator if you like.
Thank you, Hardwick. I will. I'm not much on these elevators you run by yourself. Say, Cranston, drop into headquarters tomorrow, will you? I'd like to get a transcript of what Dr. Lee told you when you called him from the airport. It might give us a lead.
I'll be glad to, Commissioner.
Good. Goodbye, Miss Lane. I'm sorry we had to change.
I didn't mind. Goodbye, Commissioner.
Well, Hardwick, are you convinced of our innocence?
I'm terribly sorry to have been so hasty in my accusations, Cranston. And you, Miss Lane.
Think nothing of it.
By the way, Cranston, just what did Dr. Lee tell you over the phone? If there are any clues, I might be able to help.
That's just what I've been thinking, Hardwick. You're in charge of the sanitarium lab, I understand.
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Do you conduct any experiments in line of duty or on your own?
Oh, no. My duties are routine.
Then I don't suppose you know that at least 6 patients have died in the sanitarium within the past month.
Yes. But what has this to do with Dr. Lee's death?
That's what I'm hoping you'll tell me, Mr. Hardwick.
What do you mean?
Hardwick, you know and I know that 6 patients have died in the sanitarium because every ounce of blood had been drained from their bodies. Yet in all cases, their deaths were ascribed to natural causes.
Oh. So you know. You've known all along.
Yes. Dr. Lee told me over the phone.
Why didn't you tell Commissioner Weston?
Because there are 2 pieces of the puzzle still missing. The criminal and the motive.
I see. Well, if you will wait here, I may have something in my laboratory that will complete the picture for you. I'll take Lee's private elevator and be back in a moment.
We'll wait here.
Lamont, you act as if you suspect Mr. Hardwick.
I do, Margot.
Then why did you let him leave? If he's guilty, he'll run away.
No, Margot. If he's guilty, he'll come back and try to kill us for the same reason Dr. Lee was murdered. We know too much.
What are you going to do? Call Commissioner Weston?
No, Margot. Weston is only concerned with Dr. Lee's death. I want to know how those 6 helpless patients died and why. I think the time has come for the shadow to take a hand.
Can I help, Lamont?
Yes. If you're game to stay here and wait until Hardwick comes back.
Of course I will.
Tell Hardwick I had to leave. Tell him I'll be back in 10 minutes.
What will I say to Hardwick?
Lead him on, Margot. Make him think we have proof of his guilt. If he is guilty, he'll hang himself with a rope of words.
Where are you going, Lamont?
Nowhere, Margot. Nowhere. Just into the shadows. In the shadows.
Well, I have what... There's Cranston, Miss Lane.
He had to leave the sanitarium, but he'll be back in 10 minutes, Mr. Hardwick.
Why did he leave? What is he doing?
I don't know.
You're lying. He's gone to notify the police.
Why should he notify the police?
Because... Oh, I see. Trying to trick me into talking, eh? Well, you don't have to do that, Miss Lane. I'll tell you. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Then why was Dr. Lee murdered?
Because he found out about those falsified death reports.
Why was every ounce of blood drained out of the bodies of those poor people?
Because blood is valuable. This sanitarium buys thousands of dollars worth of blood for transfusion. We stock it up, all types. We keep it in a special refrigerator we call a blood bank. You want to know anything else, Miss Lane?
In other words, Dr. Lee caught someone killing helpless men and women for their blood to sell to the sanitarium. Is that it?
Yes. That is the motive your friend Cranston was hunting. Money. Blood money.
You seem to know everything, Mr. Hardwick. Perhaps you know who robbed those people of their blood, who murdered Dr. Lee.
Of course, Miss Lane. I am in charge of the blood bank. I needed money. I falsified the death certificates. I murdered Lee.
Why are you telling me all this?
Because, as any psychologist will tell you, a criminal cannot resist boasting. And it is quite safe to boast to someone who is not going to live long enough to tell.
What? What good will it do you to kill me? Lamont Cranston will be back in a few minutes.
And when he does come back, I will boast to him. Satisfy his meddling curiosity as I've satisfied yours. And then kill him in the same way I killed the others. And you.
You can't get away with it.
In our basement morgue, the unidentified dead come from the emergency ward. 2 more bodies. Yours and Mr. Cranston's will go to the morgue unnoticed. There's no use backing away, Miss Lane.
And you call yourself a scientist. You're no scientist, you're a butcher.
It is useless to screen. This office is soundproof, isolated.
How convenient for you, Mr. Hardwick.
You keep looking around as if expecting help. Well, don't bother. I'm going to take you out of here before your friend Cranston returns. Then I will come back and deal with him.
You're not taking me anywhere.
I wonder what type blood you have. Don't worry, there'll be no pain. The anesthetic will take care of that. Now, you might as well resign yourself to fate, Miss Lane. No one is going to come out of space and save you.
Such things have been known to happen, Mr. Hardwick.
What was that?
Resign yourself to fate, Hardwick. You are convicted by yourself, by your boasting. Your ego has condemned you to death. Death for the murder of 7 men and women.
That voice. Where is it coming from?
Wait, Hardwick. Listen to me. I am more than a voice. I am in this very room, close to you, watching you draw that revolver you left the room to get. Haven't you had enough killing?
I behind those curtains, eh? Well, come out. Come out quick or I'll shoot.
A revolver is a crude weapon.
We'll see.
Oh, Shadow.
Now, perhaps you will believe, Hardwick.
Who are you? Where are you?
Wait, Hardwick. Surely your scientific studies have made you aware of the powers of hypnosis, whereby a man might render himself unseen. A science practiced by a man known to the criminal world as the Shadow.
Shadow?
Yes, Hardwick. I am the Shadow. You have defiled man's noblest profession. You have brought death with the skill meant to save life. You have struck like a human vampire in this great sanitarium, this sanctuary of the sick. And you are going to pay for it with death.
If I could only see you.
No man living has ever seen the Shadow.
So you think you'll save this girl? Trap me, turn me over to the police, eh? Well, not this time.
Let go of her.
Don't come near me, Shadow, or I'll kill Miss Lane here and now.
Help the Shadow! Help me!
I can't. He'll shoot you.
That's right, Mr. Shadow. I'll shoot her. Get in that elevator, Miss Lane. Shadow! Shadow, do you hear me?
Get me out of this elevator! Who's going to?
What have you done to her?
Listen to me, Shadow. You can't follow me. There are 1,000 rooms in this sanitarium. You have one chance in 1,000 of finding this girl before I'm finished with her. If you notify the police before I have a chance to get away, no one will ever find her again. Do you hear me? Do you understand?
Yes, you fiend, I hear you. I understand. But if you harm Miss Lane, I'll track you to the ends of the earth.
Now, Miss Lane, I am ready. Do not let the bubbling sound unnerve you. Just my special blood transfusion machine.
Come on. Come on.
It will do you no good to struggle against the anesthetic that only brings unconsciousness quicker.
Come on.
Breathe deep, Miss Lane. Deep. You can dream that your friend Lamont Cranston has come to help you. And the Shadow, you can dream of him too. But neither of them will ever find this laboratory here in the cellar so close to the morgue. And I'll get them both before I'm through, and then no one will know, and I can go on and on.
Come on.
You are a benefactor to humanity, Miss Lane. A blood donor. Some poor fool. Anesthetic is taking effect, Miss Lane. In a moment, everything will be ready.
Come on.
You would do me a favor bringing Cranston here. It would save me the trouble of going up after him. I don't relish that, but it's his life or mine. Lee told him too much. And the Shadow, what I would give to have him here on the operating table. I wonder if he could keep in the shadows if I drained his lifeblood away.
You'll never know, Hardwick.
You? So you found me. I warned you. I warned you not to follow me. I'll kill Miss Lane.
That's what you're trying to do.
Come on. Come on.
You are real. Flesh and blood.
Unfortunately for you, yes.
Come on. Come on.
Yes, Margot. Thank heavens I found you in time.
Hardwick. Where is he?
I knocked him out. Lie still. I'll get help.
But the Shadow. They'll put two and two together. Weston will guess you're the Shadow. Hardwick will tell them about the Shadow.
We must risk it. You've got to have medical attention.
No, I'll be all right. It's just anesthetic. Come on. Come on, look out. Hardwick's getting up.
So you're the Shadow, are you, Cranston? Well, here's where I killed two birds with one shot. Gone. I missed you. Gone back into the shadows again, have you?
Yes. And this time you won't escape.
Yes, I will, Shadow. They'll never take me. No one can do what I tell you.
You're insane, Hardwick.
Oh, no, Shadow. I know what's in store for me. You won't get me. They'll never hang me. Never!
A coward to the very end. helpless humanity you were trained to save, not kill. You have paid for this final cowardice, and you will go on paying.
Shadow. He's dead.
Yes. Dead. And may heaven have mercy on his soul.
Well, Cranston, I hope this will teach you and Miss Lane not to keep things from the police. If you'd told me about your phone conversation with Dr. Lee, this wouldn't have happened.
But Commissioner Weston, Hardwick might have escaped before you could find proof enough to arrest him.
Nonsense, Miss Lane. I suspected him all the time.
Well, Commissioner, this is one case where you didn't need the help of the Shadow.
The Shadow? He wouldn't have cracked this case in a month of Sundays. He's just another amateur criminologist like you, Cranston.
I shouldn't be at all surprised.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
The first act of the Shadow's adventure is about to start. And motorists, don't forget this. The first act of any safe driving program is to equip your car with the tire that offers the greatest protection against skids and blowouts. To meet that requirement, you need the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown. It's the only tire with the amazing lifesaver tread that sweeps wet roads so dry you can light a match on its track. So dry, you get the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had. It's the only tire, too, that gives you the life-saving blowout protection of the famous Golden Ply. To make your driving safer on wet roads or dry, equip your car with Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Death Stalks the Shadow.
Mally's in the end cell, Mr. Murdoch. Just talk to him through the bars. You're the last visitor he'll see.
In cell, right. Hello, Mally.
Huh?
It's me, kid. Peter Murdoch.
Murdoch. Gee, I thought you'd never get here.
Come on, pull yourself together, Mally.
It's easy enough for you to talk. You ain't been sitting here waiting. Every day the chair getting closer.
Now, Mally,
They're testing the current. Listen. Hear that big dynamo turnover? Coming. They're testing it for me. For me.
Shut up.
Murdoch. You see the governor?
Yeah, I saw him, yes.
Well? Oh, say something.
There won't be any reprieve, kid. We're licked.
We're licked. That's funny, Murdoch. You ain't in here. You ain't gonna sit in that chair.
I didn't kill anybody, Melly.
Why, you dirty double-crossing rat. Who planned that killing? Who promised I'd never even do time for it? You did.
Well, I didn't figure on the shadow, Melly.
Yeah, I know. The shadow. He caught me. He didn't know I was only doing your dirty work for you. I should have told him.
Yeah, but you didn't.
I trusted you. Peter Murdoch, the great lawyer. You said you'd get me off.
I can't win all my cases.
You didn't even try. Throw me to the wolves. So the shadow wouldn't learn the truth about you.
Well, it worked, didn't it?
If I could get through these bars, I'd fix you, Murdoch. Anyhow, I can tell the truth about you. I'll sing so loud.
Sing your head off. My reputation is too good. Nobody will believe you.
Shadow might believe me, Murdoch. Suppose I told the shadow who turned Dan Malley from a decent kid into a killer.
Stop dreaming, Melly. This is the death house. Tonight you're walking right through that door down there, and you're not coming back.
Why, you...
Oh, you'd better forget all about the shadow. So long, Melly.
Come back here! Come back here!
So long, sucker. Hey, Mally, any news for you?
Yeah. Bad news.
Gee, tough luck, kid.
Yeah, but I ain't through yet. Before they burn me, there's something I gotta do. Guard! Hey, guard! Where's that pink cup? Guard!
Pipe down, you guys! Pipe down! What's the matter, Malley?
I want to talk to Commissioner West. I gotta see him right away.
What for?
He's gotta locate somebody for me. Somebody I want to talk to. Well, don't stand there. Get me Commissioner Weston!
How did you happen to choose this cafe, Lamont?
Well, Margot, this is a place Commissioner Weston showed me, and I had hopes the gaiety might stop my thinking.
What's bothering you?
Today is the 12th, Margot. Young Dan Malley goes to the chair tonight, thanks to the shadow.
But, Lamont, surely you don't regret the shadows having captured that murderer for the police?
No, not exactly. Malley fired the shot all right, but I've never felt the case was completely solved. Oh, well, let's forget that.
Oh, Lamont, look. When that waiter started for the kitchen, the door opened without his touching it.
Yes. Works by photoelectric ray.
Oh, what's that?
Look each side of the door, Margot. See those chromium fixtures sticking out of the floor? Lights hidden at the top of them?
Yes.
There's a beam of light between those two bulbs. When anyone approaches the door, his body breaks that ray. And whenever the ray is broken, the door opens without touching
How
it.
clever.
Yes, and convenient. But Margot, I've sometimes thought it might even prove dangerous to a certain friend of yours.
Whom do you mean?
The shadow.
But I don't understand.
The shadow can hide himself from the human eye, Margot. But he has a physical being. And the photoelectric beam could detect his presence.
Hush, Lamont. Here comes Commissioner Weston now.
Oh, I see. Well, good evening, Commissioner.
Oh, Cranston, how are you? And you, Miss Lane?
Very well, Commissioner Weston.
Won't you join us?
Thanks, but I think not. I'm rather upset tonight.
Oh, what's the matter, Commissioner?
Well, Miss Lane, have you ever heard of the shadow?
The shadow?
Oh, yes, Margot. You've heard the absurd stories about his great deeds, huh? All poppycock, of course.
I'd give anything to contact the shadow right this minute.
But why?
A boy named Dan Malley goes to the electric chair tonight with vital information. The only person he'll talk to is the shadow. It's because I don't know how to find the shadow I'm beaten. Well, I won't find him here. So if you'll forgive me, I'll run along. Good night.
Good night, Commissioner Weston.
Good night. Margot, my hunch about Danny's case must be right. Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Waiter, here's money for my bill. Never mind the change.
Thank you, sir.
Come, Margot, quick. I'm going to the death house now. As the shadow.
Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
Were you waiting for me, Dan Malley?
Who's that? Who spoke?
The Shadow.
The Shadow?
There isn't much time, Mally. They're coming after you to take you to the chair. Speak quickly. What have you to say?
Plenty.
I can't save you, you know. You killed a man, Mally.
Yeah, I know. But it wasn't my idea, Shadow. Honest, it wasn't.
There was no evidence against anyone else.
Yeah, don't I know it. He's too clever for that.
Who is too clever?
The bird that got me into this. The smart fellow that sold a dumb kid on crime being a good business.
His name?
Peter Murdoch.
Do you know what you're saying, Dan? Murdoch's a famous criminal lawyer. His reputation...
His reps are blind. Listen, Pete Murdoch's the biggest crook in this section. He's got a piece of everything. Well, right now he's planning a slum fire that'll kill thousands and net him $1 million from insurance companies.
You're telling the truth?
A man doesn't lie when he's only got a few minutes to live, Mr. Shadow. The job's going to be pulled late this week.
I'll investigate it, Dan. If it's true, Peter Murdoch will pay for his crimes. But how can I get proof?
That's easy. Now listen. There's a friend of mine named Dopey Jake, down by the wharves, number 5 South Street. Jake knows enough about Murdoch's latest plan to prove what I said.
I'll see him.
Yeah, listen. If you can get to the filing cabinet in Murdoch's house, there's records and things, enough to finish him.
The Shadow promises justice, Dan Malley.
That's all I want.
They're coming, Dan.
Okay. I can take it. Thanks, Shadow. Thanks for coming.
Well, Dan, it's time.
Yeah. I know, Warden.
Unlock the door, Gus.
Right, Warden. Well, here goes.
Take his arms, Gus.
Steady, kid. I ain't scared. I ain't. Not as scared as Murdoch will be. Wait till the Shadow gets him.
All right, men. Forward.
Shadow. Yeah, don't be Jake. They'll fix him.
Goodbye, Mally. Come on, kid. Keep your chin up. Come on, Mally.
Dan, the other prisoners are saying goodbye.
So long, boys.
We'll be seeing you, Mally.
Murdoch. Jake. The Shadow.
Hey, what was that about the Shadow?
The Shadow caught Dan Mally. He put him here in the big house.
Oh.
Hey, you suppose it hurts much when they pull a switch?
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah. You know, it's funny how a nice kid like that gets to be a gunman.
Yeah, ain't it?
The man responsible will answer for that, my friend.
Hey, who said that?
The Shadow.
What the...
There it goes. The juice.
Well, Murdoch, like you planned, I got the job of getting Dan Malley out of the hot spot, and he went raving.
Yeah, Gus, they usually do.
That's right.
All right, cut it, Chick. Gus, what did Malley say when he was raving?
Something about you, Murdoch.
He mentioned names?
Yeah, Bess, he was yelling something about Dopey Jake and his Shadow.
The Shadow.
Seems like he'd been talking to the Shadow in the death house.
Murdoch, just means the Shadow got the Dan Malley.
All right. Beat it, Gus. I'm busy.
Okay.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, boss.
Show Gus off.
Okay. All right, come on, Gus. This way out. Okay.
What? The Shadow.
The Shadow.
Malley plan.
Shut up, all of you. Gus didn't see a soul get near to Malley.
You fool. The Shadow hides from human eyes.
Yeah, that's right. He knows about Dopey Jake now. If he should get Dopey to talk...
Listen, you half-wits. We've got to beat the Shadow or lose the juiciest setup a gang ever had in this country. A fire that'll net us $1 million.
But, Murdoch, you can't lay hands on the Shadow.
But that's just what I'm going to do.
But the Shadow ain't real. He's kind of a spook.
No, he's real enough. He's a man, all right. He can die like any other man. Wait till you see the trap I'm building.
But how can you find the Shadow?
You know, and I know where he can always be found. Where a crime has been committed.
Yeah, but there ain't any crime, Murdoch.
There's going to be one. A crime that'll set the Shadow on my trail.
Well, I won't meddle with him.
Yeah, leave me out of this, Murdoch.
And me.
Now, you listen to me, Bess. Chick, and you too, Joe. You're in this, all of you. If anyone tries to rat, I'll put you on the same spot with Dan Malley. I mean it. Well, what do you say? You going to be good?
All right, you win. Well, what's this wonderful crime going to be, Murdoch?
A little job down on the waterfront, Chick. At number 5 South Street. I want you and Joe to go down there tonight and kill our good friend, Dopey Jake.
Act 2 of The Shadow's adventure begins in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to ask you a question. Would more highway police help cut down the number of auto accidents?
The shadow knows. The more miles of highway that are patrolled by police, the better and safer it is for everyone. But the real responsibility rests with the drivers. Carelessness reaps bitter fruit. Traffic regulations are made to be obeyed. Play safe. It pays.
You know, motorists, ever since the news about the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown first broke, thousands of motorists have switched to this new kind of tire. And believe me, it's mighty interesting to read and hear what these people say. Are they enthusiastic? You bet they are. Let me just read this one letter from a man who's been driving on these new Silvertowns. Here's what he says, quote, "Safety first for me when it comes to tires. That's why I switched to new Goodrich Safety Silvertown. They have the Lifesaver tread, the quickest stopping non-skid tread I've ever come across, plus golden ply protection against blowouts. And considering the fact that I got these two great life-saving features without paying a penny extra, I'd say it's the best tire investment I've ever made." Unquote. Yes, motorists, and there are a lot of other drivers who are experiencing a new sense of driving security with Silvertown. Why not enjoy this peace of mind yourself, especially when you can get this quickest stopping non-skid tire at no extra cost?
Let me have that flashlight, Margot. Here we are. 5 South Street. Here's where Dopey Jake lives.
Lamont, do you hear that water?
These old empty tenements are built on piles over the river. It's the tide rushing out to sea.
Place gives me the creeps.
Here. Take my arm, Margot. We've got to go down a dark passageway to the door. And Margot, after we enter the passageway, we mustn't speak. Just go up to the door, and I'll knock.
Yes, Lamont. I'm ready.
Come.
There's no one here.
Wait.
Lamont, let's get away from here.
No, wait. Margot, the door's not locked. I'm going in.
I'm going with you. I won't be left behind. Now.
Let me get my flashlight out. There. Come on, then.
Lamont!
What is it?
Turn your light that way on the floor. There's a man lying there.
Yes. Let me get a look at him. Oh, poor old fellow.
Not so still.
Yes. There's a knife through his heart.
Oh, no.
It's pinning a note to his breast.
A note, Lamont? What does it say?
Let me see. It says, "This is our pal, Dopey Jake. Get him to talk to you now, Shadow." Margot, this is Murdoch's challenge to the Shadow, and it must be accepted. I'm going directly to Murdoch as the Shadow.
Nearly finished with your wiring job, Steve?
Yeah, almost, Mr. Murdoch.
Yeah, I hope it works.
Oh, don't you worry, Miss Bess. When I get the electric wires connected with this sliding steel door, this room of Mr. Murdoch's is going to be fixed so nobody can get in or out.
Good.
Say, I've been wondering why you want this arrangement, Mr. Murdoch. What's it for?
Well, we call it the lion's cage, Steve.
The lion's cage?
Mm-hmm.
You aren't going to put a lion in it, are you? You're kidding.
Sure, of course I am. Though we do plan to use the room soon. By the way, you haven't mentioned this job to anyone, have you?
Oh, no, sir. You said not to, so... Well, I didn't.
Hey, how does this steel door work, anyway?
I'll show you, miss.
Ready?
Yeah. Now, Mr. Murdoch, if you'll have your man outside throw the switch.
Best. Step out in the hall and tell Chick to switch on the current. He's in the room next to this.
Okay. Chick, turn on the juice.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah?
Won't that photoelectric ray be visible to anyone coming down the hall toward the door?
Oh, no, not a chance. The ray is infrared. Invisible. Look for yourself.
Yeah, you're right. You can't see the light.
You understand, the ray goes from one door jamb across to the other.
And anyone crossing the threshold breaks the ray?
Yeah, that's right.
Uh-huh.
And when the ray's broken, the steel door slams shut. What? Miss Bess, would you mind stepping back into the room for a minute?
Sure. What happens after you... Good night, what happened?
When you came in, you broke the ray and the steel door slammed shut.
Yeah, and it locks automatically.
Say, I don't like being locked in. I'm going out.
Hey, look out!
Don't touch that door.
What's the matter?
Well, that door is charged with electricity, man. And if you touched it, you'd been electrocuted.
You see, Bess, I figure even our clever friend, the Shadow, will do the first natural thing after we trap him in here. He'll try the door to see if it's locked.
I get it. And when he does...
When he does, it's goodbye, Shadow.
You're sure he'll come?
When he finds Dopey Jake, he'll be here.
Say, Mr. Murdoch,
Huh?
you don't want to fool around with this door, you know. It's dangerous. I don't know who this guy Shadow is, but...
Young man, you talk too much.
Yes, doesn't he? Bess, go over to that panel in the wall. It's open. Yell at Chick in the next room to shut off the current.
Okay, Murdoch.
I don't get the idea of the panel in the wall with the steel screen over it, Mr. Murdoch.
Don't worry about it.
Chick, shut her off and come in here. Chick's coming.
Good.
Door's heavy.
If you hadn't turned off the current, you couldn't have moved it.
Chick, pay off this man like we agreed.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Buddy, your bill's gonna be settled. In full.
Hey, put that gun down. What are you doing?
This is the payoff, mister.
No, you can't. Mr. Murdoch! Mr. Murdoch!
Good hunting, Chick. You know where to hide the body. Chick.
Yeah, Murdoch.
Stand by the front door, ready to open it for the Shadow.
I'm supposed to let him in?
Yes, you are, you fool. And if he speaks to you, you know what to do. Pretend to be scared and answer his questions.
Yeah, I don't have to pretend. I'm scared, all right. Nobody's ever beat the Shadow yet.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
You're sure he'll come? It's getting late.
He'll come all right. Doesn't matter how late it is. We'll be here waiting.
Why don't you talk to him? I'm not crazy to talk.
No, I've got to get behind the glass panel in the room next to the lion's cage so I can see what's happening in there.
What's that?
The doorbell, you idiot. Go ahead, peek between the curtains.
There's no one out there. Nobody's touching the bell, but it's ringing.
Pull yourself together. It's the Shadow. Now, you give me a second to get away before you let him in. And remember, watch yourself.
I don't like this. I don't like it a bit, but here goes. What do you want? Who's there? Who is it? Who shut the door? Who is it?
The Shadow.
What do you want? I never...
Speak softly. Where does Peter Murdoch keep his filing cabinet? Quick, if you know what's good for you.
It's down the hall in that room. In that room. That's Murdoch's private room. Go straight ahead again.
Yes, and I won't stop until I get Murdoch.
It worked. That electric ray saw him, all right. Murdoch, we got him. We caught the Shadow.
Shut up, Chicken. Come here.
Can you see him, boss?
No, but he's in the lion's cage, all right. Right in the next room. Only this panel and a steel screen between us.
Open the panel, Murdoch. Maybe we can hear him move.
All right, Bess.
Gee, quite a sound.
Maybe he ain't in there.
Oh, yes, he is. Hello, Shadow. Allow me to introduce myself. Peter Murdoch. The one man in the world who's too much for the Shadow. Come on, speak up so I'll know you're there, even if I can't see you.
Yes, Murdoch. The Shadow is here.
Getting all ready to beg for mercy?
No, Murdoch. You're doomed to disappointment. I warn you.
Warn me? You're my prisoner. You can't get away. If you don't believe me, try the door, Shadow.
No, Murdoch. I'm sure that it's locked.
Well, try it. Why don't you? Go on, you can't be sure. Try it.
You're much too anxious to have me touch that door. I don't wish to be electrocuted as young Dan Malley was.
You're smart, Shadow. But I'm smarter. Smart enough to trap and kill you.
I'm not dead yet, Murdoch.
But you will be very soon.
Then before I die, I might at least read the record of your crimes. Dan Malley said they were in this filing cabinet.
All right, go on then. Open the cabinet.
No wires lead to it, I see. Yes, Murdoch. I think I shall open it. Good Lord.
You like what you found, Shadow? Don't be afraid. It's only a body, just a dead body.
Who was this man? Murdoch, answer me. Let me see. A young man in overalls. A pair of pliers in his pocket. So, he's the poor devil who wired this room for you. You killed him so as to keep the secret of this death chamber.
It is a death chamber. The death chamber of the shadow.
Margot Lane. The shadow calling Margot Lane. Phone Commissioner Weston. Tell him to surround the house of Peter Murdoch. I'm held captive there. Hurry! Hurry!
Gee, Murdoch, this looking into an empty room gives me the jitters. You're sure he's still there?
Sure, Bess. Here, wait. I'll raise the panel and speak to him. Shadow, does the time drag? Don't you admire my room?
Don't put too much hope in this room of yours, Murdoch. The shadow has escaped from worse places than this.
You talk a lot, Shadow.
Yeah. I wish we could see him, Murdoch.
We'll see him soon enough. We'll see him dead. We'll be able to see you when you're a stiff, Shadow.
What are you planning? You can't shoot what you can't see.
No, but we can smoke him out. You ready with that gas line, chick? Joe?
All set, boss. Anytime you say.
This is your finish, Shadow. We're slipping a tube through this panel and feeding you a nice little smoke screen of poison gas. There, Shadow, take a deep breath of this gas. In 10 minutes, you'll be dead. Turn the valve, chick. Give our regards to Dan O'Malley, Shadow, when you see him. How do you like it, Shadow? Makes you cough, doesn't it? But not for long.
Damn that gas panel. Don't tell me any of that stuff.
All right, watch now. Watch, he'll be dead in 10 minutes. Then we'll be able to see just who the Shadow was.
He's fussing around the corpse.
How do you know, Bess? You can't see him?
No, but the body of the electrician moved.
Chick! That workman didn't have a gun.
Nah, Murdoch, I went through his pockets. Nothing left in them but a pair of pliers.
Pliers?
Yeah, he can't do much with pliers.
I wonder.
Calm down, Bess. Won't be very long.
Murdoch, look. The light in the room went out.
He unscrewed the bulb.
I don't like this.
Oh, you're all scared silly. It's only... The lights. They're out. Come on, turn off that gas.
It's all dark. The current's off.
The shadow blew the fuse. He must have used those pliers.
That means the steel door's unlocked.
That's the steel door opening. He's out. The shadow's out.
To the front of the house, quick. Don't let him get away.
I can't see in the dark.
Come on, everybody in the hall. Hurry. Come on, now. Line up there. Across the front door.
But, Murdoch...
You fools. We can't let him slip through our fingers now after we've nearly had him.
But we can't see.
We can hear. Be quiet now. Everybody listen.
I hear something. Murdoch, it's outside the house.
Open up in there. Open up.
That isn't the shadow.
Open. We're police officers.
The cops.
We're raiders. Shut up. Don't let them hear you.
They can hear me, Murdoch. Smash in the door, Commissioner Weston. They're all here.
The shadow.
Yes, Murdoch. The shadow. Hurry, Commissioner.
All right, man. Go to work on that car.
I'm getting out of here.
Come on, run for it. I'll shoot the first one that moves.
Murdoch, we gotta run. It's the cops.
Stay here and I'll bluff it out.
You stay your stuff. I'm getting out.
No, you're not.
Murdoch shot Beth.
Shadow, where are you? Come on, I dare you to show yourself.
I'll take that gun, Murdoch.
You'll take you. There. My arm, Shadow. Let go of me.
There. Now stand still.
All right. You've got my gun. Shoot. Go ahead, shoot.
Grab those men.
Commissioner Weston, these men are criminals. Peter Murdoch, the leader, just murdered the woman lying on the floor. And there's another body down the hall, an electrician.
Peter Murdoch, eh? This is a surprise.
Well, why didn't you shoot, Shadow? I tried to kill you. Were you afraid to fight back like a man?
No, Murdoch. I saved you for the same death that you sent Dan Malley to. Death in the electric chair. You've evaded the law for the longest time, Murdoch. You had a great mind. You were a brilliant lawyer. But for wealth, you threw all that away. Piled crime upon crime. But you went too far. Now you will meet, as must all men, justice.
program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. There is enough anthracite for all the lucky householders whose homes are heated with hard coal. These homes are enjoying healthful warmth in every room. Even though winter winds blow, there is no need to cut down heat or close off rooms in homes heated with dependable hard coal. Yes, sir. When you have a supply of hard coal in your basement, you're the boss of heating your house. You are absolutely independent of any outside service. Be glad you heat with anthracite, the home heating fuel that never fails. And remember, blue coal is the finest anthracite money can buy. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret: the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs.
Today's story, Night Without End. Darkness, brethren. Nothing but night. Night without end. For 3 days there's been no sun, no light, nothing but this terrible darkness, because the world is evil, wicked, sinful. Let us pray, brethren. This is the end of the world.
Sun come out? I don't know, Johnny. No one seems to know. Don't go out of the house, Johnny. I was thinking. Don't be afraid, Mother. Nothing will hurt you. I won't let it. I won't let it.
Yes, this is the Weather Bureau. No, we have no explanation. Atmospheric conditions are not the cause of this black fog. Yes, we know it's been 3 days of total blackness. No other city or section is affected. Boston, Philadelphia, and all of the sections are normal. I'm sorry. Since we do not know the cause, we cannot predict the end.
Calling all cars. Riot and panic at Simpson, Maine. Riot and panic at Simpson, Maine. Calling all cars.
Light. Heaven's name, more light.
But all the lights are on, Doctor.
This black fog, I can't see. I've got to have more light on this operating table, or this child will die. Bill, you can't see a thing. in this black fog. If we hit anything... 10th alarm in the last 4 hours. Couldn't even find 3 of the fires. Slow down! Look out for that building!
Did it ask? Burke, where the devil have you been? Adventurer. What? You're at Commissioner Weston's office? Wait a minute. Rewrite. Come in here at the press story. Stop the presses. Hold everything. This is rewrite, Burke. Let's have it.
After 72 hours of panic and terror, looting and disastrous fires and accidents, a definite clue has been unearthed by the police. A clue explaining the black fog enveloping the city. At noon yesterday, an extortion note demanding $5 million as the price of dispelling the black fog was received by the mayor. A sensational new smokescreen device invented by the famed scientist Dr. Heath and designed to protect entire cities from air raids has been stolen, and Dr. Heath has disappeared. There now seems to be no doubt that the 3 days of darkness, terror, and death is man-made. An emergency meeting is in session at the office of Police Commissioner Weston.
We've got to have more protection, Commissioner Weston. We've got to have it. Our warehouses are being systematically looted.
Hundreds have been killed in fires and accidents.
50 dead in that subway crash alone. Gentlemen, the police are doing everything in their power to preserve order, to stop looting and rioting. Why doesn't the governor call out the National Guard? We've got to have martial law. That's what it is.
Martial law.
Gentlemen, wait. Listen to me. In the last 5 hours, we have learned this black fog is man-made. Then why don't you do something? Find them. Stop this horrible nightmare. Wait. We have definite proof that some man or group of men has stolen a smokescreen device invented by Dr. Heath. Where is this Dr. Heath? We don't know. But we do know these fiends want $5 million as the price of our ever seeing the light of day again. Well, then let's raise the money. Let's pay it. It's costing business millions every hour this darkness continues. How many more people have to die before we stop this? Well, why don't you find these men? We're doing everything in our power.
Mr. Weston.
What is it, Sergeant?
Commissioner, Dr. Heath is outside.
Dr. Heath?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, gentlemen. You'll have to excuse me. Wait here, and I may have news for you in a few minutes.
He's in your private office alone.
Close the door, Sergeant. See that we're not disturbed.
Yes, Commissioner. Commissioner Weston?
Yes. You're Dr. Heath?
Yes, I am.
Where have you been, man? Where is this fog machine of yours?
I wish I could tell you.
You mean you won't?
I mean I can't. I don't know.
What?
Perhaps you'd better let me explain what has happened and what is going to happen if the men who have my fog machines do not get their $5 million that they're asking.
Who are these men? Where are they?
I don't know. I've been their prisoner, gagged and blindfolded, since the day that they raided my laboratories.
If that's true, how did you escape?
I did not escape. They released me, sent me here with a message, a warning.
Yes? And why did they send you, Dr. Heath?
Because they thought that I could convince you that if the $5 million is not paid, a horrible fate awaits this entire city. A calamity far greater than we're going through now.
What could be worse than this night without end?
Listen, Weston. My fog device is so constructed and so equipped that it can be quickly converted from a purely defensive weapon against air attacks to an offensive weapon.
What do you mean, Dr. Heath?
Let me explain carefully.
Yes,
and
go on.
Let me warn you, Commissioner Weston.
Yes?
If one word of what I'm going to tell you gets in the newspapers, there'll be a panic, the like of which no city in the world has ever known.
A panic? Even now we have a panic on our hands with this cursed black fog of yours. What could possibly be worse?
Just this. Pumping into the black fog a deadly new gas.
Gas? A deadly gas mixed in that fog?
Yes, a deadly gas which, may heaven forgive me, I also perfected. And if the $5 million is not paid within the next 6 hours...
6 hours?
Yes. If it's not paid, these men who have my fog machines and the gas will blanket this city with a creeping death that will not spare a living soul.
Radio bulletin. Shortly after noon today, Commissioner Weston left an emergency conference with leaders of the city, and for 4 hours he's remained in his private office with a mysterious visitor. This visitor, according to rumor, is Dr. Heath, inventor of the black fog smokescreen, which has plunged this city into more than 72 hours of darkness, panic, and a death list running into thousands and mounting hourly. The entire city awaits the result of their momentous conference.
Turn off the radio.
We'll be on the air again the moment they are...
Lamont, do you suppose Commissioner Weston has really found Dr. Heath?
Most likely, Dr. Heath has been released by his abductors, Margot. Sent to Weston with an ultimatum.
Then you really believe that fantastic note asking $5 million is authentic, Lamont?
Yes, I do, Margot. And this is what I've been waiting for.
What are you going to do, Lamont?
I believe the time has come, Margot.
when our friend Commissioner Weston will welcome the help of the Shadow.
Dr. Heath, yes, Commissioner Weston. I have completed the arrangements for the payment of the $5 million in the manner prescribed by these men who are in possession of your fog machines. I believe your story. I'm forced to believe it. But how do we know they'll keep their word? How do we know they won't keep on blanketing this city in darkness? Perhaps even using that deadly gas.
There is no assurance, Commissioner Weston. But I must beg of you, don't try to have me followed when I take your message to them. They've warned me against that. And if it happens, they'll start releasing the deadly gas. It'll take only a few hours to wipe out the city.
I understand. You won't be followed.
Thank you. For myself, I don't care. I'm to blame for this catastrophe.
You couldn't be expected to anticipate such a foul scheme. But tell me, Dr. Heath, why are they so sure you will obey their instructions?
They are quite sure. You see, they're holding my young son, James, as hostage. If I disobey their orders, I'll never see him again.
Hello?
Commissioner Weston.
A Shadow. What do you want?
Dr. Heath is in your office. He is about to return to the criminals who stole his invention and are now demanding a king's ransom.
How do you know so much? Are you mixed up in this?
No, but I believe I can help you if you will cooperate.
What could you do?
Think, Commissioner. The Shadow is the one person who might be able to accompany Dr. Heath to his rendezvous. Unknown, unseen, in the shadows.
That's ridiculous. This is a matter for the police. We can't have you...
I'm waiting, Commissioner.
Well, speaking unofficially, it might work. All right, Shadow. Much as I hate to admit it, we're stumped, desperate. Dr. Heath is here. He's leaving right away. They're holding his son to guarantee his return with the $5 million. If it isn't paid, they threaten to wipe out the entire city with another invention of Heath's, a poison gas.
Poison gas?
Yes, but remember, Shadow, if one word of this gets out, there'll be a worse panic. Thousands have been killed already, but it's nothing to what will happen.
I understand. What type of car is Heath driving? What is the license number?
A blue four-door sedan, license number 9F2727. But how are you going to...
You will hear from me. Warn Dr. Heath. Tell him who and what I am. Tell him to expect me. Let him start in exactly 10 minutes. Then wait, Commissioner. Wait until you hear from me again.
Driving straight up First Avenue.
Can you see to follow him, Margot?
Yes, but I wouldn't dare go any faster.
Now listen, Margot. I want you to drive in front of him, force him to the curb, just long enough for me to leave this car as Lamont Cranston and step into his car as the Shadow.
Then what, Lamont? What am I to do? Just wait?
Yes. Don't follow him no matter what happens. Drive to the Midtown section, and Margot, keep the car radio tuned in on the shortwave band the Shadow always uses.
Well, all right, Lamont, but I wish I could go along.
Now, remember, they also serve who only stand and wait, Margot. Now, Margot, cut in ahead of him, force him to the curb. Apologize as if it were an accident, then drive on.
I hate to give an imitation of a rotten driver, but here goes. Oh, I beg your pardon, I didn't see you. I'm sorry. I wanted to turn.
That's quite all right, miss. Who's that?
Drive on, Dr. Heath.
The Shadow.
Yes, Doctor. I see Commissioner Weston warned you to expect me.
Yes, but I told him it might prove fatal to millions of persons if this trick were discovered.
You're afraid you'll be seen with me?
Well, I can't see you. I hear your voice. It sounds close, and yet...
I am here, in the back seat, behind you, Doctor.
Weston told me that you seem to fade into darkness. But it's amazing.
Dr. Heath, where have you been instructed to turn over the $5 million?
They told me to drive up First Avenue until I was stopped. I thought for a moment that car was the girl driver.
I can just make out a big black sedan following us now.
But that may be the car.
If it is, do as they say. Act as if you were alone. Give no sign by word or action that I am with you. Where's the money?
In this big suitcase beside me, but...
Yes, Dr. Heath?
Oh, I know you'll do all you can. I know that the lives of the millions of people in this city are far more important than any personal consideration. What if it's humanly possible? Will you try to save my son, James? I don't care what happens to me. It doesn't matter. I'm to blame for all this. But he is innocent. He's only a boy with his whole life.
I will do what I can, Doctor, but I make no promises. It may be your life, his life, and the life of the Shadow against millions of helpless and defenseless lives in this darkened and panic-stricken city.
Yes, I know. I know. They're driving alongside, Shadow.
Do as you're told, Dr. Heath.
Hold over there, Heath.
All right, Heath. Bring that suitcase and get out of your car.
All right. All right.
Heath, get in my car.
Yes.
I've taken you to the chief. And just to make sure the cops didn't plant somebody in the back of your car to tail us.
What's that you have in your hand? What are you going to do?
A hand grenade, Dr. Heath. Watch it rip your car to pieces. And anybody in it. Heath. Here we go. Get going up that gangplank.
Why have you brought me here?
You'll find out. Keep going.
Why haven't you put a blindfold on me this time?
Zarnoff doesn't care how much you see, Dr. Heath, now that you've brought the money. All right, through that door there. Down that ladder. Snap it up.
Where's my son?
You'll find out. Soon enough. All right, now. Stop where you are. Here he is, Zaroff.
Good. Leave us alone.
Nobody followed us here. I first blew up Heath's car, and then I drove all over town, just to make sure. I'll be below if you need me.
I shall not need you. You've done your part very well. So, Dr. Heath, you have returned with the money. $5 million. Good. Very good.
You knew I would. Where's my son? Why have I been brought to a boat? You didn't have me locked up near the river before?
Ah, that. You have been so curious about what happened to your wonderful fog machine that I thought it would be kind to bring you here where you might have one last look at it.
I don't care anything about the cursed fog machine. Where's my son, James? Where have you been keeping him since you've taken from my home? Why haven't you let me see him? If you killed him...
He is not dead. He is here also. Come, Doctor. Your son and your so valuable invention are together. Down here, in the hold of this old tramp steamer.
If any harm has come to him...
I promised he would be safe when you returned. Look, there he is.
James! James!
Dad, are you all right?
Yes, my son. Have they treated you well?
I'm all right. They haven't given me much to eat, but I don't care. I was afraid they'd done something awful to you. Zarnoff wouldn't tell me what had happened to you. I was afraid they'd kill you.
Very touching, Dr. Heath. You and your son have served me well. But now you are of no further use to me.
You mean you're going to release us?
Yes, Dr. Heath. The greatest release one man can give to another in this world of life. The boon of merciful death.
Wait, Zarnoff. Wait. My son has done nothing.
He is young, but he would remember. No, Dr. Heath, you have both served your purpose, and now that I have the $5 million in my hands, I want to enjoy the fruits of my victory without the fear of a living person revealing the secret of my...
You'll never get away to squander that money. They'll get you.
Do you think I am so much a fool not to anticipate that, Doctor? When I leave this boat and this city, I shall wear one of your protective gas masks, and I shall walk without fear through a city of the dead.
You're going to release the gas, even though the money's been paid?
How else can I be sure of escape?
Oh, you must be mad, insane.
No, merely strong, because I do not let pity make a weakling and a coward of me. And this is only the beginning. When I am finished here, Doctor, I shall move on. With your black fog and gas, I can exact tribute from other cities. All cities. The world shall be at my mercy. But you and your son must be the first to die.
You're a fiend, Zorro. A fiend.
I shall go into that steel cabinet there which houses your wonderful machines. Now don't move. Don't waste your last moments in futile efforts. Make your peace.
Dad! Dad!
Steady, son, steady. Don't give up hope.
I'm not afraid.
It is too bad, but...
Look behind you, Zorro.
What? Who?
Look, Zorro. In the shadows. What do you see?
Nothing. No one. But that voice.
I am more than a voice, Zorro. I am here, close to you, watching you. No, don't shoot, Zorro. Don't waste your bullets. Listen to me.
What is this trick?
Listen, Zorro. In your career of crime, surely you have heard of the Shadow.
The Shadow? You? Here on this boat?
Yes, Zorro. You have called upon the darkness and the shadows to further your monstrous schemes. But there was one shadow you overlooked. And I am here to put an end to your scheme.
I know you, Shadow. I've heard all about you. You're flesh and blood. I can't see you. But if you come near me, touch me, I'll shoot and I won't miss. Shadow, I thought the hand grenade killed you. Don't let him get into that steel cabinet. The gas and fog machines are in there.
Get your son out of here, Doctor. I'll deal with Zorro.
Dad, the Shadow. How did he get here?
Let him do as he says. There's no time to explain. You won't get away, any of you. Stop him, Shadow. Stop him. Don't let him get in that steel
cabinet. Get back, Dr. Heath. Get off the ship.
He's going to feed the poison gas into the fog machine. He'll kill thousands. Stop him.
Yes, try to stop me, Shadow. Try. You failed, Shadow. Failed. Now see if you can get at me through the steel walls of this cabinet before the poison gas gets you.
Shadow. Shadow, where are you? He's turning on the gas.
Get off the ship. Hurry.
What are you going to do?
Flood the ship. Open the sea valve.
But there's no time. The ship will be full of deadly gas in a few minutes. In a half hour, the whole city will be...
Is there any other way into that steel cabinet?
No. But he'll never get out. I've bolted the door on the outside.
What about the power that runs those compressors?
We can't stop them. They're run by diesel engines inside the cabinet. Gas is getting thicker.
Wait. Dr. Heath, what are those tanks behind the cabinet?
Compressed gas. The deadly gas.
Would they explode if they were heated?
Yes, it wouldn't take much. They'd tear this ship to pieces.
How much fire?
Just a little under one of them. But it would be dangerous. It might take a minute. It might take 5.
We must risk it. It's our lives against thousands. Quick, find something that will burn. Anything.
Dad, there's a bunch of oil-soaked rags back here.
Bring them here, Jimmy. Hurry. Hurry.
That's it. Put them under the bottom tank.
Quick, Jimmy. Here's a match. Now run. Run, get off the ship.
Pick up Zorro's gun, Jimmy. He dropped it as I struggled with him. Give it to your father.
Here's the gun, Dad.
Yeah. The ladder leads to the deck. Zorro's men try to shoot you. Shoot them. Shoot without hesitation, Dr. Heath. Calling Margot Lane. Calling Margot Lane. Listen carefully. Phone Commissioner Weston that I have located fog and gas machine aboard freighter at Harlan Docks. Warn him to send police and all available firefighting apparatus. Equip all men with gas masks. Keep away, Margot. There is going to be an explosion. Keep away. That is all.
There's nobody on deck, Dad.
The men who brought me here went below, Jimmy.
They're all down in the hold of the ship.
Hurry, Jimmy. Before it's too late. Those tanks will blow the ship out of the water. They'll kill everybody.
There's a gangplank to the wharf, Dad.
Just Shadow. Shadow, it takes only a few degrees rise in temperature to explode those compressed gas tanks. I'll set them off in an instant.
If we reach the wharf, we may survive.
Dad, I can't breathe.
Jimmy, here. Come on.
I'm right, Dad.
Steady, Jimmy.
Yes.
Steady, we're almost on the wall.
Get as far away as you can. Hurry, Dr. Heath.
Shadow, why don't those tanks explode? If the fire went out, Shadow would gas the whole city to death. It's spreading. Jimmy, you go on. I'm going back to start another fire.
Wait. The gas will continue. Wait.
on earth did I get in the car? Where's Dr. Heath and his son? I don't remember anything after the explosion.
You were unconscious when I found you on the wharf. So was Dr. Heath and the boy.
Oh, Margaret, you didn't leave them there.
No, I saw them being taken to a hospital. What happened, Lamont?
Zorov, the leader of the extortionists, got away from us. Dr. Heath locked him in with the fog and gas machines. We had to set fire to the gas compression tanks and blow up the ship, keep him from killing everyone in the city.
And nearly killed yourself doing it.
Yes, but... Margot, look. The black fog is thinning.
Oh, there's the sun, Lamont.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men. The shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Now, before today's shadow story begins, attention homeowners. Wouldn't you welcome steady, healthful heat throughout your home this fall and winter? Wouldn't you like to end colds in your family caused by quick chilling off of rooms and on and off variations of heat? Then order Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite. Your family will enjoy Blue Coal's dependable, even warmth. You'll appreciate its greater health protection and all-around economy. Insist on Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort. Call your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Gun Island.
Well, Rico, the men are ready?
Si, Captain Joe.
Even the sea works with us today, eh, Rico? Good old Caribbean. These waves, the poor fools, will not know what we are doing until it is too late.
Si, Captain Joe.
Si, Captain Joe. Si, Captain Joe. Can you say nothing but si, Captain Joe?
What is there to say, Captain?
What is there to say? I make you rich. A little surat like you, and you have not even the brains and the head to know what I do for you.
I do good always what you tell me, Captain.
Now, you know what to do.
Si, Captain.
Well, say it.
When the right boat come along, we light oil in bow, in stern, and in hold. So they think we are on fire.
And the signal you capitate. The signal.
Si. We send up distress signal.
And when the other ship, she come close?
We take two boats.
So, now remember all you say. One mistake and Santa Lilia, I cut your throat.
Si, I do like you say, Captain.
Bueno. Everything she work all right. Pretty soon we have fine boat for to have fun. You like big new boat for fun, eh, Rico? Well, pretty soon.
Captain!
Well, what?
A ship, Captain. Starboard, a ship.
Quick, give me the glass. If you pull me...
No, look for yourself, Captain.
Santa Lalia.
Captain Joe.
It is the ship I wait for. See, 200-footer lines, clean like hound that run after the rabbit. This is the ship I wait for, Rico. Quick, give the order. Light the fire in the hold. Oil, plenty of it. Quick, we got to be on fire in 2 minutes. Quick, I tell you, I cut your throat.
Si, Captain, your man, you will
As I was saying, Lamont, these long sea voyages are boring. Definitely, positively boring.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Sir John.
My dear boy, are you pulling my leg again? First you tell me you possess powers of hypnosis. And now the subject is ocean voyages. And you tell me they're not boring. Well, I can't seem to agree with you about anything.
Well, I don't mean to be stubborn, sir, but I can't help feeling that there's a certain excitement about the water.
My dear boy, facts are facts. I've owned this yacht for 3 years, sailed around the world on her. And outside of a few beastly storms, I might as well be riding on top of a London bus in Piccadilly Circus.
Well, Sir John, I repeat, I don't agree with you. Take this part of the Caribbean Sea we're vacationing in now.
Yes?
Years ago, these waters were the happy hunting ground of Captain Kidd and Morgan and many other pirates who...
Pirates? What's this about pirates?
Oh, hello, Margot.
Good morning, Miss Lane.
Good morning, Sir John. If you and Lamont were talking about pirates, I want to hear every bit of it. Perhaps you don't know it, but pirates are my favorite people.
Well, look over there to starboard.
Lamont, what is it?
See? Smoke.
Smoke? Well, yes, I see it.
Fire. A ship on fire.
Great Scott. That smoke, she must be ablaze from stem to stern.
Now, Captain Sina. So, there isn't any more excitement left at sea, eh, Sir John?
Lamont, that is to say,
You know, Sir John, I've got a hunch that during these next few hours, as we Americans say, you're going to eat those words.
Lamont, shall we go down and watch them take that other crew aboard?
No, Margot, I want to watch this ship go under.
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? As if something living were dying.
Yes.
Lamont, what is the matter?
I'm wondering why that ship is sinking so quickly.
Oh, Lamont, you've got the most suspicious mind.
Margot, here comes Sir John. He's bringing one of the survivors up here.
Oh, isn't he the strangest looking man you ever saw? So fat, and yet he moves so quickly.
There you are, Lamont. Well, everyone who was on board that ship, 15 men, is safe and accounted for. Isn't that right, Captain?
Si, senor. We are most grateful.
Oh, yes, of course. I haven't made the introductions, have I? Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, this is Captain... Captain...
Oh, my name is most difficult. Just call me Captain Joe.
Oh, I will indeed, Joe. Captain Joe. And speaking of captains, here comes our own captain. Well, Captain Nielsen, everything all right?
Yes, Sir John. But we are having a little difficulty with the rescued men. They apparently don't speak English, and they refuse to go below deck, with the result that...
Look, it's sinking.
By George, the final plunge.
There she goes. Well, Captain Joe, your ship is gone.
That is not right, senor.
What do you mean, sir? It just went under the water.
See, but I got a new ship. Oh, maybe I forgot to tell you, eh? Well, that is too bad. Well, I tell you now. Senor, senorita, this is my new ship.
What are you talking about?
Lamont, did you hear what he said?
Yes, I heard. But I think it's up to Captain Nielsen to handle this.
Thank you, Mr. Cranston. But I'm sure this gentleman is having a joke. After all, as a man of the sea, he knows there cannot be two captains on a ship.
You make one mistake, senor.
And what is that?
There is only one captain on
Captain
this boat.
Nielsen, look out!
Oh, he shot Captain Nielsen.
Stand where you are, the three of you.
That shooting, what does it mean?
Stand where you are, I tell you. That shooting, it is my man. Arranging matters so that we do not have too big a crew on my new boat.
You murdering devil!
Oh, Sir John.
Yes, so now he is dead. So maybe nobody talks so much, eh? And now, adios. I go up on bridge and take my new boat where I want to take her. I got important business. Adios, my friend.
Oh, Lamont.
Steady, dear.
Sir John and Captain Nielsen dead. All this shooting, it's unbelievable.
We're all at the mercy of this devil, Margot, for the present. But when I find out a few things...
What is there to find out? This beast is nothing but a pirate.
I think this is more than piracy. This Captain Joe looks cunning. He knows a pirate on the high seas these days wouldn't have a chance. No, Margot. He wanted this ship for something else. To carry perhaps a strange cargo. And when I find out what it is, Captain Joe and his fellow murdering devils will meet the Shadow.
It's an island, Lamont.
Yes, a very small one. I don't imagine it's even on the chart.
Lamont, he's going to maroon us here.
I doubt that.
But
Look over the side. They're loading everything valuable this ship had into the launch. If we're to go to the island, we won't be alone.
Here comes that devil.
Quick, my friends, quick. We are waiting for you.
May I ask where we're going?
You have talked enough. Come. You and the senorita, come. We go ashore to my island. Here I am the Capitan. There I am king. Here we are at my island. Come on, get out of the boat. You too, girl, out.
All right. You don't have to wave that gun. I can see it. Come on, Margot. I'll help you ashore.
Thank you, Lamont.
You stand still and peer. You try run one step, Rico, he shoot you down.
Si, Captain Joe.
All right, hombres, unload everything.
Margot, I'll have to talk fast. I'm going to leave you now.
Lamont, what are you going to do?
I'm going into the shadows and find out what that fat, sadistic devil is up to.
Be careful, Lamont.
Hey, where he go? Where is he?
I don't know.
Where he go? You tell me where he go.
Well, I don't know. I tell you, I don't know.
I watch you all the time. 1 minute he here, then he not here. Where he go, you tell me, or I fill you full of lead and feed you to the fish.
No, don't you, please. I don't know where he is.
Captain Joe. Hey, who called my name?
I'm over this way. This way.
Oh, Cranston. So you run away when I turn my head, eh? You hide behind rocks. You think I chase you, eh?
This way. This way.
Oh, no. Me, I don't chase you, Cranston. No, me and my crew, we have good time pretty soon. Hunt you down like a wild pig. But you, senorita.
Put that gun down, please.
Oh, don't worry. I don't kill you yet, my pretty senorita. I don't kill you yet.
In a moment, the curtain rises on the second part of the Shadow's thrilling adventure. But first, here are some important facts of interest to all householders. If you want dependable, even heat during the coming winter, burn anthracite. And when ordering, be sure to insist on blue coal, the finest anthracite that money can buy. Blue coal is mined from Pennsylvania's richest hard coal deposits by the Glen Alden Coal Company. Each carload is carefully sized, prepared, then submitted to a thorough laboratory test. Only that coal, which meets a designated high standard of quality, is okayed by the inspectors. It is then trademarked a harmless blue for your protection and shipped on to blue coal dealers. The blue color on blue coal ensures the fact that a buyer is getting America's finest anthracite. Furnaces in this part of the country were designed to burn anthracite. So don't gamble with substitute fuels. Insist upon blue coal. It is prepared in 4 home sizes to meet the particular need of every type of home. Order your supply of blue coal tomorrow. Your nearest dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. At the same time, ask him about the Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. It's a thermostat which controls dampers automatically and eliminates constant furnace attention. The Blue Coal heat regulator costs but $18.95, plus a nominal installation charge, and it will pay for itself in time and fuel saving.
Senorita Lane.
What?
Captain Joe's say for you to come out.
All right.
Here she is, Captain Joe.
Good morning, Senorita Lane. Oh, the lantern lights you at your eyes, eh? Oh, she is very dark in your new little house underground, eh, my friend? What a pity.
What do you want?
All through the night we looked for that Mr. Cranston. All over the island we looked.
And you didn't find him?
No, we didn't find him.
What do you want with me?
Well, I just think maybe if I start kill you, maybe Mr. Cranston come back. That's smart, no? So as soon as they done, I be back for you. All right, Rico. Put their back.
Si, Captain Joe. In, senorita.
Margot.
Lamont.
It's been pretty bad, hasn't it?
Oh, Lamont, how long have you been here?
Only since the captain told you that you were going to be a decoy to catch me. Now listen, Margot. My hunch was right.
What do you mean?
What if I told you that Captain Joe and his cutthroats live like kings?
I don't understand.
Like kings, I tell you. Their living quarters, every conceivable luxury, electricity, plumbing, furniture, rugs, everything the finest.
And they are pirates.
Oh, no, Margot. Not at all. Someone built and furnished this place for them. Cutthroats living in luxury on an island in the middle of the Caribbean Sea. What possible significance has this place that someone should outfit and house these men here?
But haven't you been able to find what's back of all this?
No, I haven't. And yet my hunch is stronger than ever that it's something big. Margot, you've got to help me.
Anything you say, Lamont.
When the captain comes for you at dawn, get him to talk about this place, why he's here, what it's all about. If you can get him boasting, I might get a clue to work on. These men live in luxury here. Who put them here and why? Margot, the Shadow has got to find out.
Senorita Lane, come.
Is it dawn?
See? And I come for you myself. Come.
I'll go with you, Captain Joe.
That's plenty smart. All right, walk. Walk.
Oh.
Oh, this sand. She's hard to walk through. Eh, Senorita? Don't you worry. You don't walk far.
What was that?
Keep walking, keep walking.
You've got to tell me. Who is it?
Oh, scared you, eh? That's Rico shooting.
Captain, it isn't Mr. Cranston.
Your boyfriend? No, too bad for you, it ain't, eh? Just some of these sailors report wrecked in the port. Rico, he have fun.
Is killing women part of your business, too?
Oh, no. I like beautiful women, but I got much better business.
You haven't got brains enough to be in business.
No.
You're just a cheap pirate.
That's so.
It's perfectly obvious. Oh, I suppose you'll tell me that you've got big plans and schemes and all the rest of it. But I repeat again, I don't think you've got a brain in your head to think up any plans.
I ain't got no plans, eh? You come over this way. I show you. I show you. All right. All right. In here, smart girl. In here.
But there's no door. It's a blank wall into the hill.
Sometimes wall, she is door too. Eh? Watch. Press little button. So.
The wall. Swinging back.
So. I know got brands, eh? All right. Down the steps. Go down, I tell you.
Oh, it's so dark.
After what you sees down there, it's going to be more dark for you. Keep walking. So, we are here. Now I show you who's got the brands. Now, I make light. So.
Oh.
Now, smart girl, look. Oh. Look good. Because when you finish look, you die.
The walls piled high with bombs.
So I bring them here, every one.
They're aerial bombs.
That's right.
Row on row on row. And those over there, those are torpedoes?
Yes, smart girl, eh?
Thousands of bombs and torpedoes, but why? Why?
Oh, you want to know everything, eh? Look at the name stamped on the bottom of the bombs. Look, I tell you.
Oh. Why should that country store bombs here?
Still want to know everything, eh? Well, I get kick out of telling you.
Well?
this island, she not very far from the United States, is it? I mean, she is just a little jump compared to how far it is from your country to other countries.
Oh.
Maybe United States should get real tough someday and somebody want to drop bomb on New York. If empty planes fly to this island, then load on bombs. It is very easy to fly to New York, senorita?
Oh, no.
So maybe I got friends, senorita?
Maybe you haven't, Captain.
Who said that? Who's here? Who said that?
They call me the Shadow.
Shadow? Shadow? What Shadow? Who's talking? Where are you hiding?
I'm standing right next to you.
Nobody next to me? Senorita, you hear somebody speak? You hear?
Yes.
No, you lie. Can see nobody? Nobody can talk.
I will you not to see me. And yet you hear me.
Who are you? Who?
To some I come as the voice of conscience. To some, like you, the voice of justice.
Senorita, you must tell me you hear what he say, too.
Yes, of course I do.
Someone in this room? I don't see him.
So, this is a bomb and torpedo depot for a foreign power to use in case of a war with America.
Where are you? If I could see you, I'd kill you.
Empty planes can fly further. How convenient to have these bombs and torpedoes waiting here across the ocean. And you're in charge of it all, Captain?
Sure I am in charge. The big bosses, they give the orders from other country. What they do no good without me. I know everything. I got good brain. Figure out anything. Figure out how to kill you, Shadow.
If this is your business, custodian of death, why did you go out and capture Sir John's ship?
Because I get tired waiting here for something to happen. I got to have fun. My old boat's too old. So I go out and get new boat. When a man, he's got friends, he can always make money and have fun. And I have my fun now. So.
The door. Shut.
The door. I touch secret button. It's shut. And nobody can open it.
Oh, let go of me.
See, Shadow? She don't like I got my arm around her. But you see what is in my hand, Shadow?
A hand grenade. What are you going to do?
Maybe you don't like see girls blow apart, Shadow? That show you more than voice. Maybe you got soft heart, my friend?
The bomb, don't.
Don't pull the release ring? Well, that all depends.
If you set that hand grenade off, you'll die too.
You think maybe I am afraid to die, Shadow? I know that if this bomb go off, everybody on island die when the rest of ammunition explode. And if you touch me, if you don't let me back up slow to the door and get out chantilly, I swear it, I set the bomb off and we all blow to bits.
Put that hand grenade down.
Oh, you worry now, Shadow?
Put the grenade down on the floor.
I am starting to back up out of here, Shadow. If your boys come close to me, if I feel you near me, I pull the ring and blow us all up, I swear it.
Look ahead of you, Captain. You're getting sleepy.
What you say, Shadow?
You're getting sleepy, Captain. Sleepy.
Sleepy?
Yes, sleepy, Captain.
What?
So sleepy.
What you talk? Sleepy. Sleepy.
You're tired. Sleepy. Very sleepy.
He's hypnotized.
Sleepy. The grenade in your hand is heavy. So very heavy. You put it down on the floor, carefully. Very carefully on the floor.
On the floor.
Now you will listen and do exactly as I tell you. Exactly as I tell you.
Exactly as you tell me.
That secret button that opens the door. Press that button.
Press that button.
Come on, quickly. Let's get out of here.
No. The captain is taking us out of here. Now listen to me closely, Captain.
You will take Miss Lane by the arm.
Miss Lane by the arm.
Take her out of here, up the stairs, and down to the pier.
Out of here and down to the pier.
Put her on board the launch, and you will order one of Sir John's sailors to take her out to the yacht. You will do exactly as I say.
Take her out to the yacht. Do exactly as you say.
Go with him, Margot.
But you...
The Shadow still has work to do.
Faith, Miss Lane, how long are we going to keep circling the island? Let's get out of here.
Grady, we've got to wait for Mr. Cranston.
Yeah, but those devils back there will be coming out after us. It was a miracle getting this far. That crazy Captain Joe putting on his
We
boat.
must wait for Mr. Cranston.
They'll get us, I tell you. Take us back. Shoot us down like they did the rest. Let's head out to sea.
Let him do as he wants, Margot.
Lamont.
Huh? What'd you say?
You can head out to sea now.
Okay. Here we go.
Lamont, you're letting Captain Joe, all of them, get away?
I've given them a chance to get away. I doubt if they'll take it.
What do you mean?
What time is it, Margot? My watch is stopped. Wet from swimming here.
It's almost 5. What's going to happen, Lamont?
I left the captain under hypnosis. The last thing I told him was to warn his men to leave the island within 5 minutes. Apparently, they think he's drunk or crazy. They're all down on the pier. They haven't left.
But why? Why should they go?
12 seconds to go.
Lamont, what is it? Why should they go?
10 more seconds. Margot, tell Grady to hold tight to the wheel and open the engine up full.
But what?
Don't ask questions. Tell him.
Grady, hold tight to the wheel and open the engine up full.
Anything you say, ma'am.
1 more second.
But, Lamont, what is it? What is... Oh.
Protected, blown up in the air. Mr. Cranston, where'd you come from? What happened?
I just climbed in the boat. I fused one of their bombs before I left the island.
Everything on the island wiped out.
I gave them their chance, Margot. They didn't take it. Better that way. The world can well afford to lose men who, for money, would jeopardize the peace of America, the peace of the world.
Yes.
They died the way they were willing others should die. Their greed, their treachery to mankind, might have killed and maimed innocent citizens, crippled industries, lain waste great cities. Sometimes when there isn't justice in life, Margot, there is justice in death.
And here's Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay, with some helpful hints for every homeowner.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. There have been many unseasonably warm days during the last 2 weeks. Many householders allowed the fire in their heating plant to go out during this period and will now find it necessary to start a new fire. This is a simple task if you will follow these few suggestions. First, leave a thin layer of ash about 2 inches deep spread evenly over the grates. Close the check damper and open the ash pit damper. Remember that the turn damper in the smoke pipe should be open wide. Next, spread a 2-inch layer of coal over the layer of ash. On top of this, place the kindling. This kindling may consist of lightly wadded newspapers, light dry wood, or charcoal. Light the kindling. When it is burning briskly, add another thin layer of coal a little at a time. The kindling will not only ignite this coal, but the layer underneath it as well. By adding more coal gradually, you can build up a good, deep fire bed in a short time. If smoke from the kindling escapes into the cellar, ignite a loosely wadded piece of paper, lift the check damper, and insert it into the smoke pipe. This will heat the chimney and aid in carrying away the smoke from the kindling. Do not forget to place the dampers back to their correct position when the fire is built to its proper depth. I thank you.
This has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
a fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Your local Blue Coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before The Shadow's thrilling adventure begins, here's a money-saving suggestion for every homeowner. When you order anthracite, be sure and insist on Blue Coal. Unlike many other anthracites, Blue Coal is a medium, free-burning hard coal. Its square fracture permits more draft, causes it to burn steadily down to a fine, powdery ash, and give you more useful heat with less chimney and ash pit loss. You'll find that Blue Coal banks better, gives you longer firing periods, and requires less attention. So order your supply tomorrow. Insist on Blue Coal for better heating results at less cost this winter. And be sure to listen at the close of today's program. We're fortunate in having a very distinguished guest in our audience this afternoon, whom we wish to introduce to you. The Shadow, whose life is devoted to protecting the innocent, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young bachelor, amateur criminologist, master of other people's minds. Only his friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, knows that Cranston and the Shadow are one and the same. Today's story, The Isle of Fear.
Monsieur Dupre, I'm certainly glad you persuaded Miss Lane and me to leave the cruise ship at Port-au-Prince and spend a few days here on your plantation. I don't know when I've had such a wonderful dinner.
It's been grand, Monsieur Dupre, and I had no idea Haiti was so beautiful.
I am delighted you could break your Caribbean cruise and allow me to return the hospitality you both extended me when I visited New York. I must apologize for the storm, Mademoiselle Lane. May I offer you more wine, Monsieur Cranston?
Thank you. By the way, Monsieur Dupre.
Yes?
While we were driving up from Port-au-Prince, I thought I heard drums in the hills. Drums strangely like the old drums of African voodoo.
You did, monsieur. I had hoped you had not noticed.
But why, Monsieur Dupre?
Mademoiselle, Haiti is beautiful. But its people, in spite of centuries of French, English, and American influence, in spite of the untiring efforts of educators and ceaseless devotion of ministers and priests, remain at heart African. Their bodies are free, but their minds remain the slaves of voodoo.
But I thought voodooism had been stamped out of the West Indies.
Voodoo does not die, Monsieur Cranston. Its followers may think they have forgotten the old gods. They may wear civilized clothes, go to school and to the many Christian churches of the island. But voodoo is always there, in their primitive minds and souls, waiting.
When was the last outbreak?
Only 10 years ago, Mademoiselle Margot. It was on a night very much like this. For days the drums had been calling from the hills, where, in the grottos of Sanssouci, the mad Prince Henry was paying his customary visit to Keon, the high priest of voodoo. Keon needed human victims for his ritual of the blood moon. And on this...
Keon! The Prince Henry Pretender has come to the grotto of Sanssouci.
Blood does he want? This fool, who thinks the blood of the Emperor Henry Christophe courses his shriveled veins.
He comes to offer us victims for the festival of the blood moon. Children of these political enemies.
Let him enter. Enter, Prince Henry. Keon, great priest of voodoo.
will hear you.
Cayon, in 3 days the festival of the blood moon begins. Where are your victims, Cayon? Where are the blood sacrifices you must offer the snake gods of voodoo?
They will be found, Prince Henry.
You are sure, Cayon?
Yes. I know you have come, as always, to offer me the families of your enemies. And your enemies are many. I, like the trees of the jungle and the stalks of cane in the valley of Sans Souci. You will find the sacrifices for me, Prince Henry. You will find them.
Hush, my baby, hush. Okay, on the ugly will take you away to the grotto.
Be quiet, woman. In 2 days, the festival begins, and no one knows who Cayon shall choose. Who is there? Open your door. Give me that child. Here is the child. Cayon has chosen.
Francois, you read me last month's report of shipment from the plantation warehouse.
Yes, monsieur. 200 casks of rum, 40,000 pounds of ore sugar, 20,000...
Master, the mistress. Cayon has taken her to the hills at Sans Souci.
Nisi Dominus frustra, sicut patribus et Deus nobis. Merciful God, in thy power and wisdom, give me strength against the powers of evil. Help me, O Lord, to protect my innocent flock. Lead the erring from the paths to the hills, where the devil's disciples of voodoo consecrate their worship of heathen gods with human blood.
Stand back, priest. Stand back, Cayon has chosen.
Nay, thou shalt take no child from this house of God.
Stand back, priest. Stand back.
Nay!
Wait!
Wake up,
the priest is dead!
Fire! The old light may rejoice!
That, Mademoiselle Lane and Monsieur Cranston, happened only 10 years ago. It was very sad.
Oh, how horrible, Monsieur Dupre. Did the voodoo priest actually murder those children and that planter's wife?
They and many more were sacrificed to the snake gods of voodoo, Mademoiselle Lane.
Oh, how horrible.
Can't the authorities do anything?
They are helpless, Monsieur Cranston. Do you hear that drum? It is sundown. They are starting again. It may mean nothing. The drums often beat in the hills, but we live in constant dread of another orgy of blood, such as we had 10 years ago.
There is something sinister about it. Unearthly.
Quite, Mademoiselle Margot. To follow the sound of that drum would be to turn back the hands of time and civilization 1,000 years.
Mon père, I've come to say good night.
Well, good night, my son. Oh, but wait. Mademoiselle Lane, Monsieur Cranston, this is my son.
How do you do?
Hello, How do you do, Mademoiselle Lane? I'm glad to know you, Monsieur Cranston. My father has spoken of you. You are staying a few days?
Yes, only a few days. We must hurry back to New York.
Oh, but you will be here tomorrow. The storm will clear and we can ride. I have a fine horse for you, Miss Lane.
Oh, thank you, Juan. I'd love to ride with you.
And good night, Mademoiselle, Monsieur. Until tomorrow.
Good night,
Juan.
Good night, mon père.
Good night, my son. You tell Francois to make sure the garden gates are locked and the doors barred.
Oui, mon père.
Some more wine, Monsieur Cranston?
No, thank you. Monsieur Dupre.
Yes?
You spoke of those drums as if there was some particular significance.
There is, monsieur. Tonight of all nights. It is the eve of the festival of the blood moon.
You mean voodoo?
Yes, mademoiselle. Voodoo is like a plague. For years it may lie dormant, but sooner or later the priests of voodoo recall their own. And they slip into the jungles like ghosts. And the drums begin.
But surely there'll be no human sacrifices, not now.
Voodoo does not change, Mademoiselle Margot. That is why my gates are locked, the doors barred. But come, my friends. You have not interrupted your short holiday in the Caribbean to listen to tales of horror and death.
On the contrary, I'd like to get your first-hand opinion on the actual powers of these fanatic priests.
Forgive me, Monsieur Cranston. I cannot speak of voodoo as an academic thing. It is too close.
Has this man, Cayon, ever chosen anyone from your plantation?
Mademoiselle Margot, I think you will understand when I tell you that the planter's wife, who was taken into the hills of Sans Souci 10 years ago tonight,
was the mother of the boy you met a few moments ago. My son, Juan.
Oh, forgive me.
You could not know.
Oh, forgive us, Monsieur Dupré. If we'd only stopped to think.
Please. It was I who first spoke of voodoo. It is I who cannot forget Keon. Cannot rest until one day I find that murderous devil and kill him as he killed my beloved wife. The drums. Listen to them. Carrying a message into the hills. Another victim. Another human sacrifice to the snake gods of voodoo.
Monsieur Dupré!
François, qu'est-ce que cela? You are bleeding?
They sprang upon me at the gates. Juan has been chosen.
Oh, my son. Where is he?
Keon's men have taken him to the grottos of Sans Souci.
Lamont! Lamont!
Margot, you shouldn't be outside the gates.
Any news of Juan?
No. We've ridden all through the valleys the whole day, even into the hills.
Where is Monsieur Dupré?
In the hills. He wouldn't come back.
Oh.
He hopes to follow the signal fires after sundown, but I'm afraid it's madness. They'll kill him. Where are all the servants, Margot?
Gone. The native quarters are deserted. Where have you been, Lamont?
We've been everywhere. It's like riding through a land of the dead. I'm afraid it's hopeless, Margot.
No, Lamont. There's one chance. One chance.
What do you mean, Margot?
About an hour ago, an old woman came out of the cane brakes and spoke to me. She said she would take me to see Keon in the festival of the Blood Moon if I would give her my diamond ring.
It's a trick to get you into the jungle.
I know it's a trap, but I told her I'd meet her on the jungle trail an hour after sundown.
Are you mad, Margot?
But, Lamont, it's a chance, a slim chance of finding poor little Juan.
What good would it do for you to find him, Margot? You'd only die with him in the hidden grottos of Sans Souci.
I'll risk it to save Juan. I'll risk it if you'll come with me as the shadow.
As the shadow?
If the shadow could humble their priest, they'd listen to you. Let me meet the old woman in the jungle. Let the shadow follow us to the grottos. If you don't, poor Juan will be murdered just as they murdered his mother. Oh, please. Please, Lamont.
It's madness, Margot. Sheer madness. But we'll try it.
Lamont. Oh, this jungle, it's like a black pit.
This is nothing, Margot. What lies ahead? Do you want to go back?
More than anything in this world, Lamont, but we can't.
I know. Be careful, Margot. The old woman may be near here.
What are you going to do when we meet her?
I'm going to make her fear you more than she fears Keon. I'm going to... Shh. Quiet, Margot.
Don't be afraid, mademoiselle. Old Geo will not hurt you. Give me the flashing white stone, and I will show you things which no white woman has ever looked upon before and live.
Well, here's the ring.
Even in the dark, it flashes like the fires of the blood moon, which comes soon to the hills. Hurry, follow. You must not be late.
Wait, Gaio. Wait.
Who laughs? Who speaks? A dog of a woman, you have not come alone.
I am alone, Gaio.
You lie. I heard the voice of a man.
No, Gaio. I'm alone.
Alone, Gaio. But in the darkness beside her walks a shadow.
A shadow?
Yes. A shadow stronger than the voodoo of Gaon, your master.
Ah, 'tis a trick, a lie. For that you die.
Don't move, Gaio.
What?
Don't raise that knife. Let it fall to the ground, Gaio. Your fingers cannot hold it. Cannot hold the knife. Let it fall to the ground.
Mademoiselle, forgive. You are a priestess of many forces. Take back the ring. Forgive, have mercy, forgive.
Get up, Gaio. Lead the way to the grotto of Keon.
Yes.
Go.
Yes.
Or you will stand forever like a stone image in the jungle, and the snake gods will burn your soul in the fires of the mountains.
Before we continue the second part of the Shadow's exciting adventure, here's a question for every homeowner. When you buy a vacuum cleaner or any other household product, you always make sure it's trademarked, and therefore guaranteed by a responsible company. Then why not take the same precaution
when you're ordering your supply of anthracite. Don't order just any coal. Insist on blue coal, the only trademarked anthracite. Then you'll be sure of getting better, more economical heat from a coal which actually is better in quality. For blue coal is a guaranteed product of America's largest anthracite producer, the Glen Alden Coal Company. Their mines are located in the heart of northern Pennsylvania's richest anthracite deposits, and their coal is screened and rescreened many times for proper sizing. Then, carefully tested for any possible impurities by inspectors. Only upon passing that thorough laboratory test is blue coal accepted for shipment to the blue coal dealers. Remember, furnaces in this part of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. And the finest anthracite money can buy is blue coal. Call your dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal, and ask him about Blue Coal's automatic heat regulator. This thermostat controls your furnace dampers and enables you to keep your home at a steadier, more even heat with a minimum of effort and furnace attention. A Blue Coal heat regulator costs but $18.95 plus a nominal installation charge, and it will pay for itself in time and fuel savings for you.
Look, Mademoiselle Lane. See, I have not disobeyed you. You hear the natives chant? I have brought you to the grotto.
Where is Kale? Where are the victims who are to be sacrificed to the snake god?
Come along the great ledge beyond the altar of sacrifice. Keong is there with the victims bound in chains. Oh, but wait, Mademoiselle, wait.
Be careful, Guile. You've been warned.
Oh, Mademoiselle, you go alone. Do not make me take you to Keong. If your powers are not greater than his, he will slay you. He will slay me. Oh, mercy, Mademoiselle, mercy, no.
Shadow.
No.
Shadow, what shall I do?
Mademoiselle, why don't the voice answer you, huh? Where is this power of the darkness? Has it fled in terror before the fires of Keong? It has. It has. Keong! Keong, I have brought you another victim of beautiful woman.
Lamont!
Steady, Mongo. The time has come. Don't show fear or they'll kill you.
Look, Keong, look, a beautiful woman with skin like ivory.
The hour has come. The old gods await the proud blood of this woman. Hear me, O Pierre, by all the powers of Keong, this flower shall be our first sacrifice. Bring the woman to the altar. Let the mountain hear, and the dead stones of the grotto see her die.
Beware, Keong. That girl is not afraid. In the darkness of the jungle, I heard a voice of the shadows.
Still, old woman.
Guile speaks the truth, Kale. Listen to her. She's right. I am not afraid of your voodoo god. I've come to guide one who is stronger than all your powers of voodoo.
Where Keong walks, the earth is forever barren. Keong is the ageless one. Ageless one. Keong, he is nothing of the earth, the sea, or sky. Sea or sky. Where is this voice, woman? Let Keong hear it speak. Call it from the shadows. Let it try its strength against Keong. Against the gods of voodoo who cry for blood.
I am here, Keong.
The voice, Keong.
What white devil's magic have you brought to this hidden place, Guile?
savage rebel would turn upon you like beasts of prey.
Quick, Keon. Show thou art stronger than this voice of the shadows. Take the sword of Christophe and slay the girl. Her blood upon the altar stone will prove thy power. Take the sword. Look, her white throat gleams in the light of the fires. Strike!
Yes. Prove your strength, Keon. Try to raise the sword of Christophe from the altar. Try to kill this girl who has come to take your victims from you. Strike her if you can.
The sword! Lift it from the rock! Strike!
It will not move. It is as if chains held it to the rock. What power is this that drains all strength from the body of Keon, like water from a broken gourd?
A power as old as voodoo, Keon. The power of the mind. The power white men call hypnosis. The power you call the evil eye.
The evil eye. Voice of the shadows. What angry god of voodoo sends you?
I am more than a voice, Keon. I am here in the shadows, though you cannot see me, because I will it. Watch, Keon. I will prove to your murderous slaves the white man's magic is stronger than all your voodoo sorcery. Watch the sword of Christophe. I will raise the sword you could not move. Watch.
Keon, look. The sword rises from the rock, but no hand lifts it. Ah, the people have seen. They no longer fear you. Kill the girl, or they will murder you.
Murder me? Oh, voice of the shadows, who are you?
I will answer your question, Keon. I am the shadow. And here is the answer to your challenge, Keon. The broken sword of Christophe. Margot, they believe you are a sorceress with greater powers than Keon. Pretend you are, Margot. Tell them the snake gods are angry and want no more human sacrifice.
I'll try.
They're closing in on Keon. Go you, to pretend a prince. Don't try to stop them. Don't move, Margot. Watch and wait.
Have the old gods have sent this white priestess to destroy Keon!
Lamont, I can't stand it. I can't.
You must. They've slain Keon and his murderers. Now they'll turn to you. Command them to go back to the valleys, to their Christian churches. Tell them no harm must come to Lamont, Dupre, or any of the prisoners, or this grotto will become a furnace of fire. They'll believe you now.
Keon is dead! Great white priestess, let the sacrifice begin. The blood moon grows pale in the sky beyond the mouth of the grotto.
No! There must be no more human sacrifice. The old gods are sick of blood. They command you to go back to your homes, back to the churches of the one God. Hear me! If harm comes to one of Keon's victims, or to the boy Juan Dupre, this grotto will be filled with fire. The rocks will melt. The earth will tremble.
They're wavering, Margot. Quick, take the broken sword. Slash the great drum. It is the heart of voodoo. Hurry, then they will obey you.
Get out! Get out of the grotto! Voodoo is dead!
The white priestess has destroyed the great drum! Promptly alive!
Margot, the flee. But don't beat it. Hold on to the altar. Hold on. Don't let them see you fall.
Lamont. Oh, Lamont.
Well, Margot, it's goodbye to Haiti. In 12 hours, this plane will be in New York. How do you feel, priestess?
I don't think I'll ever be the same, Lamont. But I don't regret it. Taking those children back to their parents and Juan back to his father. It was worth it even if I have nightmares for the rest of my life.
And look, Margot. Carpathian.
and the ruins of King Christoph's citadel. From here, it looks like a tropical paradise.
Maybe it will be, Lamont, now that the shadow has broken the spell of voodoo.
No, Margot. No one man can dispel the power of voodoo. Education, the Christian churches are doing all in their power. But Dupré was right. Voodoo doesn't die. It merely slumbers. We have found once more that one of the greatest causes of human misery is ignorance.
In just a moment, you will hear from our surprise guest. But first, John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, has some timely advice for householders.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Many householders, when firing their furnaces, shovel in what they think is the right amount of coal, then close the door and leave the fire. This is by no means the most economical way to fire a furnace. To get the most satisfactory results, follow these simple rules. First, shake the grates gently when it's necessary to make room for fresh coal. Stop shaking as soon as you see the first red glow in the ash pit. Next, with a shovel or hoe, pull the live coals forward so that the fire bed is level with the fire door in front and slopes downward toward the back of the furnace. Be careful not to stir up the layer of ash underneath the coal. Put the first charge of coal into the hollow thus formed, filling it up to the level of the fire door. Always leave a spot of live coals directly in front of the fire door. This hot spot will ignite the gases rising from the fresh coal and prevent them from escaping into the chimney unconsumed. I thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow program has the honor to present a man who has spent his life bringing criminals to justice. It's with great pleasure that I introduce to you the Assistant District Attorney of Queens County, New York, Mr. Anthony Lovati.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I don't know anything about crime in Haiti, but there are times when we could use a fellow like the Shadow here in New York. You couldn't lend him to us by any chance, could you?
Well, I'm not so sure that you really need him, Mr. Lovati. Law enforcement has made such marvelous strides here in the past few years. However, I'll ask the Shadow if he's available.
Do that. But seriously, Mr. Roberts, I'm grateful for this opportunity to congratulate Blue Coal and its dealers for sponsoring the Shadow programs. They're doing really a great job, not only in entertaining the public, but in showing people the folly and absolute uselessness of crime. In fact, Mr. Roberts, all of us in the business of law enforcement appreciate the splendid cooperation we've been getting from the Shadow broadcasts.
Thank you, Mr. Lovati. It's very gratifying to know that our efforts to show that crime does not pay meet with the approval of you and your associates. And I'm sure our listening audience joins me in congratulating you on the successful war your department is waging on crime in New York. It's been a real privilege to have you in our audience this afternoon, and I hope you'll stop in again.
Thank you. I shall.
This program has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstands. All the characters and all the incidents named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men?
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow's adventure begins in just a moment. But first, do you know exactly what the blue coloring on blue coal means? Well, that's the trademark of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest hard coal producer. And it's placed on their product, blue coal, to guarantee that you're getting a superior quality anthracite. So insist on blue coal when you order anthracite for the coming winter. Your entire family will appreciate blue coal's greater heating comfort. You'll appreciate blue coal's greater heating economy. Call your dealer for your supply of blue coal tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Shyster Payoff.
Commissioner Weston, my paper wants to know what you're doing about this wave of holdup.
I hear you're resigning, Commissioner.
What about the mayor's statement, Weston? Yes, come on, let's have your story.
Wait a minute, come on. Wait a minute, boys. Right. I'll give you a statement. Okay, Commissioner, thanks. Sure, we're having a crime wave. But the police department is as good as you'll find in any city. We make arrests. The trouble is the district attorney's office can't get convictions. But it isn't the DA's fault that the work of his office is hampered by a political fixer and a shyster lawyer.
Hey, can we quote you on that?
How about naming the shyster, Commissioner Weston?
Who's the political fixer? Come on. Give us some more.
Hold it, boys, hold it. What is it, Sergeant?
There's a call in your office, Commissioner Weston.
Sorry, boys, that's all. See you later. Who is it, the mayor?
No, it's him again.
Who are you talking about? Who's him?
The Shadow.
The Shadow? If I haven't got enough troubles. All right, I'll talk to him. I'll call you if I need you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Shadow, what is it this time?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Weston. Did you enjoy your conference with the gentlemen of the press?
You know everything, don't you?
You flatter me, Commissioner.
All right, let's have it.
Commissioner, do my ears deceive me, or did I really detect a note of, shall we say, welcome in your voice?
Listen, Shadow, I'll admit you have helped the police department at times, and I'm willing to accept tips or help from you just as I would from any other citizen. I take it you are a citizen and are interested in law enforcement?
Yes, Commissioner Weston. I am a citizen, and I am interested in law enforcement.
I wish there were more like that. But you didn't call me to exchange compliments. What do you want?
I called, Commissioner, to make a deal.
A deal? For yourself, Shadow?
No. Merely a deal whereby you will be ready to round up a criminal syndicate headed by Taggart, the notorious shyster lawyer, Grogan, the political fixer, and Red Doyle, the gangster.
You're crazy, Shadow. We know they're all crooks, but we can't prove it.
Suppose I could produce proof.
I wouldn't arrest a combination like that without an ironclad case. I wouldn't last 24 hours if the rap didn't stick. They'd have my job.
You'll have your ironclad case, Commissioner Weston. Wait until you hear from me.
Your Honor, may it please the court. I submit that the indictment against my client, Harry Dale, is improperly drawn, and I therefore ask that the state's case be dismissed.
I object, Your Honor! The indictment against Harry Dale is properly drawn under Section 73 of the Penal Code. Order in the court! Just a moment, gentlemen. The jury will please retire, where I hear your arguments on a point of law which is not within the province of their deliberation. Very well, Mr. Taggart, Mr. Prosecutor, step to the bar. I will hear your arguments as to the validity of this indictment.
Lamont Cranston, would you mind telling me why we've been following this lawyer, Rex Taggart, from court to court, watching him plead case after case?
Just to give my very lovely assistant, Margot Lane, a cook's tour of the more unpleasant side of the legal profession. How do you like Taggart, Margot?
He reminds me of a snake. What's he doing now, Lamont?
Taggart is pulling another legal technicality and snatching another criminal from the hands of the law.
How does he get away with it?
The law, Margot, is flexible. But its flexibility can be used by shyster lawyers like Taggart to provide loopholes.
Order!
court.
Watch what happens now.
Order. Silence in the court. Mr. Prosecutor, I regret I must agree with the arguments of counsel for the defense, Mr. Tyson.
I protest, Your Honor. I protest.
Due to the testimony given by the defense, and because of this technical error in the indictment, I must dismiss the case against Harry Dale and discharge the jury.
Lamont, Tiger just went into that apartment building. How much longer are we going to follow him around in the car?
I've got to follow Taggart, watch every move he makes, Margot. I promised Commissioner Weston an airtight case. I'm getting proof of a vicious racket. A racket that forces innocent people into a life of crime.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I'm going to follow Taggart into that apartment as the Shadow. I have an idea Taggart is about to collect his fee for defending a recent client. Stay here, Margot. Wait till I return.
Taggart, why have you come to my apartment? My brother's not here. My brother's not here, I tell you. I've given you every cent I have, every cent I could raise for defending him.
For saving your brother from the electric chair, Ruthdale.
But my brother was innocent.
Yes, but the evidence was all against him. Your brother is alive, free, only because of my knowledge of the law and your perjured testimony.
Why, you made me testify falsely. You told me it was the only way to save my brother.
Yes, I did. Do you want him tried again on the evidence? I can arrange it. And I can have you arrested for perjury, sent to prison.
Oh, no, please, let me alone.
Your brother needs money. You need money. I can show you both how to make a lot of it. Quite easily.
We won't do anything criminal.
My plans are quite simple. You look like a girl accustomed to buying expensive jewels. You have only to go into jewelry shops and ask to see certain gems. When they're shown to you, it won't be your fault if your brother and others happen in and take them away.
And suppose we refuse?
You will go to prison for perjury, and the electric chair will be waiting for your brother.
Night to be driving, Lamont.
Sorry, Margot. Wherever Taggart goes, we go.
Oh, I detest Taggart. But I'm glad he was able to get Dr. Lambert's parole. I never did believe Dr. Lambert was responsible for that woman's death.
Yes, Margot. I'm glad Lambert is out, too. But I'm sorry for anyone Taggart helps.
Lamont, do you think Taggart means to force him into his crime syndicate, too?
Yes, Margot. The way he's done to Ruth Dale and her brother and many others.
Oh, but those poor people he's forcing into crime must be helped. Why don't you tell Commissioner Weston?
I'm not ready, Margot. It takes a lot of fine threads to make a web of evidence to catch a slippery eel like Taggart. Besides, there are others. I'm out to get political fixer Grogan, Red Doyle the gangster. They're part of Taggart's crime syndicate.
Lamont, it's raining so hard I can't see. Where are we?
Outside the home of Dr. John Lambert, late of Lingate Prison. And look, there in the driveway. Taggart's car.
What's the next move, Lamont?
Margot, you drive down the road.
Yes, I know, Lamont, and wait.
I'm sorry, Margot. I know it's cold and wet, but I won't be long. I have a notion, Margot, that we'll drive away from here with an ironclad case for Commissioner Weston.
Well, go on, Lamont. I'll wait. Good luck, Shadow.
Why did you get me out, Taggart? What good am I to myself or to anybody? A doctor convicted of murder without a right to practice. Where can I go? The parole board said I can't leave the state. What can I do? The board says I'll be sent back to prison if I don't get a job. Why didn't you let me serve out my sentence? Why didn't you leave me alone?
Easy. Take it easy. Because I can use you, Dr. Lambert. I have connections, friends who need a doctor that can trust.
Oh, who would trust me?
You can be trusted because you have reason to hate and fear the law as much as these connections of mine.
But I've got to have a legitimate job or I'll be sent back to prison.
I'll arrange that.
All right, what do I have to do?
It's right in your line as a surgeon. You'll be ready, day or night, to treat gunshot wounds, remove bullets, perhaps graft skin and change faces which have unfortunately found their way into the rogues gallery of the police.
What's in it for me?
Money. Money you'll need for that fresh start when your year's probation is over.
You'd let me go when my probation's up a year from now?
Sure. That's fair enough, isn't it?
Just for 1 year. 12 months. Then money and a chance to get away. Far away. All right, Taggart, I'll do it. When do I start?
I'm afraid, Doctor, you'll have to wait until one of my connections gets hit. Meanwhile, here's 200 as a retainer. Tell the probation board you're working for me as an investigator, but keep away from my law office. Just stay here and wait till you hear from me.
All right, I understand.
Maybe a week before you get a call. But when it comes, go where you're told. And keep your mouth shut, or you'll go back to the big house for another stretch. That's all, Dr. Lambert.
A shyster lawyer. A shyster doctor. You're in good company, John Lambert. Good company. Oh, I've got to stop talking to myself. I'm not in solitary. I'm free. I'm not in prison anymore. What was that? That voice.
No, you're still in prison. You're not free, John Lambert. You'll never be free. They'll never let you go.
A voice. It laughed. It spoke to me. It answered me. Oh, am I losing my mind?
No, Lambert. You're quite sane. But unless you listen to me, you're entering another kind of bondage.
But what is this voice? It can't happen. It can't.
There is more than a voice in this room. I am quite real. Quite close to you. As close as Rex Taggart was a few moments ago.
Hypnosis.
Yes, hypnosis. I'm here in this room, but I've clouded your mind so that you cannot see me.
But who are you? What do you want?
John Lambert, haven't you ever heard a certain name whispered through the dark cells of Lingate Prison? A name associated with the unseen? A name criminals hate and fear?
The Shadow. You are the Shadow?
Yes, but you have no reason to fear me. I believe you're an innocent man, unjustly convicted.
The newspaper said I was innocent, too. But I went to prison just the same for 7 long years. Now, Taggart has offered me money, then freedom after a year. What can you offer, Shadow?
A chance to be true to your profession, to yourself.
I have no profession. They took that away from me, and they took my self-respect, too. I'm not Dr. John Lambert, the surgeon. I'm ex-con number 2847, convicted murderer, out on parole because of a shyster, dirty shyster lawyer. There is no more Dr. John Lambert.
You're wrong. That was John Lambert speaking just now, crying out against this bargain you've made with Taggart, a swine who never kept a bargain in his life.
Oh, yes. You're right, Shadow. I can't go through with it. And yet if I don't, Taggart will send me back. You know, he can. He has influence.
I, too, have influence and power, Dr. Lambert.
Dr. Lambert. It's been 7 years, and anybody called me doctor? Without a sneer or a laugh.
What would you give to regain your professional honor? To escape Taggart's bondage?
Oh, don't, Shadow, please.
The law can make amends.
The law?
It needs your help.
Why should I help the law? It destroyed me.
You can help put an end to criminal slavery such as Taggart offers you and countless others. You can help wipe out a vicious racket that enslaves poor unfortunates more than the prison from which they were released.
Prison. Bondage. Yes, that's it. It's bondage. Not freedom, not hope.
You'll never be free. You'll never have hope. Unless...
Unless what, Shadow?
Unless you help me put Taggart and his kind behind bars.
All right, Shadow. I will. I'll do it. I'll do anything you say, because I know I can trust you. Even the men you sent to Lingate, the men who hate and fear you, swear you never break your word.
I'll keep my word, Dr. Lambert.
Tell me what you want me to do.
Do nothing until Taggart's associates call you. Then go where they tell you. But before you go, I want you to phone a certain number.
What number, Shadow?
It's written on the old prescription pad on your desk.
On the old prescription pad?
Yes, Dr. Lambert. On the prescription pad. See it there? Old. 7 years yellowed with age. But that number will bring the Shadow to you, wherever you go. And it will mark the beginning of the road back for you and many others, if you do not fail me. If you do not fail the Shadow.
In just a moment, we continue with the Shadow's gripping adventure. But first, a warning to all homeowners. Despite the present warm spell, advance reports from meteorologists predict the severest winter in 11 years. So there's no time like right now to order your supply of anthracite. It's the fuel furnaces in this section were especially designed to burn. And it's the fuel which will give you more even, dependable, and healthful heat at less cost. But when you order your supply, don't be content with just any anthracite. Insist on blue coal. And be sure of getting America's finest anthracite. Blue coal is the only trademarked hard coal. It's a guaranteed product of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest anthracite producer. Each carload as it comes from their mines is carefully tested by inspectors. Only the coal which meets Glenalden's highest standards of quality is accepted for shipment and trademarked a harmless blue for easy identification. You'll welcome blue coal's greater economy. It burns better, banks better, gives you longer firing periods. So call and order your supply of blue coal tomorrow. Your dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. And be sure to ask your dealer about the Blue Coal Heat Regulator. It's a thermostat which controls your furnace dampers automatically and saves you all the time and trouble of constant furnace attention. It costs only $18.95 plus a nominal installation charge.
I believe this is the end of the trail, Margot.
I hope so, Lamont. When did Dr. Lambert phone you?
About an hour ago. Taggart ordered him to go to the old Empire Hotel.
Where's that?
Along the beach, about 3 blocks from here. Slow the car down, Margot.
I thought every hotel out here was closed for the winter.
They are. So it makes an ideal headquarters for Taggart's mob.
Why don't you let Commissioner Weston round them up, Lamont? You've done enough.
No, Margot. I promised Weston an airtight case. I've got to be sure the whole outfit is caught with the goods before I give Weston the word to close in.
What makes you so sure this will be the finish?
It's the logical time for the gang to be paid off, Margot. Those 3 big jewel robberies this week, all unquestionably Taggart's gang. A girl going into the stores and asking to see certain valuable gems.
That was Ruth Dale, all right. The description fitted perfectly. But why did they call for Dr. Lambert?
The driver of the getaway car was shot, Margot. I'll lay 2 to 1 Lambert is treating him right now.
Be careful he doesn't have to take a bullet out of the shadow.
Oh, let's stop right here, Margot. Yeah, this is close enough. Now, Margot, wait and keep the short wave tuned in on the band the shadow always uses. Phone Weston the minute I give the word. Then go straight back to town and wait for me.
Lamont, if I don't hear from you in an hour...
You'll still stay away from the Empire Hotel, Margot Lane. That's an order.
Lamont, Cranston, there are times when I wish I'd never heard of the shadow. Well, go on, Lamont, and get this over with.
Give me a drink. Give me my cut, Doyle. Doyle, you gotta get me out of here. Shut, Doyle. Tiger, you're growing me. I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn, Doyle. There. Easy now, please. Please take it easy.
Listen, Doc.
Yes?
Keep that guy quiet. Give him something to shut him up. That's what we're paying you for.
The man is delirious, Doyle. Why didn't you call me sooner?
Fix him up and don't ask so many questions.
Where's
Simon.
Taggart? Where's Taggart?
He's in the next room. What do you care? Now, you do as you're told and shut that guy up. Come on, Doyle. Let's get this slip ticket out. Okay, Tiger. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming.
Doyle, don't touch me. Throw me down. I'm sorry, fella, but I guess I'll have to put you under. Oh, why doesn't the shadow come? They're all here. Why doesn't he come?
I am here, Dr. Lambert. I've been here for several minutes.
Shadow. Thank heavens you found the place.
Well, Taggart,
Give the man a hypo if he can stand it. Put him to sleep.
I've already given it to him, but he should be in a hospital.
He'll be on his way to a hospital in a few minutes.
Are those the men you want out there, Shadow? Red Doyle is the actual leader of the gang, but Taggart gives the order. I don't know anything about Grogan.
Grogan is the rottenest of the lot. He's a political fixer, without whom no big gang can operate.
I know, but you're not going to tackle them alone.
No, but we're going to hold them in the next room until the police can close in. Commissioner Weston is waiting for word from me. Can you handle a gun?
Yes. Here. This wounded man has gone under. He won't give us any trouble.
Good. Quick now. Take his gun over there on the table.
All right, Shadow. It's loaded.
Good. Now pocket that gun. Go in that other room. Get as close to Taggart as you can. When I speak, grab Taggart and shove that gun in his back. Don't let anyone get behind you.
All right, Shadow. You haven't failed me so far, and I trust you now.
Calling Margot Lane. Phone Weston at the 17th Precinct Station. He is there, ready and waiting. Tell him to surround and raid the Empire Hotel. Break into basement. Let no one escape. That is all.
All right, Taggart. The split is all figured out. Now, here's the payoff sheet.
All right, Doyle. Pay off the punks first and get them out of here.
Okay. Come here, Rootdale. Now, here's your cut. $50.
I don't want it. I won't take it. $50. $50 for turning criminal, helping rob 3 jewelry stores. You got $50,000 worth of gems. The newspaper said so.
Quit reading the papers. They always double a haul.
$50 for helping you.
The fence only paid us $10,000 for the stuff. There was 5 of my regular boys who did the dirty work. $1,000 for Taggart, the Springers, if things went haywire. A grand to Grogan for a fix just in case and the getaway
You
car.
better take it, Ruth. There's no other way.
Take it or leave it. Only remember what I told you. The electric chair's still waiting for your brother here.
Oh, please, I don't want the money. I don't care. Just let us
Out
go.
of the way, dame. All right, Dale. Here's your cut. $100.
Don't take it, Harry. Don't.
Better take your share, Dale. Next time I may not be able to spring you.
No, my sister's right. I didn't want to get mixed up in this. You made me, Tigers. I'm getting out with Ruth.
Don't try it. Nobody quit. All right, now beat it, punks. Go on upstairs. Doyle and Grogan and I have got some things to talk over.
Well, what about me, Tigers?
Oh, I almost forgot you, Lambert. Didn't see you standing behind me. Give the doc 200, Doyle. How are the patients?
As well as could be expected.
Don't worry if you lose him. He's a dumbbell anyhow.
Come on, Doyle. Let's you, Taggart, and me get down to business.
Okay, Grogan. Come on, Dale. You and your sister and Lambert beat it.
Not so fast, gentlemen.
Hey, what's that? Who was that?
Just an unseen guest at the division of the spoils of crime.
Taggart, there's only one guy that laughs like that. A guy nobody's even seen.
The Shadow.
Yes, Taggart. The Shadow.
Boss, he's come for a cut. Give it to him. He's poisoned.
He'll get a cut.
Stand still, Tiger. Don't move.
Lambert! What are you doing? Let go of me. Take that gun out of my back, you fool. Doyle, Grogan, help me.
They move, I'll shoot, Tiger.
Well done, Dr. Lambert. Careful, Taggart.
Lambert, you double-crossing...
Shut up, Taggart. Doyle, throw your gun on the table. Throw it. Now you, Grogan.
I don't carry a gun.
Hurry, Dale. Search Grogan.
Right.
Miss Dale, you search Taggart.
All right.
Grogan hasn't got a gun, Shadow.
Taggart hasn't either.
Don't move. Those sirens mean Commissioner Weston and the police are coming to the feast of the unholy three.
Shadow, I don't want to get mixed up with this gang. Taggart arranged my parole and forced me into it.
Will you tell that to a grand jury, Dale?
Yes. Yes, I'll testify. I'll testify against them. And my sister will, too, won't you, Ruth?
Yes, I'll tell the police everything. I'll tell them, Shadow.
If you turn state's evidence, you'll both go free. I have Commissioner Weston's promise.
So you're working with Commissioner Weston, eh, Shadow?
I've always worked for law and order. Keep away from those books on the table, Grogan. Dale, pick up those books. Hold on to them. Give them to Weston when he gets here.
You can't pin anything on me, Shadow.
Your name is in those books. You're on the payroll, Grogan. Those books will send you up for 20 years.
The cops are coming down here, Tiger. Don't move, Tiger.
Stay where you are, Doyle.
There they are, boys. Run, boys.
Stand where you are, all of you. Don't move.
Commissioner Weston, here's the gang's book.
Thanks, Dale. I know all about you. All right, Dr. Lambert. You can take that gun out of Taggart's back. I know all about you, too.
You sweat for this, Weston.
Well, if it isn't my old pain in the neck, Grogan, the political fixer.
He's part of the gang. He's on the payroll.
You
The
ain't
proof
got
is in
nothing on
these
me.
books.
What about this girl here, Commissioner?
He's all right, too. Don't put the cuffs on her. Red Doyle, Taggart, Grogan. What a night's work.
You never pin anything on me, Weston.
Save your shyster breath for the trial, Taggart. All right, take him away, boys.
Right here, Commissioner.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Take Harry Dale and his sister Ruth and Dr. Lambert to my office. Get their statements and have them wait for me.
Yes, Commissioner.
There's a wounded man in the other room, Commissioner. He's badly hurt.
Sergeant, get him and rush him to the hospital. All right, boys, take these crooks out of here.
Get right here, Weston.
Shadow?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thanks. You certainly handed me an airtight case against three of the biggest crooks in the city.
You'll keep your promise to help Dr. Lambert, Dale, and his sister?
You kept your promise, I'll keep mine.
That's all I ask.
You're a strange man, Shadow. That's all you ever ask.
I told you I was just a citizen interested in law enforcement, in seeing the innocent protected and the guilty punished. Goodbye, Commissioner, until we meet again.
In just a moment, we have a surprise for you. A preview of next week's exciting Shadow adventure. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with some more helpful information to all householders. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Many people write in to tell me that they don't get the best heating results from the amount of coal they put on the fire. Well, that may be caused by losing heat up the chimney. Chimney loss is a common source of trouble and unnecessary waste of coal. However, it's an easy matter to remedy. The next time you fix the fire, move the handle of your turn damper, that disc inside the smoke pipe, 1/16 of an inch toward the closed position. If the fire continues to burn freely, turn it another 1/16 of an inch. Repeat this operation until you've moved the turn damper as near as possible to the closed position. For the nearer the turn damper to the closed position, the smaller the chimney loss. When you've found the ideal adjustment, mark the position with a piece of chalk on the smoke pipe and leave your dampers there throughout the burning season. If you find you have any other particular heating problem, I'd suggest you call your blue coal dealer. He'll place a trained John Barkley heating serviceman at your disposal. You'll find him fully qualified to check over your furnace and show you how to get better heat at less cost. I thank you.
Now, a preview of next week's shadow story, Black Rock.
Martin, and you too, Ward. You're working for me now. What I say goes.
Okay, Burkett, we get it.
What's the gag? A big business executive like you turning crook. Shut up, you two, and listen to me. Now, here's the setup. I'm going to steal, or shall I say acquire, the entire profits, $2 million, of my company.
Oh, boy, I get it, and then leave all the poor stockholders holding the bag.
You'd take candy from a baby, wouldn't you? Don't worry. You two guys, you'll get your cut.
Will innocent stockholders be robbed by an unscrupulous profiteer, or will the Shadow be able to protect them? Find out next week when you hear the Shadow's newest adventure, Black Rock. This program has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present The Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Black Rock.
Down, Ward. Okay.
Plane's all ready for a takeoff, Martin. And what a takeoff. Right straight to a watery grave, if she only knew it.
Listen, Ward, you better not let Burkett hear you shooting off your mouth like that.
I ain't scared of that swindler. He ain't got nothing on me.
Oh, no. Nothing at all, except that you're a pilot without a license who's been making his living flying smuggled dope.
So what? Don't think I can't see what goes on. I know that Burkett swindled his stockholders out of $2 million. And now he's skipping in this plane.
Well, what if he is? You're getting paid plenty, ain't you?
Sure.
Oh, hello, Mr. Burkett.
Is the plane ready to take off? Yeah. He's fueled to the limits. Fly 1,500 miles if necessary.
The supplies are all loaded, too, boss.
Well, you know our course. We're heading for Nova Scotia. Yeah. Mr. Burkett.
Harvey, what are you doing here?
I followed you.
Yeah?
Where are you going, Mr. Burkett?
Well, what's that to you, Harvey?
I happen to know that you're absconding with the company's funds.
Now, see here, Harvey.
Mr. Burkett, you can't do this. Think what will happen to me, to the stockholders, everyone.
Harvey, I'm not running out on you. You don't know what you're saying.
I do know what I'm saying. I know that in that suitcase you have $2 million of the company's funds. You made me president, and I'm responsible for those funds. I'll be ruined. Ruined, do you hear? Now give me back that money.
Let go of that bag, Harvey.
Give it to me, I say. You're stealing the company's money.
Ward, Martin, take care of him, will you?
Give me that.
Listen, punk, shut up.
I won't. I want that money. I want that money.
Give it to him, Martin.
That'll stop that.
Nice work, Martin.
throw him out of the plane.
Okay.
All right. Now, let's get out of here.
So you cleaned out your company, huh, Burkett? Robbed your poor, dear, trusting stockholders.
You're not supposed to know about this, Ward.
Oh, no? Not even the $2 million you got salted in that suitcase?
You were hired to pilot this plane, and that's all. So get the plane off the ground.
Okay. As long as I get my cut.
Don't worry, Ward. You'll get yours.
Captain. That fog's rolling in thicker every minute.
Aye? What do you expect on the Grand Banks, mate? Hey, where do you reckon our position?
About 200 miles due east of Cape Race, Captain.
Wreckage off the port bow, Captain! Wreckage off the port bow!
Wreckage off the port bow?
Cut the engine, mate.
Aye, sir.
What do you make it? Look out!
She's all vessel, Captain! Looks like the wing of an airplane!
An airplane? Do you suppose it could be that plane that flew to sea 4 days ago, sir?
Might be. There she is.
Ease her off a bit. We'll drift down on it.
Aye, Captain.
Look, there's the plane's number on the wing, sir. Can you make it out?
X1752.
X1752. That's the plane, Captain. I remember the number. I heard a radio broadcast about her last night.
So that's what happened to the poor devils. Lost their course and dropped into the sea.
Look lively there, lads. Lend a hand and we'll haul that wing aboard.
Aye, sir.
Get a line ready, lads.
Shall I get the dories over, Captain?
Not in this fog. We'll cruise about. I've a notion we'll find no trace of the 3 poor devils that were aboard her.
Poor devils? Rich devils, you mean, sir?
Huh?
Burkett stole $2 million from the poor stockholders of the company.
Aye. All the money in the world will do them no good in Davy Jones' locker.
Aye. The rest of the plane is on the bottom of the banks, and them rascals in it.
Aye, mate. Lost. Take my life on it. Lost forever. And $2 million of poor people's money lost with them.
Extra, extra! Swindler's plane found in sea. Burkett and companions believed drowned. Paper, paper. Police seek Frank Harvey, missing company president, for questioning. Extra, extra.
Lamont, do you mean that the poor man really had nothing to do with the money being stolen?
Absolutely nothing, Margot. That's why we're driving down here. Frank Harvey is an honest man. He was set up as president of the company by Burkett. Harvey thought it was a legitimate investment house.
Then why can't he tell that to the police?
Because, unfortunately, that would never hold in a courtroom. As head of the firm, he's directly responsible to the people for their stolen money.
Where did you say you'd meet him?
He's hiding down by Miller's Creek.
Is that right down this road?
Yes. I think it's this third cottage here. And let's get out and see.
All right, Lamont. Oh, there's someone in the window. He's waving for us to come in.
Yes, that's Harvey. We go in the side door.
How long has he been hiding here?
About a week, I believe.
Mr. Cranston.
Hello, Harvey.
Come in, please.
Thank you. This is Miss Lane, Mr. Harvey.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm so glad you could come here, Mr. Cranston.
I hope I can be of service.
Well, that's a pretty forlorn hope, I guess. What, with Burkett presumably at the bottom of the sea?
Presumably, Mr. Harvey?
Yes. You see, I can't make myself believe that he's dead.
I'm inclined to agree with you on that.
You are?
Why, Lamont?
Well, for one thing, Margot, their bodies were never found.
Lamont, I don't like to be stubborn, but the Atlantic is a mighty big pond.
Yes. But I also know that when Burkett planned his getaway, he wouldn't have figured on flying across the ocean in a plane with a cruising range of only 600 miles.
They were flying to Canada and got off their course.
Yes, that's true.
No, Harvey. Ward, although crooked, was an excellent pilot. He was an expert navigator. He knew blind flying.
Then, since you think they're alive, how did their plane crash 200 miles at sea? Fly itself?
Fly itself? Margot, you've given me an idea. It's the only thing I haven't been able to figure out.
What are the things you have figured out, Mr. Cranston?
I'm afraid I can't tell you right now, but if they work, the missing money will be returned to the stockholders, and your name will be cleared, Mr. Harvey.
What do you expect to find at the airport at this time of night, Lamont?
I'd like to take a look around the hangar where Burkett kept his plane, Margot.
Well, what can you learn there?
I'm going to stake everything on a shot in the dark.
There's no one in that hangar but the watchman. He doesn't know anything, or if he does, the police and the G-men didn't get it out of him. So how can you hope
I'm going to ask him one question, Margot. How could a ghost airplane fly 200 miles and crash into the sea?
And do you expect an answer from him?
Not I, but the shadow does. Look through those windows.
Yes.
There's the watchman. He's asleep. I won't wake him, Margot. It'll be easier for the hypnotic powers of the shadow to force his subconscious mind to answer the question.
I'll wait out here, Lamont.
In a few minutes, we'll know if Burkett really went to his death in the wrecked plane.
Fuel tanks.
Yes. Keep remembering, Carson.
The automatic pilot.
Sleep, Carson. Dream on.
No, I won't tell anybody. I won't tell anybody about those long flights you took, Mr. Burkett.
Where did I go on those trips, Carson? Remember now.
Black Rock. No, I won't tell them.
Why did I install an automatic pilot, Carson? Why?
To fly. Black Rock. 1,000 miles and land. And then Ward was to take the ship up and set the automatic pilot and bail out.
So that's it. A ghost plane flown by a robot pilot cruising seaward until his gas ran out.
Yeah.
Where is Black Rock, Carson? Where is Black Rock?
Black Rock is 25 miles off the coast. Wait.
What am I saying? Who's that? Don't move! Shoot us!
We must be getting near Black Rock, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. I hope we reach it before it gets too dark to land the plane.
We've come a long way since we left New York this morning.
It's exactly 1,000 miles to Black Rock.
And how far off the coast of Labrador?
About 25 miles.
Burkett certainly picked a secluded spot. Just a dot of an island on this map.
Margot, hand me the glasses. I think I see land.
Where, Lamont?
Straight ahead. Yes, that's it, Margot. A loaf-shaped Black Rock. There's supposed to be a small cove to the landward side.
How can this seaplane land with all this ice in the water?
I've got to hope for enough open water, Margot.
But Lamont, if Burkett and his gang are on Black Rock, they'll hear the plane.
Can't be helped. If it's possible to land, I'm going ashore tonight.
Do you want me to stay in the plane?
Yes. You'd better keep this rifle, in case they try to board the plane while I'm ashore.
Rock gets larger as we get nearer. How will you find them? They may hide until we go.
The shadow will find them, Margot. There can't be many places to hide.
I don't see a sign of life, not even a hut or a tent.
According to explorers' reports, there are several large sea caves. They may be using one of those.
There's the inlet on the landward side, Lamont. It's easily free of ice.
Yes, I see it. Hold on, Margot. I'm going to try to land in that open water.
Heaven help us if we hit any pack ice.
Get out the life preservers, just in case.
We'd freeze to death in that water.
Steady. This is it.
You made it, Lamont. You made it.
Yes. And now the shadow must do the rest.
Come on, Martin. Down this path. Leads to the cove. Hurry up.
Hold that lantern higher, will you? I can't see.
All right.
That's better.
Hey, you sure you know where Beckett hit that boat?
Yeah. It's in that little cave, right by the edge of the water. Keep that lantern up, will you? Want me to break my neck?
Oh, if I hold it any higher, Beckett will see it.
Well, let him see it. I'll kill him if he tries to keep us from getting off this blasted rock this time.
Beckett will kill us if he catches us trying to get that plane in the cove.
Hey, who do you suppose it is after us?
What do we care? It's a plane, ain't it? Chance to get away from Beckett.
Well, I ain't leaving without that money. Not after the way he starved us, kicked us around like dogs.
All right. We'll get the plane. Then we'll take care of Beckett.
All right. Here's the cove. Look, I told you we'd find it, didn't I?
Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, let's pull out to that plane.
Oh, we gotta get the...
Shut up, Martin. Listen. I heard something like somebody laughing. Laughing at us.
Ah, you're crazy. It's the wind.
Oh. You hear that? Somebody's close to us, watching us. Get down. Maybe Beckett. Hide.
I heard it, too. Put out the lantern, quick.
It's no use. I'm not Burkett. You cannot hide from me in the darkness.
Some guy from that plane. All right, come on into the light and be quick about it, fella. Cover him with your gun, Martin.
I can't see him.
I'm standing in the light, close to you. But you cannot see me.
What do you want?
I've come for you.
It's the cops, Ward. It's the cops. They found him.
No, it's not the police, Mr. Martin.
Well, then who are you?
You've been in prison, both of you. Haven't you ever heard of the Shadow?
The Shadow? Guy nobody's ever seen.
Not the Shadow. Not on this forsaken rock.
The end of the world is not far enough to hide you from me.
What? That voice. I've heard Carnes talk about it. It's him. He's here. There's been a slip. He's come for us.
Yeah? All right. But getting us is another thing. Now, don't come near me, Shadow. I'll drill you, even if I can't see you.
I'll take you when the time comes. But first I mean to get Burkett and the $2 million he stole and clear the name of Frank Harvey.
Well, you can have Burkett, but you'll never get that $2 million, Shadow.
Not one of you will escape.
How did you find us? That watchman squealed, didn't he? I warned Burkett.
Come on, Ward. We gotta find Burkett. He'll know what to do.
Yes, go to Burkett. Warn him the Shadow is here. Tell him you'll never leave Black Rock alive. Never live to spend the fruits of your crime.
Burkett! Hey, Burkett! Burkett!
Are you here in the cave?
What is the matter with you, Martin? Where have you been?
Been around at the cove, watching that plane. Do you know who was in it?
Yes, of course I know. Just a girl. And she won't give us any trouble. I've seen to that.
A girl? And he didn't come alone?
I don't know what you fools are talking about. Who didn't come alone?
The Shadow. The Shadow is on Black Rock.
The Shadow? Why, you're crazy.
No, he's here. He said we'd never leave the island alive.
Oh, how did the Shadow know that we didn't perish for the plane?
That watchman at the airport must have squealed.
So the Shadow trailed us 1,000 miles to this forsaken hideaway and played right into our hands.
What's so funny?
What do you mean?
Look over there. See who's gagged and tied to that cut.
What? Look, he's got the girl.
How did you do it? How did you get her out of the plane?
I went out in the boat and I merely gave her the choice of coming ashore or having the plane's pontoons riddled with bullets.
But the shadow was on the rock here, looking for us.
Well, let him find us. We'll give him the choice of giving himself up or seeing his girlfriend put in one of the lower sea caves until the tide comes in.
That'd be murder.
Oh. That shouldn't bother you. You and Ward have been watching for a chance to murder me ever since we came to Black Rock.
You know why, don't you? Because you've been starving us to death.
For your own good, you fool. We've got 7 months of winter ahead of us. If the food gives out before we can leave here next summer, we'll die by slow starvation.
That is just how you will die. Unless you tell me the hiding place of the $2 million, Burkett.
The shadow. He's here, in the sea cave. He followed us.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Shadow. Now we can settle this. I'll make a bargain with you.
The shadow doesn't bargain with criminals, Burkett.
I've got the girl who came with you. There she is. Look at her. I'll give you 2 minutes to come out of the shadows and give yourself up.
Give myself up to be murdered? Drowned in the lower sea caves? Oh, no, Burkett.
You have no choice. We'll drown the girl.
Burkett, listen to me. Would you have the murder of an innocent girl on your conscience in your last days and hours when you are slowly starving to death on this barren island?
You can't scare us, Shadow. We've plenty of food.
You had plenty of food, Burkett. But look at it now. Look at the chests of food you have so carefully hoarded. Look at them.
Burkett, look.
Yeah?
The locks are smashed. The chests have been opened.
What?
Burkett, look. The flour. The dried meat. It's soaked.
Soaked without kerosene. Look, this chest is the same. We can't eat it.
But what about the canned stuff? The canned stuff. He couldn't spoil that.
Get away from those cases, Martin.
No, you don't. You're not going to keep what's left for yourself. I'm taking the rest of this food, and I'm going to the mainland now.
Put down that case, Martin. Put it down, I tell you.
You ain't going to starve me to death, you crooked rat.
All right, Martin. You won't starve to death. No, you won't starve.
Oh!
Burkett, you didn't even give him a chance. You shot him in cold blood. You'll do the same to me if I let you.
Don't be a fool, Ward. Put down that gun. Now, listen, there's enough food for us, and I need you. I couldn't stay here alone. I'd go crazy.
There's only food enough for one man, Burkett. And I'm going to be that man.
No, you don't. What?
You wing me. Wing me, you devil. Go on, finish the job. Finish me. Better than starving to death. I had enough of that.
Ward! Ward! I only meant to scare you.
Ward is not dead, Burkett. Your bullet's in his shoulder. Shock. Hunger. That's all. Now, what kind of a bargain will you make?
I make no bargains with you, Shadow. Remember, I've still got the girl.
No, Burkett. She's gone. Look on the cot. Her ropes are cut. She's gone.
Gone. You cut her loose.
Yes. While you fought each other.
If I could only see you.
You'll never live to see another human face if you don't give yourself up.
No. No, I've sacrificed everything for that $2 million, and I'll never give it up.
You've got to give it up, Burkett. Do you want to stay here starving, freezing to death for nothing? Now, tell me, where have you hidden the money?
No. No.
Tell me, I say. Where is the money you stole from the thousands of poor and trusting people you betrayed?
Oh, you'll never get it. They'll never get it.
Burkett. Warn you, Martin you, but you don't seem to realize I have the power to make you obey me. Don't move, Burkett. That's it. Stare into space. Keep staring into the shadows.
No. No.
Drop that gun, Burkett. Drop that gun. Your fingers can't hold it. Can't hold it. Drop that gun. Drop it. Now, where have you hidden the money?
Under the chest.
You're a fool, Burkett. Like all criminals. You've told me what I want to know. Margot.
Yes.
Margot, take the ropes from the cot. Tie Burkett's hands behind him. He can't move.
All right, Shadow.
Hurry, Margot, hurry. Draw his hands behind his back. Tie them. Tight. Tight. Now, Margot, get out. Get back to the plane. Hurry, hurry.
the money, I'll go back and stand trial.
Yes, Burkett, you'll give up the money that was never yours. You'll go back and stand trial, both you and Ward. I've wrecked your boats. You can't escape. And tomorrow, a Coast Guard cutter of the North Atlantic Ice Patrol will pick you up. They'll take you back to pay for your crimes.
Lamont, do you think the Ice Patrol will believe your message?
I have the plane's radio tuned in on their regular band. They'll notify their shore base they're proceeding to Black Rock.
Ice Patrol cutter calling.
There it is now.
Hello? Hello? Ice Patrol cutter proceeding to Black Rock under forced draft. Proceeding to Black Rock under forced draft.
They believe you, Lamont. They believe the shadow.
Set your course homeward, Margot. Our job is finished.
Oh, Lamont, think what it means. All those poor people will get their money back. They won't suffer. They won't lose their homes. And Mr. Harvey's name will be cleared.
Yes, Margot. And this will be a warning to others that even the best laid plans of the smartest criminals can fail. There is no perfect crime.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before The Shadow's adventure begins, here's news that no homeowner can afford to miss. When you order fuel, remember that there's a tremendous difference between various kinds of anthracite. And remember that there's only one trademarked anthracite, blue coal. Blue coal is a superior quality fuel, a guaranteed product of the world's largest hard coal producer. So when you call and ask for blue coal by name, you're assuring yourself of better heat at less cost. Why not order your supply from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow? The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. His friend and companion, Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs, the only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Death is Blind.
Ladies and gentlemen, just see the free outside.
Come on, Lamont. If I have to inspect another blue ribbon pig or prize pumpkin pie, I think I'll faint.
Nonsense, Margot. We've hardly seen anything yet.
Who'd have thought the dignified Lamont Cranston would go crazy about a county fair?
Now, Margot, you don't begrudge me a little relaxation, do you?
Relaxation? Isn't it enough you're leaving tonight for a week's hunting trip by yourself? I should think that would be enough relaxation for anybody.
Well, maybe you're right at that. Wait a minute.
Oh, now, Lamont, that's just a shooting gallery. You've seen shooting galleries before.
Come on, Margot. You can just walk by it anyhow.
Oh, Lamont, you're incorrigible. All right, I'm with you.
Hey, watch him shoot. That guy's a sharpshooter. Hey! Did you see that shot?
He had his back to the target, he shot over his shoulder, looked in the mirror. Boy, that's some joke.
What's going on? I can't see over these people.
Beginning to get interested, eh, Margot? Now, come on. Let's try to get closer.
Heavens, what a crowd.
Squeeze in here now. Yeah, that's right. Now, can you see?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, it must be the boy standing by the counter there who's been doing this miraculous shooting.
Look, he's going to shoot again. The man behind the counter is handing him another gun.
Hey, Arthur, wouldn't you like to try another shot?
Oh, gee, I don't believe so. I'm sorry,
well,
but...
Walter, do not go.
Well, Dr. Layton, I didn't know you were here.
I've been in the crowd watching. I'm proud of you, Walter. What I've just seen you do is a credit to my teaching.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Layton.
Lamont, that old man with a hunchback, the one the boy calls Dr. Layton.
Yes, what about it?
Oh, I don't know. There's something I think it's his eyes.
Well, you know who he is, don't you?
Should I? Who is he?
There's pictures in the papers occasionally. That's Dr. Franz Layton, head of the research laboratories of the Jordan Process Company. They're plants in this town.
I don't care who he is. That face, it's evil, Lamont. He gives me the shivers. Let's go.
Go quiet. I want to hear this.
Yes, but Dr. Layton, I ought to go home. You see, my mother didn't...
Not yet, Walter.
Did I understand you to say, sir, that you're responsible for this boy's remarkable skill with a pistol?
Yes, I think I can say I am in a way. He had the natural instincts himself, of course, but I helped him develop them. You see, Walter has not only the perfect eye, but the perfect ear. It is a rare gift.
Ear? What's the ear got to do with marksmanship?
I will demonstrate. Walter?
No, please, Dr.
Walter,
Layton.
you will do as I say.
Yes, Dr. Layton.
Now I take this handkerchief,
Look,
so...
Lamont. He's blindfolding the boy.
Yeah, wouldn't it just...
Now he is completely blindfolded. He can see nothing. Can you, Walter?
No, Dr. Layton.
The boy will now give you a demonstration of marksmanship that I bet you have never seen before nor will see again. Give him the loaded pistol.
Here, now, wait a minute.
We have conducted this experiment safely many times before.
Well, all right. Here's the gun.
Take it, Walter. That's right. Now, this blindfolded boy, unable to see anything at all, will shoot once and hit the bullseye of that target.
This safe. I'm getting out of here.
Calm yourselves, everybody. There is no danger.
How's he going to know which direction to shoot in?
That's where the ear comes in. You take this cane of mine, stand by the target, and when I give you the signal, strike the gong in the center of the target with the cane. The sound of the gong will give Walter his cue. His ear will give him the direction, and his shot will hit the bullseye.
With me standing there, huh? Not on your life. The guy's good, but how do I know he's that good?
You doubt my word?
Well, mister, I don't say I doubt it, but if he's going to play William Tell, he can do it with somebody else.
You are cowards. All cowards. I will strike the gong myself. Are you ready, Walter?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. I will strike the gong.
Bullseye, blindfolded!
Impossible. I was shot. You see, what did I tell you? He struck the bullseye blindfolded. Now, do you doubt my word?
Come on, Margot. Let's go.
Yes, it's about time.
Margot, you realize how powerless the shadow would be against a boy like that?
Yes, I know, and just as the boy was about to shoot, did you see that old man? He was trembling, and his face was white as a mask.
Yes, I noticed that. Definitely not nice.
I wonder what it means.
I don't know. This way, Margot. Here's the car.
Oh, now you're the one who's in a hurry. You've got plenty of time to get back to town and pack. The train doesn't leave till 9:30.
I know. I may have something else I want to do first.
Something else? What?
If I knew definitely, I'd tell you, Margot. Offhand, it looks as if the shadow...
The shadow? Now, Lamont, when you agreed to take this hunting trip, it was to be an absolute rest. And you promised me you'd forget all about the shadow, for a week at least.
I know. That's just what I intend to do. But before I go...
Yes?
Well, before I go, I think the shadow is going to imitate our young friend Walter back there and take a shot in the dark.
Oh, Dr. Layton.
Hey?
I just wanted to ask whether you need me here in the laboratory anymore tonight.
Walter, don't you know enough not to talk to me when I'm engaged in an experiment?
I'm sorry, sir. I just thought that...
Don't pay any attention to me, my boy. When I'm absorbed in my work, I'm afraid I may be a little irritable.
Well, I do my best, sir.
Yes, I know, my boy. You are a great help to me, Walter. I picked you especially from over 1,000 applicants to train in research work.
I'm sorry, sir, if I interrupted your experiment.
That's all right, my boy. The experiment is worthless anyhow. You run along home and don't think too harshly of me for my little outbreaks.
Oh, I won't, sir. You know I won't. You've been wonderful to me, giving me this opportunity to study under your direction. Gee, I only hope that
I don't worry, my boy. As I just said, you're invaluable to me. And I think in the future, you're going to be more so.
I appreciate that, sir. Oh, good night, Dr. Layton.
Good night, my boy.
You know I'd do anything in the world for you and Jordan.
Oh, me and the Jordan Company. The Jordan Company? Bah! A group of hot-blooded capitalists living off someone else's brains. If it hadn't been for me, there would have been no Jordan process. I made the Jordan Company, and they take it away from me because they have money and I have none. They have the fine homes and the expensive cars, while I'm left to rot in this laboratory where nobody ever comes. Nobody even knows I'm here. But soon my revenge will come, and no one will suspect. And what is it? Who laughs?
Don't you know me, Dr. Layton?
Know you? How should I know you? Who are you?
Many people would like to know, Doctor. But for want of a better name, they call me the Shadow.
Shadow? What is this childish hocus-pocus?
Others have called it childish hocus-pocus in the past, Doctor. They have lived to regret it.
Are you trying to threaten me?
No, Doctor. Not threaten. Warn is the better word.
You're trying to warn me? Warn me against what?
I believe you know as well as I do.
Oh, you know nothing. You can't. Don't try to bluff me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Perhaps not, Doctor. But don't forget, I shall be watching you.
Oh, man!
I shall be watching you.
They're after me. Everybody's after me. They're spying on me. Oh, I must hurry, or it will be too late. Who's there?
It's me, Dr. Layton. I was just passing the door on my way out, and I thought I heard you say something. Were you calling me?
Oh, yes, Walter. Oh, I'm glad you're still here. I'm afraid you won't be able to go home right away after all. Yes, there's a particular experiment I want to make. I was going to put it off for a few days, but I think I'd better do it tonight before I forget. Wouldn't you to forget? Would it, Walter?
No, sir.
That's right. You're a good boy, Walter. A very good boy. Now, let me see. A little of this powder in the retort. Then a pinch of like the Bunsen burner, Walter.
Yes, sir.
There. We're almost ready. We fill the retort with this liquid. Now we put it over the flame. You watch this, Walter. When it boils, let me know. I will prepare the other ingredient.
Is there anything else I can do to help, Dr. Layton?
No, thank you, my boy. Just watch that liquid. I want to know as soon as it boils. Can't afford to let any of it boil away, you know.
Yes, sir. I'm watching. It's boiling now, sir.
Good. Now, the success of this experiment depends on you.
What do you want me to do?
I have here a certain powder. I want you to take this powder, and when I give you the word, drop it into that boiling liquid.
Oh, I see, sir.
Wait, now that is not all. You drop the powder in. I want you to observe closely what changes occur in the liquid.
Well, that doesn't sound very difficult.
It is more difficult than you think because of my calculations are correct. Those changes will be very minute, hardly visible to the naked eye. My eyes are bad. That's why I want you to watch.
Well, I'll watch very carefully, sir. My eyesight's very good.
Almost as good as your hearing, eh? Now, when I give you the word, drop the powder. And don't take your eyes off that liquid. Are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Go ahead, then. What are you waiting for? My eyes!
We continue with the second part of the Shadow's thrilling adventure in just a moment. Meantime, a question. Men, wouldn't you like to end those tiresome trips to the furnace for your wife or other members of the family? Wouldn't you like to know that when you fix the furnace and leave the house in the morning, the fire would burn steadily throughout the day and give more even, more dependable, and more useful heat? If you want that kind of time and trouble-saving performance from your fuel, then insist on blue coal when you order anthracite. Blue coal is different from any other anthracite. It's a medium, free-burning hard coal. That means it will burn steadily and more evenly, right down to a fine, powdery ash. With blue coal, there's far greater all-around economy. There's less heat lost up the chimney, far less wasted unburned coal in your ash pit. And, too, you'll find that blue coal requires less furnace attention. It's carefully sized, so that it banks better, burns better, and can be handled far more easily. Furnaces in this part of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. So if you want America's finest anthracite, order blue coal. Then you'll be sure to get better heat at less cost. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words blue coal. Play safe. Don't take chances with ordinary anthracites. Save money with blue coal, the only trademarked anthracite. It's the solid fuel for solid comfort. Order your supply tomorrow.
Who is it? It's Gates, Dr. Layton. Come in? Oh, yes, Gates. Come in, come in. Sorry to bother you at home like this, Dr. Layton, but I wanted to see you about that unfortunate boy, Walter Dunn, who was injured in your laboratory several days ago.
Well, what about him?
Well, as personnel manager of the Jordan Company, I'm especially concerned about the boy. I understand at the hospital that the poor fellow will be totally blind for life.
Too bad, but accidents will happen.
We're paying all his hospital and doctor's bills, of course, and in addition, the directors had a meeting today, and they thought it was only right for the company to make some provision for the boy's future. And Mr. Gilmore, the president of the company, thought that perhaps you could suggest what's the best thing to do.
Oh, Mr. Gilmore thought that, did he? Well, Mr. Gates, I'll tell you what I'd advise the company to do in the case of Walter Dunn.
And what's that?
Exactly nothing.
But, Dr. Layton, surely you
Suppose I were to tell you that Walter Dunn was a worthless, no-good scoundrel, that I caught him making tracings of various things I was working on here in the laboratory with the intention of selling them to our competitors.
Well, you can't be serious.
I never was more serious in my life. The boy spied on me. He spied on me, I tell you. Luckily, I discovered him before he could do any great damage.
Well, of course, what you told me alters the situation considerably, Dr. Layton.
Yes, I thought it might.
Well, I hardly think it will be necessary for the company to take any further responsibility for Walter Dunn.
I'm sorry to have to bring this up when the boy is in such trouble. But after all, my first loyalty is to the Jordan Company. Eh, Gates? The officers are such a splendid group of men. Walter?
Thank you, Dr. Layton.
Now that you're blind for life, Walter, you must try to readjust yourself.
Blind? I'm blind.
Yes, and I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult to get along with your mother's support.
I know it.
Of course, the company should have made some provision for your future. After all, if they hadn't supplied the laboratory with inferior chemicals, that explosion never would have happened.
You told me all that before.
I'm repeating it so you know that what you're going to do is
what I'm going to do is best.
Exactly. Remember, I went to Mr. Gilmore, the president, and to the directors myself and pleaded with them. But to no avail. They absolutely refused to help you.
They refused to help. I'll show them. I'll show them.
Oh, get excited, Walter. My boy,
where are they? I'll show them.
I wouldn't be surprised if we met Mr. Gilmore coming along here any minute now. He generally walks home from his club this way about this time. And he's speaking.
I'll show them.
Here comes someone now. It is Mr. Gilmore, Walter. The man who wouldn't help you. Now, I'll just sit behind this tree. And don't forget to put the gun in his hand. After that,
I won't forget.
Good. Good.
Pardon me.
Yes, young man?
Could you please tell me the time? I'm blind, you see, and...
Why, of course.
Hey, aren't you Walter...
I wonder where it is. Hello. What's the idea of waking me up at this? What's that? Gilmore's committed suicide. Good Lord. Special directors meeting tonight at the Jordan Company? Yes, I'll get dressed and come right down. Gilmore shot himself. Can't believe it. That. I heard a tap on the window. Imagination, I guess. Oh, Gilmore. Where did I put my shoes? Hold on. Did hear something at the window.
see anything, though. Hello? Oh. I'm coming. Don't be so impatient. Well, what do you... Walter Dunn, well, what...
Margot! Well, am I glad to see you. Here, Porter, take these.
Oh,
Yep.
dear, I feel as if you've been away a year instead of just a week.
I feel that way myself. Well, anything out of the ordinary been happening?
Well, nothing much except a rather strange epidemic of suicide. Seems as if the directors of the company all got tired of life at the same time.
Epidemic of suicide? It's not by any chance the Jordan process.
Why, yes. How did you know it was the Jordan company? Jordan, what do I associate that name with?
A county fair, an old hunchback with a face you didn't like, the boy's harmful.
Of course. Why am I so stupid?
But tell me, what do you know about these suicides, Margot? Was there any significant fact connected with all of them?
I don't think so. Oh, wait a minute. I did notice something that was true. Each suicide shot himself through the mouth.
Margot, a week ago, the Shadow warned a certain man on the telephone. I see now that one warning was not enough. Your suicides were not suicides.
What do you mean, Lamont?
I mean this, Margot. When a man is going to shoot himself, he doesn't do it through the mouth. There's something about looking into the black muzzle of a gun that seems to deter even an unbalanced mind. One of these men might have done it that way, certainly not all. No, Margot, they didn't commit suicide. They were murdered. Let me see, Margot. 221 Elm Street. This must be the place. Stop the car. That's right, Margot. Yes. You want to come in?
He was calling on Lamont.
Blind boy.
Yes, I'll come in.
Right, Margot. I guess this thing's the bell.
What do you want?
Does Walter Dunn live here?
Well, I'm his mother, but he ain't in.
You don't know where I could find him?
No, I don't. He's probably off somewhere with that Layden man.
Do you mean Dr. Layden?
That's the one. Ever since he got hurt, well, Walter's always with him. It seems like he... Who are you, from the company?
No, I'm a newspaper man from the city.
Well, I can't tell you anything.
Come on, Margot. It's all here.
Oh, poor thing. She's been crying, Lamont. Her eyes were all red and swollen.
Yes. He's probably suffering as much as Walter. Margot, do you remember that afternoon at the fair, what you said about Dr. Layden?
I said he had an evil face. Lots of people have evil faces. I mean, some awfully nice people sometimes.
Dr. Layden is not a nice person, Margot. I knew that when I first saw him. He has the face of a man suffering from an inner torture. A torture so all-consuming that when he's not on guard, it shows through his eyes. Torture and hate.
Lamont, you mean you think that Walter Dunn is under the influence of Dr. Layden? Oh, that's fantastic. You've no evidence.
Haven't I? Don't forget, Margot, these murdered men were all shot in the mouth.
Well?
If you were blind and had to rely on sound to guide you to the target, and a man spoke to you, you would shoot him in the mouth.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to pay a little call on the eminent Dr. Layden as the Shadow.
Lamont, you can't call on Dr. Layden. If Walter is with him, your invisibility won't help you. Or the minute you speak, Walter can kill you as he's killed the others.
I fully realize that possibility, Margot. The Shadow must take that chance.
Well, Walter, things are coming along splendidly.
Yes, Dr. Layden.
With all the executives committing suicide. Our own special brand of suicide, eh, Walter? The company's stock is dropped to nothing. Soon I will have control. I, Dr. Franz Layden, the despised old crank puttering around in his laboratory.
Yes, Dr. Layden.
Oh, the country police are stupid. They suspect nothing. It's a wonderful scheme, Walter. A brilliant scheme. Nobody could see through it.
Nobody, Dr. Layden.
Who speaks? Walter, the door is open. I closed it. I'm sure I closed it.
Don't get up, Doctor. I'll close it again.
There.
Who is it, Dr. Layden?
I don't know. I can't see him.
Can't see him. Are you blind too, Doctor?
No, I'm not blind, but...
But you can't see me, is that it, Doctor?
I don't know. Walter, tell me. There is someone in this room, is there not?
Yes, Doctor. He's standing right near you. His voice comes from there.
Well, who are you? A disembodied spirit, speak.
We have talked before, Dr. Layden. I am the Shadow.
Shadow?
Though you cannot see me, I am here. Doctor, I'm afraid your little game is up.
You're done.
Yes, Dr. Layden.
Walter, this man, this Dr. Layden...
Shot him, Walter.
Yes, but only in the arm. Listen, Walter.
Shoot him again, Walter. Shoot him again.
Walter, stop. Listen to me. Dr. Layden's made a cat's paw out of you.
Shoot again, Walter. Shoot again, you fool.
Walter, listen to me. Layden lied when he told you the company wouldn't take care of you. They planned to provide for you and your mother for life.
No, I don't believe it.
Wait, don't shoot. I'm telling you the truth. Dr. Layden has tricked you from the beginning. Has deliberately plotted that you commit the crimes he had the nerve to carry out himself.
He's lying. Shoot, Walter. Shoot.
Walter, listen. Would a chemist as brilliant as Dr. Layden have an accidental laboratory explosion?
Shoot, Walter, you fool.
Walter, you've got to believe me. He deliberately blinded you.
You deliberately blinded me. No, Walter. My word of honor. Walter. No.
I've been so foolish. I believed him and trusted him. I shot you.
I'm not badly hurt, Walter. You better put that gun down now.
What are you going to do?
I'm afraid I'll have to send for the police.
Oh, the police? No, I know the best way.
Justice has been triumphant again. It's horrible that a fine young boy like Walter Dunn should have to come under the influence of a man like me. But the near guilty must suffer with the guilty. Law and order must prevail.
In just a moment, you will hear a preview of next week's exciting Shadow adventure. First, an important message from your old friend, Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barker.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. There are still many homeowners who make the mistake of leaving the fire door of the furnace open in order to check the fire or to bank the fire at night. That is not only unnecessary, but it's a bad practice and false economy. Gas is given off by burning coal to go up the chimney. When the fire door is left open, these gases escape and are wasted. That's why I urge you always to rely entirely on your furnace dampers, not only to regulate the speed of your fire, but when you're banking it as well. Never open the fire door except when refueling. If you want to retard your fire, simply close the ash pit damper and open the check damper in the flue pipe. This is the correct way to check your fire quickly and safely. Remember that your blue coal dealer will be glad to send a John Barkley serviceman to inspect your furnace dampers and see that they are in proper working condition. John Barkley men are trained heating experts. They will be glad to assist you in properly heating your home without any obligation on your part. I thank you.
Next week's Shadow Story is one of the most unusual Blue Coal has ever presented. We now give you a scene from this startling dramatization.
Dr. Mahler, Lamont, look, Mrs. Conan's not dead. Not dead.
Margot's right, miss. She's not dead. Listen to her. Look at her.
Her
Skin was yellow, and now look. The color's coming back into it. Her eyes, they're opening. She seems to be growing younger.
Younger. Dr. Mahler, I feel better. Dr. Mahler. Dr. Mahler.
Dr. Mahler, look at her. She's sitting up in bed. She's alive, healthy.
Lamont, it is a miracle. Dr. Mahler, I feel as if I am. I'm younger. Look at my arms. They're warm and alive. My cheeks are round and full, like they were years ago. Oh, you make me young, Dr. Mahler. Young.
What is the secret of its amazing rejuvenation? Be sure to find out next week in the Shadow's newest adventure, Fountain of Death. Today's program has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present The Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for...
Shadow knows.
The Shadow has one great defense against the perils encountered in tracking down criminals, his ability to become invisible. And we'll hear how he puts this ability to use in just a moment. But first, I want to tell you about a tire that has two great defenses against the two most common perils that threaten every motorist, skids and blowouts. This tire is the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown, and its first line of defense is the Lifesaver Tread. The tread that sweeps wet roads so dry you can light a match on its track. Gives you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had. And its second great life-saving feature is the famous Golden Ply that provides motorists with scientific protection against dangerous high-speed blowouts. Give yourself and your family this vital double protection. Ride on Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to criminals as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane. Today's story, Fountain of Death.
Drive more slowly.
All right, Margot.
Lamont, what's this all about?
Well, Margot, I'll tell you. We're on our way to prevent a murder.
Murder? Whose murder?
Well, that's just it. I don't know.
Lamont Cranston, what are you talking about?
20 minutes ago, I got a letter telling me that a murder was about to be committed. The note was signed Dr. Anna Marler.
Anna Marler? Who's that?
Dr. Marler is one of the greatest research workers in medicine this world has ever known. The last time I met her was in Europe. And if ever there was a woman with a love of mankind in her soul, it's Anna Marler.
It was very good of you to come here, Mr. Cranston, and you too, Miss Lane.
We're very glad to come, Dr. Marler.
But your letter said murder, Dr. Marler.
No, please, my friend. There's so little time left. You must listen to me.
All right.
I sent for you because you alone have the strength and the courage to stand by me.
Anything you want, Dr. Marler.
You have not asked why I am in America. I will tell you. It is because there are powers in Europe putting Cody in terms of force and hate who would stop my experiment. Oh, Mr. Cranston, will you help me, protect me while I work?
That's why Miss Lane and I are here.
In my letter, I said that a murder was to be committed tonight. The woman who is to be murdered is here in the very next room.
Well, then let's go in.
No, don't get excited. It is murder true enough, but old age is the murderer. The woman is 95 years old.
95 years old?
Yeah?
Why, I'm afraid I don't understand. What can I do?
You can help me perform a miracle.
Did you say miracle?
If you and Miss Lane will come this way.
Go ahead, Margot.
Yes, Lamont. You see, she is dying. It is so pitiful. She is breathing her last.
Yes.
Come, we will go close to her. Mrs. Cronin, try to open your eyes. It is I, your friend, Dr. Mahler.
Dr. Mahler?
Yeah, it is I. Here is my hand.
Oh, Dr. Mahler, I know I'm old and my time has come, but I do not want to die. Not yet.
No, you must not.
No, you must listen to me. I tell you, I don't want to die. You must help me.
Yeah, my friend, I will help you.
Oh,
you are so weak. You must not speak again. You must lie quietly while I get my instruments. Come, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane, in this side room.
Yes, Doctor.
You will help me. You will help me.
Well, you saw the woman. You saw she is dying.
Yes, of course.
Dr. Mahler, what can you possibly do for her?
That is what I wanted you to hear and see. For many years I have worked in a laboratory in an attempt to discover the true nature of age. And while experimenting with many generations of white mice, I've made a strange discovery. A discovery which goes beyond all understanding. I must act quickly or she will be done. While working on the little creatures, I discovered that when any organism has lived its full span of years, the cells within the body become aged, worn. Now I have discovered that by injecting an extract of the tissues of the... Oh, she's dying. Quickly, my instrument case, come. I promised her. I must do it, I must. Hurry. She's dying. Oh, there's the hypodermic. Oh, my hands, they tremble so.
Here, I'll help Dr. Mahler.
Now the liquid. You see, Mr. Cranston, so green. Let it give this old woman a little more of life. My hands, they must be sure. No, she must live. Only a few seconds more until... there. The needle into her arm. Now she is so old she will not feel pain. Now it is done. No, it will never work. Oh, Mr. Cranston, what have I done? My experiment, foolishness. The reaction of the mice, only the illusions of my own hope. I should never have done this to the old woman.
Her pulse. It's almost gone.
Oh, old friend, forgive me. And your death, do not hate me.
Dr. Mahler.
Huh?
Look, she's not dead.
Not dead?
Margot's right. She's not dead. Listen to her. Look at her.
Her lips, her cheeks.
Her skin was old and wrinkled. And now look. The color's coming back into it. Her eyes. They're opening. She seems to be growing younger.
Younger?
Dr. Mahler. I feel better. Oh, Dr. Mahler. Dr. Mahler.
Dr. Mahler, look at her. She's sitting up in the bed. She's alive, healthy.
Mott, it's a miracle. Dr. Mahler. Oh, I feel as if I'm younger. Oh, look at my arms. They're warm, alive. My cheeks, I feel them round and full, like they were years ago. Why, you've made me young, Dr. Mahler. Young!
These days now since I restored that woman's youth. I have conquered age.
May I come in, Dr. Mahler? My apologies if I frighten you.
Who are you?
My name is Gorlin.
Gorlin?
I'm flattered. I see that I'm not entirely unknown.
You followed me?
I was on the same ship.
Oh, but why? Why? I am an old woman. What do you want of me?
It is not I. It is the state.
They sent you?
The state sent me. Your work. It belongs to the state.
But I am here in America. I am free.
I repeat, your work belongs to the state.
What do you want of me?
The bottle of liquid.
Liquid?
I advise you not to be difficult, Dr. Mahler. The liquid you used on that old lady, Mrs. Cronin.
Oh, you heard what I did for her?
Yes, I heard of your miracle, Doctor. And now the liquid. Give it to me.
Why do you point that gun at me?
It is merely to impress upon you to what extent I will go to get the fluid.
What good will the liquid do you?
Not me. The state.
But the solution is not yet perfected.
Perfected enough. Our chemists will be able to make huge quantities.
What will you do with it?
With this in our possession, the state will have an army of men who will be young like gods forever, soldiers supreme, and I will be the leader.
Oh, no.
Youth, everlasting youth, an army invincible, an army without end, sweeping the world.
But you cannot make men young to kill. Make them young to live.
My own regiment first, and then all the state.
Oh, no. It cannot do that. My work, it has been to preserve life, not kill and destroy. Oh, give it back to me. The bottle, give it back to me.
Oh, stay away.
No.
You old fool, stay away from me.
No, give back that bottle. No.
What a pity. The great Dr. Anna Mahler. She has committed suicide.
Dr. Mahler. Strange she doesn't answer. She's always in a laboratory. Dr. Mahler. Funny. Dr. Mahler. Dr. Mahler. Dr. Mahler, what? Doctor. Doctor. Who did this to you? This is Cranston, Lamont Cranston. Doctor, try and speak. Tell me, who did this to you?
Mr. Cranston.
Yes, I'm listening.
He took liquid.
Who took it? Who?
Soldiers. Army. New army.
Who shot you, Doctor?
Gorlin. He followed me across the ocean. He wants to use liquid for invincible army. Soldiers. Death.
Dr. Mahler. You discovered a miracle of life. And he gave you death in exchange for it. Rest well, Dr. Mahler. I swear this to you. Before Gorlin can use what he took from you for soldiers, armies, war, he will meet the Shadow.
There's more thrilling action on the way in Act 2 of The Shadow's Adventure. In the meantime, motorists, have you ever thought at what speed danger takes the driver's seat in your car?
The Shadow knows. The minute you hit over 40 miles an hour, your chances of a serious accident grow by leaps and bounds. Yes, danger begins at 40. Play safe. Slow down.
But motorists, if roads are wet and slippery, can you slow down in time? Will your car skid, spin, swerve? Don't take chances. Equip your car now with the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tire. Remember, this new Silvertown is the only tire that has the Lifesaver tread with its amazing road-drying action. Like a battery of windshield wipers, the Lifesaver tread sweeps the water right and left, forces it out through the deep drainage grooves, leaves the track so dry you can actually light a match on it. And when the tire leaves the track that dry, you can depend on it that it will stop you quicker, safer on a wet pavement than you've ever stopped before. And remember, when you ride on Silvertowns, you get still another life-saving feature, the famous golden ply to protect you against high-speed blowouts. Yet these life-saving Goodrich Silvertowns are yours at no extra cost.
Mr. Cranston, I never heard of any guy called Gorlin. And neither has anyone else on the paper.
Okay, Fred. Thanks. Goodbye.
So long.
Well, Margot, checkmate again.
Lamont, are you sure you heard the name right?
Yes, I'm positive. Gorlin. Name's been ringing in my head every minute since the dying Dr. Mahler whispered it. Gorlin is someplace in this town, and by all that's holy, I'm going to get him.
But you've been trying for hours to locate someone who's heard of him. Oh, Lamont, you've tried everywhere, and no one has even heard of him.
But he does exist. He killed Dr. Mahler. Her own lips said so. Margot, I've got to get my hands on this doctor. I've got to get him on Marlin. It isn't the doctor's murder alone I'm concerned with. I've got to prevent his using that discovery of hers to create huge armies. Armies of old men made young, and young men always young. I've got to prevent that. All sounds very noble, doesn't it? Here, 5 hours have gone by. I haven't got the slightest idea who or where the man is. I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello, is this Lamont Cranston?
Yes, this is Cranston.
Well, my name's Tom Brady, Mr. Cranston. I don't think you know me.
Yes, I know who you are, Brady. Foreign correspondent on the Examiner.
Yeah, that's right. Reason I called you, Cranston, is that I just got down to the paper. They were telling me that you're looking for a man named Gorlin. Is that right?
Yes, I am. Do you know him?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Cranston, Gorlin isn't exactly the kind of fellow I'd admit to being my friend.
Do you know where to reach him, Brady?
No, not exactly, but I saw him coming out of a travel agency about an hour ago. And if there's a boat sailing for Europe tonight, Gorlin's on it. He had a handbag in his hand and a going-away look in his eye. Well, is there anything else I can tell you?
You've told me plenty. Thanks and good night.
Lamont, you found him.
Margot, quick. The newspaper. What ships are sailing tonight?
There aren't any boats sailing to Europe tonight.
Margot, don't talk nonsense. Give me that paper. There must be at least half a dozen boats sailing.
Lamont, if you listen to me, you haven't seen tonight's papers, but I have. The ship's loaded. They're striking. No ships are sailing.
I can't understand it. From what Brady said, Gorlin must be trying to skip the country.
Oh, Lamont, please don't look like that. You've tried everything. You've done all you can.
But that isn't enough, Margot. I've got to get him. If he gets to Europe with that bottle of liquid, I fail so completely that any good I might have been able to do in my life up to now is wiped clean off the slate. And I'm not going to fail, Margot.
But Gorlin can't sail tonight, Lamont.
How do I know he isn't going to some other city and sailing from there?
Oh, because he'd have no reason to. As far as he's concerned, no one's after him. Oh, stop worrying, Lamont. You've got time yet. There's tomorrow. He can't get away tonight, not unless he hires a plane and flies the ocean, and I don't think he'll do that.
Margot, wait a minute. He doesn't have to hire a plane, not a bit of it.
What are you talking about?
The new giant clipper ship. It's flying to Europe tonight. Quick, Margot, is your car outside?
Yes, Lamont.
We've got 15 minutes to get to the airport.
We can't possibly make it. It's 10 miles.
We will make it. We've got to. That murdering devil Gorlin has a rendezvous with a shadow, and I must try and keep it.
Lamont, the clipper ship is still here.
Let's go, Margot. Come. Hurry, Margot, hurry.
Oh, not so fast. I can't get it.
We've got to make it. Come. How soon is she going?
Right away, sir.
Lamont, what are you going to do?
I'm getting on board, Margot.
But what if he isn't aboard?
There's no time to find out. Have to take a chance.
But Lamont, the flight to Europe.
Hurry up, sir, if you want to make a plane.
Got to be done. Goodbye. Wish me luck, Margot.
Lamont.
You just made it, sir.
I beg your pardon, Stewart.
At your service, sir.
Is there a passenger on board by the name of Gorlin?
Yes, sir. Mr. Gorlin is in cabin 3 on the corridor to the left, sir.
I see. Thank you, Stewart.
Hey, who is it? Who is there? All right, I'm coming. Yes, what do you... Oh. Nobody here. I'm tired. Well, I can have a good rest now. And tomorrow...
Where is the liquid, Gorlin?
Who said that? Who spoke? Nobody in the cabin. Then why did I hear... Where is the liquid? Must have saw that myself. The liquid. My suitcase. I must see. If the bottle is broken... No, quite safe. Ah, you sound good in my ears. In a few hours...
In a few hours. What, Gorlin? Why don't you answer? In a few hours, what, Gorlin?
Who speaks?
I am the Shadow.
Oh, there's no one in the room. Where? Who?
I will you not to see me, Gorlin.
Will? Will? There is no will stronger than mine.
And yet I see you, Gorlin. But to you, I am but a voice.
Yes, I do hear you. Who are you?
The Shadow that comes between civilization and those who would destroy. You laugh, Gorlin.
Yes, I laugh. I laugh. You think I'm afraid of a voice? What can a voice do?
It has made you reveal the hiding place of the liquid.
Oh, you know of that?
And I know of your bullet that killed Dr. Marler.
She was an enemy of the state.
No, Gorlin. She was a woman who had devoted her life to the good of man.
Well, you have talked enough. What do you want?
The bottle of liquid in your hand.
Well, why don't you take it from me?
You will give it to me.
Will I? Perhaps you would like this.
The bullets in that gun won't help you this time, Gorlin.
The room is small. I stand before the door and shoot around the walls. Where would you be then, Shadow?
Don't press that trigger, Gorlin.
So, you're like other men. You are afraid to die.
Fool. The walls of the cabin are thin. Press that trigger and the bullets won't reach me. They'll reach the tanks of gasoline.
Oh, yes, that's true.
You had forgotten you were 5,000 feet up in the air, hadn't you, Gorlin? And now, give me the bottle.
How can I fight what I cannot see? Well, I'm a man of the army. I know that sometimes to retreat is as good as to advance. I choose to retreat. Will you join me?
What do you mean?
Join me. You hear me? Join me. You with your power of hypnosis that hides you from human eyes. I with this elixir of youth. Between us, we can hold Europe and all the world in our hands. Shadow, join me.
My answer is, give me that bottle, Gorlin.
It won't do you any good.
Why do you say that?
Because, with the liquid or without, the power of everlasting youth is mine.
What do you mean?
A few hours before leaving, I had the poor, lamented Dr. Marler's discovery analyzed. The ingredients of the liquid were remarkably simple. I could give you the bottle, but the formula remains in my head. So you see, my mysterious friend, you have no choice. You must join me. You are silent, eh? So we will drink to the future. A future of might and power and glory. Your glass, Mr. Shadow. I will set it here and mine here. All quite friendly. You will find this wine most excellent. And now, my glass. So, now, lift your glass. We will drink. Still silent. You will not join me. You are completely defeated, eh, Shadow? Very well, I drink alone. Good wine, Shadow. It is a pity you do not drink.
The pity is for you, Gorlin.
For me? But I drank.
But what did you drink?
I drank wine.
You thought you palmed the little bottle very cleverly, didn't you?
I do not know what you're saying.
I am saying that as you poured the wine for me, the other liquid joined it in the glass. Dr. Marler's liquid.
How clever of you to see that. Such a large dose of the rejuvenation liquid, it might have been most unfortunate for you. You should be very happy you did not drink.
But you drank.
Huh?
You didn't see my hand reverse the glasses.
Reverse? No. No, you lie.
Smell the glass you drank from.
No, you lie! I did not drink the liquid. Oh, I'll kill you. Where are you? I'll kill you. I'll cut my throat.
Now you know I spoke the truth.
No, I am all right. I must be all right. My destiny to lead great armies. No, you are wrong, Shadow. I suddenly feel stronger. You see, I am always victorious, Mr. Shadow.
We shall see, Gorlin.
happening to me? My head, it suddenly spins.
That is the liquid beginning its work.
No, it can't be.
You should see your face, Gordon. It's growing rounder, younger, like that of a young man.
No,
and it will grow even younger as the seconds tick by until you become a 16-year-old, then a small boy, then a baby, and finally depart from this earth. Do you hear me, Gordon? You will vanish from this earth.
No, you lie.
You look about 16 now, Gordon.
I won't die this way. I won't.
Don't open that window, you fool.
I choose my own death, Shadow. I choose my own death.
I'm still waiting for you to finish the story, Lamont.
Wouldn't you rather hear me play, Margot? It's really much more interesting.
No, the story first, please.
Well, really nothing more to tell. Gorlin was killed when he leaped from the window of the plane.
Oh, it must have been a horrible experience, Lamont. But did he really drink the rejuvenation liquid?
No. However, I did fill his drink with a few drops of this harmless stimulant that I had in a vial in my pocket. That exhilarated him, and the power of suggestion did the rest.
Then Dr. Mahler's secret is still safe?
Yes, Marlowe. But I destroyed it. You see, there was good and bad in that liquid of youth. Dr. Mahler wanted to give the world the good, and Gorlin sought to spread its evil. Spread it with an army of deathless soldiers marching like a scourge across the face of the earth. They're both dead now, and their secret has died with them.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
lest the serpent of crime ensnare you in his folds. Remember, crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Who devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town, student of science, and master of other people's minds. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to criminals and evildoers as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Murder in E-Flat.
Yeah? Isn't that Martin Charlie sitting over there?
Well, doggone it isn't. Hey, Charlie! Hi, Eddie! Come on over here, you and Marge. Okay, come on, Marge. Never expected to see them here. Well, hello, Helen. Hi, You got room for us? Oh, sure. Hey, waiter, 2 more chairs. What do you think of this band? It works.
Boy, this skinny butler, the hottest pup in town.
Well, I'll still take Louis Creamer. Boy, that's my idea of that.
Quiet now, let's listen. All right.
Come on! Skinny, we're rolling over!
Hello? Yeah, Chief. I thought it was cut off. Yeah, that's the place. That new swing joint on 50th Street. Yeah, the jitterbug. Oh, nobody seems to know what happened. The band was playing and the joint just blew up. Now, we don't know yet how many were hurt. Our thing was, we found a note nailed over the bar. It'll make much sense, though. Read it? Yeah, sure, here it is. It says, the only real music is the music of silence. Yeah, funny business. Okay, I'll report back to headquarters as soon as the ambulance is coming.
Go on, Henry. Pass that car in front.
But, my dear, I can't without crossing that white line, and besides...
Oh, now, then make him pull over. Oh, Henry, blow your horn.
But you're not supposed to blow your horn in the city, my dear. You know that. The Anti-Noise Committee says
I don't care what the Anti-Noise Committee says. Blow your horn and make that fellow get over.
Just as you say, my dear. Yes, officer. I was driving about 50 yards behind their car. Yeah? They started to swing out of line and blew their horn, and then it happened. This awful explosion. I tell you, I've never in all my... note. Where'd you get this note? After the explosion, I noticed it lying in the front seat beside me. Somebody must have thrown it in through the window. What do you suppose it means, officer?
Let's look at it again. Let this be a warning to you. Auto horns are playthings of the devil. Silence.
What does it mean, officer?
I don't know, mister. But if I were you, I'd forget I had a horn.
You know, Margot, there's something very peculiar about these bombings. Mysterious explosions, I believe the paper here calls them.
There's another one last night.
You mean that freighter that blew up in the river? Yes, Lamont, I was reading about it.
And the paper says they found a note mailed to a nearby dock. Something about silence as the golden token of true peace.
Odd. It sounds like some crank.
Yes. Odd and sinister. Silence. That word has appeared in every note. Silence. The only other clue that has been found at all three bombings is a piece of U-shaped metal. Now, I wonder if... Margot.
Yes, Lamont?
You know what a tuning fork looks like, don't you?
Why, certainly. It's shaped like a U.
Exactly. A piece of metal shaped like a U. Look at this picture here in the paper. Divers found that in the hold of the bombed freighter.
Yes, it certainly looks like a tuning fork, all right, but I don't see what...
Neither do I, Margot. Yet I feel there's a link between the word silence, these tuning forks, and the bombings.
Yes?
And if there is a link, Margot, I've got a hunch that this city may be in for one of the most terrifying ordeals it has ever experienced.
Then you believe there'll be more of these awful bombings?
I don't know what to believe, Margot. I don't know what.
Non-stop plane to Chicago, now ready at gate 4. Non-stop plane to Chicago, now ready at gate 4.
Goodbye, John. Don't forget to wire me.
Bye, dear. See you Thursday. Bye, Mother.
Goodbye, son. I hope you have a smooth flight. Shall we go, Mary? Oh, let's wait, Mother. I love to watch them take off. John promised to wave from the plane. He's going to sit on this side.
Well, just as you say, dear, but I must admit that the roar of those motors always makes me a bit nervous.
There he is, Mother. There's John. Bye, John. Bye.
Extra. Read all about the latest mystery bombing. Note warning silence found at Central Airport. Extra. Latest mystery bombing baffles police.
Roger. Is the traffic officer O'Grady found this bomb? Yes, Commissioner Weston. It was stuck in a refuse basket. And this note here was pasted on the police phone box next to the basket. Oh, I see it. The roar of traffic is a roar of doom. Silence. 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 And infernal words put in every note we found. Yes, sir. What's the laboratory report, Sergeant? What explodes the bomb? The bomb's attached to a photoelectric cell. One of these here U-shaped pieces of metal like we've been finding at all the bombings. I see. Well, how's it work? Well, it's sort of like this, Commissioner. The laboratory says that this U-shaped piece of metal is a tuning fork, an E-flat tuning fork. Yes? Well, this here tuning fork is placed so that when the sound of E-flat vibrates, it breaks the light beam of the photoelectric cell that's attached to the bomb. And when the light beam is broken, the circuit's closed, the bomb goes off. I think I see what you mean. Just like your body breaks a light beam and opens the doors of some of these new hotels. Yes, sir, yes. That's the idea. There were sounds reported just before each of those bombings. The sound of that trumpet, that auto horn, and that foghorn on that freighter, and the noise of those airplane motors. Yes, sir. They could have done it all right. Whoever thought that one up is dumb, like Einstein. But I still don't get these notes, these warnings about silence. There must be some reason why... Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Hello, Commissioner.
A shadow.
Right you are, Commissioner.
Well, what do you want? I'm busy, very busy, and I'm afraid I haven't any time for...
I know, Commissioner. These bombings are getting a bit out of hand, aren't they?
I suppose you know all about them.
No, not all. These pieces of U-shaped metal you've been finding. Tuning forks, aren't they?
How did you know that?
Never mind. Aren't they?
Yes. At least that's what our laboratory calls them. E-flat tuning forks, hooked up to a photoelectric cell attached to the bomb. When the sound vibrates the fork, it passes in front of the cell's light beam, and that
closes the circuit and explodes the bomb. Very neat, eh, Commissioner?
Very. Anything else I can do for you?
Just one thing more, Commissioner.
Yes?
Do you realize what all this means?
Why,
each of the notes has contained the word silence. You must broadcast a general warning to the city at once. Use the radio, use the newspapers. Use any means at your command. But warn the people immediately that there must be absolute silence until the murderer is caught. They must not play any musical instruments, blow their auto horns. In fact, they must not do anything to make a loud noise of any kind that might set off another of these tuning fork bombs. For the penalty may be death.
It was right here they found one of the bombs. Hidden in one of these trash baskets.
Yeah. Imagine it right here at one of the busiest corners in the city. I tell you, it's enough to give you the creeps.
Certainly is. Look up the avenue there. Here it is the middle of the day and not a car in sight. Boy, I haven't had my car out of the garage since the police commissioner broadcast that warning. Think of it. He said even a squeaking brake might send you to Kingdom Come.
Well, I can tell you Kingdom Come would be better than this. They don't find the guy that's planting these bombs soon. The whole town's going off its nut.
You're telling me. I haven't slept in 4 nights. It's awful silence. It's like a wet blanket over your face. Day after day, and not a sound.
Stop pacing that floor, Robert. You're making me so nervous I could scream.
You nervous? That's good. How about me? I tell you, I can't stand the silence much longer. I tell you, I can't stand...
Quiet, Robert. Remember Commissioner Weston's warning. No one knows where the bombs are planted. Even a shout might...
I know. Even a shout might be an E-flat. A note of death. That's what they're calling it now. It's silly, isn't it? But what do they call this awful tomb we're living in?
Quiet, Robert, please.
Come on. We're going to get out of this town. Start packing. We're leaving on the first train. I don't know where we're going, but we're going anyway.
Any luck, Margot?
No, Lamont. You?
None. Commissioner Weston has already checked all the music stores, but I still feel he might have overlooked one. Several of the stores I checked had sold tuning forks recently, but only one was an E-flat. And that was purchased by the Board of Education.
Beginning to look hopeless, isn't it, Lamont?
Not yet, Margot. Not until we've checked every music store in the city. Now, here's the list of stores. We'll separate again. You take these I've marked on the list now. Visit the others.
Yes, Lamont.
We must hurry, Margot. Every minute moves us closer to the next explosion.
Ghastly, isn't it? All morning as I walked these deserted streets, I felt like I was moving through some city of the dead.
Yes, it's like a plague. A plague of silence. But we must be on our way, Margot. It's not a moment to lose. I'll meet you at the Andrews Music Store. The first store we visited this morning.
Yes, I know the one. I'll see you there.
Oh, sir, we haven't sold an E-flat tuning fork in months. Is there anything else, sir?
Oh, miss. We're wholesale, you see. We only sell to music schools and such. Even they don't buy tuning forks very often.
What's that, mister? Tuning forks? No, we just handle sheet music, radios, and records. Maybe you'd like some sheet music.
And what can I do for you, miss?
Nothing, thank you. I'm just waiting for someone, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. By the way, weren't you in here this morning?
Yes, I was.
Yes, I remember you now. You were with a gentleman who wanted to know if we'd sold any tuning forks lately.
Yes, that's right. You said you hadn't.
Yes, and after you left, I did remember one sale, but that was to one of our regular customers, and it was a long time ago. That wouldn't be what you...
No, I suppose not.
No. Dr. Badeau is a very fine man. Fine musician, too. He's bought a number of musical instruments from us. Of course, it did strike me a bit odd.
Odd? What was odd?
Well, Dr. Badeau wanting all of those tuning forks for the same pitch. E-flat, I believe it was.
E-flat?
Yes, but you know how musicians are. Surely you don't.
Oh, no, of course not, but I suppose I should see this Dr. Badeau, just for the record, you know.
Would you like his address, then?
Yes, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, sure, I'll write it down for you. Dr. Andre Badeau, 2218 West 9th Street.
9th Street. Well, thank you. And if the gentleman I'm waiting for should arrive while I'm gone, tell him to wait.
Yes.
His name is Lamont Cranston. If I'm delayed, tell him to meet me at Dr. Badeau's. 2218. Yes.
Yes?
Dr. Badeau?
Yes, that is right. Dr. Badeau. Doctor of Music, Bachelor of Arts. And you, my dear?
My name is Margot Lane, Doctor. I'm a voice student.
Oh, musician. And so beautiful. Do come in.
Thank you.
This is my studio.
Oh, it's charming. You teach here?
No. I seldom teach, my dear. I'm composer. Great composer. Though I'm afraid that is still my own little secret.
But then you wouldn't have time for a simple student like myself.
No. On the contrary, my dear. It has always been my especial pleasure to encourage real talent. Especially beautiful talent.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, well, that's very nice, but I'm not awfully talented, Monsieur Badeau. I don't really believe you'd be interested.
Oh, no, but I have already decided I would be interested. Most interested. But first, you are just in time for a treat. A rare treat.
Well, I'm afraid I must go now. I just remembered an appointment.
You should remember that before you interrupted my work. Now that you are here, you shall remain on until it is my pleasure to dismiss you.
But you can't do that.
Quiet. Sit down. There. I did not ask you to disturb me. But now that you are here, you shall share a secret with me. You like secrets, no? Most young women like secrets, but can't keep them. I rather think you shall keep this one, my dear.
Shadow.
Yeah, what is that? What did you say? What? Oh, you are wasting your breath, my dear. Really you are. The studio is soundproof. Completely soundproof. And now for my secret. You see this beautiful electric organ?
Yes. Yes, of course,
this
but
electric organ shall reveal my secret. My greatest composition. I shall play it for you now on this beautiful organ. Oh, pardon me, just a moment, my dear. The door seems to have blown open. Yeah. Turn of the lock will guard us against such interruption.
Don't lock that door. You hear me? Let me out of here.
Quiet. Really, you don't seem to realize what a great honor I am to bestow on you. For you shall be my first and the last to hear my greatest composition. My Symphony of Silence in E flat.
No.
Do I frighten you, my child? I'm so sorry. But you are my uninvited guest, aren't you? My only guest. The lighting is quite poor for shadows, my dear. There are no shadows in my studio. Oh, one thing more. Before I play my symphony for you, you see the black box on that pedestal there? Answer me, do you?
Yes. Yes, I see it.
That box is my invention. It is a bomb, the same as others I have placed about the city. And it shall permit you and me to die. You see, my dear, into the final climax of my symphony, I have written the final climax of life itself. Yeah, but enough of this program notes. Yeah, let us begin the performance. Yeah. Listen, my dear. Listen to the pale beauty of the whole tone. Truly a feast, isn't it? A feast for just the two of us.
3, Dr. Bedeau. 3 of us.
Shadow, they told you where I was.
3?
Yes, I remember now. Very clever of us, wasn't it, Bedeau?
Yeah. And another we planted behind the Timer's Bell in the Sports Armory.
Oh, but of course. How stupid of me to forget.
And the third, in the Grand Terminal.
3 noisy places, without a doubt.
Yeah, but noisy no longer. The city is as silent as a tomb. And so long as it remains silent, so too will the bombs. Yeah, but now my symphony reaches its climax. My work is finished. Listen to the compelling beauty of the finale. Hear those whole tones marching up. Yes! It is the work of a master. I, Bedeau, the greatest of them all. And now the final suspension. And the final retribution. The finality of my symphony in silence. In E flat!
There, Margot. Just rest a minute. Everything is all right.
But the explosion, Lamont.
There was no explosion.
But Dr. Bedeau, look. Lying there across the keyboard. Is he?
Yes. Dead. Quite dead. It was Bedeau's body pressing against the keyboard that caused the rumbling you thought was an explosion.
But I still don't understand. What happened?
All the time I was talking to Bedeau, I was standing beside the pedestal on which he placed the bomb. When he started to play the organ, I disconnected the photoelectric cell from the bomb, making it harmless.
But Bedeau is dead.
Heart failure, my dear Margot. A victim of his own hypnosis. He was so sure that the explosion would occur.
See! No, who speaks?
I am the Shadow.
The Shadow? Oh, yes, of course, my inner voice, my shadow. The shadow of my poor, weak conscience. Yeah, of course, Shadow, the 3 of us.
Yes, that's right. We've had an exciting time lately, haven't we, Bordeaux? You, the master. I, your shadow.
Quite exciting, my shadow. And it has led us to victory. Yes, we have at last won our war on noise. The silent city pays tribute to our cause.
But why, Bordeaux? Why have we waged this war on the city? Why these bombings? Why this terror?
You forget so soon. What a poor conscience you are, Shadow. But once more, I will tell you. We have been waging the war of wars, the war for peace. For only the true peace is a simple peace of silence.
Yes, Bordeaux, but...
Quiet, my conscience. Silence is the only way to fight the unhappiness in the world today. This world of ours with its war, its chaos, its noise. Yes, above all, its noise.
How many of our bombs are still unexploded, Bordeaux? How many?
3 throughout the city, my forgetful shadow. And 1 here on the pedestal, waiting to play its part in my symphony of silence. Waiting for me to play E flat.
But the 3 in the city, Bordeaux, where did we leave them?
Oh, what a poor conscience you are, Shadow. One's conscience should not forget so often. But I will forgive you. Don't you remember the one we left in the elevator shaft of the state building?
Yes. That it did. In his distorted mind.
Oh, thank heaven it's all over.
Yes, the symphony of silence is over. The terror is ended. Once more the city can return to its normal life. Once more its people are safe to work and play, laugh and cry. Free from the terror that has nearly driven them mad. Yes, and once more man has learned that there is only one musician who can play the cosmic music of silence and sound. The master musician of them all. The composer of life itself.
Let no man tempt you into crime. For crime is like a strangling serpent. It crushes him who feeds it most. Beware lest the serpent of crime ensnare you in his folds. Remember, crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Before the curtain rises on this latest episode of The Shadow, here's something to remember. Just as this master sleuth depends on science to aid him in tracking down his foes, so we depend on science to make our lives safer, more pleasant. Outstanding among recent scientific inventions is a new kind of tire with a tread that sweeps wet roads so dry you can light a match on its track. It's the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown with the Lifesaver Tread. Because of its amazing road-drying action, this tread gives you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had. Provides you with the greatest skid protection ever offered. For your own safety, your family's safety, equip your car with Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Murder by Rescue.
This phonograph record does sound like an automobile motor, but I must have more speed. Shut it off, Ellen.
All right.
It's very useful to have some sound such as a bell or automobile to operate on the mind, to help create the hypnotic state.
Claude, will you take my advice?
My dear wife, who is the expert scientist in this family? I am.
Yes, but when are you going to get busy? That precious nephew of yours, Warren, will be 21 in another month.
Yes, even though my training has deliberately kept him almost a child, Warren will soon be of age. If he lives, Ellen.
And if he does, he gets all his father's estate, and we'll be paupers living on his charity. You promised we'd get that money.
We will, my dear. Warren, unfortunately, will meet with a, shall we say, an accident.
But when? Where?
Soon, my dear.
But Claude, are you sure this hypnotizing trick of yours will work?
Yes. I've not been a professor of psychology over 20 years for nothing. This experiment will be the greatest I've ever done. You've seen how Warren reacts to our little phonograph record of the car when we played for him.
Yes, but will your experiment show how one can train the human mind?
Yes, train it to do anything, Ellen. Even die. My dear, we are trustees of my nephew's estate. We have the use of the money until he's of age. Now, if he were gotten rid of in an awkward manner, the police might ask questions. But this way, no one will know.
Oh, I suppose you're right. That must be Warren now.
Close up the phonograph. Quick, he mustn't see that record.
Yes.
Come in.
Hello, Uncle Claude. Aunt Ellen?
Well, how are you, Warren, dear?
Oh, fine, Aunt Ellen.
Going for your walk, my dear? I hope you're dressed warmly enough.
Oh, I'm fine. Say, Uncle, can I take Jiggs along? The poor pup's been cooped up in his kennel all morning. May I take him out?
I guess so, Warren. He won't go far.
No, just around the estate.
Oh, then that's all right.
Well, I'll go get Jiggs.
Be careful, Warren, darling.
Yes, Aunt Ellen. Bye.
Bye, Warren.
Come on, Claude, let's get busy. That young fool annoys me. He'll be better off dead, and we'll be better off when he is.
Oh, Lamont, this air is wonderful. It's so good to get away from the city and out in the open air.
Yes, isn't it, Margot? That's why I keep my country home open all year round.
Lamont, who owns this lovely estate we're crossing now?
I believe it belongs to Professor Mitchell and his family.
Look, Lamont, there's a boy coming across the lawn.
Oh, yes. Well, say, that's a fine-looking dog he has with him.
Hello, puppy.
Hello, fella.
Oh, my goodness, don't jump at me. Oh, so your name is Jiggs, eh? He's a grand dog.
He certainly is. He's clever, too. You see, my uncle's given him special training.
Oh, your uncle?
Yes. Oh, maybe I'd better introduce myself. I'm Warren Mitchell.
Well, how do you do? This is Miss Lane. My name's Cranston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Well, that's all right. I didn't realize you were holding something when I started to shake hands with you.
Well, it's just a picture. A miniature of my mother when she was a little girl.
Oh, how lovely. She has beautiful red hair.
Yes, she did. She's dead now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I always keep the miniature with me so I can take it out and look at her.
I understand. I'm afraid we're on your property.
Oh, that's all right. Anyway, it isn't mine. At least not for another month. You see, my uncle, Professor Claude Mitchell, he handles my estate.
Oh, I see. And next month?
Then I'll be 21 and I'll control my own affairs. That'll give Uncle Claude more time for psychology.
Oh, that's what he's a professor of?
Yes, they say he's good at it, too. Oh, you'd like to see something he taught Jiggs?
Why, yes.
All right, look. First I ring this little bell.
Why, he barked when you ring it. So you were trying to speak.
All right, boy, here's your candy.
Oh, I see. Every time he hears the bell, he knows that he's going to get candy. And he barks till he gets it.
Does it work every time?
Oh, yes, watch. Here you are, Jiggs. Candy coming up.
Well, your uncle should be congratulated on a successful experiment.
Warren?
Oh, here's Uncle Claude now.
Warren, what are you doing with that bell?
Why, I was just playing with Jiggs, Uncle.
You have Jiggs very well conditioned, Professor.
Condition? What do you know about conditioning?
Well, I'm not an authority like yourself, Professor, but I know that when you train an animal to react to sound the way Jiggs reacts to the bell, it's called conditioning.
Oh.
Could you do something like that with human beings, Professor?
Why, one doesn't experiment with humans. Come, Warren. We'd better get back to the house.
All right, Uncle.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Madam.
Goodbye, Mr. Cranston.
Goodbye.
Lane.
Goodbye.
See you again sometime. Come on, Jiggs. Here, Jiggs.
Yes, young man. I think you will see me again.
Why, Lamont, what is it?
Oh, nothing, Margot. Just a feeling. A feeling that Professor Mitchell, in spite of his words, might not stop at experimenting with people's lives.
Lamont, why are you parking here at the bend in the road?
I'm waiting for someone, Margot. Young Warren Mitchell.
Warren Mitchell?
Yes, Margot. I've been investigating the boy's habits. And every night about this time, he takes a walk around his estate.
You want to see him, Lamont?
Yes, and talk to him. Without his uncle around.
He's such an odd boy. He seems so young for his age, but very nice. Look, Lamont, there's someone coming now, walking along the side of the road.
Well, that might be Warren. I'll sound my horn.
Hello there.
It is Warren Mitchell.
Yes. It's Lamont Cranston, Warren.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cranston. I'm Miss Lane.
Hop in, Warren. We'll give you a lift home.
Get in front with us, Warren. There's room enough.
All right, thank you.
That's
You drive, Warren?
Well, I used to, Miss Lane, but...
But what, Warren?
Well, it's funny, but it must be months now since I've ever ridden in a car. Uncle, well, he gets strange ideas sometimes.
Oh, I see. Warren, how long have you lived with your uncle?
All my life. That is, since my mother died. We lived here even then.
Yes, I remember you showed us that miniature of her.
May I see that picture again, Warren?
Sorry, sir. Uncle Claude sent it for a new frame.
Warren, are you tired?
No, it's just the motor.
Warren.
Hush, Mom. Leave him alone.
Lamont, his eyes are open. He's like a sleepwalker.
It isn't sleep, Margot. It's a hypnotic spell.
Hypnotic? But how? He was here in the car with us. No one hypnotized him.
Nevertheless, he is hypnotized. I don't know what did it, but I intend to find out.
At the bend of the road, long ago, my mother...
What did you say, Warren?
Quiet, Margot. He can't hear you. Listen.
My mother, a little girl with bright red hair.
Lamont, what does this mean?
He's repeating a story, Margot, about when his mother was a little girl.
At the dangerous bend of the road, a car...
Margot, that's the curve we were just parked on.
A car came fast. Mother ran in front of it. But Grandfather, he jumped, saved her. I must be brave like Grandfather. Save little girl with red hair.
Here's the boy's house, Lamont. What are we going to do?
We'll stop the car. See if we can wake him out of this.
What? Oh.
Warren, are you all right?
Why, yes, I must have fallen asleep. I remember getting into the car, but that's all.
I see.
Well, that was a silly thing to do. I apologize.
That's all right, Warren. Good night.
Good night, and thanks for the lift.
No, don't mention it.
Good night, Miss Lane.
Good night. Lamont, what a strange boy.
It isn't Warren's fault, Margot. Can't you see it? He was hypnotized by the car motor.
By the motor?
Yes. That's why he came right out of it when I turned off the engine. Somebody has trained Warren to react like that to the sound of a car.
Trained him?
Yes, Margot. The way Professor Mitchell trained the dog Jiggs to react to the sound of a bell. Margot, there's some reason for hypnotizing Warren like this. A reason that may interest the Shadow.
Yeah, coming. Just a minute, please. Oh, it is you, Professor.
Yes.
Come in, Professor Mitchell.
Are you alone?
I am alone, always here, Professor. Nobody wants to buy dolls from Otto anymore. I make many dolls. Little ones, big ones, some as big as a man. Like that one in the corner. I cannot sell them. Do not fear. There's no one about here, Professor.
The car followed me from my estate, at least. I think it was following me, but I got rid of it. What's that?
It's the doorbell.
Don't answer it.
Oh, but I must here, Professor. It perhaps is another customer. Step in the back of the shop, please.
Hurry up, Otto.
Yeah. Well, what is it? No one here? Ugh, boy, trick. Go away, boy, wherever you are. If I catch you, I tell your parents.
Who was it, Otto?
Oh, just boys playing jokes. Always telling my bell. This one, he runs fast. I didn't see him.
Yes, where's the bell? The doll.
Right here, under the counter. You see, it's not quite finished.
You promised I would have it tonight.
Oh, you will, Herr Professor. Later, I will bring it out to your house.
Let me see it. Here, under the light.
Yeah. Is it not just like the picture of the little girl?
Well, it's close enough. Same color red hair.
Well, I hope your little girl likes the doll.
My little girl? Now, this doll is for a boy. A boy who has grown too big.
What did you say?
Just make sure I get it tonight. Another word to anyone.
Oh, no, Herr Professor. Not one word.
I'll pay you when you bring the doll.
Herr Professor. Herr Barbarian.
Quite right, Otto.
Himmel, now, come on. Who spoke? Where are you? I can't see anyone.
You cannot see me because my mind wills that you do not. I am in the shadows, Otto. Listen to me. You copied this doll from a picture, didn't you? A miniature. Didn't you?
Yeah, but I meant no harm.
A picture of a little girl with bright red hair.
Yeah, the professor, he ordered it special.
Why, Otto? Why?
I don't know.
And tonight you deliver it?
Yeah.
Very well, Otto. Deliver it. In that way, we may be able to discover just what Professor Mitchell is going to use it for. The professor has been very clever. And I have an idea that he's planning a ghastly crime. But he did not figure on the shadow.
Before we bring you Act Two of The Shadow's Adventure, attention motorists. Do you realize the main cause of the thousands of auto accidents that happen every year?
The shadow knows. Carelessness and carelessness alone is the answer. Everyone knows the automobile is a wonderful invention, but it has no power to think for itself. It's up to you, the man behind the wheel, to do all the thinking for your car and yourself. Drive carefully.
Yes, motorists. And it pays to do plenty of thinking about tires, too. You certainly owe it to yourself and family to give them the amazing skid protection of the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown. For here at last is a tire that acts on wet roads like a whole battery of windshield wipers. It makes a dry track for the rubber to grip. But motorists, do you realize just how dry that track really is? Well, it's so dry that you can actually light a match on it. And that's pretty dry, isn't it? Believe me, it's plenty of proof that this new Goodrich Silvertown with Lifesaver tread will give you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had. Furthermore, don't forget this. Whether roads are wet or dry, Silvertowns at all times give you that other great life-saving tire feature, the famous Golden Ply Blowout Protection. Play safe. Get these life-saving Silvertowns for your car. There is no extra cost.
Margot, don't step into the moonlight.
Are you afraid Professor Mitchell may be watching from his window, Lamont? The whole house is dark, so it can't be much after 11.
Yes. Look, Margot. That first floor window is where young Warren sleeps. I'm going in to speak to the boy. Find out what's going on here.
But Lamont, suppose the professor catches you sneaking into his house.
He won't see the shadow, Margot. Warren will probably be asleep. If he is, I'll imitate the professor to learn what's happening.
Imitate the professor?
Why not? Warren's uncle has victimized him by hypnotism created by the use of a phonograph record. The basis of the shadow secret is also hypnotism. You wait here, Margot. I think the shadow can beat Professor Mitchell at his own game.
Warren. Warren.
Hey, the little girl.
Warren, listen to me. Listen. You must do as I say.
Hey, the little girl.
Warren, listen to me. Do exactly as I say. Warren, I want to save you.
Save the little girl.
It's no use. Mind is completely controlled by Professor Mitchell. This tragic experiment must run its course.
Lord, I know I heard a voice.
Quiet, Ellen. Warren must have been talking in his sleep. He's in a hypnotic sleep right now. Put on the phonograph record. I want to rehearse the accident again. The accident which will make us wealthy. Don't start the record until I signal to you.
All right.
Now, Warren. Warren, listen to me. Listen to me. When the clock strikes 12, you will dress, and go to the bend in the road where your grandfather saved your mother when she was a little girl. A car comes down the road. A little girl with red hair. Your mother suddenly runs out in front of the moving car. Then you jump to save the little girl with bright red hair. Save the little girl, Warren. You must.
Save the little girl with red hair.
You must be brave, Warren. At the bend of the road.
The bend of the road. Save the little girl.
There is a car coming. Listen. Ready, Ellen? Listen, Warren. Car coming.
Car coming. Closer. Closer.
What do you see now?
A little girl. My mother. In front of it.
You jump to save her. You jump, Warren. Say it.
I jumped. What? What is it? What happened?
Nothing, Warren. Nothing. You were having a nightmare. It was just a dream, Warren. You must go back to sleep. To sleep at once. To sleep. To sleep. Now, Ellen, you see, with my hypnotic power plus the sound of a car, it will work perfectly.
But Warren screamed and woke up.
I shan't mind his screaming when the time comes. And he won't wake up.
Lamont, this bend in the road. What are we doing here?
I'll tell you, Margot. I couldn't wake Warren from his hypnotic spell. So the professor's experiment was run its course.
But Lamont is a professor and his wife are planning to make away with that young boy. We should do something.
Listen, Margot. I overheard the professor's plans in Warren Mitchell's room. But we must wait. We must break this hold the professor has on him once and for all.
There's a car coming.
There's very little traffic here, so late.
They're coming very fast.
Lamont, stay here.
Oh,
Stay here.
That car, the car's hit her. Oh, Lamont, they didn't stop.
Yes. Interesting, wasn't it?
Lamont, how can you? That child is lying by the roadside. Hers are dead. Now help me find her.
Look closely, Margot. Well, you see any red-haired child there?
Why, no. What became of her?
Don't be alarmed, Margot. The car carried the child away.
I don't understand.
Tell me, Margot. What did the child look like?
Well, a little girl with red hair. In an old-fashioned dress.
Like the one in the miniature young Warren Mitchell showed us? The picture of his mother?
Yes, that's true.
Margot, what did you see the child do?
Why, just as the car reached us, she came out of the darkness and ran in front of it.
And if you'd been alone, you would have plunged in front of the car to save her, wouldn't you?
Well, yes, Lamont, I tried to, but you stopped me.
And you would have died, trying to save a red-headed doll.
A doll?
Precisely, Margot. A doll made to look like the child Warren Mitchell had always heard about. Just as the car reached this bend on the road, the doll swung in front of the car like a child running across the road.
I don't understand.
The doll is hung like a puppet from a rod fastened to the top of the car. The professor's wife pulled a rope attached to the rod, and the doll swung in front of the car.
Then this was a trick to kill young Mitchell?
Of course. Young Warren walks here often. So when he's found dead here tomorrow morning, they'll blame a hit-and-run driver.
Oh.
And Professor Mitchell and his wife will be rich.
Oh, thank heaven the plot failed.
Warren isn't safe yet, Margot.
What do you mean?
What we saw was just a rehearsal. That car will return. We'll pass this spot again when the professor is sure that Warren is here.
You mean Warren is coming here?
Yes, Margot. He'll rise from bed in a hypnotic state, dress, and start for a walk just as the clock strikes midnight. Listen, it's midnight now.
I must go when the clock strikes 12. Walk to the bend in the road. The bend where grandfather saved mother. I must go. I must be as brave as grandfather. The little girl. The little red-haired girl. At the bend of the road. The car will come. Be brave.
Lamont, will Warren come here?
Yes, I'm sure he will.
What shall we do? Keep the boy from leaping in front of the car as I tried to do?
No, Margot. We must let Warren see the doll and try to rescue it. I would have kept Warren from coming, but this is the only way Warren can break the spell that Uncle has cast on him. Here, take these.
What are they, handcuffs?
Not exactly. They're made to fit around a man's ankles. When Warren comes here in a hypnotic state, you must slip these on him.
But Lamont, that'll waken him.
Not if you're careful. Remember, he's in a trance. When he sees what he thinks is a red-haired child about to be killed, he'll try to leap. But with his ankles bound, he can't move.
I might fumble. Can't you put them on?
No, Margot, I've got work to do myself. Look here.
A dummy. Exactly like a man. Where did it come from?
As soon as I learned the professor's exact plan, I drove down to the doll maker and got it from him. The shadow will throw it in front of the moving car. Professor Mitchell will think it's Warren's body.
I hope your plan works, Lamont.
The time's short. Get back, Margot, into the darkness. Warren's coming. Listen.
Stand in the road and wait. Wait for the car. The car.
Now, Margot. Put the anklets on him.
The red-haired child.
Never noticed when I set the anklets on.
Good. Your work is done. Now hide. I'll speak to them as the shadow.
The car. The car is coming. Coming nearer. Nearer. Be brave. Save the child. Look out! What? What happened? I tried to jump, but I fell. What's this chain on my ankle?
Quiet, Warren. Silence and watch.
Who are you?
Silence. Listen.
Ellen, that scream. Did you hear Warren scream when we hit him?
You fool. Pull yourself together. Let's get out and make sure he's gone.
Why, we hit him squarely. He must be done for.
I'll make sure. Turn him over on his face.
Helen, this isn't Warren. What? It's a dummy. We've been tricked.
Yes, Professor Mitchell. Face your nephew. He's alive and well.
What?
Uncle, what is it? I thought I saw a little girl like that picture I have of my mother in front of your car. But it's just a doll.
Warren, this fiendish mechanism makes the doll look like a real child running into danger. They hypnotized you. Taught you to obey the sound of the car. They meant to run you down and kill you when you leaped to save the child. They wanted to get your money. Warren, you must stop them.
No, let them go, please. Their hypnotic hold on me is broken. They'll never be able to harm me.
Look, Warren. The car's out of control.
But it's headed for the bank. Look out! Oh, they plunged right over the bank.
Wait, Warren. Useless to go there. They must be dead.
Dead?
Yes. They were desperate with fear, blinded by the knowledge of their guilt. Fate took matters into her own hands and proved again that the guilty shall be punished.
program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Today, at the close of our Shadow adventure, we have a distinguished guest whom we are very anxious to present to our audience. Our guest is a very charming young lady who spends her time preventing crime. I know you will all be interested to hear what she has to say, so be sure to listen.
Before today's exciting adventure with the Shadow, a word with you homeowners. Wouldn't you welcome steadier, more healthful heat throughout your home this winter? Wouldn't you like to put a stop to colds in your family brought on by on and off variations of heat? Then be sure to order Blue Coal next time you need a supply of fuel. It's America's finest anthracite. Your family will enjoy Blue Coal's dependable, even warmth. You will welcome its greater health protection and all-around economy. Ask for Blue Coal by name. It's the solid fuel for solid comfort. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Guest of Death.
Guard, this is certainly a tremendous prison, isn't it? I had no idea it was so big.
And this is your first visit here?
Yes, Mr. Kesey. I'm in town on a convention. One of the boys gave me the pass to the prison. I was afraid he might be playing a joke on me that might be a fake.
Oh, the pass is quite good, quite good. Entitled you to a complete tour of the prison.
Boy, well, this will be something to tell the folks back home. Oh, excuse me, guard. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Not at all. What is it?
That little gray building down there across the courtyard. What is that?
That's the death house.
Oh. Well, I don't suppose you take visitors in there, too, do you?
Oh, yes, certainly. You want to see it, of course.
Well, Mr. Kesey, well, I guess it would be a thrill.
Thrill? Yes, it would be the greatest thrill you've ever experienced. Now, here's the last sight on your tour. Step right in, please.
Thank you. What place is this, Mr. Kesey?
The building you saw across the courtyard. The death house.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Oh, don't be afraid. Step right in.
Oh, thank you.
There, you see? It's not an unpleasant room at all, is it?
Well, not in appearance, no. But, Mr. Kesey, when you start to think of the men that have died here, what...
Oh, nonsense. Death is nothing to fear. There's a majesty, a nobility about it that makes people's revulsion stupid. Those benches there are the observer's seats.
Uh-huh.
The pre-execution cells are just beyond that door. And this, as you see, is the electric chair.
Yeah. Say, it's quite warm in here, isn't it?
I suppose, a bit. This panel here is where the executioner stands. He holds his hand on the switch, and at a signal from the warden, he throws it in, like this. Oh, now, don't be alarmed.
Shouldn't we leave now?
First, of course, you'll want to sit in the chair?
But no, I hadn't thought of anything like that at all.
My. You're a timid soul. Why, this is an experience you'll never have again. Here, let me help you. Just sit right down.
Well, if it's the customary thing, why...
Of course, there you are. You see, nothing to it at all, is there?
Imagine. Men have died just like this.
Yes, men have died. Just like that. Here, I'll show you how it feels to be strapped in.
Well, I can imagine how.
There, the chest strap across here.
You've drawn that a bit tight, Mr. Kesey. That took the wind out of me.
That's the way it goes. Now the right arm strap, like that. And the left.
Oh, this thing certainly hugs a man close, doesn't it?
Yes. It's a powerful embrace. Now we'll strap the left leg and the right leg like this. Now, there you are. Ready for the most noble and majestic experience of all.
God. What do you mean?
Death.
No! No! Keep away from that! Don't!
X-ray, visitor dies in death house. Read all about it. Visitor dies in death house. X-ray, visitor dies in death house. Read all about it.
Shall I call you a taxi, sir?
Yes, please. Well, Margot, how did you like the opera?
Oh, it was simply grand, Lamont, but I'm tired. I'll be glad to get home.
Read all about it. X-ray, visitor dies in death house. X-ray,
What's that? Visitor dies in death house?
Oh, now, Lamont, please, let's not spoil a lovely night with scare headlines. People are liable to die most any place.
Your cab, sir?
Read all about it. Visitor dies
A boy!
in death house.
A boy!
Our cab's waiting, Lamont.
Just a moment, Margot. I have reason for wanting to know the story back of that headline.
Paper, sir?
Yes, son. There you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. Read all about it. X-ray.
All right, Margot. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right. Oh, I know you're just dying to get to your story, so go right ahead, Lamont. Go ahead, read it. Here, I'll switch on the light.
Well, thank you, Margot. Well, isn't much to it. Newspaper's strangely brief. Merely the headlines and a 7-line box on the first page.
What did it say?
Well, simply that a visitor died in the death house on a tour of inspection.
There doesn't seem much in that to excite the imagination of the shadow.
I'm not so sure about that, Margot.
Surely you don't see anything sinister in such a bare announcement, Lamont?
That's just the point, Margot. The account is too bare.
What do you mean?
Well, the newspapers don't seem to know anything. And it says here that the prison officials are saying nothing.
Oh, perhaps there's nothing more to say.
There's an old proverb, Margot, to the effect that virtue rarely lies behind a tight lip.
Well, I noticed that ferret gleam in your eye, so I might as well accustom myself to the idea that you're off on another adventure in crime.
Yes, Margot. Off on an adventure that promises to be one of the most exciting I've ever had.
Quiet, boys. Hello? Commissioner Weston speaking. What? You can't get the warden on the phone?
Yeah, I can't.
This is the police department. He can't ignore us. Well, you try him again, and keep trying until you get him. Now, hold it a minute, boys. Ropey.
Yeah? What happened when you went out to the prison?
Well, the same thing that happened to your phone call, Chief. Nothing.
Couldn't you get any information?
All I could find out was that the guy was in town on the furniture convention. He got a pass to see the prison, and some guard by the name of Kesey took him through.
Did you question this Kesey?
We couldn't get a hold of him.
Why not?
Well, Chief, we found out that he lives way up on the Cape, so Jim here and me went out there.
And then what happened?
Nothing.
If somebody says nothing to me again, I'll... Just a minute.
Yes.
Hello? Commissioner Weston speaking.
Good evening, Commissioner Weston.
Oh, you again?
Yes, Commissioner. The Shadow.
Just a minute. Hold the line. You men wait outside. I'll call you if I need you.
Okay, Commissioner. We'll be right out.
All right, Shadow. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
I called to find out what you know about the death of that visitor out of the prison.
I don't know a thing, and I can't find out anything. The prison officials don't seem inclined to cooperate at all.
Did you know, Commissioner, that a short time ago another visitor died in the death house?
What? Another visitor?
Yes. The first visitor's death passed almost unnoticed. But now, Commissioner, another.
Say, this puts a new light on the whole matter. Calls for immediate action.
No, Commissioner. Hold everything until you hear from me.
Oh, hello, Margot. Come in. Hey, don't take your hat off. We're leaving right away.
I just get to your house, and then we have to leave. What's all the haste about?
We're driving up to the prison.
Oh, Lamont, don't tell me you're still thinking of that visitor's death.
Thinking of it. Margot, I've discovered some things that make me feel I've got a big job on my hands. For one thing, I've discovered that another visitor died in that same death house. I've come to the conclusion that there's only one way I can find out what's back of it all.
And how is that?
Here. You see this? It's a visitor's pass.
Yes.
I'm going up there and go through that prison, just as those other men went through, as a visitor.
Oh, no. No, Lamont, you mustn't.
I've got to, Margot. It's the only way.
Well, I'm not usually given to superstition, Lamont, but there's something supernatural, something unearthly about those deaths. I don't want you to expose yourself to the same fate that overtook those poor men. I won't let you do it.
Come now, Margot. Don't let this get the best of you.
Oh, Lamont, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
This is all right, Margot. Park the car right here. Now, that's the entrance to the prison down there at the bottom of the hill.
Lamont, I wish you wouldn't go through with this. You may be walking to your death.
Don't worry, Margot. You stay here in the car. And remember this. Don't lose your courage, no matter what you may hear or what you may see.
Hello, Kesey. You here again?
Yes, Mr. Harper. I'm taking this gentleman, Mr. Cranston, on a tour of our institution.
You'll have to be searched, sir. Raise your arms, please.
There you are.
When are they going to stop handing out these visitors' passes, Kesey?
Stop? Why should they do that?
Well, I should think they'd be a little more careful because of what's already happened around here.
Oh, nonsense, Mr. Harper. Accidents will happen, you know. No reason why prison routine should be upset unnecessarily.
All right, Mr. Cranston, you're okay.
Thank you.
Open up, Tom.
Right. Okay, Kesey, the place is yours.
Thank you. Come right along, sir.
Don't forget, Kesey. Bring him back alive.
We'll return you to the second half of the Shadow's exciting adventure in just a moment. In the meantime, homeowners, let me remind you that there's one sure way to save yourselves time, trouble, and money in heating your homes this winter. And that's by insisting on blue coal when you order your next supply of anthracite. With blue coal, you'll get steadier, more dependable heat at far less heating cost. For blue coal is mined from the heart of the northern Pennsylvania fields, the richest hard coal deposits in the United States. Each carload, as it comes from the mines, is washed with 12 1/2 tons of water for every ton of coal to remove any existing impurities. Then the coal is carefully sized and finally submitted to a thorough laboratory test by inspectors. Only the coal which meets the high standard of quality is accepted for shipment to blue coal dealers. Blue coal's harmless blue coloring guarantees you that you're getting a coal that has been quality tested, a coal you can be sure is superior in every way. You'll find that blue coal banks more easily and gives you longer firing periods. And it saves you money by burning itself down to a fine ash. Blue coal will heat your home with a minimum of attention and a maximum of heating comfort and efficiency. So call your nearest blue coal dealer for better heat at less cost this winter. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
So, this is the death house, eh, Kesey?
Yes, Mr. Cranston. The end of your prison tour.
Eerie sort of place, isn't it?
Oh, that depends on the viewpoint.
You've worked in this prison a long time, haven't you, Kesey?
I've been here 35 years, Mr. Cranston.
Really?
Yes, sir. 35 years in the service.
Yeah. Is this your regular job, taking visitors through the prison?
Yes, I've been doing this for several years. But it's a poor substitute for the place that rightfully belongs to me.
The place that rightfully belongs to you? What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I shouldn't even have mentioned it. Come now, this has nothing to do with your tour of the prison.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your affairs.
Oh, now pay no attention to what I've said. I'm a bit out of sorts today, nervous, I guess.
Yes, I understand. I suppose I'd be nervous, too, if I did the things you've done.
The things I've done, Mr. Cranston? What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing, Kesey. I'm just thinking of how I'd be affected by 35 years spent in a place like this. That's all.
It does play on a body's nerves. But a single visit can affect the nerves even more than 35 years.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, not now, perhaps. But you will. Oh, yes, you will.
Well, it's been a very interesting tour, and I'm much obliged to you. I must be running along now.
But I haven't explained this room, the death house, to you.
Well, that's hardly necessary.
Surely you wouldn't leave without sitting in the electric chair, Mr. Cranston.
My curiosity doesn't go to such extremes.
But every visitor sits in the chair.
Well, Kesey, you've been very thorough in showing me through the prison, so if you feel I'm spoiling your final touch, why, of course I'll sit in your chair.
Ah, good. Sit right down.
All right. There we are.
Now I'll strap you in. Oh, it won't take a minute. There. The chest strap's on already, you see.
Well, you certainly did that with amazing speed, Kesey. Like an expert.
I am an expert, Mr. Cranston. Years ago, I was a member of the execution squad.
Really? Then you participated in the actual executions?
I was one of the men whose job it was to strap the condemned in the chair. There's a man for each strap, you know. Speed is important. The quicker it's done, the less the condemned suffers. I was on the chest strap. That happens to be the most important one.
Well, I can testify to your efficiency. I can hardly move a muscle.
I don't suppose you can. There we are. Snug as a bug in a rug.
But not so comfortable.
By the way, Mr. Cranston, you remember the famous Cranston case, don't you?
Oh, very well. Cranston was brought to justice as a result of the efforts of a character known as the Shadow.
Then surely you must remember me. My picture was in all the newspapers at the time.
Oh, really? I suppose you helped to strap Cranston in the chair.
Oh, no. I executed him.
You what?
Oh, it was a very unusual case. You see, we had a new executioner. At the last moment, the poor fellow's nerve gave away. Oh, there was quite a to-do. Cranston was already strapped in the chair. The warden was beside himself. Somebody had to bring matters to a conclusion. So, I volunteered my services.
As executioner?
Yes. Oh, it was quite an experience. First and only time I ever attracted the least bit of attention. But it was the cause of the most bitter disappointment in my whole life.
Disappointment?
You see, I'd hoped that my service would be rewarded with a permanent appointment as executioner.
You had an ambition to make a career of it?
Oh, well, why not? Hundreds of others applied for the job. Oh, it's a position of distinction.
You say you were promised the job?
Yes, but the authorities didn't live up to the promise. They cheated me, robbed me of what was mine.
Oh, I wouldn't let it disturb me so if I were you.
Disturb me? It's rankled in my heart throughout the years and left me with one consuming desire to hate.
Well, a hatred like that can hurt no one but yourself.
You think not, and I know better. I'll make them pay for what they've done to me. I'll make them pay.
I think you have an entirely wrong attitude, Kesey. Well, this has all been very exciting, and
Now, if you'll unstrap me and let me out of this electric chair,
What? Let you out of the chair, Mr. Cranston? Never. I'm going to give you what I gave the others.
What do you mean, Kesey?
The moment I'm going to pull the switch and fling you into eternity.
Let me out of this chair.
Yes, I'll let you out.
You can't do anything like that. You can't get away with it.
I told you I'll make them pay for what they've done to me.
Get yourself together, man. Why do you want to wreak your vengeance on people like me?
Because you are people, and the people cheated me, and they'll pay for it.
Kesey, you're a fiend.
I'm a cheated man.
That's only your excuse, an excuse you offer your conscience to justify the things you do.
Shut up.
There's only one reason for you doing a thing like this, Kesey. The desire to satisfy a vicious urge in your diabolic nature.
Shut up, I said.
You can't go through with this thing without your excuse. Well, I'm going to take that away from you. I'm going to turn you inside out and show you the fiend you really are.
I won't let you. I'll shut you up. I'll put the headpiece on and cover your face with a death.
Don't you dare!
You can say what you want now. I don't have to hear you. Now, the switch and eternity. You wanted to get out of the chair. Very well. I'll take you out now, Mr. Cranston. I've killed him. He's dead.
Hey, lady. You can't park here all day. You'll have to move along.
I'm waiting for a friend, officer.
Don't you know you're not allowed to park within 500 feet of a prison?
But my friend should be along any minute now.
Where is he?
He's in the prison. He's a visitor.
Visitor. Did you say he's a visitor?
Yes. What's the matter, officer? Why do you stand there like that? Tell me what's the matter. Officer! Oh, Lamont. Lamont.
Can't figure out why people have their water pumps outside the house so they'll freeze. Oh, here you are, Mr. Kesey. I don't expect this water pump will give you any more trouble. Leastwise, not tonight.
You've done a good job, Mort. Sorry I had to get you up on a night like this.
Tain't no pleasure plodding up that there sand road any night. Say, what's the matter with that hound dog of yourn? Doing a powerful lot of howling tonight, ain't he?
Yes, quite a lot.
They say hounds howl like that when somebody dies.
Dies? Yes, I've heard that said.
Chimney crickets. It's enough to make a body's skin creep. You don't suppose they see something, do you? A spirit, I mean?
No, it's nothing. Forget it.
Don't reckon even spirits would come up here. Does he often howl like that?
I've only heard him do that twice before. Tonight makes the third time.
Well, there's your water pump, fit and fine, Mr. Kesey. I'll be getting on down to home now. Good night to you.
Good night, Mort. Rex, here. Come here. In the house with you. Go on. Get. Enough of that now. Lie down. Chicken-hearted old hound. Just like a human, you fear death, too. That fool, Mr. Cranston, I sent to eternity today, he was afraid of death. But that didn't save him. He's no more. He's dead. And I'll send many others after him. What was that? Who's there? Who's out there? Is that you, Mort?
No, Kesey. Mort is well down the hill now. There's nobody out there. I'm right here, in your house. Right here in the room with you.
I know where you are. You're in this house.
You see, I'm not in the closet. I'm right here, behind you.
Who are you? What do you want?
You, Kesey. I've come for you.
Don't you touch me. Don't you come near me.
Surely you're not afraid of death.
Death?
Remember, only fools fear death, Kesey.
Get out. Get out. I'll brain you. I'll kill you here.
You have a poor aim, Kesey.
Get out. Get out.
You see, it's useless, Kesey. You can't destroy what you can't see.
Why have you come here?
To end your criminal career.
I've committed no crime.
I'm going to make you confess to the murder of those innocent visitors at the prison.
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
cannot lie to me. I know. You killed those men in cold blood.
That's a lie.
I'll admit you're clever. You did your job with fiendish genius.
But you're at the end of your rope, Kesey. The only hope left for you is to confess and clear your soul.
Oh, no, I'll admit nothing. Leave me alone. I won't confess.
Oh, yes, you will. I'm not through with you yet. Look, Kesey. In this corner of the room. Right here. That's it. Now watch carefully. And you'll see someone you met not many hours ago. Look, Kesey. Look.
Cranston.
There. Now you see standing before you the man you strapped in the chair a few hours ago.
Go away. Go away. You're dead. You're dead.
Confess, Kesey.
I killed you. You're dead.
Confess.
I won't. Go away.
Confess.
Wait.
Confess.
All right. I did it. I killed him. But I'll never be taken alive. Never.
Lamont, stop playing for just a minute.
Very well, Margot.
No, I can't understand how Kesey could have hidden his crimes for so long.
It's quite understandable, Margot. Each of Kesey's victims seemed to have died from natural causes.
But, Lamont,
Now, let me explain, Margot. You see, Kesey was somewhat of a student of the psychology of fear. And this knowledge and the victim's natural fear of a factual instrument of death, the electric chair, enabled Kesey to produce a fear paralysis that stopped the hearts of his victims. They died of heart failure.
Then he didn't actually electrocute them?
He couldn't, Margot. The electric chair is never hooked to the powerhouse except during a legal execution.
But you, Lamont, I thought you were dead.
Well, Margot, I produced a death condition by a little trick in self-hypnosis that I learned from an old Hindu. I let Kesey think he had actually killed me.
But it's an amazing case, Lamont. I'm glad it's over.
Yes, Margot, it's over. Kesey was a fiend consumed by the heat of his own hatred. He's now the many destroyed. And who knows, perhaps theirs is the final and most complete vengeance.
In a moment, we shall present to you our charming guest of the afternoon. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with an important message.
Thanks, Ken Roberts. Friends, I'm not going to do the usual thing and remind you just how many days are left before Christmas. But I do want you to know that a Blue Coal heat regulator is one present a man can give that he and everyone in his family will certainly appreciate this year and in the years to come. A Blue Coal heat regulator is a thermostat which automatically controls your furnace dampers. It enables your family to keep the entire house at just the temperature they wish, day and night, by simply raising or lowering the thermostat control. And a Blue Coal heat regulator is one present which will pay for itself in the long run. It will save coal, eliminate constant trips to the cellar, and cut down much of the time and trouble of constant furnace attention. So, homeowners, be sure to get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Ask him about a Blue Coal heat regulator. It's one Christmas gift that will be long appreciated by every member of your family. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sponsors of The Shadow are extremely happy to introduce to you a young lady who devotes her time to the problems of New York City's maladjusted families, from which so often spring undesirable citizens and lawbreakers. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Miss Ann Halperin, probation officer of the Family Division of the Domestic Relations Court of the City of New York. Well, that sounds like a big job for such a little lady.
Trying to help other people adjust their difficulties is always a big job, Mr. Roberts. But knowing that we are helping parents and children make the most of their lives makes it intensely satisfying work.
And a mighty fine piece of work you're doing, too, Miss Halperin.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I certainly hope so. I feel that I cannot stress too strongly the part that an unhappy or broken home can play in the formation of criminal habits. The Domestic Relations Court attempts to check the problem at one of its roots, just as you attempt to meet it in another way, by showing your listeners so dramatically and convincingly the folly and complete futility of crime.
Thank you, Miss Halperin. It makes all of us feel we're doing something really worthwhile, especially so knowing that you and your associates in the business of crime prevention believe our efforts are not in vain. It's been a real privilege to have you as our guest this afternoon, and we thank you very much, Miss Halperin. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal. While we're waiting for the first act of the Shadow's latest adventure to begin, I'd like to ask every motorist to do this. Take a ride on the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tire. See for yourself how it grips wet, slippery roads like you never felt a tire grip before. That's because the amazing Silvertown Lifesaver tread acts like a battery of windshield wipers. Sweeps wet roads so dry you can light a match on its track. For the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had, equip your car with Goodrich Silvertown tires. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, The Man Who Murdered Time.
Yes, Stuart?
Mr. Cranston, on behalf of all the employees of the club, I wish to thank you for your generous New Year's gift to the personnel.
It's quite all right, Stuart. Happy New Year.
The same to you, sir. And may I thank you, too, Mr. Hughes, for your gift.
You're very welcome, Stuart. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, too.
I wish I could have made it more, Cranston, but it hasn't been a terribly good year for me.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it, Hughes. Oh, by the way, how is Mrs. Hughes feeling these days?
Poorly. Well, the doctors at the sanitarium say she may pull out of it next year. That's why I'm looking forward to the new year so eagerly.
Well, Hughes, if there's anything I can do in the way of financial assistance...
Thanks, old man, but it won't be necessary. I expect to be out of debt very shortly.
Business improving?
No, a trust fund is coming due in 2 weeks. Inheritance from my Uncle Matthew, you know.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it, Hughes. It's 4 o'clock. Well, only 8 hours to a brand new year and new hope for all of us.
Amen to that.
You're coming to my New Year's Eve party tonight, aren't you?
Oh, I meant to tell you, Cranston. I'll be late. I got a call this morning from a second cousin of mine. Wants me to come to see him this evening. Brilliant scientist, but I suspect he's losing his mind.
Oh?
Know what he claims to have invented? A time machine.
A time machine?
Yes, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Well, come, Hughes. Is anything really fantastic in the modern world of science? 30 years ago, the notion that a human voice could circle the Earth without the aid of wires would have been called not only fantastic, but impossible. Radio, electric light, airplanes, all were called fantastic in their time, but today they're accepted facts. Why not the time machine?
Well, I'm from Missouri. Anyway, I'm really going to see my cousin, not because of his alleged invention, but, well, because he's dying.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, the poor chap's got an incurable heart condition. He told me his doctors don't give him more than a few days to live. Well, I've got to be off.
See you tonight, then, Hughes.
Only a miracle keep me away, Cranston. A miracle like the time machine.
Oh, here, Willard. Drink this water. There. Feel better now?
Yes, it's better used.
Perhaps you'd better get into bed, Willard. Frankly, I didn't expect to find you up and about, dressed to kill.
Dressed to kill. Very good. Such an apt phrase. Well, why not? This is probably the last day of my life.
Well, I'm sure it's not as bad as all that, Willard. If you take care of yourself.
Come, Hughes. I'll never see the new year. That's what you're really thinking. Know what I've done today?
What, Willard?
The things I've wanted to do all my life. Packed them all into this one long, glorious day. I've smoked $2 cigars, eaten the finest foods, bought thousands of dollars worth of completely useless things just for the fun of indulging myself.
Willard, I thought
that I'm broke? I am.
Then how did you...
Borrowed, dear cousin. Spent other people's money, incurred enormous debts. Payable next year. Next year, which will never come.
I'm sorry, Willard.
Oh, what are you sorry about? I'm not. Matter of fact, I've just begun to celebrate. And you must join me, Hughes. Absolutely insist. I bought a marvelous sherry today, a rare vintage.
You rang, sir? Really, Willard, you needn't bother.
The sherry, John.
Yes, sir. I have it here, sir.
Fine. Put it on the table.
Shall I pour, sir?
No, I'll do it myself. That's all, John.
Very good.
Here you are, Hughes. Drink hearty.
Thank you.
How do you like it? Nectar. Ambrosia, huh?
It has a peculiar flavor, hasn't it?
Oh, it'll grow on you. Finish it, Hughes. Drink to my last day on Earth.
Oh, no, Willard. Not to that.
To my last day on Earth. And yours, my dear cousin.
To my last day?
Hughes, I told you that today I meant to satisfy every ambition I ever had. Well, I've left for the last my greatest ambition of all. To kill you.
To kill me? Why, you're joking.
Think so, Hughes?
But why? What have I ever done to you?
What haven't you done to me? You've been a bone in my throat ever since we were boys together.
I believe you're really
If it
serious.
hadn't been for you, I'd have been Uncle Matthew's fair-haired boy, his favorite, his pet. He would have raised me in luxury instead of you.
You quarreled with him. You were
He would have
unreasonable.
left me his money, not you, you Judas. You had everything while I starved, scraped, suffered. I've brooded over that, my fine cousin, a whole lifetime. And now, this wonderful day, this last day of the year, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you not once, but 1,000 times. You see that machine in the corner?
I see, Willard. Calm down.
That's my time machine.
Your time machine, yes. I remember you saying...
You know what this machine can do? It can prevent the future from happening.
The future from happening? Oh, now, look, Willard, look. Let me call your physician.
Don't be a fool. I'm as sane as you are. That's a scientific machine, not a madman's toy. Do you know how it works? No, of course not. I'll explain it in simple terms. Hughes, what is time?
Why, time is...
Time is like a railroad track. A straight railroad track, Hughes. And the world is a train running along that track. On the track behind us lies yesterday, December 30th. Today, we're traveling along that section of track we call December 31st. And at midnight tonight, the train, you, I, the whole universe, is scheduled to plunge straight ahead into January 1st of the new year. You follow me so far, Hughes?
Yes. What has this to do with your so-called time machine?
Just this. By using a revolutionary principle of physics, my own discovery, my machine bends the straight track of time, curves it so that the time track forms a perfect circle.
Incredible.
You fool, it's a scientific fact. I've done it.
Oh, mad, I say, mad.
Listen to me, Hughes. At midnight tonight, when I turn on the switch, time will instantly be curved back on itself. So that instead of continuing into January 1st, we'll go back 24 hours. We'll live December 31st over again and again and again like a phonograph needle caught in a groove.
You expect me to believe that this day will never end? That you can make December 31st repeat itself forever?
Laugh, you fool. You won't laugh long. Today, I've been especially careful to make it the fullest, happiest day of my life because I'm going to live this wonderful day forever. I'll catch time in that groove and hold it there. The future will never come. I'll never have to pay my debts. Despite my bad heart, I'll never die.
I'll have to be as insane as you to believe that.
Would you like a demonstration?
Playing the farce out to the end, are you? Well, go ahead. Demonstrate.
That's the proper scientific spirit, Hughes. I'll set the machine to affect merely this house and ourselves. What incident of the last half hour do you want me to make repeat itself? Choose.
Oh, the butler and the sheriff.
John and the sherry, eh? Very good. And I want you to bear in mind that just as time will be repeated here in this room for the next few moments, so can I repeat time throughout the whole world, not once, but again and again. Now, let me adjust my machine. There. Now to close the circuit.
You rang, sir? Really well. You needn't
The
bother.
sherry, John.
Yes, I have it here, sir.
Fine, fine. Put it on the table.
Shall I pour, sir?
No, I'll do it myself. That's all, John.
Very good, sir.
There. The automatic circuit cut us off, and we're back in ordinary time again. Convinced, Hughes?
It can't be. It's impossible. It's a trick, a dream, a nightmare.
You'll be saying that for all eternity.
I'm getting out of here.
Are you, cousin? Try it if you can.
I can't. I'm paralyzed. I can't get out of this chair.
You feel pain now, don't you, Hughes?
Yes. Yes, horrible pain.
You shouldn't have drunk the sherry, Hughes. Your glass contained a slow poison, you see.
No, help! Help!
There's an antidote on the table. You see that little green bottle, Hughes, just beyond the reach of your fingers? Isn't it ironic? If you could only move your arm 5 inches. Try. Oh, you can't. Dear me, how very, very sad. All you can do is look at the antidote while you die in agony.
Please, will it help me? Help me! I don't want to die.
Just a little while now, cousin, a little while. It's almost midnight. You'll die just before midnight. And then I'll turn on my machine. Set it to affect the whole world forever, and time all over the world will snap back 24 hours. Everybody in the world will live December 31st over again and again, forever and ever. You too, you.
No.
You'll visit me again. Drink the poison cherry again. Die again. Live again. Die again.
Oh, Lamont, this party of yours is the loveliest New Year's Eve party I ever attended.
Margot, you danced beautifully.
Thanks, Lamont.
I wonder what's happened to yours. He said he'd be late, but I didn't think...
Hold it, everybody. Here comes the new year.
Happy New Year, Lamont.
Not yet, Margot. 8, 9, 10, 11...
Why, Lamont, where are we? I'm still in your arms dancing with you, but it's not the party, the New Year's Eve party in your apartment. How could that be?
I don't know, Margot.
What was that awful crash?
I don't know. But look around you, Margot. We're dancing in the Honolulu Club.
But we were dancing in the Honolulu Club right here last night. Last night at midnight. I mean, 24 hours ago. Oh, I don't know what I mean.
Keep dancing with me, Margot. I've got to figure this out. It seems like a dream, and yet...
That's it, Lamont. It's a dream. I dreamed through the whole day, December 31st, right up to midnight. Then that crash, and I woke up here in the Honolulu Club.
Margot, it wasn't a dream, I tell you.
Then what was it, Lamont?
I don't know. But something's gone wrong, Margot. Something's gone wrong with the whole world.
But everything seems all right, Lamont.
Margot, hold on to me. Don't let go. Let's walk back to our table.
All right, but I don't understand.
Keep holding on to me. Margot, do you remember last night, just about this time, as we were dancing, a waiter accidentally dropped a whole tray full of dishes?
Why, yes, that's so, Lamont. Lamont, it's happened. He dropped it just as he did last night.
Yes. I see it all now, Margot. We actually lived through December 31st. We, everybody, the whole world. But just as the last stroke of midnight came, something happened to time.
Time?
Yes. Time snapped back 24 hours. Instead of going on to January 1st, the world went back to the first moment of December 31st.
But nobody else seems to realize what's happened.
Yes, that is strange. Apparently everybody's forgotten that they lived through the last day of the year.
Why do we remember?
Margot, I believe that the same power that makes me invisible to others has something to do with this.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Years ago in India, I was studying with the yogi priests. I developed my powers of concentration, my power of will, to such an extent that apparently this accident of time doesn't affect me. How long I'll be able to fight against it, I don't know.
But I haven't your power, Lamont. Why do I remember, too?
Margot, because at the instant time flashed back, you happened to be dancing with me. You were in my arms, within the aura of my will, my influence.
No.
Just so long as you're touching me, you'll remember, too.
Oh, Lamont, I can't believe it. I can't.
Well, then try it. Let go of me. Go on, let go, Margot.
Well, all right. You're right, Lamont. You remember the Higgins, don't you?
Margot.
Yes, that's the family.
Margot, stop.
Well, they're very
Margot,
anxious
listen to
that
me.
you and I go south
Margot.
this year. What am I saying? What happened? Oh, Lamont, you're holding me again.
Margot, the instant you let go of me, you said exactly what you said 24 hours before. When I grabbed you, you snapped back, free of the new time spell.
Then it's true. Oh, Lamont, I'm afraid. Don't let go of me.
Steady, Margot.
Oh, but it's horrible. People will go on living through December 31st to eternity, never knowing, never realizing. Lamont, there'll never be a new year.
You're absolutely right. Unless this can be stopped.
But how can anyone stop it? Nothing human could have caused a thing like this to happen.
I'm not so sure, Margot. Hughes told me that a cousin of his, a brilliant scientist, claimed to have invented a time machine. That cousin of Hughes may be responsible for what's happened to time.
But who is this man? Where does he live?
Hughes didn't say. I'll have to find him some way. And when I do, Margot, it'll be as the Shadow. Perhaps the Shadow will be able to switch time back to normal. Bring the new year to a world doomed to live a day which never ends.
In just a minute, the curtain rises on Act 2 of The Shadow's adventure. Meanwhile, a word to you motorists. Do you slow down passing a school? Do you pass other cars on a hill? Do you come to a full stop at street intersections?
The Shadow wonders. The terrific toll of deaths and injuries indicates that too many motorists fail to exercise caution, fail to consider the other fellow. Play safe. It pays.
And motorists, here's one thing more. If you only realize the importance that safe tires, too, play in safe motoring, you wouldn't hesitate a minute to put the new Goodrich Safety Silvertowns with the Lifesaver tread on your car. For remember, this new Silvertown is much more than a new tire. It's a new kind of tire safety. On the inside, it has the famous blowout protection of the Goodrich Golden Ply. And on the outside, it has the amazing new Lifesaver tread. The tread that sweeps wet roads so dry, you can actually light a match on its track. Yes, sir, that's plenty dry. So it's hardly surprising that Silvertowns will give you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had.
Margot, keep holding on to me.
I will, Lamont. We can walk. My apartment isn't far. Oh, why don't you let me come with you?
No, Margot. This is the Shadow's job. It may be dangerous. I want you to be safe.
Safe in a world gone mad? Oh.
Watch yourself. The streets are slippery with ice. Here, hold on to me more tightly. We'll cross here.
What happened? What's the matter? Hit my cab. Hey, here comes a car. Somebody call an ambulance. That woman's hurt.
Oh, how awful.
Come on. Do you remember, Margot, last night, on this very spot?
Same taxi, the same corner. Same poor woman struck down. It's happened all over again.
Yes, Margot. And it'll happen all over again every 24 hours from now until doomsday.
Oh, it's frightening. Look at that woman over and over.
Unless I can put time back on its track, Margot. I must. Let's hurry.
Oh, look at that poor man shivering in the doorway there. He hasn't even an overcoat.
He looks hungry, poor devil. Margot, remember last night? In a moment, he'll step out of that doorway and ask me for a dime.
Excuse me, mister. Could you give me a dime for a cup of coffee? I'm so cold, I'm freezing. Oh, thanks. Thanks, mister.
There's one thing I'm glad of, Lamont. He doesn't know. He doesn't know he's doomed to shiver and freeze and starve like that forever. And millions like him. Millions of unfortunates shivering and starving all over the world tonight.
That machine. I must find that machine. Well, here we are, Margot.
Don't bother to take me up. There's so much for you to do. So much, Lamont. The doorman will let me in. It's exactly the same time we got home last night.
Good evening, Miss Lane. Bad night, ain't it?
Hurry, Lamont. Find Hughes's cousin.
Since time's repeating himself.
Well, I always say when...
Hughes will meet me in the afternoon at my club, just as he met me yesterday. We'll talk as we talked then. Perhaps he'd be able to tell me...
Lamont, what's the matter? You're so pale suddenly.
It's funny, I felt weak just then. As if my strength of my will were fading away. Could it be that
Lamont,
I, too...
you mustn't. You've got to be strong. The world needs your strength.
Well,
Let go of me, Margot.
All right.
You're draining my power, my strength away. Let go.
The wind is very biting, Miss Lane.
Yes, it is. Fred, will you take me up to my apartment?
Yes, sure, Miss Lane.
Gone. Safe upstairs. Goodbye, Margot. Until tomorrow. Tomorrow ever comes.
Mr. Cranston, on behalf of all the employees of the club, I wish to thank you for your generous New Year's gift to the
Listen
personnel.
to me. Can't you hear? Don't you understand what I'm saying to you?
And may I thank you, too, Mr. Hughes, for your gift.
You're very welcome, Steward. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Steward, stop.
I wish I could have made it more, Cranston, but it hasn't been a terribly good year for
Hughes,
me.
let me take your hand. You're merely repeating what you said 24 hours ago.
Poorly, though
Now
the
listen to
doctors
me.
say she may pull out of it.
Who is your
next year.
cousin?
That's why
Who
I'm
is he?
looking
Where
forward
does he
to
live?
the New Year so eagerly.
Oh, hopeless. He's not attuned to my will. I'll have to follow him. Make him lead me to this cousin of his.
Expect
to the
to be
time
out
machine.
of debt very shortly.
I must concentrate. My willpower seems to be failing. I must hold on until Hughes visits his cousin.
Convinced, Hughes?
Can't be. It's impossible, Willard. It's a trick, a dream, a nightmare.
You'll be saying that for all eternity.
I'm getting out of here.
Are you, cousin? Try to, if you can.
I can't. I'm paralyzed. I can't get out of this chair.
Hughes, you can. You're not paralyzed.
Now,
Yes.
don't you, Hughes?
Yes, horrible pain.
Hughes, there is no pain.
You
None.
shouldn't have drunk.
Hughes,
Sherry,
hear me.
Hughes. Your glass contained the slow poison.
No,
you see.
no, help! Help!
I have helped you, Hughes. You were not poisoned. I substituted this antidote for the poison in the glass of sherry Willard handed you. You're not poisoned, I tell you. Exert your will, attune it to mine. Try to get out of that chair. Here. Hold me. Hold me. Now try. I've broken the grip of the time spell a little. I made something happen that didn't happen yesterday. You did something just now you didn't do then. You drank the antidote instead of the poison. Try, Hughes.
I heard a voice. But there's no one here. No one but... Try, it said. Chair. Out of chair. I'm standing. I'm free.
Thank the Lord. Hughes, can you hear me now?
Who are you? I see only Willard. I don't think he sees me. I feel someone holding me. Who are you?
Never mind who I am, Hughes. Get out of this house at once. Go to the home of your friend, Lamont Cranston.
Yes.
You are to attend the New Year's Eve party there. Remember?
Yes. I seem to remember.
Go now, Hughes. You don't need me to hold you now. I will you to go.
Yes.
Little while now, cousin. A little while. It's almost midnight. You'll die just before midnight. Where am I? Who is that?
You feel my power now, Willard. I'm holding you fast. Fast, do you hear? My will. Submit to my will. It dominates you. It snatches you from the field of that evil time spell you cast over the world.
I'm powerless in the grip of some invisible force. And it speaks.
Who are you? Who?
I am the Shadow.
The Shadow.
Dr. Willard, you are guilty of the greatest crime ever perpetrated against mankind. You thought to condemn the rest of the world to an eternity of cold and darkness and suffering.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
You wanted an eternal life of pleasure, of evil. You tried to stave off forever the death that hung over you like a sword.
I don't want to die.
To satisfy your selfishness, you did break the laws of nature. And so you must be punished, Dr. Willard. Punished?
How?
In a moment, I shall smash your devilish time machine, reduce it to splinters and scrap. And the instant the machine is smashed, time will snap back to normal. Instantaneously, time will take up where it left off when you put the machine into operation. And so will come what you thought to destroy forever. The new year. The blessed new year that means new hope and happiness for the good and the innocent people of the world. While for you, it will bring what God decreed for you. Death.
No, don't smash the machine. Give me one more day of life, just one, and I'll smash it myself.
Not 1 hour, not 1 minute, not 1 second.
Don't let me die. Stop.
Yes, Margot. The new year. At last. Why, Hughes. Oh, I'm sorry to be late, Cranston. I don't know what happened to me. I feel as if I just woke up from a bad dream. I found myself running up here.
Mr. Hughes, you're ill.
No, he's all right, Margot. You are all right, aren't you, Hughes? I guess I am. What time is it?
It's just past 12 o'clock, Mr. Hughes. Happy New Year.
New Year? Yes. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, Hughes. Happy New Year.
As a matter of fact, Lamont, it seems to me I had a dream, too. The strangest sort of dream.
Perhaps you did, Margot.
Well, anyway, Happy New Year, Lamont.
Happy New Year.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Shadow knows.
Today's adventure of the Shadow is about to start. But first, I want to tell you how you can start out on a trip and be protected against both punctures and blowouts. Equip your car with the Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube, the sensational two-way lifesaver tube that automatically self-seals punctures while you ride. Yes, this tube will protect you against the trouble of changing tires along the road. But what is even more important to your safety, the special plastic rubber compound inside this tube also fills up rips and tears. Thus, serious tube injuries which would normally cause blowouts are changed into slow, safe leaks. Get Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tubes. They'll save you time and trouble, and they may save your life. The Shadow, mysterious character who devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town, student of science, and master of other people's minds. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to criminals and evildoers as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Island of the Devil.
Is he really dead? Monsieur, do you think I have eyes like an owl? Who can see down in that filthy cell? Every morning I throw down some food as the regulations order me, and that's all I know.
Me, I do not like to go down there. They say the rats are as large as dogs.
You talk all the time like an old woman.
Is this work for a man? A jailer on the island Royale.
You are an old woman. Come, hold up the lantern so I can see where I'm going. Come.
So cold and wet.
Hold the lantern, I tell you.
Such a filthy hole in the ground. A pig could not live here, let alone a man.
Oh, stop talking, I tell you. If he's dead, the better for him. Watch where you stand.
Oh, Dieu! Water over the floor. How could a man live in this damp and cold and dark for so long? Answer me that.
I do not know answer. Just like the other bad prisoners who tried to escape, I put the bread and water on the shelf. Always, it is gone.
You forget the rats.
Oh, you think...
Who wants to think? Here. Is this the cell?
This is the one. Open it. This here.
All right. Find the key.
When you have done that, Commandant, huh? Bones will bring him.
Pig of a lock. So rusty. Mon Dieu, even if the man lives, he must be... Come on. Let us get out of here.
No, wait. Turn the hand.
And I say, let us get out of here. You will tell the commander the man is dead.
No. I will have a look inside. If he is dead, I want to know it. He has been 20 years on the side. And in all those 20 years, they tell me it's spoken only one word. A woman's name.
Oui. Madame Renée. I've heard them curse the name 1,000 times. Hold up the lantern. Look. I was right. He is dead.
No, look. It moved.
No.
He's getting up. Come, Jordan. Run! The devil himself! Run! Did I... Find his feet.
Madame Renée. Madame Renée.
Madame Renée.
Madame Renée, more coffee?
No, thank you, Monsieur Cranston. It was very kind of you to take me along on your beautiful ship. Is it not true, Madeleine? Not at all. There are few enough interesting people in this world. Lamont has a good chance to recognize one when he meets her.
Well spoken, Margot.
You are both too kind to an old woman. There I was, bored to death in Havana, praying for excitement, and then you two come along. Mutual friends and introduction, and here I am on your beautiful ship, drawing closer and closer to the island of the devil. It is the island full of the devils.
Why should you say that, Madame Renee? They're criminals, true enough, but they're human beings. They're suffering far from their homes and friends.
I'm afraid you are both too sentimental, my friend. Far too sentimental.
Oh, on the contrary, Madame Renee. I certainly would be the last person in the world to hold a brief for habitual criminals. Yet at the same time, I can't help but feel sorry for those men condemned to live in that hellhole. Don't you agree with that, Madame Renee?
I repeat, Monsieur Cranston, you are far too sentimental. For my part, whoever goes to the island of the devil can stay there and rot.
Pardonnez-moi, Commandant.
Well, what is it, jailer? Come closer.
Convict number 377. You asked to see him.
300. Oh, yes, Jean Bart. He can walk?
He can walk.
The devil bred a tough one. Well, don't stand there. Bring him in.
Oui, Commandant. Jean Bart, come in here.
Come in. Come in, Jean Bart. Closer. So, Jean Bart, you're still alive, huh? You know, if it was not for your eyes, I would think I was looking at a dead man. Well, have you nothing to say?
Madame Renee.
Madame Renee. Madame Renee. For the 10 years I've been commandant of this hellhole, and for the 10 years my predecessor was here, all we hear from you is Madame Renee. Madame Renee. Have you no other words?
Madame Renee.
Madness. Him, they want to pardon.
Pardon?
You spoke.
Pardon? You said pardon.
I heard you. You said pardon.
Take
You
your
said
hands
pardon
off
for me.
Stand back, I said. Stand back.
But you said pardon.
Yes, a pardon. It is on its way.
On its way?
The devil knows why they gave it to you. They knew the trouble you caused me.
Well, I did nothing.
Oh, no, certainly not. All of these islands, Royal, Saint Joseph, they are full of innocent, persecuted men who have done nothing.
My pardon.
Yes, you will get your pardon. They bring it from the mainland. When you get it, go then, Jean Bart.
Madame Renee, I'm coming back for you. Madame Renee.
Madame Renee, you seem impatient.
Of course I am, Mademoiselle. How much longer is the boat going to stay in this terrible harbor?
Just a few minutes longer. Lamont said he'd be back as soon as he... Oh, there he is now, coming up the side.
That man. Who is that man with Mr. Cranston?
Just a surprise.
Hello, Margot.
Hello.
Margot, I want you to meet Mr. Randall. Miss Lane.
Mr. Randall?
Delighted, I'm sure. And Madame Renee, this is Mr. Randall.
Mr. Cranston, what is this surprise? Miss Lane was saying...
Yes, Lamont, tell Madame Renee about it.
Well, Mr. Cranston?
The surprise is just this. We're actually going to be able to land on the island.
What? How is that? You said permission could not be secured.
The permission is right with me, Madame Renee. In the person of Mr. Randall here.
And how is that?
Suppose you tell her, Mr. Randall. I'd be very happy to. You see, madam, I'm affiliated with the consul at Vienna. I phoned Mr. Cranston wirelessed ahead that he was stopping off the mainland before going on to the island. I was very pleased to be able to tell him that since I had a fit for business on the island, if he wished to do me the service of taking me there from the mainland, I'd be would be able to make arrangements for your landing.
Oh, isn't that thrilling, Madame Renee? We'll actually be able to see the prison.
And I'm sure both of you will find the experience doubly thrilling when you discover Mr. Randall's official business. He's bringing a pardon to one of the prisoners, a man apparently wrongfully convicted, who's been buried alive in that place for 20 years.
Oh, Lamont, how wonderful.
How can that be?
Madame Renee.
Quick, get some water.
No. Go on. That's all right. I'll take you below.
No. I'm quite all right. Believe me. I am a poor fellow, Monsieur Randall.
Not at all. It's getting quite rough.
Monsieur Randall, if you would be so kind as to escort me around the deck.
I'd be delighted. We'll be back in a moment, my friend. And don't overexert yourself, madam. I think Margot and I'll go below. See you later. Right you are, Cranston. My arm, Madame Renee?
You are too kind, Monsieur Randall.
Shall we go aft?
Yes. some place where we will be quite away from everyone. You see, I want to talk with you. So, let me stand here by the rail, Monsieur Randall.
Just as you say, Madame René.
So you go with us to this island on a mission of mercy, monsieur?
Yes, a very pleasant mission, I assure you.
Pardon, may I ask who it is for?
Yes, for a man by the name of John Bart.
John Bart? I knew it.
You say you know the man?
Is that so strange?
Yes, rather.
I know the name well, monsieur. This pardon, monsieur, it is in your pocket?
Yes, of course. But really, what is this all about? What is your interest in this John Bart?
Come close, monsieur, and I will tell you my interest.
Yes?
My interest in this John Bart is so great that you die.
That knife, what the hell?
If you can, the fog. No one will see this Randall. How unfortunate for you, John Bart.
The end of Act One finds all signs pointing to a thrilling climax in this latest adventure of the Shadow. Speaking of signs, the careful motorist, you know, takes advantage of every sign along the road to make his driving safe.
The Shadow knows. Stop street signs, railroad crossing signals, signs that warn of slippery pavements and dangerous hills are put up with one idea in mind: to save your life and the lives of everyone who drives. It pays to obey them. It pays to play safe.
Motorists, when it comes to getting more safety and pleasure out of your driving, you can't beat this combination. The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown Tire and the new Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube. For remember, the new Silvertown Tire will give you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had on wet roads. It also gives you the famous golden ply protection against high-speed blowouts caused by internal tire heat. And the new Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube automatically self-seals punctures while you ride. Furthermore, this amazing tube gives you additional protection against blowouts caused by serious tube injuries. Thus, rips and tears that would normally cause a blowout are turned into slow, safe leaks. If you want real protection against skids, blowouts, punctures, get this safety combination now. The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown Tire with the new Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube.
Isn't there any hope, Lamont?
See for yourself, Margot. Fog throws the searchlights of our ship back in our faces. Poor Randall's in the water.
Oh, no, Lamont. It can't be true. It can't.
You know the truth as well as I do, Margot. We've searched this ship from stem to stern. He's not on board.
But how could it have happened?
That's a truth that I can't answer, Margot. But perhaps the Shadow can.
But what can the Shadow do?
Madame René is below deck, sleeping quite calmly.
What has she to do with all
Perhaps
this?
nothing, Margot. Perhaps everything. When we discovered that Randall was missing, she alone was calm, unconcerned. Yes, even amused. I think it's time the Shadow paid a visit on Madame René.
Madame René. Madame René, wake up. Yes, wake up.
Yeah.
Come, Madame René. Wake up.
Oh, who spoke? Someone spoke.
Yes, Madame René.
Someone in my room. Who is it? Who?
I have questions to ask you, Madame René.
How dare you come into my room? Light. I will make a light and see. No one. No one here.
I am close to you, Madame René.
The boy. Close to me. I see no one.
I will it so.
You. Where are you?
I am here in this room. I cloud your mind so you cannot see me. But you saw a man die, and yet you did not help him.
I saw a man die.
In the sea. And you did not raise your voice. You did let Randall die. But why? Why did you do it, Madame Rene?
No, I won't answer you. That's the boy.
Madame Rene,
Stop talking to me.
tell me
Stop it, I
why.
tell you. Stop it, I
You've got to tell me why, Madame Rene.
Talking to me, I go crazy.
Tell me why, Madame Rene.
Stop it, I tell you. Randall
Why
has
did
to
you
die.
tell Randall?
He had to. He was trying to let Jean Bart go free. Jean Bart, he must rot there. Rot there on the island of the devil. Wait. Where are you now? Boris! Where are you now?
Welcome, Mr. Cranston. The wireless from the mainland. They told me to expect your arrival. But you're hours late.
I'm sorry, Commandant. The delay was caused by death.
Death? What do you mean, Mr. Cranston?
Mr. Randall of the legation was lost at sea.
Monsieur?
We searched the water for hours. He's gone.
But how? What?
All that in good time, Commandant. But first, have you a prisoner on this island by the name of John Bart?
John Bart? What of John Bart?
He is a prisoner here?
Yes, he is. Probably some fool that we find to escape. Thank heaven I will soon be rid of him.
Rid of him? How?
And my last communique, they spoke of a pardon for this man.
So that was it.
What?
Quickly, I want to see this man, John Bart.
But, monsieur, this is irregular. What have you to do with him?
The man who drowned at sea carried in his pocket the pardon for John Bart.
What?
And I have an idea that the murderer is on board my yacht.
Mon Dieu.
And I'm going to change that theory into a certainty at once. Take me to John Bart.
Come, John Bart. The commandant was... Commandant! Commandant, he's gone! John Bart, he's gone!
Faster, man. Can't you row faster?
You are most impatient, eh, John Bart?
Oh, I must get away this time. You say my pardon was denied.
It was, John Bart. But you will escape. Leave it to old Couchet.
Oh, I've tried for so many times.
But never with the clever Couchet to help you now, did you, huh? Yeah, the oldest god on the island. And the cleverest.
Oh, a ship.
Yes, John Bart. A very nice ship. Anchored and waiting.
Yes, but who?
Friends.
Oh, no. No, I have no friends.
Oh, yes, they were friends enough to send word that your pardon had been denied. Friends enough to send a sailor to me with a bag of gold so heavy that I forgot my duty and well, here you are, Jean Bart. The sailor told me a rope ladder would be down the side of... Yes, there it is. So, we drift in close. Now, grab the ladder, Jean Bart.
Yes, but I don't know who... I mean...
Grab the ladder and climb. There's no pardon for you. You want to be buried under the ground again?
No.
Then grab the ladder and climb. You have strength enough for that. When you get on deck, a sailor will be there to take you to your friends. Climb aboard.
Oh, yes, I will. I'm a bit weary, see, but I'll try.
Think you're free now, John Bart, huh?
God bless you, Crochet.
No. Bless the gold, your friend.
Oh, dark in here. But I am free. I am free.
Shut the doors, Moonshine.
Well, who spoke? So dark I can't see you.
I arrange your escape.
Oh, my friend. You, whoever you are, you helped me.
Yes, of course.
So I am so very weary. If you could forgive me, I would like to sit down.
There is a chair right next to you.
Eh? Oh, yes. My eyes, you know. It is dark in here, isn't it? Oh, I'm not very strong, you know. Oh, I hear you close and lock the door.
You feel old, Jean-Baptiste?
Oh, yes, That's your voice. I've heard it before.
How does it feel to be old, Jean-Baptiste?
But who are you? Who are you?
Like, and you will see. Now, you are old too, Jean-Baptiste.
Madame Renee! Madame Renee.
Oh, I advise you to sit as you are. This gun in my hand is quite a real one.
Madame Renee.
You have not forgotten my name. How flattering.
For 20 years, that name of yours has burned in my head. For 20 long years.
Now I am more than a name.
I swore to kill you every day, every hour.
And I saw something too, remember? To make you as old as you called me that day 20 years ago. Remember your words, Jean-Baptiste? Oh, I swore to make you old. Make you old as you call me, and I have made you old. For 20 years, I've had every year of your life.
I'm going to kill you.
Remember, Jean-Baptiste, it was the war. I accused you as a spy. You didn't have a chance against my influence, did you?
No.
I did it, Jean-Baptiste. I did it. Now you're so weak and old, all you can do is to sit there white and tense with anger. But that won't help you, because I didn't bring you here just to talk to you. I brought you here for my final revenge. To kill you.
You brought me here?
Yes, a bullet through your head and escaped prisoner. They'll thank me for killing you. You hear, Jean-Baptiste? They'll thank me for killing you.
No, Madame Renee.
Who spoke?
A voice you've heard before.
A voice. The one that woke me from my sleep. No, there is no voice. Just imagination.
You hear me, John Bart?
Yes. Yes, I hear a voice.
You lie. There is no one here but you and I. Stand up, Jean-Baptiste. Stand up so I can see you fall when the bullet hits you.
No, Madame Renee.
Go out of my hand.
She will not harm you, John Bart.
But who are you?
To her, a voice of conscience. To you, a friend.
No, I have no friend. A pardon. They said it was coming to me, and they fooled me.
They did not fool you, John Bart. There was a pardon. It never reached you because Madame Renee did not want it to reach you. She murdered the man who was bringing it to you.
Madame Renee, you again.
Yes, I killed him. And I'm going to kill you now, Jean-Baptiste.
I warn you, Madame Renee, not another step closer to him.
Right, so with her money, she railroaded me to a prison cell and then to that island. And now I'm old. As old as I called her. And I haven't even got the strength for my revenge.
But I've got the strength for mine.
Gun. In the folds of your dress.
Yes, you voice in the shadows. I had a gun hidden in my dress. Yes, indeed. No, it's dead. Look, dead. And I've had my revenge. I'm still alive and you're dead, Jean-Baptiste. You're dead. What are you going to do now, voice?
Don't move.
But he's dead. Look at him. He's dead.
I failed him in life, Madame Renee, but I will not fail him in death. I'll stay close by you, talking to you until you can stand it no longer.
No. I'll get out of here.
No, I will always follow you. I'll tell you of your crime, the torture and murder of a living being.
Stop. Wait for you. I will.
This ship, no, the world is too small for you to escape. My voice close to you.
I'll get away from you. I won't listen to you. I won't listen.
And I'll stay close to you forever, Madame Renee. I'll be the voice of John Bart calling you.
No. I'll get away from you. Away from you.
Jump into the sea. Perhaps, John Bart, I didn't fail you. Your life and hers were both founded on hate. You both have in death what you did not have in life. Peace.
program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
Remember, crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Evil lurks in the hearts of men. The Shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before The Shadow's adventure begins, a reminder to all homeowners. There's one sure way to get extra quality, extra value, and complete heating comfort. And that's by ordering blue coal by name. Blue coal's harmless blue coloring is the trademark of the world's largest hard coal producer. But even more, it assures you that each ton of blue coal has been laboratory tested for quality and sized and prepared to give you better heat with less furnace attention. So don't gamble with ordinary fuel. Ensure your family perfect heating comfort and satisfaction by ordering blue coal by name. Call your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. At the close of this afternoon's program, we have a most distinguished guest, one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Francis H. Horan. I'm sure you will all be anxious to hear what he has to say, so be sure to listen. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs, the only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Ghosts Can Kill.
Court will come to order.
Proceed, Mr. District Attorney.
Your Honor and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the evidence against this man, Ralph Gorman. 3 eyewitnesses of unimpeachable character saw him commit the murder. He was caught at the scene of the murder with a gun in his hand. It is the duty of the jury to convict him. Ralph Gorman has been brought to court 7 times for serious crimes.
I object. Although I admit my client has been brought to court in the past, he has always furnished an unbreakable alibi and has been acquitted. Therefore, I claim that this record is irrelevant.
Objection sustained.
Very well. That doesn't alter the state's case. In this instance, the accused has no alibi. He is guilty of murder and should therefore be sent to the chair.
Order in the court.
I think the question before the jury is a clean-cut issue. The defendant, Ralph Gorman, committed a peculiarly cold-blooded murder. There are no halfway measures. He is either guilty or not guilty. I therefore instruct the jury to return a verdict of acquittal
or first-degree murder. The jury will retire to consider the verdict.
The prisoner will cease this disturbance at once.
What's the matter? Don't you like my music?
This is a court of law, Gorman. While you are awaiting the verdict of the jury, you will please conduct yourself in a more seemly manner.
Well, Margot, I've seen many murder trials in my time, but I've never seen one where the accused man played on a mouth organ while waiting for the jury to send him to the chair.
Lamont, isn't Gorman one of the toughest gangsters alive?
Yes. In my estimation, Ralph Gorman is public enemy number 1, Margot.
Yet he's never been caught and sent to prison, Lamont. You heard that in the testimony.
Well, he's been caught often enough. They've never been able to convict him, because he's always been able to furnish an absolutely airtight alibi. This time, for some unexplainable reason, he has no alibi. So if there's any justice, he should be put away for good.
Here comes the jury back in again. It certainly didn't take long to come to a decision.
After the evidence they heard, they should.
Court will come to order.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the accused, Ralph Gorman, guilty of murder in the first degree.
The court will come to order.
The prisoner will stand. Ralph Gorman, you have been proved a menace to society, and society has passed judgment upon you. You have been found guilty of willful, deliberate murder in the first degree. Have you anything to say before a sentence is pronounced upon you?
Yeah, I got something to say.
Very well. Be brief.
Society passed judgment on me, huh? Okay, then if you're going to kill me, I'm going to come back from the grave and get even with society.
Empty threats will avail you nothing, Gorman.
You don't believe I can do it, huh? All right, I'll even tell you who I'm going to get.
That will do. I'm not going
First,
to listen
I'm going
to
to get that big financier, Oscar Borden, that's always giving away money. I guess Borden's what you'd call a pillar of society, ain't he?
Stop, Gorman.
Then, just for fun, I'll kill that young guy, Frank Collins, that just got engaged to that social register dame. I'll come back after death and get both of them. Collins and Borden. Yeah, you don't think I can do it, huh? But I can. Yes, I can.
Quiet in court.
Ralph Gorman, I hereby sentence you to be taken to the state's prison and to there be executed in the manner provided by law. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Hey, get it, will you, Gorman? Bad enough being in prison without having to listen to that.
Lay off the music, will you?
Come on, shut up.
Hey, what's going on here?
Hey, listen, guys, make that guy Gorman stop playing that mouth organ. He's driving us all nuts in here. What's he think this is, Carnegie Hall?
No, I don't think this is Carnegie Hall. It's the death house. And you guys are in it just like me.
Stop it! Stop it, you guys! Or you'll all get solitary. Gorman, you've only been allowed to keep your mouth organ as a special favor. If you're going to make trouble, I'll have to take it away from you.
Have a heart, will you? That's all the fun I get.
Fun? He's driving us nuts.
Oh, why do you care, buddy? They're burning me tonight. Tomorrow it'll be quiet around here. Quiet as the grave.
Listen, Gorman, you'd better keep quiet. The warden will be here in a minute.
The warden? What do I care for the warden? He can't do any more than give me the hot seat, and he's doing that anyhow.
Here comes the warden now.
What's all the disturbance in here, guard?
It's Gorman, Warden.
Hey, did you hear from the governor, Warden?
Yes. I'm afraid I've got bad news for you, Gorman. Governor Roberts has refused to do anything about your case.
And they're going to burn me tonight, huh?
I'm afraid so.
Looks like society put the finger on me. Just like the judge said. Well, okay. I warned him. Like I said in court, within a week, the millionaire Oscar Borden and Frank Collins are going to be dead.
Don't talk like that, Gorman.
You'll see. And I think I'll get Governor Roberts, too, while I'm about it. That makes a nice trio, don't you think? Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, and Governor Roberts. I'm going to come back from the grave and kill them. All three of them, yeah. Society passed judgment on me, huh? Okay, I ain't kicking. We'll see who laughs last.
Making stupid threats won't do you any good, Gorman.
Stupid, huh? Listen, in a week, those guys are all going to be dead. Lots deader than me.
Come along, guard.
You better warn them. Tell them their time is up when they hear me playing on my mouth organ like this.
about it. Ralph Gorman electrocuted. Ralph Gorman threatens life of Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, and Governor Roberts before he dies. Gorman executed. Hey, read all about it. Expect for it.
Is there anything else you want me to do tonight, Mr. Borden?
Before you go, draw the curtains and turn off the overhead lights, Taylor.
Yes.
I'm going to stay here in my study for a while. It's quiet. There's some things I want to look over.
Yes, Mr. Borden. You won't be disturbed, sir. I think everyone else has gone to bed.
There's a newspaper here. I haven't had a chance to look at one all day.
Right on your desk, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, good night, Taylor.
Good night, Mr. Borden.
Well, I'll glance at the headlines before getting down to work. Let's see. Rebels push into province. Merging relief agencies. Gangster executed amid great interest. Dramatic scene in the death house last night. Ralph Gorman threatens to come back after death and murder. The philanthropist, Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, millionaire sportsman, and Governor Roberts. Now, let's see. On the way to the chair, Gorman warned his intended victims that they would know of his presence by hearing him play a mouth organ. These were his last words, after which he was electrocuted. From this picture here, I'd say he was of rather low mentality. The mouth organ, well, that's a bizarre note. Oh, I wonder. Wait a moment. I can hear a mouth organ now. No, it must be my imagination. That's odd. I could swear I hear it again. It seems to come from the other room. Who opened that door? Why, you're Ralph Gorman.
You see me, Mr. Borden?
This is impossible.
I've come back from the dead to keep my promise to society.
You're mad.
Ghosts ain't never mad, Mr. Borden.
Ghosts? Preposterous. We'll see about this.
Don't touch that bell, because it ain't going to do you no good. Oh. Well, that's one of them. 2 more to go.
Well, Lamont, as long as you just seem to be walking me around the streets aimlessly, you might at least answer my questions. What do you think of those threats?
Threats? What threats, Margot?
The threats made by Ralph Gorman last night before he was executed.
Oh, I wouldn't give them a second thought. 6-year-old child knows it's impossible to come back from the dead and murder people.
The Oscar Borden murdered, famous philanthropist found in his study, shot to death.
Yes, I hear it too. Boy, give me a paper.
Yes, sir.
Keep the change, son.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Taxi.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I think this will bear a little investigating. I'll see you later, Margot. I'm going to drop in on the scene of the crime. Our friend Commissioner Weston should be there.
Cardona, see who that is. Whoever it is, don't let him in this study of Mr. Borden's until I get through questioning these people.
Okay, Commissioner Weston.
Bunny was found here, but...
Mr. Lamont Cranston, sir. He says you know him.
Oh, yes, I know him. Tell him... Oh, wait a minute. He tries to be an amateur criminologist. Let him come in. I'll show him how the police department really works.
Yes. All right, you can come in, Mr. Cranston.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weston.
How do you do?
I just happened to be passing by the Borden house, and I thought you might be here.
Well, Cranston, you want to test some of your amateur theories on crime, I suppose.
Always willing to try, Commissioner?
Well, you're liable to beat your brains out over this one. About 3 hours ago, Oscar Borden was found at his desk here with a nice round bullet hole in his head, and not a clue.
How distressing. Not a single clue, Commissioner?
Well, we have 2 clues, but they don't make sense.
Well, perhaps they don't make sense to the professional detective, but
No.
An amateur on the intellectual side of crime might be able to help you out, Commissioner. What were the clues?
Well, first I asked the cop on the beat if he'd seen any known crooks hanging around the building tonight.
And?
And the dumb guy told me he hadn't seen any, except at one time during the afternoon he thought he got a glimpse of Ralph Gorman. And Ralph Gorman is known to have threatened Oscar Borden.
I see. And the other clue, Commissioner?
The other clue was even slimmer. One of the maids says she heard a mouth organ being played in Mr. Borden's study about the time the murder must have been committed.
Why, it all hinges together perfectly, Commissioner, don't you see? Ralph Gorman has threatened Oscar Borden. He plays the mouth organ, and he's been seen hanging around the house. Why, he's your murderer.
Very pretty theory, Cranston. The only hitch is that Ralph Gorman was put to death last night at 11 o'clock in the electric chair at State Prison.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, you should read the papers. You see, as an amateur criminologist, you're not so hot after all, Cranston.
Well, have you solved Oscar Borden's murder?
No, not yet.
Well, you're no better than I am, then. Commissioner Weston, if I were you, I'd put a guard of large, solid policemen around anyone Ralph Gorman might have had a motive to kill.
Oh, yeah? And then what?
Then I'd look for the ghost of Ralph Gorman.
It's lucky you're not police commissioner. Now, you'd better get out of here, Cranston. I've got important work to do.
We continue with the second act of Ghosts Can Kill in just a moment. Homeowners, would you like to stop those tiresome trips to the cellar and keep furnace attention down to a minimum? Well, then, here's what you do. Get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him about Blue Coal's automatic heat regulator. It's a thermostat which is attached to the wall of your living or dining room that controls your furnace dampers automatically. Just set the thermostat control at the exact temperature you wish, and your Blue Coal heat regulator will maintain that temperature day or night. You know yourselves how costly and dangerous to health overheating the house can be. But a heat regulator will ensure you steady, even warmth, which is most beneficial to the health of all. What's more, by stopping this overheating of the house, a heat regulator will save you fuel. And saving fuel means saving money. You can own one of these Blue Coal heat regulators for only $18.95 plus a small installation charge. And believe me, it will pay for itself in the time and trouble of constant draft adjustment it saves you. So, call your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Hello. Oh, I thought we were cut off, darling, but now I tell you, I'm all right.
Oh, but Frank, I'm so worried. If only I were in town so I could be with you.
But what is there to worry about, darling?
Why, those threats that awful man Gorman made against you.
Oh, that was just nonsense. I never even knew him, and besides, he's dead.
Yes, but Oscar Borden was threatened, too, and he's dead.
Oh, now, Ruth, darling, please stop worrying for my sake. Nothing's going to happen to me. I'm in my own apartment, and I have no intention of going out, so nothing can happen. Now, you go to sleep and get your beauty rest. You know, you've got to look your prettiest for our wedding Tuesday.
Oh, all right, dearest. At least I'll be with you by tomorrow. I'll be down on the 11 o'clock train in the morning.
Oh, that's wonderful. And I'll meet you at the station. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Poor Ruth. I don't know why women get so nervous about... Oh, I wonder who that could be. Hello?
Is this Frank Collins?
Yes, who's this?
This is the Shadow.
Oh, the Shadow. Yes, I've heard of you. What do you want?
I want to warn you, Collins. Warn you against a death.
Whose death?
Yours.
And why should you be warning me?
Because if you're not very careful, you'll meet the same fate as Oscar Borden, and for the same reason.
Oh, nonsense.
Furthermore, I would suggest that if you value your life, you will apply without delay for police protection.
Look, I don't know who you are, Shadow, or what your game is, but I'm not afraid of you or anybody else.
Have it your own way, Mr. Collins. Have it your own way.
Wait a minute. Wait, listen. He hung up. I wonder what that was all about. Well, certainly wasn't a very cheerful person to talk to. Maybe I'd better get... Let's see, now, what's Commissioner Weston's home number? See, I think I've got it in here someplace. Oh, yeah, here it is. Main 999.
Phone. Who could be calling at this hour? Now, where's that phone? Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Commissioner, this is Frank Collins. I just received a threat.
Frank? Oh, you did?
Yes, I was informed I'm about to meet Oscar Borden's fate.
How are you warned?
Over the telephone just about 5 minutes ago. By a man who calls himself the Shadow.
The Shadow? Is he mixed up in this?
How should I know? Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I thought for a minute I heard a mouth organ play.
Mouth organ? Oh, that's just your nerves, Collins. Is your door locked?
No.
Go lock it quick.
All right, just a minute.
Good Lord. I can hear the mouth organ myself over the phone. Collins!
You're too late, Collins.
Collins!
You should have locked that door before you made the call.
It's Ralph Gorman's voice. Collins!
Who are you?
Maybe you heard of me, Collins. I'm Ralph Gorman.
Gorman! Oh, don't shoot! Don't! Oh!
Now only one more to go.
Operator! This is Police Commissioner Weston.
Get me headquarters. Hurry, operator. Hurry!
Lamont,
Come in, Margot.
I just heard that Frank Collins was murdered in his home last night, Lamont.
Yes, I've been reading the papers.
It's dreadful. How could Ralph Gorman have come back from the dead to commit these murders?
Margot, yesterday I would have said it was totally impossible. Today, well, frankly, I don't know. At this moment, I can't think of any other hypothesis that would account for the known facts.
Then that means... Jiminy,
What did you say?
I merely said Jiminy.
Why did you say that?
Jiminy? I don't know. I was just thinking. Why, does it mean anything?
Ordinarily, no. In this instance, it may mean everything. At least it gives me a clue. Margot, is your car outside?
Yes, Lamont.
Well, come on. We're going places. Hey, be careful, Margot. Watch how you're driving.
You told me to step on it. I thought you wanted to get to the Regal Hotel in a hurry.
I do, but I'd like to get there all in one piece.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me that. Incidentally, why the Regal Hotel?
Governor Roberts is staying there. He's addressing the manufacturers' dinner at the Colossus Club tonight. I'd like to be sure he lives to make it.
Oh, Lamont, now you're being mysterious again. Why shouldn't Governor Roberts live to make his speech?
Because I have reason to believe he's next on the list, marked for murder. I have an idea that if any attempt is made on the governor's life tonight, it'll probably be tonight. Here's the hotel. You'll just pull up the curb.
All right.
I said up to the curb, dear, not over it.
Oh, I think you're horrid.
If I'm not mistaken, so will somebody else before the night's over. Well, goodbye, Margot, and thanks for the ride.
This is the service entrance, Governor. Go right through that door there. You'll be on Marine Street.
Good, thank you. That's what I told my car to wait.
Governor Roberts, do you think this is wise?
Wise, Latham? Of course it's wise. What danger can there be? I'm going straight to the dinner at the Colossus Club alone in my own car with my own chauffeur.
Well, just as you say, sir.
Through this door to the street, you said, Porter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, where's my car? I told Henry to wait. Oh, there he is. To the Colossus Club, Henry. Henry, this is the most preposterous thing I ever heard of in my life. What's our police force turning into? A bunch of old women? Ralph Gorman? Of course I couldn't pardon him. The man was guilty. He certainly can't come back from the dead, can he, Henry? All this cock and bull story about playing a mouth organ, you don't believe... Henry, what's making that noise? Henry, did you hear me? Henry, what's the matter with you? This isn't the way to the Colossus Club. You're heading for the river. Stop the car. Henry, Why, you're not Henry.
That's right, I ain't Henry, Governor. Don't you remember me, Ralph Gorman?
Ralph Gorman? No. No, it's not possible.
Well, you see me, don't you? And you remember how I used to play the mouth organ in the death house? Like this.
Stop the car. Let me out.
I'll let you out, all right, in 10 feet of water when we get to the river.
No. Let me out.
You didn't let me out of the chair, did you, Governor? I burned, remember? Well, you'll drown.
Stop the car. Stop it, I say. You'll kill us both.
You can't kill a dead man, can you, Governor? The old fool went and croaked by himself. Scared to death. It saves me the trouble.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Gorman.
Hey, what's that?
Governor Roberts is unharmed. He's only fainted. He has a weak heart.
Who's that? Where are you?
You didn't know you had the Shadow as a passenger.
Oh, the Shadow, huh? Well, you can't hurt me. Even a Shadow can't harm a ghost.
But you're not a ghost, Gorman.
Yeah, that's what you think. Don't you know that Ralph Gorman is dead?
Certainly. But you're not Ralph Gorman. You're his twin brother, Arthur.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't, Arthur. I went down to the city records office and checked up on the birth certificate. A very pretty little story. Your mother had twin boys and concealed the fact from everyone. She brought you two up deliberately for a life of crime. Very convenient, wasn't it, Arthur? No matter what crime one of you committed, the other was always seen somewhere else at the same time to furnish a complete alibi.
Yeah, I'm Arthur Gorman, Ralph Gorman's twin brother. But if we hadn't got the hour mixed up, they'd never have convicted Ralph that last time.
Too bad, wasn't it? After all the trouble your mother had taken for years to conceal the fact you were twins.
How did you get onto it?
Why, a friend of mine used the expression Gemini. And I naturally connected that with Gemini.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Gemini is the sign of the zodiac, which means the twins. Well, Arthur, this is a very interesting discussion. But I think now you'd better stop the car.
Oh, yeah? What do you think I am, crazy? They're never gonna burn me.
That's a matter of opinion.
All right, you got me, but I got you, Shadow. Got you where I want you. There's the river right ahead of us. I'm gonna drive over the embankment. I'll drown, but so will you. I'll drive right over the edge.
None of this emergency brake works, you won't?
Oh, my Lord. Oh, what happened?
Boy, look at that smash.
Oh, those drunken drivers, they ought to be put in jail.
He ran head on into the warehouse wall there. Did you see
Two
him?
men in there.
Here's the doctor. Let me through.
Let the
There they
doctor
are, Doc. I see. Stand back, please.
Well, how about it, Doc? Well, I'll be... The man in back is Governor Roberts.
Governor Roberts?
Is he? No. He's all right, I think. Just fainted. Shocked, probably.
Hey, Doc, how about the other guy?
The chauffeur here is dead.
Dead? That's too bad. Say, his face looks familiar.
What is it? Do you know him?
That dead guy in the chauffeur outfit is the living image of a gunman called Ralph Gorman.
Ralph Gorman? It can't be. Ralph Gorman went to the chair last week.
Well, if it ain't him, it's his twin brother.
If only you'd been able to tell us that a week ago. Justice would have been served a great deal more quickly.
In a moment, we shall introduce our distinguished guest, one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Francis H. Horan. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with some money-saving hints on furnace care and attention.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. Last week I discussed the three factors which cause heat to be lost up the chimney and how they can be corrected. This afternoon I want to tell you about another common cause of wasted coal and heating inefficiency, namely ash pit loss. Ash pit loss means the unburned or partially burned coal which falls through the grates into the ash pit. This loss is due simply to shaking the grates too often and too vigorously. Don't shake the fire every time you throw on fresh coal. Let that depend on the weather outside. And when you shake the grates, stop immediately when you see the first red glow in the ash pit. If you think you're not getting full value for your heating dollars, here's what you do. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to have a trained John Barclay heating expert inspect your furnace. Remember, there's no charge or obligation on your part. So feel free to call on your blue coal dealer. I thank you.
And now, on behalf of our sponsors, the Blue Coal dealers, the nation over, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Francis H. Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'm very happy to be here with you this afternoon and to have the opportunity of speaking to the audience of the Shadow program. I am sure all law enforcement bodies in the United States agree with me when I say that constructive radio programs are a very great help in the prevention of crime. I can't emphasize strongly enough how important it is to prove, particularly to growing boys, the truth that crime in any form does not pay. Your program helps to bring this message to millions of people, so keep up the good work.
We certainly shall, Mr. Horan, and thank you, sir, for stopping in. It's been a great honor to have had you with us. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Evil lurks in the hearts of men. The Shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before this afternoon's adventure with the Shadow begins, here's advice every homeowner will profit by following. When you order your next supply of fuel, ask for blue coal. Then you'll enjoy steady, dependable heating comfort and satisfaction such as you've never known before. Countless thousands of American families have found from experience what a tremendous difference blue coal makes. It burns down to a fine ash, leaving no wasted, unburned coal. And it gives steadier, healthier heat with less furnace attention. So if you want the solid fuel for solid comfort, insist on blue coal by name. Call your dealer for your supply tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Valley of the Living Dead.
This desert scenery is simply magnificent, Lamont. Why, this alone was worth the trip.
Yes. And I think that's the mountain range over there that I've been looking for. Sort of saw-teeth edge to it.
Looking for a mountain range. The whole thing seems silly to me. This long trip just because you heard of a rumor that there's a valley someplace behind a saw-toothed mountain where people act peculiarly. What's behind this rumor?
That's just what I'm going to find out, Margot.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want some gas. And I also want to know the best road up that mountain over there.
Oh, there ain't no road over that mountain you can drive on, mister.
No road? Well, what's the matter with that one right ahead there?
That's no good. It's dangerous. You see, ain't many folks besides me has been in that valley. And, brother, I'm going to live there someday.
Well, if you go, you can go alone, Timothy Hicks. I'll have plenty of time to rot when I'm dead and in my grave.
What's that you said?
I said I'd have long enough to rot when I'm in my grave.
Don't pay no attention to missus. She don't know nothing. Why, on the other side of that there range, they got the slickest place you ever seen. Pretty little round valley. There's only one thing, though. You got to be busted to live there.
You can't have any money?
Yep, busted. Why, the folks in there get the houses given to them and food, everything.
You mean a sort of a state poor farm?
Nope, nothing like that. It's private. Owned by Mr. Maxim. Kindest man that ever was. Yes, indeed. Well, there you are, mister, all fixed up.
About how many people live in that valley?
Well, I wouldn't know exactly. There's maybe 800-900. I ain't been in since they prospected for gold. Boy, they sure hit a vein.
Well, then they must have plenty of money in there.
Nope, they ain't. See, while Mr. Maxim was in the east, those folks got some capital in from the outside to work the mine. Yep, but then he came back. Maxim come back too soon. Gosh, was he mad. Put a stop to it as quick as scat.
Gold? And he put a stop to it?
Yep, yeah. Ain't supposed to have no money in there.
Yeah, probably can't tell a nickel from a dime, but now. Me, I can't see myself without a bit of change in my hand now and then. Not me. Ain't got nothing in there I want. No radios, theaters, stores, nothing.
Well, Lamont Cranston, there's certainly no great wrong here to right. I suggest we give up the whole thing and make this a pleasure trip for a change.
Sorry, Margot. Here you are, Hicks.
Oh, thanks, mister. Hey, mister, be on the watch for boulders rolling across the road there.
Well, here's where we leave the paved road and start climbing.
There's a sign. Danger, drive up this road at your own risk.
Oh, yes, I see it. And I assure you it interests me, Margot. In view of what our friend back there just warned us.
There comes the boulder now, Lamont. Bigger than this car.
You're right.
Oh.
missed us anyhow.
Now will you turn back? The road isn't safe.
Well, that one might be just coincidence, Margot. It's a fine road. Nothing wrong with it. Good all the way up, far as I can see.
There's another boulder.
Yes, coming right down this path. Hold fast.
Oh, thank goodness that missed us, too. Lamont, there's no coincidence about those boulders rolling down.
No, you're right, Margot. Unless I'm mistaken, it's an electric eye. And it starts them as surely as it would open a door.
Well, then, for pity's sake, let's get out of here. We'll be smashed to bits. I've had enough of this whole thing.
Before the sun sets, Margot, we're going to be in that valley. But we're going in by plane.
But it all seems so unnecessary, Lamont. Going and getting this plane, there can't be anything wrong. Not with this man Maxim on the job. Say he's so kind and all that.
Margot, never in my life have I felt a more compelling certainty that something was wrong. At any rate, we'll know the moment we're over the jagged teeth of this ridge below. There. Look, Margot. There's the valley. I'll fly lower. Look closely.
Lamont, this is low enough.
Yes, 100 feet. And look. Look at those people closely, Margot. As they move along the streets. The lifelessness of them.
Well, no traffic to keep them jumping. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong.
Children half-heartedly at play. No work being done anywhere. Men sprawled on the grass.
Well, what of it, Lamont?
Cut off from the outside world. No work to do, no amusements. Nothing for mind or muscle to feed on. Why, Margot, that place is like a stagnant pool covered with green slime. Beautiful to look at, but filled with decay.
Well, maybe you're right, Lamont. Even the women don't stop to talk to one another. They don't even look up at the sound of the plane.
And over there, just beyond the dam, are the gold mines. Latest equipment lying idle.
And a chance for everybody to make a lot of money. Look, what's that back against the hill? Oh, it's a sort of castle.
Now, wait a minute, Margot. That standard flying from the turret there. It has a name on it. I'll try to get closer and make it out. See, Ingram A. Maxim. Ingram Maxim. Why, I know who this fellow is now.
You do?
In college. I was just a freshman. He was taking postgraduate. A bald, thin little man, always helping some of the fellows. Why, he was rich as Croesus even then. Hang on, Margot. I'm going to set it down on the other side of the dam. Find out what this is all about.
Why don't they answer, Lamont?
We'll keep on knocking until they do. Wait. I saw the curtain move from the window up there.
Please, Lamont, let's go back to the plane. I feel weak. What was that?
I don't know. It's horrible. But, Margot. Good heavens, Margot. Here, you're not fainting.
Oh, the lady has fainted.
Mr. Maxim, please. I prefer to carry her.
I will carry her. No one here dictates to Maxim. There. Now, precede me into the house, if you will, sir. And now, with the little lady well taken care of, we shall dine together. Cranston, we talk over the old days. You see, I remember you. Indeed, I have the faculty of remembering everybody I ever see.
I couldn't forget you, naturally. Always doing such kind things to help the less fortunate chaps at college.
That was nothing at all. Now, here, of course, I have much larger opportunities.
Yes, undoubtedly. Something's been puzzling me, Maxim. Those boulders rolling down into the road. I'm curious to know how you work that.
I have my own ways, Mr. Cranston, of protecting this valley of mine from intruders. I want nothing from the outside world to touch my people. Nothing.
Ralph's mother. I can't move.
You're all right, Margot. I'm right here.
Keep your arms under the blankets, little lady. That's it.
But I'm not cold. I'm smothering.
Too much exertion, my dear, coming down that steep path from the dam. Women's delicate bodies were not built for harsh exertion. You see, they... Serena, what are you doing here? Why did you leave your room in your wheelchair without my help?
Is the lady sick, Maxim? Are you sick too, my dear?
No.
No, nothing wrong with me. Just a little chill.
Miss Lane, my wife,
How do you do?
Mr. Cranston.
How do you do? Did you suffer an injury of some sort, Mrs. Maxim? That you should have to be in a wheelchair?
No. Oh, no, I've always been strong. But after the birth of my son, I think that was when
My dear, you are exerting yourself too much. You must go to your room.
But Maxim's always taken such good care of me. I never have to lift a hand. He carries me, puts me in my bed. He feeds me. He's always so kind. Kind.
It is the privilege of all strong people, my dear, to take care of the weaker. Come, my dear Serena. Off to bed with you.
Maxim, the lady heard it too. It's not my
It is
imagination.
the wind, my dear, in a faulty flue. I shall have it fixed tomorrow.
But I tell you, it has the sound of my son's voice.
Now, that imagination of yours again, my dear. You know that Paul is off at school. Now, say good night to Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston.
Good night, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston.
Good night.
While we're waiting for the second act of The Valley of the Living Dead, here's a word to the wise. Homeowners, when you order fuel, keep in mind that there's just as much of a difference between the quality of various kinds of hard coal as there is in an automobile, radio, or washing machine. This difference lies in the location of the fields from which the coal comes and the care in mining and preparation. That's why it will pay you to insist on blue coal when you order your next supply of fuel. For blue coal is a guaranteed product of the nation's largest hard coal producer, the Glen Alden Coal Company. Their mines are located in the richest part of the northern Pennsylvania anthracite fields. Each ton of blue coal as it comes from the mines is screened and rescreened many times for perfect sizing. Then it's washed to remove any existing impurities and laboratory tested by trained inspectors. Only the coal which passes this thorough laboratory test and meets Glen Alden's high quality is shipped to blue coal dealers. That's why you can be sure of perfect heating comfort and satisfaction when you order quality-tested blue coal by name. You'll find that blue coal gives you steadier, more dependable heat. So call your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Father? Oh, I thought you'd never come.
But, Paul, my son, don't I always come?
Oh, this steel cast. Can't we take it off?
Not yet, my boy. To remove it too soon would mean that you'd never walk again.
I don't care. I don't care. It's now. It's the pain now that I can't stand.
I know what is best for you, Paul.
But it's getting worse. I can't rest. I can't sleep.
Come now. You must.
Oh, if I only could and never wake up.
There. That is better. Patience. Patience. I'll turn the light low. There. Good night, my son. Sleep. Sleep.
I'm glad he's gone. I'll get that cast off somehow. Even if it does cripple me. I don't care.
Let me help you, Paul.
Who spoke? Where are you?
Don't be frightened. I've come to help you.
Nothing can frighten me anymore. But I can't see you.
I can sometimes help people better because I'm not seen.
Oh, I don't know what you mean, but can you really help me? I mean, take the cast off.
Yes, Paul, right away. Tell me, how long have you had it on?
Nearly 2 years. I was away at school and had an accident. My father came to see me, and well, I don't remember much about that part. But a doctor said that I would have to have this cast put on.
A doctor said that?
Well, yes. My father told me he did.
Here, trust me now. I want you to try to stand.
But I can't. My father says I can.
I want you to try.
All right. I'll try. Oh, I'm standing.
Good boy. That's what I wanted to know. You have 2 strong, healthy legs. They're growing against steel that clamps them like a vice. This cast is coming right off.
It's off. Oh, but my legs, they feel numb.
Steady, Paul. The pain will soon be gone. You'll be well again. Well again, boy. Oh, yours is not the only bondage to be broken tonight.
Margot, it's good to get out in the air. Now, down these stone steps. Watch out. Steep.
Lamont, tell me, that dreadful cry, was that...
Yes, his son, Margot. I was able to relieve his sufferings, though.
Thank heaven for that. But down in the village, all those people, what can you do for them?
If their suffering has been great enough, I'll make them help themselves. Watch out. This last step. Yeah, that's it.
There isn't a light anywhere. Everyone in this village is asleep.
That's it, Margot. Everyone has been asleep too long. But with luck, I hope to awaken their minds to this living death.
Not a sound anywhere, Lamont, except that coyote off in the hills.
The villagers sleep, Margot, but they do not rest. Come, I'll show you how their tortured subconscious minds react.
This place of living dead, this silence beats on my ears like the drums of eternity.
And in the next house and the next, Margot, I must go to them as they sleep in the shadows. Try to free them from this bondage of submission.
The mills. I hear them. The good, honest roar of machinery. The white heat of the furnaces. There's a fine strength in me. And I'm to have a raise of $1 at the end of the week. No, that's past and gone. I've become as soft as something that lies rotting in the sun. There is no hope. I am dead. Dead.
No, my friend, you're alive. And you can be strong again.
What? Who spoke? Who said that?
God put muscles in a man's body for use, for work.
Work? Yes, work. But we are dead.
Not while there is work to be done, and you can do it.
No, I've dreamed that dream until I'm nearly mad.
Then go to the mines. They wait only for your courage to start them working.
No, we can't do that. Mr. Maxim has forbidden it.
Wake up, man. He has given you what only money can buy. He has taken from you what only God can give. Your freedom. Start working the mines tonight.
Start working the mines tonight. Start working the mines tonight. Start working the mines tonight.
Lamont, there are lights now in every house.
Yes, and over there, lanterns swinging to the quick step of men hurrying to the mines. Give me your hand, Margot. We've no time to lose. We're almost at Maxim's castle.
To think in a single night you will have destroyed Maxim's self-created world.
As well as that, Margot, everything on which his ego has fattened. Listen, the people are wasting no time. Hurry. Here, I'll help you. Up these steps. Quickly. Quickly, Margot, quickly. This is Maxim's room, Margot. You stay back. I don't know what danger lies behind this door. But as the shadow, I'll soon find out.
After all I've done for them, they betray my generosity. Men and women alike. They're crowded down at the mines with the hundreds. I'm going out to the balcony to observe them more clearly.
Maxim, what's happened? Why are you so angry?
Mrs. Maxim, don't be startled. I'm here to help you. Listen closely. This is a fight for freedom.
Oh, who speaks? It's all such a strange dream.
Do as I tell you without questioning. Rise out of your bed, out of your weakness, and fight as those people down at the mines are starting to fight.
But I can't rise. I can't walk. Not without Maxim's help.
You can. You shall. You've got to fight out of the weakness to strength and freedom.
Yes. Fight out of weakness to strength and freedom. I can.
I will stand.
I see their game. They want a freedom apart from me, but they shan't have it. I stopped them before. I'll stop them again.
No, Maxim. Don't stop them this time. Don't.
Serena, you standing alone. How dare you stand alone without my help?
I'd rather die, Maxim, standing alone as God intended me to stand, than go on in a living death of the weakness that comes of your constant support.
You too. After all I've done, devoted my life to you. What madness is in this place tonight?
Madness is lifting from this place tonight, Maxim.
What is that voice? Who speaks?
Perhaps it is your conscience speaking, Maxim. Your conscience.
Serena, what is that voice? Do you hear it? Or is this whole thing some crazy dream?
I only know that I can stand alone and move alone. And if it's a dream, I hope I never wake.
Listen closely, Maxim. Your conscience speaks again. You gave these poor creatures the things your millions could so easily buy. You felt great and noble and princely in the giving. And for that you robbed them of their strength of will and muscle and heart. It is a crime. Just as stealing money is a crime.
This is how they repay me, is it? They hurl my liberality back into my teeth and make it a reproach.
Maxim, you are consumed by selfishness. A selfishness so great that it has sacrificed 1,000 people and your wife and your son to its greedy demand.
It's a lie! My whole life has been devoted to others. My people know I love them. I'll go to them. I'll talk to them.
Will you also listen to them?
They will listen to me. And I will give them their choice of life or death.
What? There is Mr. Maxim up on the dam.
What? Stop those drills, I command you. Stop those drills.
No! We want to work. Yes, we want to work.
There is no need for you to work. I shall always provide for you. I have promised that. I have proved it.
We will earn money again to buy food that we earn to care for our family.
And I say you shall not. This valley is mine, and all who live here shall live as I order.
Let us work the mine. There's the way. Let us feel we've earned the right to live.
Have you so soon forgotten from what I saved you? That world outside where every man sets his hand against every other man? For money?
At least we know we live. Better that than this, where we grow soft with a rotting softness, and the hills and the silence close us in. We want no more.
This valley is the fulfillment of a dream. For you.
It's a dream and nothing more. There is no life in it.
I tell you, I know what is best for you. You will not accept life as I have given it to you. Then you shall have death as I give it to you. I shall save them from themselves. A quick, merciful death. Yes, one turn of this lever, and in a few minutes the valley will be a deep and silent lake. Yes, one turn of the lever.
For the second time, Maxim, your conscience speaks.
Let it speak. I know what is best for my people.
You care nothing about those people.
How wrong you are, voice. I care enough about them to exterminate them all, rather than submit them to the corruption of an outside world. Just one turn of this handle.
Just one turn of that handle, and you would be a murderer.
The ungrateful have no right to live.
Close those gates before it is too late. You have no right to pronounce death. For if there's a guilty man in this valley today, you are that man.
I guilty. Of what am I guilty?
You attempted to buy the freedom of 1,000 people, Maxim. To force them to the knees before you, and to keep them there for the rest of their lives.
No, I didn't mean it that way. This lever. Oh, I'm turning back. The rush of water against the gate is too strong. I can't turn it.
Maxim, I'm here. Cranston. Lamont Cranston. Here beside you.
Oh, Cranston,
I'll help you.
Before it's too late.
Yes, together. Our combined strength.
It's done. They shall live.
Maxim, what's wrong? There's blood on your lip.
Something in me is broken. The weight of closing the gate.
Here, lean on me.
Wait. Look, Cranston, look. Coming there. Walking toward me. Look. Walking. My wife and my son.
Yes, walking. Here, Maxim, take my arm.
No, Cranston, I am dying. I gave my life closing those gates, saving my people. Tell them that. Tell my wife and son.
Please lean on me. Let me help you to your feet.
No, look. The weaker I grow, the more strongly they walk. My wife and son, they are getting back what I took away.
You're a great man at this moment, Maxim. And listen, down by the mines as the water recedes, they're cheering you, Maxim.
Yes, I hear them cheering me.
And they are the cheers of a living and a free people.
Before you hear a preview of next week's Shadow story, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with more of his time and trouble-saving hints on furnace care and attention. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. A great many homeowners are under the impression that they can save money by putting only a little coal on the furnace. On the contrary, that's one of the surest ways I know to actually waste money. A flimsy, shallow fire is apt to go out. It won't give you enough heat, and it causes constant trips to the cellar to refuel the fire. The economical way to fire your furnace is to keep a deep fire bed at all times. Build the fire up to the level of the bottom of the fire door. Of course, in milder weather, you can leave a little heavier layer of ash on the grates. This keeps the fire burning slowly, yet it keeps enough coal burning to give plenty of heat if the temperature should suddenly drop. And remember, if you feel your furnace isn't giving you 100% heating results, here's what you do. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer. Ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to look over your furnace. These men are trained heating experts. They're fully qualified to locate the source of any possible furnace trouble and show you how it can be corrected. This John Barclay service is yours without any charge or obligation of any sort on your part. So always feel free to call your blue coal dealer. I thank you.
And now for a preview of next week's exciting shadow adventure entitled Prelude to Terror. The eminent scientist, Professor Baker, is sitting in his study late one night when there is a knock on the door. Thinking it is his butler, Cooper, he says,
Come in, Cooper. Oh, I thought it was Cooper.
Shut up, Professor Baker. I got a present for you.
Here's what the boss wants. And before he's through, the people of this city will wish they were dead like you, Professor Baker.
Why did this man kill Professor Baker? For what reason does he say an entire city will welcome death? Be sure to find out next week when you hear the Shadow's newest adventure, Prelude to Terror. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
The Shadow, mysterious character who furthers the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, Prelude to Terror.
Cooper.
Yeah, Professor Baker. I thought you'd like this cup of hot tea.
Yes, thanks. Helps to keep me awake. And I have a lot of work to do tonight.
Shall I pour it, sir?
Yes, please. Oh, isn't this your night off, Cooper?
Yes, sir. I passed the house on my way home and saw your lights on. I know how you enjoy a late cup of tea.
Very considerate of you, Cooper. Very. But it's late, and you must get your rest. Oh, the doorbell. I wonder who that could be at this hour of night.
Shall I answer it, sir?
Yes, Cooper, yes. I'll take care of the tea.
All right. Amy, what are you doing here? Cut the gab. Close the door. I know. Braden sent you. Where's old man Baker? Upstairs in his study. Okay. Hey, wait. I won't let you do this. I won't let you hide him. You keep your mouth shut unless you want to go back and finish out that prison term you ran out on. Hey, leave Professor Baker alone, please. I'm not going to be in on this. I'm getting out.
Well, who was the late call? Oh, I thought it was Cooper. What do you...
Gee, you're sure jumpy tonight, Braden. What are you walking up and down like that for? Something on your mind?
Yeah, big things. Things you'd never understand. I wonder what's keeping Heaney. Should have been here half an hour ago.
Think he might have muffed things, boss?
I hope not.
There he is now.
Open up.
Okay, boss. We was just talking about you.
Yeah, what's it? Well, Heaney, what happened? You have any trouble?
Not much. I just put 2 slugs into the old guy, Professor Baker. He's dead. The rest was easy.
What about Cooper?
He was scared stiff. He lit out.
You let him get away?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that guy. He's too scared to talk.
You should have put the silencer on him anyway.
And you're the boss, Braden. What do you want me to do?
Take no chances. Dig Cooper up and close his trap for keeps.
Okay, boss. I'll take care of him.
You get the stuff I sent you after?
Yeah, sure did.
Let me have it.
And let's see. I get it right inside here. Yep. Here you are, boss. The old professor had it right where you said.
Yeah. This is it, all right.
What is it, Braden? Looks like an empty bottle to me.
It's a colorless, odorless gas. The most powerful explosive in existence. Enough to blow up this whole city.
Huh?
This is all there is in the world.
Yeah? What are you going to do with it?
You'll find out. Hey, Ingersoll.
Yes, boss. What's on your mind?
You used to be a chemist, right?
Still am. The best outside the law.
All right, I want you to take this gas out of this little bottle and seal it in that crate of light bulbs I got last night. Think you can do it?
I guess so. How much gas to the bulb?
Wait, I'll help you. Morgan, Drays, all of you, come here.
Well, what's up, Braden?
Plenty. When we get these explosive light bulbs fixed up, I want you to go out and plant them in light sockets everywhere. In stores, houses, public buildings, all over the city.
Well, what's the big idea, Braden?
I'm going to plunge the city into total darkness for one night.
Total darkness?
How are you going to make them douse their light?
Look, we get these bulbs planted before noon tomorrow. When it gets dark, they'll turn on lights. And some of these places will be blown to bits.
Oh, boy.
The next night, they won't dare turn on a light.
Yeah? Where do we come in? What does that get us?
What does it get us, you sap? Don't you see? When the city blacks out, we move in and take over.
Oh,
yeah. I've drawn up a chart showing exactly where the explosive bulbs are to be planted.
You ain't missed a trick, huh, Braden?
This is a big job. Now we'll need plenty of help for the cleanup. Round up every dip, rod man, gangster, any crook you know. Have them here in the mill tomorrow night.
Okay, don't worry, boss.
As soon as everything's set, we'll move in under cover of darkness.
They poor cops. They will be helpless.
Yeah. We'll rob, steal, pillage to our heart's content. We'll take everything that's not nailed down.
Boy, what a stunt.
Well, that's a crook's paradise.
Greatest idea I've ever heard.
It's the greatest idea in the history of crime. I'm going to create a reign of terror like this country's never known.
Something for a young Tuesday, madam?
Yes, I don't exactly know what I want.
Well, is it a boy or a girl?
A girl. I'm her grandmother.
Oh, is that so? Well, I have a little girl, too. How old is your granddaughter?
She's just 4 months old.
Oh, well, then you must see our modern nursery. The infant things are all in there. Will you come right this way, please?
Mr. White would like something in a suede handbag.
You step right in.
Thank you.
Oh, it's rather dark, isn't it? Well, I'll put on more light. That switch is... here we are.
Get out! The walls are crumbling!
Oh, my leg. I can't move.
Somebody, please give me a hand. There's a child buried under here. The whole front's blown out. Oh, this is terrible. Awful. Get back there. Keep away now.
All right, lend a hand here, Ben. We can't handle the wounded. Come on.
Look, there's a girl in that window up there.
She's going to jump.
Don't jump. Wait. All out. Gas the streetcar burns. Last stop. But, Conductor, I'm going all the way to Henshaw Terrace. There'll be another car right behind you, mister. What do you know about it? You folks can sit in the waiting room over there.
Pretty dark in this waiting room. How about some light?
Yeah, there's a switch right behind you.
Oh, yes. I'll turn it on.
Anything else, Commissioner Weston?
Yes. Detail as many men as you can spare to the Castle Street car barns. And swear in every able-bodied volunteer you can find as a special deputy. I'll broadcast an appeal to all doctors and nurses in this entire territory to report there at once. Stay right on the job, Brophy. Phone me again in 10 minutes.
Okay, Commissioner Weston. Goodbye.
Lamont Cranston to see you, Commissioner.
Cranston? Well, you tell him for me.
Hello, Commissioner Weston. Why don't you tell me yourself?
I'm busy, Cranston. What do you want?
I came to see if there's anything I can do to help in this horrible catastrophe.
If you can swing a pick, drag a hose, or carry a stretcher, there's plenty for you to do.
I've already done my bit in that direction. For the moment, I'm interested in the reason for these awful crimes.
Now, wait a minute, Cranston. I've got more on my mind than just sitting here and satisfying your curiosity.
This is not just curiosity, Commissioner. I've got a theory.
So has everybody else. I've got no time for crackpot theories.
You certainly are flattering, Commissioner.
Well, I'm not running a school for amateur detectives.
No, I'd never suspect you of pedagogic inclinations, Commissioner. But tell me, do you know how the explosions occurred last night?
No, I don't. All I know is that the two places went up when the lights went on.
Then I'm sure I can help you.
If you have any evidence, any facts, I'm willing to listen. But I don't want to hear any more theory.
All right, Commissioner, calm yourself and I'll explain.
I am calm.
Of course you are. Now, my theory is this.
What?
Oh, all right, let's put it this way. My hunch is this.
Go ahead. Get it off your chest and let me get back to work.
You want to clear up the mystery of these explosions, don't you, Commissioner?
That, Cranston, would seem to be the general idea.
Then you must first find out who killed Professor Baker.
Are you trying to tell me that there's a connection between the death of Baker and these explosions?
I'm not just trying, I'm telling you. There is, definitely.
What makes you so sure about it?
I happen to know that Professor Baker was experimenting with an explosive, such as might have been used in these two blasts.
Where does your theory go from there?
Professor Baker was killed for possession of that explosive. Find his killers, and you found the men responsible for the other crimes.
But where's the motive? What reason could they have had for blowing up those places and killing all those people?
That I don't know.
There you are, in a blind alley. You have a theory and nothing to support it. Now run along, Cranston. My nerves won't stand any more of this nonsense.
You must listen to me, Commissioner. You've got...
Now I've got... Hello?
Hello, Commissioner Weston.
Yes, who's this?
Never mind that. I got some dope for you.
What do you mean?
Those two explosions last night were bad, huh? Well, that's only a little sample of what's coming tonight.
What? What did you say?
You heard me. You're going to have a worse mess on your hands if you don't carry out my orders.
Orders?
I want this city in total darkness tonight.
Total darkness?
If there's an electric light, auto headlamp, or even a flashlight turned on, you're going to get a bouquet of explosions worse than yesterday.
You must be stark mad. You'll never get away with this.
Try me and see. Either the lights go out or
or the city goes up.
Hello. Hello. Cranston, did you hear that?
Yes, I did, Commissioner.
What are we going to do? It'll be dark in a few hours.
Commissioner, that man must be stopped. If he's not, this city will be the scene of indescribable horror tonight. We've got to stop him.
Explosive light bulbs threaten more blasts. Mystery voice warns Commissioner West.
Explosive electric lamps spread through city. Read all about it.
Terrible. We won't have any light. How are we going to see in the dark?
Place tonight.
Me neither. I don't want my family to go back. But what are we going to do?
Dr. Moss? Dr. Moss?
Dr. Moss, do something. Please save my little bambina.
Well, I'll do all I can, Mrs. Vanetti. Your child is very sick.
Oh, my bambina, my baby. What are we going to do, Doctor?
That child won't last an hour if we don't operate at once.
We can't do that. You'll dare turn on the light.
Well, we've got to do something.
Couldn't we operate by candlelight?
Oh, that's impossible. The operation's too delicate.
Oh, please, Dottore, help my baby.
Nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
I'm going to operate.
But the light, Doctor.
I can't stand here and see this child die. We've got to take the chance. Turn on the lights.
But very well, Doctor. I'll turn them on.
Hello?
Mayor Hamilton,
Yes. Who is it speaking?
this is the Shadow.
Shadow? Oh, yes. What can I do for you?
Mr. Mayor, the hospital has just been blown up.
What? The hospital? Good heavens, that can't be possible.
It's true, Mr. Mayor.
I can hardly believe it. What hellish fiend can be responsible for this?
Mr. Mayor, you've got to act at once. You must make any other explosions tonight impossible.
Of course, but how can I do that?
Order the city power plant to cut the main switch.
The main switch?
It's the only way. You can't depend on all the people keeping their lights out.
But cutting the main power switch will tie up everything in the city.
It's that, Mr. Mayor, or death, destruction, and panic.
Very well. I'll order the power cut at once. Sure is dark. I can't see where I'm walking. Wonder what street we're on now. Does it matter? I'm lost. We're all lost. I'm sorry, lady. I didn't see you.
Hold that lantern higher, Bill. We don't want to walk off the viaduct.
Okay, Fred. Boy, am I glad I found this old wagon lamp. This is a swell idea.
Yeah, it's a swell target.
It shot right out of my hand.
When that gang said the city would have to black out, they meant black out.
No, we can't keep flying around here all night. Our gas is running out. You've got to set her down someplace. I can't understand it. I couldn't possibly have missed the city. We've cruised around for 20 minutes now, and I haven't seen a single light. We just have to keep going while the gas holds out. Then what? Then we start praying, brother.
Main switch is turned off. No lights, no power, nothing but bewilderment, uncertainty.
Oh, this is awful, Lamont. What are people going to do?
I'm afraid this is all leading to something worse, Margot. A prelude to a greater terror.
Lamont, you must do something.
I've racked my brain for a solution, some faint clue, and I'm stuck. I don't know what to do.
You just can't sit and wait for some new terror to strike, Lamont.
There must be some loose thread that might unravel this whole vicious pattern. Margot,
Yes, Lamont?
I've got an idea.
Yes?
Professor Baker's hired man, Cooper. The police released him. They said he proved that he was not in the house the night the professor was killed.
Yes?
It just struck me. The killer's fingerprints were on the handle of the door to the old man's study. But there were none on the knob of the street door. Don't you see it, Margot? Somebody opened the door for the killer.
Cooper.
Perhaps.
But Lamont...
Come on, Margot. We've got to find Cooper. The Shadow has got to talk to that man. He may be the thread I've hoped for.
Sure, and that's the last candle I have in the house, Mr. Cooper. They're very scarce now. But at least you'll be able to finish your packing.
Thanks, Mrs. Kelly.
Oh, my, no. I'm not sorry to see you go. But I don't blame anybody for getting out of this cursed city, that I don't.
Yeah, sure. Now, if you don't mind, I got a lot of packing to do. Good night, Mrs. Kelly.
Well, if that's the way you feel, goodbye and good riddance to you, Mr. Cooper.
What's your hurry, Cooper?
Who's that?
What are you running away from?
Me? What? Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm the Shadow, Cooper.
The Shadow?
You know of me, don't you? Now listen, Cooper. I've got to talk fast, and so do you.
I got nothing to talk about.
Cooper, you share responsibility for the death and destruction in this city.
No, that's a lie. I had nothing to do with it.
You know the man who killed Professor Baker. You've got to tell me who he is.
I can't.
You must. You alone can release the city from the grip of terror that man has placed it in.
I don't know anything about it, I tell you.
You're lying, Cooper. I know. You opened the door for the killer.
I wouldn't hurt the old man.
You were with him just before he died.
But I had nothing to do with his death. Honest, I didn't.
If you want to save yourself and clear your conscience, you've got to talk.
But All right. I want to get it off my mind. I'll talk. Haney, what do you want?
Just a living little message from the boss, Cooper. Here it is.
Cooper. Speak to me, Cooper. Oh, your throat. Try to talk, Cooper. The fate of the city rests with you. I can't understand you. For heaven's sake, man, you've got to tell me. Look, Cooper, I'll put my ear close to your lips. Try to whisper. Try. Yes, I understood that. His name, Cooper. His name, please.
Yes, sir.
What?
Sir.
Try again. Where? Quick, Cooper, quick.
What happened? I thought I heard a shot out here.
Look, it's Mr. Cooper.
Oh,
He's
no.
shot. Somebody get a doctor, quick.
Oh, no. It's no use for a doctor now. Cooper's dead.
Hey, engine stall. Bring me that chart. Yes, boss. Here you are. Have you checked off every place where we planted bulbs? Every one. They're all marked in red. What are we waiting for, Braden?
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
I'm waiting for the boys to come back from the city and give me the lowdown on how things stand. Say, Braden, how come we got lights with the city power plant turned off? I've been planning this job for over a year. I put in my own power plant.
Well, that's smart, I'll say.
Yeah,
but how did you manage the explosion?
See this bulb? Well, it was one of these that blew up the Gullens department store.
Oh, hey!
All right. Don't worry. They're all safe. This won't go off unless it's put in a light socket and the switch is thrown. Just the same. I feel better if you didn't wave it around like that. Margot, pull right over here, off the road.
There we are, Lamont.
Good. Now, you stay here in the car. Take this gun. You'll be perfectly safe. Just keep out of sight.
But where are you going, Lamont?
There's an old mill someplace along here. If I understood Cooper correctly, I'll find the man I'm looking for there.
You're not going in alone.
I've got to, Margot. I phoned Commissioner Weston as the Shadow and asked him to send some men.
Then why not wait for them?
I'm not sure they'll get here. I've got the hands full in the city. There isn't a moment to lose. The Shadow's got to work, and work fast.
Quiet, all of you. Well, boys, what'd you find out in the city?
Boss, you hit the bullseye. The city's as dark as a landlord's look.
Yeah, it's all set for us, boys. Good. All right, boys. We got the green light. Time to go.
Boy, this will be sweet picking, huh?
Morgan, you take 6 men and go to the Macy Street Bank. You know what to do.
Yeah.
Grays,
Right, boss.
take 20 men and clean out the Imperial Hotel. Go through the rooms. Don't leave anything you can carry.
Right.
You, Engenstall, the post office. 5 men can handle that. I am all set. The rest of you got your spots. Work fast. If anyone crosses you, use your guns. Let them have it.
I'm doing an ask on that.
All right. Grab your flash lamps and let's go.
What was that? Am I hearing things? Did anybody hear that laugh?
Yeah, I did.
So did I.
Quite a nice little thing you've cooked up, Braden. But here's where there's another ingredient added to your unholy brew.
Hey, what is this? It's the Shadow.
Right you are, Braden.
Well, you're not scaring me. You're not stopping me either.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Braden.
Hey, I don't see nobody. Men, this guy's right here in the room with us.
He's got some trick so we can't see him. But that don't mean we can't get him. Drays.
Yeah?
Stand by that door.
Okay.
Keep your back against it and don't let anybody or anything open it. Now, Morgan, pick up that machine gun and spray the other end of the room.
But he's down the light.
Hey, I'm stepping out of here.
Hey.
All right, quiet. Don't be afraid. Take it easy. Somebody switch on that light.
You don't dare turn on those lights.
What do you mean?
If you do, every man here will be blown to bits.
What are you talking about?
I took that explosive bulb you had on the table in front of you.
What?
When I turned out the light, I put it into one of the light sockets. Now, Mr. Braden, do you want to turn on the light?
You're bluffing, Shadow.
All you have to do to prove that point is to throw on the light switch.
Hey, what's that? It's a lot of cars driving up outside.
It's the police, gentlemen.
They'll never take me alive.
Alive or dead, Braden, you've got to be taken.
Hey, what are we going to do? This guy's dynamite.
Come out in 10 seconds. I will come in after you.
You might as well do as Commissioner Weston commands. Walk out the door with your hands in the air.
There's nobody walking out of this place. I know I'm chair bait. I'll die anyway. But there's one thing I'm going to do first. I'm going to take you along with me, Mr. Shadow.
Hey, keep your hands off that switch!
Get out of my way!
Look out, Commissioner. Get back.
Lamont. Oh, Lamont. Lamont.
Anyone alive in there, Captain? Not a single one, Commissioner.
It's all right, Margot. I'm safe.
Oh, Lamont, thank heaven. I thought you'd been killed in that explosion.
It was close, Margot. But I got out when they were trying to keep Aiden away from the light switch. You go back to the car now, Margot. I'll be with you in a minute. Commissioner Weston. Commissioner Weston.
Hello, is that you, Shadow?
Yes, Commissioner.
Well, we're in a fine jam now. They're all dead. How are we going to find out where the other explosive bulbs are planted?
It's all right, Commissioner. I got Braden's chart showing the location of the explosives.
Where is it?
You'll find it in the front seat of your car.
Then the city is safe.
Yes, Commissioner.
Good. All right, men, get in your cars. We've got to gather up those lamps right away. And my gratitude, Shadow, for a job well done.
Come, Margot. We're going home. Shadow's work is done for tonight. The reign of terror is ended.
Thanks to you, Lamont.
It was bound to end this way, Margot. The plots and plans of criminals are the devices of their own destruction. Weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Today's story, The Ghost of Captain Balo.
Come along, Cranston. We ought to find the mate of the Northern Queen and one of those waterfront saloons around here. I know you'll be interested in hearing his story.
I'm sure I will. Tell me, Mr. Ware, what happened to the rest of the crew when the Northern Queen went down?
Lost, every man jack of them. This mate we're looking for is the only survivor. He just got port.
The Northern Queen was your biggest freight ship, wasn't it?
Biggest and best in the whole fleet, Cranston. It was smashed to bits.
Well, how did it happen?
I don't exactly know. I've heard some crazy explanations, but no facts. That's why I'm so anxious to talk to this mate. Maybe he can clear things up.
You say the Northern Queen was smashed to bits. Where did it happen?
On an uninhabited island off the ship lanes in the middle of the Pacific.
Uninhabited? Off the ship lanes? Then what was your freighter doing there?
That's just what I've got to find out. There's something strange about this whole business. 10 liners have been wrecked in the same spot during a score of years in the same manner. Here, Cranston. Let's see if we can find the mate in this place.
All right. What do you have? There'll be little trouble mustering a ship crew in this saloon, eh, Mr. Ware?
Yeah, shouts would bring you enough men to man a boat from keel to bridge, Cranston. Here's my mate. Hi there, mate. I see you're still fit to ride a gale.
Commodore Ware, sir, it's right pleased I am to lay an eye on you again.
I want to talk to you. Can we go in the back room there?
Aye, sir, right in here. It'll be nice and quiet.
Yes, this is better. Sit down, mate. Have a seat, Cranston.
Thank you. I know you want to hear about the wreck of your ship, the Northern Queen.
Yes. Mate, give me the fact.
That I will, sir. And it'll likely raise the hair on your head just as it's whitened mine.
What happened? What caused the wreck of my ship?
'Twas Captain Balow stayed her on the rock, sir.
Well, Captain Balow wasn't master of the Northern Queen, was he?
No, but he rode the bridge the night she broke up. Leastwise, his ghost did.
Ghost?
Aye. The ghost of Captain Balow held the wheel, and all the men aboard couldn't budge it from his grip. That strong he was.
Now, what I want to know, mate, is what the Northern Queen was doing off her course.
We'd sprung a leak in our freshwater tank, sir. The nearest land point was Balow Island. The skipper set the Northern Queen to the wind and steered a course for the island. The crew was again it, but it was that or die of thirst. Gentlemen, if I knew then what was before us, I'd have died 1,000 times.
What happened?
Nothing, sir, till we were a few miles off the island. Then, Captain Balow's ghost took command. I most forgot, Mr. Cranston. I don't suppose you know about Captain Balow.
No, but I'm very much interested.
Well, sir, Captain Balow's been dead these 20 years or more. He was the last of the old square rigger skippers. It was the China trade he was in. On his last voyage out of the Orient, he carried 2 precious cargoes, a shipment of silver and his beautiful young wife. Captain Balow was quitting the sea to settle in South America. A happy pair they were, sir, none happier. His crew, though, was the motliest collection of sea scum ever to sail afore the mast. Well, sir, they were just off the island that's now called after him. Captain Balow was at the wheel, his wife beside him. The sea spray was washing her lovely face, and she was laughing into the wind. The crew was aft, heads together. We're fools if we don't, I tell you. We could do it easy.
Captain Balow's got the silver locked in his cabin.
Now, we could make him give up the key. He'll never do it. Are we weaklings that we can't make him do it? He's only one man, and we're a whole crew.
There's enough silver to make us all rich for the rest of our lives.
There's a much prettier cargo on the bridge beside him. His woman, eh? Aye. Silver comes from the earth. But a piece like that could only come from above. I want silver. Yeah, well, my share goes for the other cargo.
We share alike.
How about that? We get the prize first. We argue about it afterwards. Come on.
Aye.
While a happy woman laughed beside a contented man, the crew crept slowly toward the bridge. The laugh was cut short by the sight of the hard-faced men. Captain Balow asked them what they wanted for.
We want the key to your cabin, Captain Balow, and we mean to get it.
Give us the key.
Save yourself.
He ordered the men below, but...
We came for that silver cargo, and you ain't putting us off. Better give us the key peaceful, or we'll take it away from you.
The skipper reminded him it was mutiny.
We know what it is. You don't have to tell us. Mutiny or not, we're in command here, and you're
We've
doing...
had enough
talk. Out with the key.
Captain Balow told them they'd get the key over his dead body.
All right, then. Over your dead body it'll be, Captain Balow. Come on, men. Grab him. Hey, choking me. Back him. Through there, you swab.
While the men fought like hungry wolves, Captain Balow's wife stood frozen in horror.
Hand me that belaying pin. Here you are. That ought to settle the swab.
The blow from the belaying pin stunned the skipper. He fell to the deck. The crew were on him, snapping like a bunch of jackals.
All right, lift him up. Here comes. No more trouble. Heave him over the side.
Captain Balow was half conscious when they threw him over the rail. He revived a bit when his body hit the water. He saw his ship
with his wife aboard, sailing away. Above the surge of the sea, he heard coming back on the wind the pitiful wail of his lovely wife. Before the waters covered him up, Captain Balo, with an oath on his lips, swore eternal vengeance on all men who sailed the sea. Well, gentlemen, Captain Balo's wife died soon after that. But he's had his revenge many times over. He takes the helm of any ship that ventures into the waters where he lost his life and steers it onto the rocks of Balo Island.
You think that's how the Northern Queen was wrecked?
I don't think, Mr. Cranston. I know. I'm not given to ghost stories, sir, but I saw the Northern Queen's propeller frozen so her big engines couldn't turn it over. There she rode, helpless on the tide, straight for the rocks. She was smashed to bits.
Why are you so sure the ghost of Captain Balo took command?
Because I heard the warning.
Warning?
Aye, sir. I was just going off watch when I heard it, plain as I hear you.
What was it?
The pitiful wail of Captain Balo's wife. I knew then the Northern Queen was done for. Another seaman and myself put a small boat over the side and rowed away. The other man died from exposure. I was picked up 5 days later by a liner. That's why I'm here now, gentlemen. And there's not enough money in all the world that'd get me back to Balo Island.
Well, the wreck of the Northern Queen is still a mystery to me. Cranston, what do you think?
What do I think? Mr. Ware, how would you and Mrs. Ware like to take a trip on my yacht with Miss Lane and myself?
Trip? Where to?
To Balo Island.
By George, it's funny. Here I am, owner of a fleet of ocean liners I haven't been to sea in years. Cranston, I'm glad you suggested this voyage.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Mr. Ware.
Yeah. Oh, this salt air makes you sleepy. Mrs. Ware and Miss Lane have turned in long ago. Guess I'll follow suit. Coming, Cranston?
Yes, I'll join you below in just a moment.
All right. Oh, good evening, Captain.
Good evening, Mr. Ware. Mr. Cranston. Yes, Captain. Any orders for tonight, sir?
No.
Oh, to do the same course.
Well, you haven't yet told me where we're heading, sir.
No. What so?
You mind, sir?
Not at all, Captain. We're heading for Balo Island.
Balo Island?
Yes. You've heard of the place, I suppose?
What seaman hasn't? And why in heaven's name do you want to go to that place, sir?
I want to convince myself of something.
It's a dangerous voyage, sir.
You think we might be wrecked, is that it?
Not only that, sir, but it means trouble with the crew. When they find out we're heading for those haunted waters, well, I hate to think of what may happen.
Tell me, Captain, do you believe in this legend? Do you fear the ghost of Captain Balo?
Yes, sir. I certainly do.
Quiet, men. Quiet. I tell you, I saw the sailing orders.
The chief engineer told me. It's a fact. We're off for Balo Island.
Mr. Cranston must be crazy.
Well, Mr. Cranston may be crazy enough to come here, but that don't mean we have to stay. What do you mean? We can make Mr. Cranston turn the ship back.
That's mutiny. You can be jailed for that.
Got any worse than what may happen?
We gotta do something.
The old crew's on watch tonight. Leastwise, not a man to sleep.
We can't be far from that cursed Balo Island now.
If it wasn't so dark, you could see it off the port bow.
That close?
Aye. Suppose Captain Balo took command.
Now ask you, fool.
Yes, but I don't
want to talk about it.
What's that?
Hear something?
Yes. Listen. Hear it?
Yeah. Sounds like a woman.
That's it. It's her.
Go to your man.
Captain Balo's wife. That's the warning. He'll come out of the sea now any minute.
The ghost?
Yes. We're lost. We're lost, I tell you.
Avast, sir. Keep quiet.
There it is again. We've got to turn back. We've got to get out of these waters. I'm going to tell the skipper. We've got to get out. There it is.
Well,
away there, you swab.
Open the door. Quick, Captain.
Here. What's going on here?
I heard it, Captain.
What are you talking about, man? What did you hear?
Captain Below's dead wife.
You men are letting your imaginations run away with you. Now get below and stay
No, I
quiet.
hear it as plain as a ship's bell, sir. We gotta get out of these waters. We'll all be lost.
What's going on, Captain? This man thinks he heard the wail of Captain Below's wife, Mr. Cranston.
I don't just think, sir. I heard it. The other men heard it, too.
Oh, that's nothing, man. Just the wind in the rigging, that's all.
No, you've got to believe me, Mr. Cranston. There's still time to save ourselves. You've got...
What?
What's that?
Our engines.
They've stopped. Call the engine room.
Aye, sir.
There, you see, sir.
Boy, below, Smithers.
Aye, aye, sir.
What's happened to the engine?
We don't know, sir. They just stopped dead. The motor started smoking all of a sudden.
Stand by. I'm coming below.
Aye, aye, sir.
Strange. The motors have all been shorted. They can't feed the engine.
I knew it. It's the ghost. He's taken over. We're lost. The ship's lost.
Quiet, man.
I'm getting out of here. The ship's on it.
Don't go out there. Come back here. Captain, we've got to stop that man. He's gone mad. Stop that man. Stop him.
We're lost, I say.
Ahoy there, mate. Turn on the searchlight.
We went off the board, Bob.
Swing that light this way.
What's happened?
One of our men leaped over the side, Margot.
Leaped over, you say, Cranston?
Yes, Mr. Ware.
Why?
Our engine stalled. Poor fellow became crazed with fear.
Oh, this is frightful, Lamont.
I only hope we can find him in this heavy sea.
Cranston.
Here he is, Captain. Have you found him?
No, I'm afraid, sir, there's not much of a chance in a sea like this. There's no sight of it.
We've got to find him. We must.
The men will do all they can up here. I've got to go below and see what can be done about our engine.
What's our position, Cranston? We're just off the island, Mr. Ware. Is there much of a drift? Pretty heavy one. And it's toward the island.
That means we may crash if the engines aren't started.
Mr. Ware.
Yes, Cranston?
Help me lower one of our small boats.
Small boat? What for?
I'm going over to that island.
Lamont.
But what good would that do? The place is uninhabited.
Nevertheless, I've got to see what's there.
This is too dangerous. I don't want you to go out there alone.
You and everybody else on this yacht are in great danger, Margot. I've gotten you all into it. I've got to try and get you out of it.
Well, if you're going out there, Lamont, I'm going with you.
Here we are, Margot. We'll leave the boat beached here while we look around.
Not much to see in this darkness.
No, desolate place, isn't it? It's foolish of you to come, Margot. You should have taken my advice.
Lamont.
Huh?
Look over there.
What is it, Margot?
Something's coming out of that clump of bushes. Oh, it's coming toward us.
A man.
Lamont, could it be the ghost of Captain Belo?
Don't be frightened, Margot. I've got my gun. Stand where you are. I'll shoot.
What do you want?
Do you hear me, men? Keep away, I said.
Who are you?
I've come from that yacht off there.
Then you're not one of Yandy's men.
Well, who is Yandy?
A devil. A monster.
Do you live on this island?
I die on this island.
We understood it's uninhabited.
Oh, there are people here, but not above the ground.
What do you mean?
They're buried in dark, damp dungeons. Yet they live.
Who are these people?
Survivors of ships wrecked on the rocks here. Anybody that ever sets foot on this island is never allowed to leave again. Go away. Go away before it's too late.
I want to know about those prisoners.
Their lives are spent in darkness. All day they work in the mines.
Mines?
At night they're locked in dungeons. Always darkness. Never fresh air. Never light.
Are you a captive here?
I, captive and slave. I was the skipper of the Nellie Moss. She was wrecked here some 15 years ago. I've been here ever since.
But you're not confined to a dungeon.
I found the secret exit. I steal out at night to watch the sea and hope.
Lamont, something will have to be done for these unfortunate people.
There's nothing you can do. Go away. Go away.
Can you take me to the dungeons?
I can, but I don't think I should.
Please. I think I can help.
No one can best Yandy.
Perhaps I can.
All right, then. Come along and see how dead men live. Careful. The guard is due along any minute.
Keep close to me, Margot. This place is dark.
I'm all right, Lamont.
What's that?
The dungeons. They're just below this crevice. You have to jump here.
All right. Let me help you, Margot. There we are.
This is all the light we ever see. A single flare.
Lamont, look.
Good heavens. Are these men?
These are the ones that have gone blind from the dark. They can't work, so they must die of slow starvation.
How horrible.
How many men are here?
100.
This is awful, Lamont.
Men! Men! Look! 2 from the outside world. They've come to help us. There's no help for us. Careful. Here comes the guard.
Stay back, Margot.
In here. He will pass.
Get behind me, Margot. Tell me, men. Does this guard have the keys to the dungeon?
Yes.
What are you going to do, Lamont?
Get those keys. Liberate these men.
But how?
Quiet, Margot. Here he comes.
There. That's done it.
Now the keys. Yeah, here they are.
Open the dungeons quick, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. There we are. All right, men. Come on out. Come out, you're free. Don't you understand what I mean?
It's no use, Lamont. These men are afraid to move.
There's only one way to free them. I must remove the cause of their fear. Where will I find this Yandy?
Yandy? Oh, you can't get near him. He lives and works in rooms carved out of solid rock.
Where? Show me the rock.
It's useless. But if you want to try, come with me.
Margot?
You go on, Lamont. I'm going to open the rest of these dungeons and try to coax these men out of this place.
Yes, she will be safer here. There won't be another guard along before morning.
Come along.
Very well. But you will never get near Yandy alive. He's guarded day and night.
I've got to get him. The lives of those men, the lives of my friends and crew depend on it.
Can you make her out yet, Mr. Yandy?
Yes. Yes, she's a yacht. A rich man's plaything. It'll soon be his coffin.
They got the engines going again, sir.
Very well. Turn on the black beam. Short the motors.
Yes, sir. That's got him. She's helpless on a tie.
Now, turn on the magno beam. Magnetize the rudder.
Right. Got it.
Hold her on it. Steer the rudder toward the rocks on the north end of the island.
Yes, sir.
There. That's one more crew that will never be able to tell of the mineral wealth of this island.
Your secret is still safe.
I've guarded it for 18 years. Since the day I discovered it. No one will ever share the wealth or know it exists.
And another wreck will be chalked up to the ghost of Captain Balo.
Yes. Captain Balo has been the most convenient ghost. A most plausible one. Nobody ever doubts him, it seems. What was that?
Thought I heard a laugh.
I heard it. Have you the radio key open?
No, sir. I cut it before.
You're lying to me, you.
No, I swear I'm not, Mr. Yandy.
No, Mr. Yandy, this is not a voice you can cut off with a flick of a dial.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow?
I've heard of him. He's the guy you can't see.
Your use of the Captain Balo legend is at an end, Yandy. You've created havoc with your diabolically clever electrical inventions. Like a monster, you've destroyed men because of your insatiable greed. Well, Yandy, this is your finish. The sea will be well rid of you, and poor Captain Balo will rest peacefully in his sea grave.
What's that? The slaves. They've escaped from their dungeons.
Yes, Yandy, they're crawling out of the earth to vent their just hatred on you.
Turn on the heat ray. Burn them up. Burn them to a crisp.
Right.
Tubes. They're all broken.
My equipment is ruined.
Completely, Mr. Yandy. Our yacht is free of your clever magno beam, and those people down there will soon be done with you.
I'm getting out. Out of my way.
You're not getting on that boat. You got hit on the cove without us.
I don't care what happens to you. Take care of your family.
Run, Yandy. The sooner to meet your doom.
Lamont, are you here? Oh, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. I'm quite all right.
Oh, thank heaven.
Look, Margot. The captives have taken their captor. They've got Yandy.
They'll tear him to pieces.
That would be little less than the thing well deserves. But I suppose we'll have to try and save him for the law. Come along, Margot. We've no time to lose.
Well, we've got all those men you saved from the dungeons berthed below deck, Mr. Cranston. The poor devils don't know how to thank you.
Take good care of them, Captain.
Aye, ma'am.
Have you found out yet what happened to Yandy and his men, Lamont?
Yes, Margot. One of the men just told me. But he waited until we were well out to sea first.
What did they do with them?
Well, they didn't pitch them into the sea, as they told us. They locked them in their own dungeons. And it's too late for us to do anything about that now. So we'll have to leave Yandy and his Confederates to suffer as long as their lives last. The terrible fate they designed for others. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before today's story begins, an important message to all householders. When ordering fuel, remember that there's a tremendous difference between various kinds of hard coal. And remember that there's one hard coal that offers you better heat with less furnace attention. And that's blue coal. You'll find that blue coal banks and burns better and gives you absolutely the most for your money in heating service and satisfaction. So ask for blue coal by name the next time you order fuel. And be sure to listen at the close of today's program, for we have a special guest whom we wish to introduce to you. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Hypnotic Death.
Herbert, why did you bring me to this doctor's office?
I want you to meet the famous Dr. Dharma. He's a friend of mine. We might even get him to be my best man.
Oh, Herbert, it makes me so happy to hear you making plans for our wedding.
Martha, dear, you stay here a minute. I want to prepare Dr. Dharma for the big surprise.
Yes, Herbert.
Sure, there's no sense to it.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, look who's here. Charming Charlie himself.
Cut that, Fats. The name's Herbert Van Burston for the present.
You got something in tow, huh, Charlie?
Yeah. Where's the doctor?
He's inside with one of the lawyers. He'll be right out.
What do you got, Herbert?
A servant girl. No living relations.
Yeah, perfect.
Made to order.
What kind of a policy she got?
10,000 life, double indemnity.
All right.
You sure know how to pick 'em.
You don't do so bad yourself.
Hey, here's the doc now.
Hello, Dr. Dharma.
Well, Herbert, we've been waiting for you. You know Lawyer Munson?
Yeah.
Where's the girl?
In the waiting room.
Good. Have you her policy?
Yeah, right here. There you are.
Look it over, Munson. See that everything is in order.
Sure, let me have it. Usual form. No inserts. Double indemnity for death. Beneficiary, Herbert Van Burston. That's made out to you, all right.
You bet.
That's okay.
Very well. Bring the girl in.
Okay, Doctor.
See that the boys have their instructions, Munson.
Right, Doctor.
Come right in, Martha.
Yes, Herbert.
These men are friends of mine, and this is the great Dr. Dahmer.
Pleased to meet you, Doctor. Herbert was telling
Come
me...
here, Martha. Close to me.
Yes, sir.
Look at me. Look into my eyes.
Herbert.
Look into my eyes, Martha.
Oh, Herbert. Take me out of here.
Martha.
I am afraid. I don't want to look into your...
Now, Martha, from this moment on, I will control your mind. My will shall be your will. My instructions, your commands. Whether or not I'm with you, whether or not you see me, you will obey my orders.
Obey your orders?
Yes. Obey my orders. All right, men, you must be going. You are about to witness an even greater demonstration of my principle of telepathic hypnosis.
The car with Herbert and the girls just pulling over to the curb, Dr. Dahmer.
Where are the boys?
See, they're standing on the corner. Herbert's getting out of the car.
Very well. Stop the car.
Oh, this far away, Doctor?
Distance in no way affects my powers. I must close my eyes and concentrate. Keep me informed of the results, Munson.
Right. Say, a girl stepped out of the car.
Yes. Now to test my theory of telepathic hypnosis. Martha, move close to the curb.
She's doing it, Doctor. She's there.
Stop, Martha. Wait for my orders.
She's standing at the curb.
Is there a car coming, Munson?
Yes, there's one coming down the street at a fast clip.
How far from the girl?
About 200 feet.
Yes.
150 now.
Yes.
100. 50.
And now, Martha.
25.
Walk, Martha. Walk.
10. She's... Well, that's done, Dr. Dahmer.
Yes, it is quite done, Munson. Quite.
Look, she's dead.
Dead? You murderer. You killed my fiancée. I didn't mean to do it.
You killed her, you murderer. Back there, you people. Stand back. Now, buddy, what happened?
Well, the girl stepped right in front of my car, officer. I couldn't stop.
Yeah, of course you couldn't. You were going too fast.
All right. We can't argue that out here. I'll have to place you under arrest, young fella.
Just a moment, officer.
What do you want?
I saw what happened. That young man is not to blame.
Why?
The girl walked right in front of the car.
Well, you'd better let me have your name.
Cranston. Lamont Cranston.
Say, officer, this man's talking through his hat. This woman was killed by a reckless driver.
Officer, there's something very peculiar about this whole thing.
I beg your pardon. Excuse me, officer. I'm Dr. Dahmer.
Well, what is it? You witness to this?
No, I'm not. I didn't see it. But as a citizen, I feel that reckless driving must come to an end.
You say you didn't see what happened?
That is correct.
Well, then you'll pardon me, but I hardly think you're in a position to voice an opinion in this matter, Dr. Dahmer.
I see. You, of course, are a witness for the driver.
Exactly.
Very noble of you. Very. I assure you, sir, that you and I will meet again. Yes, I'm sure we will meet again.
Lamont, you've hardly touched your dinner. Are you ill?
Strangest feeling's been creeping upon me since that automobile accident.
Lamont, your voice sounds awfully strange.
Yes, I must shake this off. I must.
Perhaps some more coffee would help, Lamont. Lamont, why are you staring so?
You and I will meet again.
What are you saying?
Yes, I'm sure we will meet.
You dropped the cup. What is the matter?
We
Wait, there's somebody help, please.
What happened? What is
I don't know. He just simply toppled over. Some terrible thing has come over him.
Now, Miss Lane, try and calm yourself.
Nurse, how long will I have to wait for some news about Mr. Cranston?
Dr. Anthony and Dr. Whitman are with him now. You must be patient.
I don't understand it. He was so well only yesterday, and now I just can't believe it. Oh, here's Dr. Anthony now.
Dr. Anthony, how is he?
Just a moment, Miss Lane. Nurse, will you stay with Mr. Cranston?
Yes, of course, Doctor.
Sit down, Miss Lane. I want to talk to you.
But, Doctor, how is he?
No better.
What?
If anything, he's worse. That may be brutal, Miss Lane, but you should know the facts.
Oh, Doctor, it sounds frightful.
I've called in every specialist I thought might help. We're completely stumped, Miss Lane. Never in our experience have we encountered such a strange case.
Well, what can it be?
We don't know. All the vital organs are in excellent condition. Yet his energy is rapidly ebbing.
Oh.
I hate to have to tell you this, Miss Lane, but we're afraid Mr. Cranston won't last the night.
Oh, no. Oh, no, that can't be possible.
The most discouraging thing is Mr. Cranston's complete lack of cooperation. He seems to have lost the desire to live.
Oh, I must go to him. He must fight this thing off, whatever it is.
Come along, Miss Lane. We put him in this room right across the hall. There we are. Now, Miss Lane, try to arouse his interest in something.
Yes, Doctor, I will.
Step right in.
Lamont. Oh, Lamont.
Margot.
How are you, Lamont? Are you any better?
Something pressing.
Where?
Here. My head.
Oh.
Hands squeezing.
Lamont, listen to me, please. Your life is in your own hands. You must fight, Lamont. Fight.
Here. Fight. Obey. Orders. My will. Your will.
What do you mean? What are you trying to tell us, Lamont?
Can't tell you. He won't let me.
What's that? Who won't let you?
Can't tell you.
You must tell us.
Must obey orders.
Lamont, you've got to tell us. We want to help you.
Tired. Sleepy.
Doctor, would you step over here a moment?
Well, of course, Miss Lane.
Doctor, don't think I'm mad, but the man in that bed is not Lamont Cranston.
Not Miss Lane.
The body is Lamont Cranston, all right, but the spirit is not his.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Let me explain. Isn't it true that when a person suffers from a psychosis, they mutter of things and experiences of the past?
Yes, that's quite correct.
Well, these things Mr. Cranston's been saying, I've never heard him say before.
No, but...
Doctor, I'm convinced Mr. Cranston is uttering the words of someone else.
Someone else?
Yes, a will stronger than his own dominates him, dictates his every word and action.
You mean a form of hypnosis?
Have you ever heard of telepathic hypnosis?
Why, of course. A book has been published on the subject just recently. In fact, I have a copy in my office.
I feel only an authority on that subject can help Mr. Cranston. We must send for the author of that book.
But, Miss Lane, the theories of hypnosis described in this particular book have not been endorsed by the medical profession. It makes interesting reading.
Dr. Anthony, we don't know what's wrong with Mr. Cranston. Perhaps I'm clutching at a straw, but his life is in danger. I insist that you call in that author.
Very well. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Go into my office. Phone this man to come here at once. Here, I'll write the name for you. Dr. Agastya Dharma. Yes, nurse, what is it?
Dr. Dahmer's here.
Oh, thank heavens.
How do you do, Dr. Dahmer? I'm Dr. Anthony.
Pleasure.
This is Miss Lane, a friend of the patient.
I'm honored, Miss Lane.
Oh, it's good of you to come, Doctor. I hope you can help Mr. Cranston.
I shall do everything in my power.
I suppose you've come in contact with similar cases.
Frequently, Miss Lane.
Is it possible, then, that Mr. Cranston's will is dominated by another?
Quite possible. His very existence is in the hands of, master mentality.
Oh, Doctor, please help him, please.
Yes, of course, Miss Lane.
I'll awaken the patient.
No, Doctor. I'll awaken him. Mr. Cranston.
Yes?
Open your eyes.
Open eyes.
Awake.
Why, Doctor, that's an amazing demonstration.
Lamont, this is Dr. Dahmer. He's come to help you.
Obey.
Don't you understand? Why do you stare like that, Lamont? Dr. Anthony, Dr. Dahmer, that's the same expression he had on his face just before he collapsed in the restaurant.
He seems frightened.
Dr. Dahmer, do you...
Miss Lane, Dr. Anthony, I think it best that you leave me alone with the patient.
Of course, Doctor. It's a little cool in this room. Would you mind closing that window behind you, Doctor?
The window? Window? Of course, I'll take care of it. Now, if you please.
Certainly, Doctor. We'll leave at once. Come, Miss Lane.
Dr. Dahmer, I place my last hope in you.
Mr. Cranston will be well taken care of.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, Cranston, we meet again, eh?
We meet again.
Oh, yes, of course. Your vocal cords. I'd quite forgotten. You can think clearly enough, but can't express yourself. Well, I shall lessen the pressure a bit for the moment so that you and I can have a little tete-a-tete, eh? You may talk, Cranston. You may talk.
You murderer? You fiend?
Rather a spectacular beginning for a tete-a-tete.
There may be a spectacular end to it, too, Dr. Dahmer. There's a limit to your control.
The facts dispute you, Mr. Cranston. You are helpless. You can speak no louder or no longer than I choose to permit.
You've grown rich by murder and fraud. But in some way, I'm going to put an end to you.
Come now, Cranston. Your slight respite is over. I returned you to the condition that baffles science and destroys you. My will is your will. My orders, your command. Obey. Obey.
My will. Your will. Obey. Obey.
Precisely. Now, Cranston, I leave you to your doom. You shall be dead by morning.
Before our second act begins, let me ask you a question. Have you ever talked to an older person who said, well, of course, things are a lot easier for you people now than they were in my day? I guess you can't blame older folks for being just a bit envious, for we have so many new improved products which make present-day living easier. The list is practically endless. Just for example, take blue coal. Now, thousands of you homeowners will agree with me that blue coal has certainly simplified living. Its use has brought home heating comfort that wouldn't have been thought possible a generation or so ago. For blue coal burns so much better, requires so little furnace attention, and it gives you safer, more dependable heating service and satisfaction. You see, blue coal is a guaranteed product of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the nation's largest hard coal producers. All their superior resources, equipment, and care in mining and preparation combine to make blue coal the finest hard coal money can buy. That's why it will pay you to make your next fuel order a supply of blue coal. See what a tremendous difference it makes compared to ordinary anthracite. Then you'll join the thousands of regular blue coal users who say there's no substitute for blue coal for perfect heat with less furnace attention. Call your dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Is Mr. Cranston any better, Dr. Anthony?
Sorry, Miss Lane. No improvement.
Oh, this is terrible. It's horrible. Even Dr. Dahmer couldn't help.
No, he said the patient refused to cooperate. Under the circumstances, help was impossible.
I'm afraid Mr. Cranston lacked faith in Dr. Dahmer. If there was some way I could... Dr. Anthony, you have a copy of Dr. Dahmer's book.
Yes?
That might do it. If we show Mr. Cranston the book, he might realize how important Dr. Dahmer is.
Well, we can try it. Nurse.
Yes, doctor.
Go across to my office. You'll find Dr. Dahmer's book on my desk. Bring it here, please.
Yes, doctor. Dr. Anthony, the phone light is on.
Oh, thank you. I'll answer it. Hello? Yes, sir. Wants to speak to Mr. Cranston. Well, that's impossible. Well, I see. All right, have him come up. I'll talk to him.
What is it, Doctor?
The driver of the car that killed the girl goes on trial tomorrow. His lawyer's downstairs in the reception room. He thinks Mr. Cranston can save the boy.
Well, perhaps the plight of the boy might stimulate Mr. Cranston's interest.
Why, yes, there is that possibility.
Here's the book, Doctor.
Let me have it.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Look, Lamont. This is Dr. Dahmer's book. You see his name on the cover. He's a tremendously important man, Lamont. You must let him help you.
Miss Lane, I believe we've struck something.
He's thumbing through the pages. I think we've aroused his interest.
Oh, that's the lawyer.
You must put him off, Doctor.
Yes, nurse, tell the gentleman we can't see him just yet.
Yes, Doctor.
Look, Doctor. He's actually reading the book.
This is the first break in the case.
Oh, I hope so.
Dr. Anthony.
Yes, nurse, what is it?
All that lawyer wants is for Mr. Cranston to establish how far the automobile was from the girl when she stepped off the curb. He brought this enlarged photograph of the scene of the accident in the hope that Mr. Cranston could mark the spot on the picture.
Well, I'm afraid that...
Doctor, look. Mr. Cranston's reaching out for the photograph. I believe...
Do you think he recognizes
it? Apparently. Nurse, let me have that photo.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Here, Lamont. Show us where the automobile was when the girl stepped off the curb.
Why, he's drawing his finger over the picture.
No, Lamont, not there. The place where the car was.
Oh, he's indicating a spot on the sidewalk. You see, it's useless. His brain isn't functioning. Why, look. Look, Miss Lane. He's pointing from Dharma's name on the book cover to the spot on the photograph.
Doctor, I see it now.
What?
He's placing Dharma at the scene of the accident. Oh, Doctor, don't you understand? Lamont has met that man before. That's why he was so agitated when Dharma came in here.
Why, I believe you're right, Miss Lane.
That's why he keeps repeating the words, "We will meet again."
Do you think Dharma might be the influence that dominates Mr. Cranston?
I don't know, Doctor.
Look, Miss Lane. He's pointing to a passage in Dharma's book now.
What is it, Lamont?
Read the passage, Miss Lane.
Should the controlling mind lose poise for even an instant, in that moment the spell is broken and the will of the subject released. If the controlling mind loses poise...
Window.
Oh, he's trying to tell something by association of ideas.
What significance can the window have? I've got it, Doctor.
What?
Do you remember when you asked Dharma to close that window?
Yes.
He lost his poise. He never went near it. He didn't dare look out of this 26th floor window.
Of course. I thought his conduct strange at the time.
Dharma is a victim of a phobia. The fear of high places. That is what Mr. Cranston is trying to bring out.
We shall meet again.
Doctor, we've got to get Dharma back up here. We've got to make him lose his self-control, if only for an instant. It's the only way to break Dharma's influence.
But will he come? He's washed his hands of the case.
I think I know a way to get him here. Get the chairs out there on the terrace, nurse.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Dr. Anthony, I think we'd better move Mr. Cranston's bed a little closer to the edge.
Yes, hurry, Miss Lane. Dharma's already on his way up.
Where do you want this chair, Miss Lane?
Right over there, close to the parapet.
How did you manage to get Dharma to come up here?
Well, I simply phoned and told him Mr. Cranston was getting well. He nearly dropped the phone. He was so nervous.
That must be Dharma.
Yes.
Now, look, I'll go through the next room and leave you and Mr. Cranston alone with him. Nurse, you show Dr. Dharma in, and you can go.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good luck, Miss Lane. I certainly hope this works
I
out.
hope so, Doctor. Hurry.
Good luck.
Lamont, watch him. Watch Dharma every second. This is our only chance to beat him. Oh, Dr. Dharma, I'm glad to see you.
How do you do? I, too, am glad... Isn't this rather unwise, having Mr. Cranston out here? It's quite windy at this height.
Mr. Cranston requested it.
Requested it? Mr. Cranston did?
Yes, won't you sit down, Doctor? Here's a chair, right over here.
Yes, pardon me, Miss Lane, but I'm pressed for time. I must examine Mr. Cranston alone. Do you mind?
Not at all, Doctor. I'll lead... Oh!
Miss Lane, look out.
I tripped. How awkward.
You nearly fell over the edge.
Oh, did I frighten you, Doctor?
Oh, come away from there.
I'm sorry. I'll leave you now with your patient.
Yes, Miss Lane, look. Mr. Cranston's gone. What was that?
Should the controlling mind lose poise for even an instant? Thanks for the tip, Doctor. Miss Lane's fate stumbled at the trick. You lost poise.
Who are you?
Your liberated subject, Lamont Cranston.
I can't see you.
Quite right, Doctor. Nobody ever sees the shadow.
The shadow? You?
Yes, Doctor.
I've heard of you. The invisible. But this can't be. You accomplish this through hypnotism.
Correct, Doctor. We're masters of the same art. We apply it quite differently.
You have hypnotized me. All my life I've looked forward to an encounter with the shadow. I felt it would be the ultimate test of my hypnotic powers.
Well, here we are, Doctor.
Quite so. And you shall see who is master.
What do you mean?
I lost control over your will, but only for the moment. You're a fool if you think you can best me. I have just to touch you, and you will again be helpless.
If you can touch me.
You have made one mistake, a fatal one.
Mistake?
Your selection of an arena was thoughtless. This terrace is small. You'll have to pass me to get away.
I warn you, Dahmer. This may mean your doom.
I know where you are now. There. I'll... Oh!
You've lost the first move. You can't touch me, Dahmer. It's useless to try. Your wisest course is to surrender and settle with the law.
Never. Ah, you moved that chair. You're in the corner near the wicker fence. Now we'll see whether you can...
Get back from the edge.
Lamont, are you all right?
Yes, Margot.
I heard a scream.
It was Dahmer. Lost his balance.
Oh.
Fell 26 stories.
Oh, Lamont. Well, thank God you're safe. Oh, it was so ghastly, you lying there aware of everything, not able to express your thoughts.
You expressed them very well for me, Margot. If it were not for you, this would be my hour of doom instead of Dahmer's. He had an amazing mind, Margot. But like so many brilliant minds, it was bent in the wrong direction. Men like Dahmer would be a boon to mankind if they used their talents constructively.
We'll introduce our special guest in just a moment. But first, let's hear from Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. Many homeowners are under the impression that all they need do to put coal on the furnace fire is throw on a few shovels full. I can assure you that that's neither the most practical nor the most economical way to get satisfactory heating results. First, the grate should be shaken gently until you see the first red glow in the ash pit. Be sure not to shake red-hot or unburned coals through into the ash pit, for then you'll simply be wasting coal. Next, pull a mound of live coals to the front of the firebox, just inside the fire door, with a shovel or a hoe. Now you have a fire bed sloping down toward the back of the furnace. Put fresh coal into the hollow formed by this slope, being sure to leave a few burning coals near the door. These live coals will act as a pilot light, which will burn off the gases which rise from the fresh coal contact with the burning coal. Try this method of putting coal on the fire and see if it doesn't give you far more satisfactory heating results. And remember, if at any time you have difficulty with your heating plant, get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer. He'll gladly send a John Barclay serviceman to show you how to fix up the trouble. John Barclay service is absolutely free, so call your Blue Coal dealer. I thank you.
And now I have the privilege of presenting Dr. Lorne W. Barclay, National Director of Camping Activities of the National Council of the Boy Scouts of America. By the way, you're not related to John Barclay, our heating expert, by any chance, are you?
Not that I know of, but I've heard his heating advice on this program and found it very useful.
Good. Dr. Barclay, the producers of Blue Coal have asked me to congratulate your great organization, the Boy Scouts of America, on the 29th anniversary of its founding. Through the years, the Boy Scouts have made many important contributions to the finest American ideals. And for that, we salute you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. And may I say that we are grateful to the sponsors of the Shadow Program. They, too, are making a valuable contribution to Americans, young and old, by showing them that crime in any form does not pay.
We appreciate having had you with us this afternoon, Dr. Barclay, and we sincerely hope you will visit us again. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen. And be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
In the hearts of men. The shadow knows.
Your local Blue Coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before we start the first act of today's Shadow story, attention homeowners. If you want better heat with less furnace attention, here's what you do. Get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Order a supply of Blue Coal, the fine quality hard coal that's been mined and prepared by the most modern methods and laboratory tested for quality. You'll find that Blue Coal offers you by far the most for your money in heating comfort and satisfaction. Don't fail to try it. Order your supply of Blue Coal tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Friend of Darkness.
It is not enough that you, ladies and gentlemen, give the blind your sympathy. They hardly need that, and most would rather not have it. They would rather win an appreciation of their attainments and talents. When one faculty is denied us, nature compensates by developing others. To illustrate that point, I've invited here to my home a young man who has been blind from birth. I take pleasure now in presenting to you Mr. Peter Blair. And, oh yes, I want you to meet Peter's best friend, his guide and companion. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Rex. Peter is going to demonstrate how generously nature has compensated him for the loss of his sight. We'll need a couple of volunteers to help with this. Lamont Cranston, will you be a courageous soul and come up here in front of all these nice people?
All right, Margot. I hope I'm not going to be sawed in half or anything like that.
No, Lamont, it's usually a woman that's sawed in half.
Right.
Now, we need one more volunteer. Commissioner Weston, I know you're not afraid of a crowd. Would you be so kind?
Gladly, Miss Lane, gladly.
That's fine. Now that we have our volunteers, I turn the platform over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Miss Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, I first want to express my deep appreciation to Miss Lane and all you ladies and gentlemen who are launching this campaign for the economic and industrial advancement of the blind. As Miss Lane has told you, nature generously compensates for the loss of the sight faculty. In my case, I've been endowed with a rare sense of touch. And I'll show you now to what extent that faculty has been developed. I hold in my hand a piece of steel 3 inches thick. Commissioner Weston, would you hold this piece of steel against your chest?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Cranston, will you take the commissioner's hand and hold your middle finger on his pulse?
Certainly. Come, Weston, come. There we are.
I suppose that's the first time you two men have been asked to hold hands. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to place my fingers on the piece of steel that's against Commissioner Weston's chest. I'll count the beat of the commissioner's heart through this steel. Now, Mr. Cranston will verify my count by the pulse beat. And we'll start on a signal from Miss Lane. All right, now, Miss Lane, whenever you say.
All right, when I say go. Go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stop. The commissioner's heart beat 10 times. We stopped on the 11th beat, Mr. Cranston?
Correct. 10 beats called exactly on the beat.
Where's the Skinner, Joe?
He's out with that police dog Prince he bought, teaching him something, he says.
I wonder what the Skinner has up his sleeve. He's been training that mutt for the past month.
I don't get it. First he holds us up in his shack, and then he goes in for dog training. It's got me.
Shut up. Here he comes. Hello, Skinner.
Hi, Skinner.
How'd the mutt do tonight?
I did okay. He's a smart hound. I had to slap him around a bit, but he gets the idea after a while. Give me a smoke, will you?
Certainly, Skinner. Hey,
Well, I guess this is the night.
Night for what?
To pull the stunt I've been planning on for a couple of months.
You mean you got something on the fire?
Yeah. You're gonna make some real dough. No penny ante stuff this time.
Gee, I thought we was going to spend our lives just training that mutt.
That hound is going to be more important to the stunt I've got in mind than either of you guys.
What's on the slate?
You'll find out. There's a clipping I cut out of a paper about a month ago.
What is it?
A popular and beautiful Margot Lane launches Society for the Economic and Industrial Advancement of the Blind.
Oh, that's very interesting. You ain't going into society, are you?
Shut up, dope. There's a lot of stuff here about this Margot Lane, but here's what interests me. Among the demonstrations that amazed the guests was the feat performed by Peter Blair. Blind from birth, Blair registered the heartbeat of a guest through a thick piece of steel. This he did by placing the steel over the heart of one of the guests with his own fingers on the outer side.
So what?
So we can use that guy. Anybody that can feel a heartbeat through a piece of steel could feel the tumblers fall in a safe.
That's swell, but how you going to get the guy? Kidnap him?
Next. That carries a death sentence in this state.
Yeah. If you take a guy by physical force, it does. But it wouldn't be kidnapping if the guy walked in here without us laying a hand on him, would it?
You think the guy's nuts enough to do that?
I'm going to make him do it.
How?
Prince here will do it for us. This guy Blair is led around by a big police dog, just like Prince here. Rex is his name. Takes his dog to the park for exercise every night. We're going to watch for him tonight. When he lets his dog off the leash, we grab him and leave Prince in his place.
To lead Blair here?
Right. This shack is between the park and Blair's home.
Hey, that sounds all right, but wait a minute. What'll Prince do when we beat it?
Prince won't move from where I put him till he hears the name Rex. And he'll go to whoever says it.
Oh. That's what you've been teaching him to answer both names, huh?
That and about everything Blair's dog does.
Boy, that's thinking him up, believe me.
Well, when do we go?
Right now. I'll drive out of the park and wait for Blair. Come on, Prince. You're one of the gang now. There's Peter Blair now, sitting on that bench over there.
Is that his dog running around?
Yeah. Joe, let Prince out of the car.
Right.
This is where we make the switch.
Okay. Come on, Prince. Come on.
Now, as soon as we get Rex over here to the car, we'll trade dogs. Prince, speak. Speak.
Hey, look. The other mutt stopped dead in his tracks. And now he's answering back.
Here he comes. All right, Prince. All right, boy, do your stuff. Ready to grab Blair's dog, you guys?
I'm all set.
He won't get away.
Hello, Rex. Nice, Rexy. Come here, boy. Oh, that's a good fellow. All right, fellas, grab and muzzle him.
Got him, Skinner.
In the car with to make it snappy.
Shut up. You'll find your boss in a little while.
Okay, Skinner, we're all set. Dog's in the car.
Right. Now lie down on the grass, Prince. That's it. Now stay put till Blair calls for Rex. No, boy. Down.
That Prince ain't moving a muscle.
Boy, you sure got him trained.
Red, find the dog. Come on, Red.
Look at Prince. You heard him call.
Red.
Say, look at Prince jump all over Blair. Like he knew him all his life.
He'll never know it ain't Rex.
Will you look at that? Prince is leading the guy right out of the park.
Right out of the park and right into our hands.
Hey, you're acting a bit strange tonight, Rex. Is something wrong? Hey, why don't you answer me? Ah, you're sulking, are you? That certainly isn't like you. I'm surprised at... What are you stopping here for, Rex? We're not near home yet. Is the car coming? Well, you found your voice at last. Rex, you've taken me to somebody's door. Stop pulling like... Rex, stop! Where am I? What place is this? Is anybody here?
Take it easy, buddy. You're among friends.
Margot, you're all excited. Something wrong?
Oh, yes, Lamont. A terrible thing has happened.
Sit down and tell me about it.
No, Lamont, I can't sit down, and neither can you. We've got to get to work this minute.
What is it, Margot?
Do you remember that nice blind boy?
Peter Blair?
Yes, that's right. He's gone.
Gone?
I was just talking to his mother on the phone.
No, wait, Margot. Wait, calm yourself. Now tell me, where has he gone?
Well, I don't know. Nobody knows. He's disappeared. His dog with him.
And when did this happen?
Well, he left the house last night for his usual nightly walk with Rex. He hasn't been heard from since. His poor old mother's nearly mad with anxiety.
Come on, Margot. We've got to start from where Peter Blair started and see if it won't lead us somewhere.
Now, take it easy, Blair. Nobody's going to hurt you.
Oh, I don't care what you do with me. What have you done with my dog, Rex?
He's okay for the time being. One of the boys are feeding him down in the cellar. Now, let's you and me get down to business.
Oh, we'll get it over with. I have no money, if that's what you're after.
No, but you can get plenty for us. At least you can help us get it.
Help you? What do you mean?
Here's the dope. We've got a line on how to get into the State Street Bank. There's plenty of dough in that big vault. All you've got to do is plant them educated fingers of yours against the vault door and tell us when the tumblers fall.
You mean you want me to help you rob a bank?
That's just what we want, and that's just what you're going to do.
Oh, you must be mad to think I'd do anything like that.
Look here, Blair. I tried to be nice to you. I guess it ain't the right treatment. I got another medicine. A pretty bitter dose.
What do you mean?
You want to keep your dog, don't you?
Rex, well, of course. I'd be lost without him. He's my eyes. He sees for me.
You're going to the bank with us tonight or else?
Oh, you wouldn't. You wouldn't hurt Rex. That'd be as bad as killing a person, a helpless human.
You're going to do what we say or not?
Oh, I couldn't. I'd be a criminal. I couldn't do it.
Okay. You've had your chance. Marty?
Yes, Skinner?
What are you going to do?
Go find out. Have you got your gun, Marty?
Yeah.
When I count 10, I want you to plug that dog of Blair.
Oh, no, you can't.
Yeah, that's just how long you've got to make up your mind. At the count of 10. 1.
Oh, you wouldn't do that. You couldn't.
2. 3.
No, Rex.
4.
No.
5.
Please, for God's sake.
6. 7. 8.
Wait. All right. I'll do it.
We'll continue with the second half of the Shadow's adventure in just a moment. You know, householders, it's pretty hard to beat the satisfaction of having a perfectly heated home. And it's great to know that the fuel you're using is 100% safe, always dependable, and that it keeps furnace attention down to an absolute minimum. Now, that's exactly the kind of all-around heating comfort and satisfaction Blue Coal provides for thousands of American families every year. And if you haven't yet tried this superior quality fuel, don't put off a real treat. I can tell you that Blue Coal is America's finest hard coal, finest because it's mined from Pennsylvania's richest deposit. And then it's sized, screened, and prepared by the nation's largest hard coal producer, the Glen Alden Company. I can tell you, too, that each carload of Blue Coal undergoes a thorough laboratory test to ensure its quality before it leaves the yard. But if you'll just try Blue Coal and ask for it by name when you order your next fuel supply, then your heating problems will be over. For you'll find that Blue Coal requires less furnace attention, and your family will appreciate Blue Coal's steadier, more dependable heat. Just see if I'm not right. Call your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified phone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Well, good morning, Commissioner Weston.
Cranston, you must have ridden down here with a milkman.
What are you doing around at this hour?
I've been anxious to know what the police are doing about the disappearance of Peter Blair.
Oh, you've got your fist in that now, huh?
Very much so, Commissioner. What news have you?
None. We've been dragging the river for his body all night, but we've found no trace yet.
I don't expect you will.
Why not? That's the most likely place to find him.
How do you think he was drowned?
Well, he was blind, wasn't he? He probably walked off the end of the pier.
I'm afraid, Commissioner, you underestimate his dog. That animal would never lead Peter Blair near enough to fall into water.
Well, and he might have jumped off, committed suicide.
What of the dog? Do you believe he also committed suicide?
Certainly not. But if he saw his master go off the pier, he might follow him. That's likely what happened. The dog was drowned going after his master.
I admit that such devotion is characteristic of dogs like Rex. But I'm afraid your water theory doesn't hold water.
Cranston, it's too early in the morning to get into an argument with you. I don't want to start my day off wrong. Now, will you...
Your phone's ringing, Commissioner.
I know it's ringing.
There goes your day.
Commissioner Weston speaking. What's that? State Street Bank. Why, that's it. When did this happen? Yes, I'll be right down. Well, what do you know about that?
What's up, Commissioner?
The State Street Bank was robbed last night. The big vault was cleaned out. Why, I can't believe it. It's impossible.
It happened.
It couldn't.
It did.
Oh, shut up. Well, this vault was opened by a cracksman. He's the best one that ever lived. There's not a mark on the vault anywhere. No drills, no soup, nothing. Just open, that's all.
That seems to have been enough for the gang's purpose, Commissioner Weston.
Cranston, if you're going to let loose a theory, I'll lock you in that vault until I've completed this investigation.
I wouldn't lock anyone in that one if I were you, Commissioner. It's too easy to open.
Then keep out from under my feet.
Have you formed an opinion yet as to how this thing was accomplished?
Yes, I have. There's only one way it could be done. Only a person who knew the combination could have opened that vault.
Then you think it's an inside job?
Obviously. It would be impossible otherwise.
I'll grant you it has all the earmarks of an inside job. Still, it doesn't seem possible that an employee would take such a chance.
No, it doesn't, eh? Well, how do you think it was done, then?
It certainly is baffling. Say, Commissioner, I just thought of something.
Yeah, what?
Do you remember the night Margot launched the Society for the Advancement of the Blind?
Yes.
Do you recall Peter Blair, the boy who counted your heartbeat through a piece of steel?
Yes, I remember that. By George, I see it now. He could feel the tumblers in the safe just as he did the beat of my heart.
There may be others with a talent such as that.
Cranston, you hit something at last.
Oh, thanks.
Why didn't I think of him before? Why, he's the only man in the world who could have done this job.
Say, just a minute, Commissioner. You don't by any chance think Peter Blair robbed this bank?
Why, the whole thing ties in perfectly. He disappears mysteriously. The bank is robbed. Say, Blair's our man, all right.
No, Commissioner. He'd never do
Cranston,
anything.
He's the only one who could do it. I've been hunting him dead. Now I'm after Peter Blair, dead or alive.
What are you hollering about, Blair? We're only asking you to do one more job for us. And we'll beat it out of town and you can go home with your dog.
Oh, but I can't do it again. I just can't.
You'll do it all right. This job is a cinch. We got almost an open door to the National Bank. All right, men, here's the setup. Now, the watchman has coffee delivered from a lunch wagon every night at about 12 o'clock. He takes it from a kid at the side door. All we have to do is follow the kid into the alley, stick a gun in his ribs, make him ring the bell just as he always does. When the watchman opens the door to get his coffee, we go in.
Nothing to it. Oh, you'll be caught sooner or later, Skinner.
All right, Blair, it'll be later. Come on, fellas, let's go.
Right.
Oh, Joe.
Yeah?
I want you to stay here and get things together for the getaway. We're leaving town right after this job.
What do you want me to do?
Clean out everything. Don't leave a thing behind, get me? No evidence.
Right. Don't leave a thing. Yeah. How about Blair?
We'll handle him on the way back.
Right.
All right, you guys, into the car. Marty, take care of Blair.
Come on, get going, you.
What's the matter, Mutt? You crying for your boss? Well, you won't miss him long. Skinner said clean up everything. That means you, too. And you, too, Prince. Your number's up. I guess I might as well get it over with. Shut up. Hey, Rex, get back there. Get back. Holy mackerel, right through the window. Hey, Prince, get down there. Get down. Crazy mutts.
When did Rex get home, Mrs. Blair?
Just a few minutes before I called you, Mr. Cranston, and he brought this other dog home with him.
I see. Why, he is exactly like Rex. The same markings. But, no, boy, no. We're not talking about you. So, Mrs. Blair.
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Have you noticed that this other dog responds when he hears the name Rex?
Yes, he acts like Rex in every way.
By George, I see it now, Mrs. Blair. This dog has been used as a substitute to lure your son away. What is it, Rex? What are you trying to tell me?
Mr. Cranston, Rex is pulling you toward the door.
Yes. You keep the other dog here, Mrs. Blair.
All right, Mr. Cranston.
Margot.
Yes, Lamont?
Follow us in the car. All right, Rex, old boy. I think I understand. Come on. Easy, Rex. Easy. I wonder why you've led us into this lonely neighborhood. Oh, up this hill is it, boy, huh? Margot, stop the car.
I think he's trying to call your attention to that shack up there, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. Evidently, that's where Peter Blair is or was. Turn off the headlamps, Margot. Wait here. The Shadow's going to see what or who is in that shack.
Be careful, Lamont.
I will, Margot. Come along, Rex. Come on, boy. Come on. Somebody's in here, all right. Let's see. The door's locked. Speak, Rex. That's a boy. Yeah, somebody's coming.
Well, so you come back, huh, Mutt? Get in here. Come on. You won't get away this time. The Skinner said clean up everything. Hey, am I hearing things?
So the Skinner told you to clear up everything, eh?
What? What was that? I don't see nobody. Who laughed?
I did.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow? The guy nobody can see.
Yes. Where is Peter Blair?
I ain't telling you nothing. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are.
I'm getting out of here. I'll shoot my way out.
Drop that gun. Drop that gun.
Call the mud off.
Let go his arm, Rex.
What do you want from me?
I want you to tell me where Peter Blair is.
I'll tell you if you let me out of here.
I won't bargain with you. I'm interested only in Peter Blair for the moment.
All right. I ain't going to be the fall guy in this. Blair's with the Skinner.
Where?
They're robbing the National Bank right now.
Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Commissioner, this is the Shadow. I've got to talk fast, so listen carefully. The National Bank is being robbed right at this moment.
Robbed? By whom?
Skinner Cross and his gang. They've got Peter Blair with them.
Oh, so my dope was right. He's the guy that's been doing the dirty work.
Don't be a fool. Blair is innocent. The gang is forcing him to do this.
Yeah, so is Skinner Krause innocent. The boys are just doing this as a lark.
Commissioner, you've got to believe me. That boy is not a criminal.
Maybe not, but I am not taking any chances.
What do you mean?
That Skinner gang is a bad outfit. I'm taking a squad of men over to that bank with orders to shoot to kill.
Commissioner, you can't do that. You may kill an innocent boy.
The order is shoot to kill.
Margot, we've got to get to the National Bank before Weston.
What happened, Lamont?
Peter Blair may be killed by the police. Hurry, Margot. Drive as fast as you can.
Okay, hold it. All right, Blair, what did you get on that turn?
55.
Okay, spin the dial again, kid. Left this time. All right, stop. It's the last turn. We open now. What's the number, Blair?
I'm not going to tell you.
What?
No, I'm not going to be party to robbery anymore.
You tell me that number, I'll blow your head off.
Go ahead. You'll do it anyway, so I can't give information to the police
I'll
later.
give you one more chance. You going to tell us the number?
No, I'm not.
Why, you...
What's that?
Side doorbell.
Who could it be?
That'd be a friend of the watchman.
What are we going to do, Skinner?
Gotta answer it, otherwise I wonder what happened to the watchman. Come on, all of you.
All right, come on.
As soon as I open this up, you grab whoever it is, drag him inside.
Right.
All right, here we are. You guys get back there. Palm your rods.
Okay.
I'll open it up. What is this? Nobody out here.
What? That's funny. What do you make of it, Skinner?
I don't like it. Better finish this job quick and scram.
You better not wait to finish the job, Skinner.
Who was that?
The Shadow.
Shadow?
Yes. I've got no time to waste, Skinner. Circumstances force me to be here alive for the moment. I've got to warn you that the police are on their way here with orders to shoot to kill.
I ain't falling for that, Shadow.
Maybe the guy's telling the truth, Skinner.
I'd hardly warn you if it weren't necessary to save the life of an innocent man.
Listen, Skinner, the cops, you hear
Yeah,
him?
it's a straight goods.
Straight, fellas, be in. Come on.
Don't leave me here. The police will shoot me.
Don't be afraid, Peter. Just do as I say. Follow the sound of my voice and I'll lead you out. Skinner and his gang have run into the police. Come along, Peter. We've got to hurry. This way, Peter.
Hold your gun, friend. There he is. The real brains of the gang. We've caught up with you, Blair.
Just a minute, Commissioner.
The Shadow.
Yes, Commissioner.
You certainly got here fast.
Just barely fast enough to keep you from making a complete fool of yourself.
Where's my dog? Where's Rex? What's happened to him?
He's in a car not far from here. If you call out loud enough, he'll hear you.
What? Rex? Rex! Rex! Oh, it's he. It's Rex. He's hurt me.
Now, see here, Shadow. I'm not going to let this fellow off so easy. He's got a lot of explaining to do.
Very well, Commissioner. It'll all be explained so even you will understand.
Oh, Rex, old fellow. Oh, I thought sure you were done for. I'm so glad you're all right.
Hey, George. I've never seen a dog act so happy. Cute son of a gun. Come on, Blair. I think we can talk this thing over.
Well, you've got two fine animals now, Peter. You going to keep them both?
No, Mr. Cranston. I'm going to give Prince to a sightless friend. You'll be a great companion for him.
No doubt about it.
Look at Rex and Prince gobble that ice cream.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Cranston, and you too, Miss Lane, for everything you've done for us.
Oh, don't mention it, Peter.
I wish it were possible to thank our invisible friend, the Shadow, too.
I'm sure he feels your gratitude, Peter. I'll wager that none of his exploits brought him more satisfaction than the apprehension of the Skinner and his gang. Men do terrible things, but the man is particularly depraved who would rob the sightless of a great and devoted friend, his dog.
And now here's Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. One investment every homeowner can make, which will pay big returns in comfort and convenience, is to install a Blue Coal heat regulator. I've heard some people say what time and trouble savers their oil and gas burners are. But those people forget that their oil and gas burners are dependent upon thermostat control for their heating performance and for maintaining an even degree of temperature. By simply installing a Blue Coal heat regulator for your coal furnace, you too can control room temperatures and enjoy exactly the same kind of heating comfort that the most expensive oil or gas burner could give you. The Blue Coal heat regulator is a thermostat which controls your furnace dampers automatically. All you need do is set the thermostat control at the exact temperature you wish. Your heat regulator will maintain that temperature day and night. What's more, it will stop your house from becoming overheated in warmer weather and save you from wasting coal. Get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer. He'll be glad to show you how a Blue Coal heat regulator can pay for itself in the time, trouble, and amount of coal it saves you. I thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen. And be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
in the hearts of men. The Shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before the curtain rises on Act One of today's adventure with The Shadow, remember this, homeowners. Because of abrupt changes in temperature, the coming months are the most treacherous of the entire year. So do the safe thing, the wise thing, and order blue coal for your next fuel supply. You'll find that this quality-tested hard coal gives steadier, more healthful heat. It's easier to bank and control, and it burns evenly and prevents your home from becoming suddenly chilled or overheated. Remember the name, Blue Coal, for perfect home heating comfort in any kind of weather. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Horror in Wax.
Lieutenant Carter, I want you to check that new list of stolen cars with the 4 o'clock detail before the men go on duty.
All right.
You, Benson, take a squad of 20 men and help Cardona with the detail that's guarding the mayor at that rally tonight.
Okay.
And you, Brophy, you better... just a minute. Hello? Commissioner Weston speaking. What's that? When did this happen? All right. Give me the address. Yeah. 22 Prince Street. I got that. Yeah. I'll send a man out right away. Brophy.
Yes, Commissioner Weston.
This is a job for you. Rest of your men can go now. Get out on the job and keep awake. Here you are, Brophy. Take this address. It's a rooming house out in the south side. Woman's been found dead in one of the rooms.
Now the poor thing. Murdered by some blackguard, I suppose.
Never mind shedding any tears about it. Get out there and find out what happened.
There she is, Lieutenant Brophy. Dying just the way I found her when I came up to clean her up this morning.
Who is this woman?
Never saw her before.
Didn't you rent her the room?
No. I rented the room to 2 men. They came in last night. They were gone this morning. She must have come in during the night.
Did they leave baggage or anything?
Oh, they brought nothing with them and took nothing, I guess.
Well, I'll look her over and see what they've killed her with, if they killed her. Well, she certainly is a finder. The saints above, what do you call this?
You found something?
Hard enough to curl me tongue so I can't say a word. Here, feel that hand there.
You want me to touch her? Oh, no, you don't.
The hand is as stiff and hard as a rock, and so is the arms and her face. Why, sure, this is no woman at all. It's a wax figure.
Wax figure?
Certainly. The lads that rented the room and left us here were likely as not a couple of dress salesmen. Nothing more.
Then she's not really dead?
No, deader than she's ever been. It's the devil's own things they send a police officer out on nowadays.
Well, what'll I do with this wax figure?
You leave it where it is. We'll send the wagon for it. Maybe the wives of one of the men can cut her clothes on it. But, Commissioner Weston, it's the truth I'm telling you. It was nothing more than a wax figure as hard as rock.
A fine thing to leave behind in a furnished room. Well, you better send the wagon out there. Hello?
Commissioner Weston.
Yes, who's this?
This is the Shadow, Commissioner.
Yes, well, what do you want now? We've had peace and quiet around here lately. Say, just a minute. Hold the wire a second.
Listen to that Shadow fellow, Brophy. I'm going to have some fun with him, listen.
Shadow, we just got a case that has us all baffled. Would you like to help us?
Of course, Commissioner. You know I'm always willing to lend whatever assistance I can.
Oh, fine. Well, here's the dope. A woman's been found dead at 22 Prince Street, out on the south side. We don't know who she is or how she died or a thing about her. I'll put the case into your hands if you want to tackle it.
Well, I'd be glad to, Commissioner. I'll go out there right away and investigate.
That's fine. But, Shadow, you've got to make me one promise.
Well, yes, Commissioner. What is it?
Well, the medical examiner hasn't cleared the case yet. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't touch the body or disturb it in any way.
All right, Commissioner. I hardly think it'll be necessary.
Well, good luck then, Shadow. I'll see you later.
Oh, no, Commissioner. You'll hear me later.
How's that? Oh,
Yeah, okay. I'll hear you later. Brophy, he fell for it. Yeah? Fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
I'd give me eye teeth to be there when he examines that dead body.
This is funny, Brophy. We've got the Shadow, the great crime expert, investigating the death of a wax figure.
Well, Lamont, we searched every inch of this room, but there's not a single thing that would identify this woman's body.
No, Margot. I didn't expect there would be.
Perhaps I'd better search the clothing.
No, Margot. Don't touch the body. Commissioner Weston specifically asked me not to.
But there might be a tag on the clothing or something.
Hardly. The men who left this body here planned it too well to leave any telltale markings. You'll notice that even the manufacturer's name has been scraped off the soles of the shoes.
The features have a strange wax-like appearance.
Yes. Amazingly wax-like.
Well, if there's nothing more to do here, Lamont, I won't be a bit sorry to leave as soon as possible.
All right, we'll go, Margot. Commissioner Weston is probably waiting for the Shadow's report on the case, and we don't want to meet any of his men here. We mustn't disappoint the commissioner.
Wait a minute, Brophy, till I see who this is. Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Hello, Commissioner. This is the Shadow.
Oh, yes. Well, Shadow, how did you make out? Have you made any progress on that case I gave you?
Yes, Commissioner. A little, I think. The case is fairly obvious.
You don't say.
The woman did not meet her death in that room.
What's this? You're sure about that, I suppose?
Positive. She died someplace else and was brought to the room.
Well, it didn't take you long to figure that out, did it? What are you going to do, Shadow?
We've got to find the men who brought the woman there.
You're getting off on the right foot, all right. But how are we going to find them? Have you figured that one out?
Not exactly. But I'm not going to waste any time. You hold the body until you hear from me.
Oh, you're sure we're going to hear from you, aren't you?
You'll hear from me a lot sooner than you expect, Commissioner.
Well, now, in that case, Shadow. Shadow. He's hung up. Brophy, did you hear that?
Every word, Commissioner. I worked right.
This is about the funniest thing I've ever run across.
You fooled him good, Commissioner. She didn't die there, he says. I was right in that. He certainly was.
You're regarded, Professor Whitehead, as an outstanding authority in these matters, and I want you to know that I trust your judgment implicitly.
Thank you, Cranston. Of course, it's a fairly common knowledge that from time immemorial, scientists have labored with the idea of preserving life through freezing, waxing, mummifying, and various other such methods.
Yes, I read only recently where a group of Russian scientists froze a man and then performed a very difficult operation. I believe the man survived.
It's very possible, Miss Lane.
But this waxing process, Professor, preserving the human form by turning it to wax, have you had any personal contact with such cases?
I haven't actually participated in such experiments, but I've followed them quite closely. In fact, here's a book right here on my shelf. Yes, this is it. This is an account of the experiments of Dr. Jean Fernot, famous French scientist. He invented a chemical which he injected into the arm. Within a few hours, the subject assumed not only a wax-like appearance, but all organs were stilled, and a state of suspended animation attained.
Well, what happened to Fernot? Did he continue these experiments?
No, he never got the chance. He was laughed out of the community where he lived. When he revealed the fact that he had waxed the body of a young girl, he was stoned.
So what happened to the girl?
Oh, Fernot revived her right enough. The experiment was entirely successful.
Then he not only had a waxing process, but also an antidote to revive the subject.
Yes, a restorative, he called it. By the way, here's a picture of Fernot in this book.
Oh? Well, rather an interesting-looking face, don't you think so, Margot?
Yes, very interesting. But one I wouldn't care to meet on a dark road.
Well, do you think Dr. Fernot is still alive, Professor?
That I am not prepared to say, Mr. Cranston. It was reported he came to America 10 years ago. In any case, he dropped from sight about that time.
I see. Well, I'm very much obliged to you, Professor. We must leave now. This talk has been most interesting. And I promise you, it will result in something even more interesting.
Are you nearly finished, Lamont?
Yes, Margot. Quite finished. We've checked every wax figure dealer in this entire territory. The business connections of all of them are easily accounted for. That is, all but one. This Cosmos Wax Figure Company. I can't find a single firm that does business with them.
Perhaps there's something in that.
I don't know, Margot, but I think that... Oh, that's probably my friend Vic Marquette, the Internal Revenue Department. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Cranston?
Oh, yes, Vic. Have you found anything?
Well, that Cosmos company you inquired about.
Yes?
Yeah, there's a ship due at quarantine in a few hours with a large consignment of wax figures for them.
You say the ship is due in a few hours?
Yeah?
Vic, I want you to do me a favor.
All right.
I want you to assign Miss Lane and myself to the custom detail that goes on board that ship, the Quarantine.
Oh, I don't know what you got up your sleeve, Cranston. It's not exactly official. Oh, I guess it can be arranged.
All right, we'll be right down. I'll explain matters to you then.
What are we going to do now, Lamont?
I'm only playing along on a hunch. But if it works out, Margot, I think we'll have a little surprise in store for our friend Commissioner Weston. And you're the man in charge of this shipment of wax figures?
Oui, monsieur.
Do you always store them in staterooms? Wouldn't it be less expensive to ship them in the hold with other freight?
Oh, but, monsieur, these figures are not freight. They're works of art, as you can see.
Yes, they're really amazing. I don't believe I've ever seen such lifelike figures.
Yes. The attention to detail is astounding. Even to birthmarks and scars. Well, we're very much obliged to you for letting us see these figures, sir. And good night.
Good night, monsieur. Good night, madame.
Good night.
Don't say anything for a moment, Margot. Let's get down to the companionway. Here, Margot. Now tell me, did you notice anything unusual about those figures?
I thought they were simply astounding reproductions of the human features.
No, I don't mean that. Did you notice on the left arm of each, there was the tiniest puncture, such as might have been made by a hypodermic needle?
No, Lamont, I hadn't noticed. What do you think it means?
I don't know exactly, Margot. But we're following that shipment of wax figures to its destination.
In a moment, you'll hear Act 2 of today's story. Homeowners, the finest quality anthracite that you can buy is blue coal. It's the only trademarked anthracite. The only coal which is colored a harmless blue to identify it and to guarantee you that you'll get the most for your money in heating results and satisfaction. That's why it's important to insist on blue coal by name when you order fuel. Once you've used blue coal, you'll agree with me and with countless thousands of satisfied homeowners that it certainly is different from ordinary hard coal. And that difference is in the steadier, more healthful heat blue coal gives you, plus the fact that it requires less furnace attention. That's because blue coal is a guaranteed product of Glen Alden, the nation's largest coal company. Each ton of blue coal is carefully sized, prepared, and washed to remove any existing impurities. But most important of all, each carload is submitted to a thorough laboratory test to guarantee its superior quality before it's accepted for shipment. Those are the reasons why blue coal banks and burns better and gives longer intervals between firing. Those are the reasons why it will pay you to order blue coal by name if you want perfect all-around heating comfort and satisfaction in the treacherous months ahead. Call your nearest dealer. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Stop the car right here, Margot.
Sorry.
That's the Cosmos building, just ahead there.
Dingy-looking place, Lamont. Doesn't appear as though there's anybody inside.
Yes, there is, though, Margot. Look down at the back there. You can just see a bar of light filtering through that shuttered window.
Oh, yes. What do you suppose they could be doing in there at this hour of the night?
They've already gotten the shipment of wax figures from that freighter. That's probably what occupies them now. Better turn off your headlights.
All right.
We'll sit here and wait a while.
Look, Lamont. That side door is opening. Someone's coming out.
Sit tight, Margot, and watch.
It's a man. He's coming this way.
Yes. Quiet. Margot,
Look at this man. Look at his face.
Why? Well, Lamont, this is amazing. It just can't be possible.
Quite possible, Margot. That man who had just walked past was one of the wax figures we saw in the freighter tonight.
Why, it's like seeing someone step out of the grave.
It may be little less than just that, Margot. Men stepping out of the grave.
Lamont, you don't actually...
I don't know what it is, Margot. I've only got a hunch. I'm going to see if I can't get a glance through that window back there.
I'll come along, Lamont.
No, you better stay here.
I'd feel more comfortable with you.
All right, Margot. If you'd feel better, come along. We'll have to be very careful, Margot.
The rest of the building seems to be deserted. All but that one room.
Yeah, they're all probably busy in the back. Let me take your hand, Margot. It's pretty steep here. Quiet now, Margot. This window may be open. They might hear us. I'll see if I can take a peek through this crack here.
See anything?
Margot. Look.
Why, the room is fixed up like a laboratory.
Yes. There's some more of the figures we saw on board ship.
That man with his back to us. He's dressed like a doctor.
Yes. I hope he turns around so we get a good look. Margot. Over there in the corner. Recognize that face?
Why, yes. It's the man that was in the ship cabin. The one who took care of the wax figures.
Right.
There, Lamont, the other man's turned around. Look at him.
Yes.
Isn't that the man whose picture Professor Whitehead showed us?
Yes, Margot. It's Dr. Furneaux.
What do you suppose they're doing?
I can't see. They're working at the other end of the room, mostly. Margot, you go back to the car.
What are you going to do?
Look around here and see if there isn't any way of getting into this place.
But there's a gang of men in there, Lamont.
I've got to take the chance, Margot. Now go, Margot, quickly, quickly. This is a matter for the shadow.
All right, Lamont, but do be careful. Even the shadow might be shot.
Doctor, this one is coming too.
Very good. Give the wax figure another injection of the restorative. Half quantity this time.
Say, Doc, that guy's groaning like he was in awful pain.
That is as it should be, Chip. The muscles and tissues are losing their rigidity. The process is often very painful.
Gee, this sure is a great idea of yours, Doc. Imagine turning people to wax with a jab of a needle, and with a jab of a needle bringing them back again.
Don't have quite so much to say, Chip.
I wonder how people would react if they knew of your great accomplishment, Doctor.
They would laugh. Laugh as they always do at things they don't understand. They laughed me out of the legitimate pursuit of my science. But now I have the satisfaction of accomplishment.
Where am I? Where am I?
Say, that guy's coming too now, Doc.
You're all right, my man. You've reached your destination.
Then this is America? I am in the United States?
Yeah. Put these clothes on. You must leave here at once.
You will listen to my instructions, my good man, and be sure you follow them to the letter.
Yes.
In addition to the sum you have already paid us for smuggling you into this country, remember that our agreement is that you pay us 25% of your earnings for the next 5 years. After 5 years, you will return for another injection of the restorative. If you fail to come back for this injection, you will become wax again, and for all time. If you fail in your obligation to us, or if you ever reveal the means by which you were smuggled into the country, you will be denied the restorative. The effect, of course, will be the same. You understand?
I understand.
Dress then and go.
Monsieur le Docteur, this one, he does not revive.
I'm afraid he will not. You men on the boats are becoming very careless with the waxing fluid. We had a girl die on our last shipment.
But I assure you, Doctor, I followed your instructions exactly. One injection, so much as is in this hypodermic, every 12 hours.
You must have miscalculated the time. My solution cannot fail. Here, Chip, this body will have to be disposed of as you disposed of the girl a few days ago.
Okay, Doc, it's as good as done.
I want you to... What's that?
What's the matter? You hearing something?
I thought I heard footsteps outside.
I'll take a walk around outside. No use taking chances. I will go with you. Okay. We'll take this guy out with us. Come on, you.
Yes. I'm dressed now. I go.
Be right back, Doc.
Chip.
What is it, Murat?
That car over there. Do you see anybody in it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I see a face.
It's strange that anyone would sit in a lonely place like this with the lights out. No?
Yeah, it does look kind of fishy. Let's find out what it's all about. Come on, Murat. Keep your gun handy.
There is somebody in the car.
Looks like a girl. What do you know about that?
I do not like it.
She won't like it either when we get through with her. What are you doing in here, lady? Waiting for the morning mail?
Who are you? What do you want?
We want to know who you are and what you want.
That's none of your business.
You're a fresh dame, eh?
Chip.
Yeah? What's the matter?
This girl. I have seen her before. Yes, I know. She was with the customer aboard the ship.
Oh, yeah? Come on, lady. Get out of that car.
I'll not get out of this car. You get away from here.
Grab her, Murat. Keep your hand over her mouth, Murat. We'll take her into the doctor. Come on. Lift her up.
There is no question about it, monsieur le docteur. She is the one who came aboard the freighter with the customs officer.
A customs mall, huh?
You let me out of this place, you hear?
You did not come here alone, madame. Who is with you?
There's nobody with me.
What were you snooping around for?
I wasn't snooping around. I was sitting in my car.
Madame, you impose a very unpleasant duty upon me.
What do you mean?
I do not know how much knowledge you have acquired around here. But I must be certain that whatever it is, you will never have a chance to communicate it to anyone else.
What do you intend to do?
Murat, give me that hypodermic.
Oui, doctor.
Don't you dare! Keep your hands off me!
Madame, I regret that I must give you an injection of this fluid. In a few minutes, you will turn to wax.
Oh, no.
In that condition, you shall remain for all time.
No, let me go, let me out of
Keep Murat, hold her tightly. Quiet.
That gag will keep her quiet for a while.
Pull her sleeve up, Murat.
Oui, doctor.
That's it. Now the hypodermic.
Not quite so fast, Doctor.
Who was that? Who spoke?
I did, Dr. Furneaux.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow?
I do not understand. What is the Shadow?
I've heard of this guy. He's the enemy of the underworld. Nobody can see him.
This girl, she is with him?
Yes. Dr. Furneaux, release her. Take that gag out of her mouth.
Ah, you are very clever, monsieur. Very clever. But I think you will find I'm not so easily beaten.
Do as I tell you.
I don't want to have any fight with this Shadow.
No, do I.
You are cowards, both of you.
I'm getting out of here.
I will go too.
Chip, Murat, you will not run out on me.
I'm going.
Stay where you are.
You stay if you
want. Murat. You shot Murat.
Yes. And now you.
Oh.
And now, Shadow, where are you?
Right beside you. And I...
no, you don't. Oh, my arm.
There, Furneaux. Your gun is on the floor. You're helpless. Now will you be so foolish as not to do what you're told?
Very well. I cannot fight the unseen. What do you wish?
Remove the gag from the lady's mouth.
Of course. There you are.
Oh, get me out of here. Get me out of this horrible place.
You're all right, Margot. There's nothing more to fear.
Madame, I will get you a glass of water.
Oh, no, you don't, Doctor. Be too easy to poison the water. Dr. Furneaux, you are coming with me.
And where would you take me?
To the police. They will deal with you.
I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, monsieur. Life and the people of the world have humiliated me enough. They will never subject me to the humiliation of a criminal cell.
What do you mean, Doctor?
This hypodermic I hold in my hand will answer your question most eloquently. Many people have known the result of my great discovery. Now, I shall know it myself in its ultimate.
Doctor, I beg of you, don't destroy yourself. There's always hope for a man of your skill, even though you've so grossly misused it.
No, monsieur. The world laughed once. Now it will neither laugh nor weep. One injection, an overdose. So, and you shall witness firsthand, monsieur, the results of a great discovery.
Doctor, don't. You mustn't do this.
It is done, monsieur. It is done. I destroy the last bottle of the restorative. Now, my secret dies with me.
Lamont, look. His skin is turning white. His body is becoming rigid.
Yes, Margot. Watch. He's turning to wax. Just as he's turned others.
Oh, Lamont,
I can't bear any more. Take me out of here. Take me out of us. Take me out.
You mustn't worry any more, Lamont. I'm quite all right now.
Well, now, you've given me a couple of very anxious days, Margot, since our encounter with Dr. Fenot.
Well, I'm sure I could never stand such an experience again. Now it appears as something I've dreamed. Lamont, what of those people Fenot smuggled into the country? They'll die in 5 years if they don't receive the injection.
Why, Margot, that was simply a bluff. I've checked through Fenot's notes. He used this ruse simply to hold them to their promises. They're quite safe.
I'm glad.
It's strange. But I suppose, in a way, Commissioner Weston has the laugh on me after all. For my part, I don't feel there's much reason for laughing. As evil as Dr. Fenot was, and as badly as he misused his great talents, I can't help but feel that his discovery might have had potentialities for good beyond belief. Perhaps it will occur again in a mind worthy of great things.
And now a word from Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. You know, you just can't operate your furnace efficiently and economically unless you understand how to regulate your furnace dampers. Every furnace should be equipped with 3 dampers. The ash pit damper, located at the base of the furnace, below the grate level. The turn damper, located in the smoke pipe behind the check damper and the boiler. And the check damper, located between the turn damper and the chimney. In milder weather, when you want a slow-burning, lasting fire, the check damper should be wide open, the ash pit damper closed. It is very important that your check damper be large enough to adequately check the fire. If it is not, it will certainly pay you to have an additional check damper installed by your plumber. If you're having trouble in regulating your furnace, your Blue Coal dealer will gladly send a John Barclay serviceman to give your heating plant a thorough inspection. There is no charge or obligation for this service. I thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for... Your local Blue Coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before we present the first act of today's Shadow story, a brief reminder to you homeowners. You all know what an unpredictable month March is. The weather's blustery, bitter cold one day and mild the next. And I don't have to remind you how very dangerous those extremes of temperature are to the health of everyone in your family. Now, if you want to ensure steady, comfortable warmth inside your home and help prevent late winter colds and illness, here's what you do. Call your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Get a supply of Blue Coal, the quality-tested hard coal that guarantees you steadier, more healthful heating performance and satisfaction. Don't gamble with just any ordinary coal. Insist on blue coal. Ask for it by name. It's the coal that's trademarked blue, so you can identify it at a glance. It's the coal that will give you better heat with less furnace attention. As our story opens, we find Lamont Cranston with his friend Margot Lane in his apartment, busily turning the dials of a shortwave radio receiver.
Margot, a few nights ago, I came across a very peculiar noise on the radio. Couldn't figure out what it was, so I got my recording set out tonight, and I'm going to make a record of this strange broadcast.
Yes, I remember when you first got the recorder. We recorded everything we could think of. It was a lot of fun.
Yes, particularly our duets. Listen, there it is. Start the machine. We'll record it right now.
The oddest thing I've ever heard. It doesn't make any sense.
I can't make head or tail out of it. Doesn't sound like a human voice, and yet it's... Wait. I'll play our recording back on the phonograph. See now, wait a minute. There.
Can you make it play slower? We might be able to analyze it better.
Oh, yes, I'll slow it down.
We cannot bring it down on land at
Margot, it's a man's voice. Why, it's very clear when the record is played slower. What a simple trick. They've merely made a record at a slow speed and played it fast so you can't get it.
But how could anyone receive the message?
They must have a recording outfit like mine and play it back at the low speed. Let's listen to the record again.
Yes.
Yeah, just a minute, I'll start it. There's the group.
Speed. Operator Speed. New battlplane lands here tonight. This mystery ship will be destroyed tomorrow.
Margot.
We will fly this plane to the Gordon Lightship and then 10 miles due south.
Gordon Lightship?
We will cruise to that point in our boat and pick us up. This plane will be destroyed at sea.
What do you suppose?
We cannot bring it down on land at any cost. It will never be recovered. We have the only existing set of plans, and the designer is dead. Operator 1 in command.
Do you know what that means, Margot?
No, I don't know.
A new army plane is due tomorrow or next day at the aerodrome. It's one of the most revolutionary inventions in the history of military aviation. Only one of these planes has been built. And not one of the men who worked on its construction was permitted to know all its secrets. And its designer is dead.
Oh, I see.
With this plane in the hands of an invading power, this country would be wiped out before our defenses could be mobilized.
Well, tell me about it. What kind of plane is it?
The plane is revolutionary in design, Margot. It's equipped with a very intricate shortwave radio control outfit. By means of this shortwave, one of the planes can control up to 50 flying bombs.
Flying bombs?
That's precisely what they are. Unpiloted miniature airplanes. They're extremely fast, can be directed by the mothership at any target, from a speedy bombing plane to an army tank or battleship. As far as I know, they've only built 3 or 4 of the flying bombs.
We have so little to work on. What can we do?
We've got to find the shortwave station that broadcast that record.
But how can we ever find it?
You know, Margot, the closer you get to a broadcasting station, the louder the program comes in.
Yes, naturally.
In my car, I have a simple device with a needle and dial that shows accurately when you're getting near a radio transmitter. With the aid of that device, Margot, we're sure to find that station.
I don't think it's any use to go any further west, Lamont.
And what does the dial read now, Margot?
It's down to 9.
Well, we'll go southeast now.
The signal is getting stronger, Lamont. The dial reads 20 now.
Good. Covered every inch of the city. There must be a road that goes further east from here.
Well, the only place I know east of here is Robbers Reef. Do you think it could... Oh, it couldn't be out there. Why, there's only an old tumble-down house on the reef.
I think you've hit it, Margot.
How do you get there?
There's an alley between a couple of these buildings here that leads out onto a sort of short, narrow sandbar connecting the mainland with the end of the reef.
Is that it there, between those old buildings?
So hard to see in this fog.
There.
Yes, that must be it. We'll try anyway.
This is the gloomiest place I've ever seen. Lamont, look. The dial reads 30.
Good. We're headed right. Margot, I'm going to stop here. Now, you stay in the car. Keep the doors locked. Till I come out of the house.
Please don't go in there, Lamont.
I won't, Margot. But I think the shadow will pay a call.
That's awful funny. What was that? Who's there?
Only the shadow.
The shadow? Well, who are you? Where are you hiding? I can't see you.
I'm hiding in the shadows, where no man can see me.
What'd you come here for? What do you want?
I came to listen to you play that record you have in your hand.
You can't do it. Nobody can hear these records, not even my son.
Your son?
Yes, this is his shortwave radio set. He lets me run it when he's at work nights.
Did you make these records?
You think I'm crazy? Of course not. Well, I don't even make sense. Some darn fool pays me $5 to play him on the air. He says it's just a joke, and they do sound pretty funny.
Who is he?
And down if I know, he's some kind of a foreigner. Comes here every so often and leaves me some more of them to play.
What's your name?
Joe Ryan.
Of course, Joe. I knew you. And all about these records. I was just testing you.
Yeah.
You and I are going to play a joke on our friend. I'll bring a record here in a little while, just like one of his. And I'll pay you $10 to play it in place of the one you've got there. You'll think it's a great joke.
$10. You're twice as much of a darn fool as he is.
What do you mean?
You're paying me just twice as much. That's why. The joke's on you.
Yeah. You'll think it's very funny, too.
Well, here's to you, Corbin. I guess our work's about done. Tomorrow the Army's new plane will disappear, and so will we.
Yes, Balla. We'll be all finished up. It's been a pleasure working with you. Perhaps your methods are a bit ruthless, but they produce results. Shall we listen into your last shortwave broadcast and record it just as a souvenir? No, it's time for it now.
Well, all right, tune it in.
Such a simple idea, that high-speed recording. No one in the world can understand that.
Wait a minute. Listen, there's something wrong with that message. It's a good thing we are recording it.
I think it's your imagination, Balla. It sounds like all the rest of your records.
I know what my voice sounds like even at high speed. Now, play the recording back at the slow speed.
Mm-hmm.
Listen.
Operator 1. Operator 1. Your plan to steal the new Army bomber
Sounds
has
very
been discovered.
strange.
If you do not want this plan revealed, come at once to Joe Ryan's shack on Robbers Reef. If you want your secret to remain a secret, come immediately, for I have things of grave importance to discuss with you. I'll be waiting for you, Operator 1. This is the Shadow.
Shadow? I've heard of him. He's dangerous. Perhaps we should leave tonight, Balla. You have the only plans and the designer's dead. Let's leave at once.
Fool. We have yet to destroy the plane. Besides, Corbin, the Shadow knows too much. Balla will teach him a lesson he has long needed. Balla will teach him not to meddle with affairs of importance. Let's go at once. Don't drive so fast, Corbin. This fog is pretty thick.
But you told me to hurry.
Yes, but it would be a pity to disappoint the Shadow. Put out your headlights, Corbin. We turn on to Robbers Reef here.
All right.
Drive slower, you fool.
I'm just barely creeping.
No, we can't take any chance on any accidents now. Look, what's that? Right ahead of us.
It's a car with no lights. Car with no lights. Coming in from Robbers Reef.
It must be the Shadow. Quick, Corbin, steer out of its way.
I can't without going into the bay.
It's going to hit us. Look out!
Are you all right?
Yes. Fortunately, we're both going very slowly.
Somebody getting out of that car.
Stop where you are before I shoot. Corbin, flash a light on his face.
It's a woman.
I thought it was our friend, the Shadow. What are you doing out here, young lady?
I lost my way.
And why are you driving without lights?
Well, I thought I could see better that way in the fog.
I don't believe you. Corbin, look in the car and see if there's anyone else.
Yeah. Perhaps you brought someone out to Robbers Reef. Young lady,
I don't know what you're talking about. I tell you, I lost my way.
Well, we'll soon find out. You are coming with me.
No one else in the car, Paula.
Good, Corbin. I'm sure there's nothing the matter with the cars. Drive hers into the water. Then bring ours to Joe Ryan's shack. The young lady and I are going to walk. Unless she is foolish and tries to run away.
The Shadow's adventure continues in just a moment. You know, friends, it's true that nothing succeeds like success. In fact, nothing proves the merit of a product or the claims made for it as conclusively as its sales records. And the fact that Blue Coal ranks first in nationwide volume of sales is proof that it is a better anthracite. Countless thousands of you homeowners here and in communities the nation over have made that record possible. You've tried Blue Coal. You've compared it with other fuels. And you've kept Blue Coal's top-ranking position unchallenged throughout the years. Now there's a real treat ahead for you homeowners who haven't yet tried Blue Coal. There's the satisfaction of knowing you're getting the most in heating comfort that money can buy when you order Blue Coal by name. For the harmless blue coloring which identifies Blue Coal also guarantees you far better quality, far better all-around performance. Just try Blue Coal. Compare it with the coal you're burning at present. You'll see why Blue Coal is America's largest selling anthracite. You'll join those thousands of satisfied homeowners everywhere who know there's no substitute for Blue Coal for better heat with less furnace attention. So call your nearest Blue Coal dealer. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified phone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Step in there, young lady.
What? Oh, it's you, mister. Hey, did you hear it? Did you hear the funny record?
Yes, very funny. Where's the Shadow?
I don't know where he is. Said he was a friend of yours.
He is a great friend of mine. I'd like to see him.
You can't see him, because even when he's here, he isn't. He just talks to you.
You're a fool, old man. Now, young lady, suppose you tell us what you know about the Shadow.
The Shadow?
Don't pretend that you don't know him. You brought him here. All right, you, Corbin.
Yes, Paula.
Take that piece of rope and tie the old man up.
Hey, what for? I ain't done nothing. I just did what you told me to. Honest, I did.
Shut up. Tie him well. No, you don't, young lady. Stay away from that door. Here, Corbin. Give me a hand. The young lady doesn't want to stay here. Tie her up, too. That's it. Tie her to this chair. Fine. Now we will see.
What hit me? Paula, did you do that?
You may thank the Shadow, Corbin.
The Shadow? I can't see you. Where are you?
You hear where my voice comes from, don't you?
That's all I wanted to hear. I guess the last laugh belongs to Paula. It was too easy. Come, Corbin. We must get to the aerodrome. We have work to do. Come, Corbin. Hurry. Hurry, Corbin. The X-1 should land just at dawn. It will be light in a few moments.
I'm doing the best I can. I'm still worried about that girl and the old man back on Robbers Reef. You should have gotten rid of them.
As soon as I leave you at the airport, I will go back and close their mouths forever.
Leave me at the airport?
Certainly, Corbin. You're a pilot. It's up to you to fly the army ship out to sea alone and bury it.
Yes, but suppose something happens when I get out over the ocean. Suppose they don't pick me up. This is dangerous, Paula.
Your strong suit is not courage, Corbin. But don't worry. You will be picked up, as will I. The rest of our operatives are waiting even now on the boat, 10 miles south of the Gordon lightship.
Do you still have the plans for the plane with you?
Those plans have not been out of my sight since the day I got them. There's the entrance to the airport directly ahead.
What do you plan to do, Paula?
Simply this. The flight of this new plane has been veiled in greatest secrecy. There will be but one guard at the airport to meet her. Huh? You and I represent ourselves as inspectors from the War Department. Once we get aboard the plane, it is simple. We'll overcome the pilot and anyone else on board, and the rest will be up to you. Here.
We can stop right here now. Look, Paula. Look, there she is now. She's just landed.
And look right behind her. There are the 3 flying bombs coming in perfect formation. Come. Let's get over to the plane.
Sorry, sir. No one's permitted on this field.
Oh, I'm Harry Johnson from the War Department, and this is Mr. Andrews, my assistant. We have been sent out to check the landing of the new plane.
Do you have any identification?
Identification? Why, the best in the world. Look, here are the plans for that ship. Is that good enough identification?
It sure is.
Who is piloting her?
I believe Lieutenant Flynn, sir.
Well, I'd like to get his report as to how she handled on her trip east.
Well, there he is, just coming out of the cabin. Oh, Lieutenant Flynn. Yes? Mr. Johnson and Mr. Andrews from the War Department, sir.
We came up to get your report on the flight firsthand. Did you fly in alone?
Yes, sir. She handled beautifully in the air, and the flying bombs responded perfectly.
I've gone over these plans here, of course, but I would like to step into the cabin and see what it looks like.
Certainly. Right this way, sir. The pilot sits up ahead here in this heavily armored cockpit. Now, by closing this metal door, he can be shut off completely from the rest of the ship.
What is the purpose of that, Lieutenant?
It's just an added armor protection for the pilot and the shortwave mechanism that controls the flying bombs.
But, Lieutenant, can the pilot communicate with anyone in the other part of the ship when the door is closed?
Yes. Step into the cockpit here. Now, you see this microphone?
Yes.
That's connected with a loudspeaker installed in the rear of the ship so that the pilot constantly can be in contact with the rest of the crew, even if the armored door is shut.
Where's the equipment for the control of the flying bombs?
That's right here, sir. See this dial with numbers up to 50? You just set the indicator at any one of the numbers, and that throws the flying bomb of that particular number in line with the corresponding controls so that it can be manipulated separately. And these 3 dials here control speed, direction, and altitude. It's perfectly simple. Is there anything more I can show you, sir?
No. You have been a great help, Lieutenant. What is that switch in back of us?
Oh, this? Well, that's the...
All right, Corbin, take off immediately. As soon as you get in motion, I'll push the pilot out and jump out myself and tell the guard that you are running away with the ship. There. There he goes. Now, hurry, Corbin. Take her off. Good luck, Corbin. I'm going to jump now. Help! Stop! Help! Stop!
Well, Corbin, your plan has worked perfectly. Up to now.
What? Who said that?
The Shadow.
But how did you get here?
I came with you in the car from Ryan's shack on Robbers Reef. You cannot escape from the Shadow.
But Paula killed you.
No. He only shot at my voice.
Where are you now?
I am in the shadows of a cabin in back of you, but I can see you well enough to shoot you if you don't bring this plane down immediately.
No, don't shoot. I'll bring it down. Only don't shoot.
Open the door. Open that door, I tell you.
Well, Mr. Shadow, you can shoot your heart's content. Perhaps you heard Lieutenant Flynn say that the pilot's cockpit is well armored.
Corbett, bring this plane down.
I'll bring it down all right. The 3 flying bombs in the ocean 10 miles south of the Gordon Lightship. But when the plane lands, you will land in it alone. For I will leave it by parachute before it goes into its last power dive. What do you think of that, Mr. Shadow? Why don't you speak? Shadow, can't you hear me?
I hear you all right, Corbin. And thanks for the suggestion about a parachute. It was nice of you. I'm going to leave you, Corbin, but not for long. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. You'll never get away. Goodbye, Corbin.
What's the matter with those mechanics? Can't they get that pursuit ship started? Look at that plane gain altitude.
Take it easy, Lieutenant Flynn. The mechanics are warming it up as fast as they can. How's your head? You got a nasty crack.
It's all right. Wait till I get my hands on that guy. Where did the other one go to?
In the excitement, he ducked into a car and beat it.
You sent out a police call?
Sure, first thing. Hey, look.
Someone just bailed out of the ship. Oh, that's funny. The parachute.
He just missed the parachute. And it's diving. It's diving straight towards us. It's out of control. But it's... I've had it.
You all right?
Yeah, but boy, I'd hate to be any closer.
What happened to that parachute?
It came down right in back of us. But I still can't see anyone.
Well, I can't stop now. I gotta take off and force that guy down.
Lieutenant Flynn.
Huh? I'm hearing things. Boy, must have gotten a worse smack on the head than I thought.
No, it's not your imagination, Lieutenant. You're hearing the voice of the Shadow.
The Shadow? Who are you? Where are you? How did you get here?
I'm in the cockpit right behind you. And we have no time for explanations. Lieutenant, you and I have caught up with a gang of international spies.
Oh, so that's their game. Well, how do you know this?
I've been with them all night, followed their every move. Perhaps you saw me bail out of the stolen plane.
Yeah, and you nearly got blown to Kingdom Come by that flying bomb.
Too close for comfort. What is your first move, Lieutenant?
Well, I'm going to fly close to the stolen plane and call by radio. And if that crook won't listen to reason, I'll force him down.
Good. You're almost close enough now.
Yeah. He sees it. Look, one of the flying bombs is turning. It's heading right for us.
Can you turn out of its way?
I'll try. Those things are too fast. They can turn on a dime. Look at that thing fly.
Your only chance is to shoot it down. Can you hit it?
I've got to.
Good shooting, Lieutenant.
My lord. Look, that madman has released the one remaining bomb.
Yes. He's right behind us. Our only chance is to put this plane into a power dive.
Here goes.
It's still right on our tail.
If I could only get to that rear machine gun.
I'll handle it.
You know how to use it?
Yes.
You got it. You got it, Shadow. Wow, that was close.
Now I think Corbin will listen to reason. I'll call him by shortwave. Calling plane X1. Calling plane X1. Corbin, this is your last warning. Land that plane.
No, don't shoot me down. Don't shoot. I'll land the plane. Only don't shoot.
Turn immediately and go back to the airport.
All right. I'm turning.
Boy, that's a good day's work finished.
For you, but not for me.
Now, what do you mean, Shadow?
There are several things left undone. The Coast Guard must be instructed to pick up a boat 10 miles south of Gordon Light. It has Baller's operatives on board.
Oh, we can do that right now.
As soon as we see Corbin safely landed and in the hands of the guards, you must fly me to Robbers Reef. Baller's headed there and he must be captured. I'll call the ground at once and have the police notified to follow up.
Who's there?
Baller, what do you want? What are you doing here?
Well, I'm glad to see my little birds have not flown. And now, young lady, there are a few questions I would like to ask you.
Can't you loosen these ropes a little? They're cutting my arms.
In a few minutes, they won't hurt your arms anymore. Nothing will hurt you anymore. Was that a boat or did a plane land here?
A plane? You couldn't land a plane on Robbers Reef. Say, mister, when are you going to untie me?
I'm not going to untie you. I'm going to kill you.
Me? I ain't done nothing. What you want to kill me for? I only did what you told me.
Oh, you fiend.
You are the only one left, young lady. The Shadow is dead, and you... Who's there? Who closed that door?
The Shadow.
But the Shadow is dead.
No, Baller, the Shadow is not dead. Put that gun away. I showed you once that you could not shoot a voice.
No, but I can shoot a very lovely young lady, Shadow. And I don't think you'd care for that. I'm going out this door, and I'm going to shut it after me. If it opens, I shoot. And if I don't hit you, Shadow, I'm going to kill this girl. You can't stop Baller. No one can stop Baller. But the police, I'll shoot them like dogs. I'll kill every one of them. I'll kill...
The
You got it. You all right, Margot?
Yes, Lamont.
Here. I'll cut these ropes. We have to get out of here.
Thank you, Lamont.
Well, Margot, they've killed Borland. I hate to see any man die by violence. But if that man dedicates his life to the evil task of plotting and espionage against a friendly country, he faces but one fate. And that fate is justly death by violence.
And now here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a fact that of all things a man owns and operates, he knows less about his furnace than anything else. Now, the weather this time of year, as Ken Roberts said earlier in the program, is particularly treacherous. You've got to pay strict attention to the control of your fire and your furnace dampers to keep the house from becoming chilled off or suddenly overheated as the temperature falls and rises outside. So if you have any question in your mind about damper control, or if you want to be sure you're operating your furnace in the most efficient and most economical manner, here's what I suggest you do. Call your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to check up on your furnace. John Barclay men are trained heating experts. They can show you how to get the best possible heating results. And there's absolutely no charge or obligation of any sort for their advice. Always feel free to call on your Blue Coal dealer. I thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
Of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort. Mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Appointment with Death.
Number 2214, Warden.
Oh, yes. Come in, Blackie. All right, Joe, you can go.
Yes, sir.
Well, Blackie, how does your new suit fit?
Okay. Better than what I've been wearing.
Here's your railroad fare and the money you've earned since you've been here in prison. Not a bad little sum. Ought to help you over the first bumps. Blackie, you've been in this institution for 5 years. That in itself should prove to you that crime doesn't pay. Now, you've paid your debt to society, the slate's clean. Now it's up to you to go out, get yourself a job, and live within the law.
I'm free now, Warden, right?
Yes, Blackie, you're no longer a number.
And I can say what I want.
Yes, that's right.
Well, then can that line of gab you handed me. I served my 5 years, yeah. Well, now I'm going out in the world, but I ain't going out to live within the law.
You're a fool if you don't, Blackie.
That's what you say.
I've seen men with your attitude go out of here before, and I've seen them come back. Some of them to sit in the electric chair.
Well, maybe I'll be back to sit in the chair, and maybe not. But I'm going to get the guy that put me in here.
Nobody put you here but yourself.
Can that, Warden. Sounds all right from your side of the fence, but you ain't talking my language. All the years I've been here, night and day, in my cell, in the workshop, in the recreation yard, I thought of one thing. Get the guy that put me in here.
Well, who is this fellow you think you're going to get?
He's a guy they call the Shadow. And I don't just think I'm going to get him, Warden. I know it. I'm going to crush him just as I crush this $50 with my fist. By George. Bend almost double. All right. There's no two ways about it. You guys have got to go along with me. You're the big shots of every racket in this town. This Shadow is as much an enemy of yours as he is of mine. If you don't get him, sooner or later he'll get you. Well, what do you say?
Well, how do you figure you're going to get this Shadow, Blackie?
I'll tell you that later. First, I want to know if you're going along with me.
Sure, we'd do anything to get this guy, but how do we know you can do it?
I spent 5 years figuring that one out. I got it all set up perfect.
Well, can't you give us some idea how you're going to do it?
All right. First, I'm going to get the guy on my trail.
Yeah, how?
I'm going to lay a trail of robbery and murder across the city that'll shake the whole country. I'm going to lead him right to my door. But this time, I'm going to be all set for him.
But you can't see this guy, Blackie.
Yeah, I know. He hypnotizes you, but he's no further away than his voice. He can be gotten. And I figured out just the way to do it.
Well, okay, Blackie. I don't know how you're going to work this out, but we're your friends for life if you do. What do you want us to do?
Nothing more than lay out some dough. I want you to buy me an island.
An island? What are you talking about?
Ed, there's a little patch of land no bigger than half a city block. It sits right in the middle of White Lake, right outside of town. There's a shack on it. That's going to be my hideout. That's where I'm going to lead the Shadow. And that's where I'm going to knock him off.
Well, if you're sure you can do this, I want to be in on the kill.
All right, Frank, I'll need company. You're in.
Okay, Blackie, the island's yours.
Thanks. You're getting a swell bargain. The Shadow for a piece of dirt.
Here you are, sir. 5 gallons, 95 cents.
95 cents? All right. Here you are.
Good night, sir.
All right.
Here, little man. You toddle back to the car and sit with Mother till I lock up the gas station. Oh, you want Daddy to carry you back, huh? Lost your tongue? All right, then. Come on now. Up you go.
Are you about ready to go, John?
Yes, Mary. Won't take me more than a few minutes now. Pretty late to have this little man out.
It's so lonesome down at the house, I thought we'd come out and drive you home.
Oh, that was nice of you, Mary, and I certainly appreciate it. Here now, son. In the car with you. There you are. Oh, what's this? Another customer? Gosh, business is picking up. I'll take care of this one in a hurry, Mary. Be right back. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Fill her up. Make it snappy.
Yes, sir. Would you cut your motor, please?
Cut my motor? What for?
Well, it's pretty dangerous putting gasoline in a car with a motor running.
All right, never mind the gas. Let's take a walk into that shanty of yours.
Hey, what is this? A stick-up?
Your dope's right, brother. Get going. This gun talks loud.
John!
Pipe down, lady, if you know what's good for you.
Wait a minute, buddy. You've come to the wrong place. I've got exactly $9 in my till. That's my receipts for the whole day, and it's bread and butter for that woman and child in the car over there. And I'm not giving it away.
Never mind the long-winded story. I'm here for business. Now step on it.
Yeah? I'll step on it, all right.
Oh. Tough guy, huh? Now your wife and kid can use that $9 to buy you a funeral wreath.
Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking. Who? The Daily Express. No, there are no new developments in that killing yet. Well, give us a chance. We've just gotten started. I know it was a horrible crime, and I'm more anxious than you are to clear it up. Okay, I'll let you know as soon as there's a break. This phone will drive me crazy. It hasn't stopped ringing since that gas station man was murdered. Go ahead, Cato, and finish your report. What did you find?
Well, I found a man who was driving along just as the killer pulled out of the gas station. He trailed the murder car for a while, but he lost it near White Lake.
Did he get a license number?
No, he couldn't get close enough.
We're certainly up against a tough one this time. The town's up in arms. We got to crack this case somehow. There goes that phone again. Just a minute, Cato. Hello? Who's this?
Shadow.
Oh, you. Well, what do you want? I suppose you're calling up about that gas station murder.
Quite right, Commissioner. Are you making any progress?
Very little. The case is worse than a jigsaw puzzle with nearly all the parts missing.
It was a particularly vicious crime, Commissioner, and I want to assist in any way possible to bring about the capture of the murderer.
Well, the case has got me. I'm willing to accept help from anybody. Got any dope at all, Shadow?
First, let me ask you if you have any theory.
Simple enough. Robbery was the motive.
Are you sure about that, Commissioner?
Positive. The man resisted and was shot. That's simple enough.
I'm afraid it's not as simple as that, Commissioner. Isn't it strange that the killer passed many a prosperous, large gas station? Yet he picked out this obviously poverty-stricken one?
I haven't got any answer for that, except most crooks are dumb.
No, Commissioner. I feel certain the killer deliberately planned his crime so that it would shock and outrage the community. That's why he picked on that poor gas station man.
That sounds a little bit involved to me. Maybe you're right, but just a minute, Shadow. There's a teletype message coming in. May have some bearing on this case. See what it is, Cardona.
Right, Commissioner. Hey, Commissioner, get this.
What is it, Cardona?
Listen. Mystery gunman robbed and killed a restaurant owner at Huster Point near midnight tonight. Crime of the same character and undoubtedly committed by man who killed gas station owner.
Good Lord.
What is it, Commissioner? What's the matter?
Another killing at Huster Point.
I expected something like this.
Shadow, we're dealing with a madman. We've got to get him at once.
You'll excuse me now, Commissioner. There's work to be done, and quickly.
Wait. Tell me what you're going to do.
I don't know exactly. But one thing is certain. I won't rest until the man responsible for these crimes is brought to justice.
Extra, extra! Couple robbed on Lonely Road. Mystery gunman terrorizing city. Read all about it. Extra, extra! Home of Judge Bomb. Special extra. Judge's home completely destroyed. Extra special. Read all about it. Mystery gunman robbed post office. Get your special extra. Mystery gunman robbed post office.
Lamont, this gunman seems to have an insatiable thirst for crime. He's held up over 10 places in the last 24 hours.
He's a shrewd and dangerous man, Margot. It'll not be easy to capture him.
It seems so utterly hopeless. The chance of even finding out who he is.
Margot, criminals all make mistakes. And this killer has already made one. The one that may trip him.
Have you an idea who he is?
Do you remember the description of the killer that young woman gave us?
You mean the wife of the murdered gas station man?
Yes.
Yes, I remember, but the description made no particular impression on me.
I think I know the man she described.
You do? Who is he?
Do you remember Blackie Carmichael?
Oh, I'll never forget him. He's the one who swore in court that he would get the shadow when he got out of prison.
That's right. Well, Blackie Carmichael is out of prison.
You think he's the man responsible for all these killings?
I'm not certain, Margot. But there's one significant fact. The murders have all been committed since Blackie got out.
This is a very dangerous case, Lamont. Dangerous for you, I mean. Don't forget that Carmichael swore to get the shadow.
Forget? Hardly. I'm well aware of his threat. And I know he's not likely to forget it either. This case will mean the end of Blackie Carmichael, or the end of the shadow.
Well, Blackie, did you see anything?
No, Frank, nothing. I don't expect to see the guy I'm after.
You sure got me stumped. I can't figure how you're going to get a guy you can't see.
Well, just wait. You'll be in on it when it happens. You can tell your grandchildren you saw Blackie Carmichael strangle the shadow with his own two hands.
Well, that'd be something to talk about, all right, but... Listen, Blackie, if you want to lead the shadow here to this island, why do you cover up every time you knock somebody off?
Because I don't want the cops to get wise first. I'm making it tough for them.
You may be making it tough for the shadow, too.
No. He's a smart egg. He got me the last time when I was well out to sea on the cleanest getaway a guy ever planned.
Well, you're throwing out enough bait. He ought to bite soon if he's ever gonna.
Frankie, The biggest fish is a sucker for the right kind of bait.
You sure raised an awful rumpus, all right. 10 stick-ups in 24 hours. Boy, that's knocking them off.
You think that's something? Why, I'm just starting. I'm going to keep pegging them until I wear calluses on my trigger finger.
Drive a little further down the lakeshore, Mongo. We'll be able to see the island just around this next bend.
What do you expect to find there, Lamont?
I don't know. But I've noticed that in nearly every one of these robberies, the hold-up car was seen in this vicinity. Here we are, Mongo. Pull up right here.
All right.
Yeah. Look. There's the island I've been telling you about. Out there in the middle of the lake.
But I understand that island's deserted. Nobody's lived there for years.
I'm not so sure about that, Margot. That's one of the points I must be satisfied about.
You mean you're going out there to investigate?
Yes, Margot. At least, the shadow is.
How are you going to do it?
I'm going to swim out.
Swim? Way out there? Why not see if we can just find a boat or something?
Why, no. That wouldn't do, Margot. The shadow can make himself invisible, but if there's anybody out there, they'd certainly be suspicious if they saw a boat approach, rowed by unseen hands.
Oh, yes, of course.
But I must be going. Don't forget my instructions, Margot.
Yes, I've got them well in mind. I'm to wait here for an hour. If you're not back in that time, it'll be a signal you found somebody or something on the island. In that case, I'm to phone Commissioner Weston and have him surround the island.
Correct, Margot. Now, what time is it?
Exactly 11:50.
Good. I'll be on my way. But don't forget, Margot, at 12:50, you have a date with the shadow.
This is getting me, I tell you, Blackie. I can't stand it anymore.
Well, go on in the shack and take a sleep.
No, I'm getting off this island.
Who said you was?
I say so. I'm going nuts waiting while you keep staring at that water.
You close that trap of yours or you'll be carried off this island.
Oh, now, Blackie, be reasonable, will you? This is a screwy idea. We can't wait around here for a guy that may never show up. I got things to do.
You're in on this, see?
Oh!
And you're staying into the finish. You get me?
Yeah, for Pete's sake, Blackie, let go. You break my arm.
Are you doing as I say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't want to hear no more squawking.
You got a grip like nothing human. My arm felt like it was in a steel vise.
Pipe down. Quiet.
Oh, what's up? What's the matter?
Look. Right along where I'm pointing. Where the moon hits the water.
Yeah?
You see anything?
Just a ripple in the water, that's all I see.
Some ripple. It's the one I've been looking for every night since I'm here.
What do you think it is?
It's a man swimming.
You're nuts. I don't see no man. Maybe it's just a fish.
Fish is good. The fish I've been putting my bait out for.
What? Say, Blackie, you don't figure that's the shadow, do you?
That's my dope. I'm willing to lay a bet on it.
I get it now. This is the way you've been planning it all the time. That guy can hide himself, but he can't hide the ripple in the water.
That's what I've been figuring for 5 years. I know this shadow can hypnotize you so you can't see him, but he's a body just the same. So I doped out this idea. If I could get him into water, I still wouldn't be able to see him. But I could see where he rippled the water. Then I could grab.
Blackie, that's a smart idea.
And simple. So simple I was scared some other guy'd beat me to it.
That ripple is moving this way. What are you going to do now, Blackie?
I'm going out to meet him just as soon as he gets far enough in for me to fetch underwater. Then I'm going to grab him and strangle him with these two hands.
He ought to be a cinch for a guy as strong as you at any time. But now, after he swam that distance, he's ducked.
It's time to go, Frank. Here. Grab my duds. Take them.
Okay, Blackie. You better make it snappy. He's almost out of deep water.
He's paddling in his own grave right now. Here goes. Keep your eye on the water, Frank. And watch the fun.
Okay, Blackie. I'll doze on you. Don't disappoint us.
I got the shadow. I can't see you, but I can feel my hands on your throat. Yeah. No, I won't. I waited too many years to get my hands on you.
Who are you?
I can't see you, but I know you can see me. So take a good look. Do you recognize me?
Blackie Carmichael.
That's right. Blackie Carmichael, the guy you sent to prison for 5 years.
You deserve what you got, Blackie. Good boy. Now let me go.
Sure, I'll let go of you after I strangle the life out of you.
Shadow, you're joking me.
You're finished, Shadow. This is the end of you. Now I'm going to hold your head underwater and drown you.
Let go of me.
There. That's done. Frank! Frank! I done it! I killed him! I killed the Shadow! Oh, confound it. Who can that be at this hour of the night? Hello?
Is this Commissioner Weston?
Yes, who's this?
There's no time for introductions, Commissioner. I've got some information I must give you in a hurry. Let all the men you can spare go out and surround the island in White Lake.
The island in White Lake? Well, that place has been deserted for years. What's out there?
I can't give you details, Commissioner, but I urge you to act at once and use extreme care. There may be great danger.
I can't be going out in the middle of the night on crazy calls like this. You got to give me some definite information.
All right, Commissioner. You want to stop this epidemic of murders and robberies, don't you?
Of course, but what has that island got to do with it?
That you'll find out when you get there.
Oh? Hello? Hello?
Hey, Blackie, you'll be the biggest guy in the rackets after this. You done something that every guy in the underworld wanted to do. You killed the Shadow.
Got the gab, and let's get going.
All right, I'm all set.
We better bind this shack down. We don't want to leave any fingerprints, any evidence for the cops.
No use taking any chances now.
Get that can of kerosene.
Right, Blackie. Okay, I got it.
All right. Pour it all over the joint.
Boy, wait till the gang hears about this. It'll knock them all for a twister.
Okay, that's enough. Get over here by the door.
Okay.
Now chuck some matches on it and let it go.
Right, Blackie. This'll cover us completely. Well, there she goes.
Come on, scram out of here. This shack will go up like paper.
Boy, look at it burn, huh?
Never mind that. Load the 2 machine guns in the boat.
They're in already.
All right, then, come on.
I thought we'd never get off this island. It's worse than doing a stretch in jail. What are you going to do when you get back to town, Blackie?
I've been getting chicken feed so far. But now I'm going out after the real big dough. I ain't going to be too particular about how I get it.
Okay, here we are. All right, now get a hold of the other end of the boat and we'll slide her into the water.
Okay. There we go.
Hey, Blackie, wait.
What's the matter?
Look. There's a boat out there.
What?
Hey, there's another one.
2 more over there.
We're surrounded, Blackie. Must be the cops. What are we going to do?
Give me a hand with this machine gun.
And you're going to make a break for it?
Yeah, after I knock off enough cops and open up a big enough space for us to get through. Set that gun up here. Leave the other one in the boat. We'll need it going across.
We better make a break for it, Blackie. That fire's getting awful
Do
hot.
as I tell you and shut up.
All right, all right.
Yeah, it's the cops, all right. I can see them now in the light from the fire. You got the gun loaded?
Yeah, she's all set.
All right. I've got a bead on one of them 2 boats right in front. Take the one to your right first. Let's go when I tell you. Then we'll knock off the other one.
All right. They're a perfect target now.
Let them get closer.
Let's go, Blackie. They'll be on top of us in another minute.
You let go when I tell you, not before. All right. Get ready. There, you stop. You knocked the gun over.
I didn't knock it over.
What are you trying to hand me?
Honest, Blackie, I didn't. I tell you.
Who else could have done it?
I don't know.
I could, Blackie. And I did.
What?
Hey, Blackie, who's that? Who's talking?
The Shadow.
Blackie, you hear that? It's the Shadow. I thought you killed that guy.
I did. I'm sure I did.
Oh, no, you didn't, Blackie. I'm very much alive.
You can't be. I held you under. I pumped you down.
I simply played good water polo, Blackie. Taking punishment underwater and holding the breath for sustained periods is a requirement of the game. I let believe you had an easy victim. You know better now.
Come on, run for it, Blackie. Into the water where you still got a chance.
Right, come back here, you yellow rat. Come here and find it out.
Your little playmate is gone, Blackie. The police have shot him. There's no chance for you to escape.
Yeah, that's what you think. You ain't railroading me that easy.
You better give up, Blackie.
Well, I guess this round's yours, but the game ain't over yet. Put up your hands, Joe. Okay. Take it easy, officer. Tell your men to put away them captives. What are you doing here?
It is Blackie Carmichael, Commissioner.
Oh, Shadow, you're here, too.
This is the man you've been looking for, Commissioner. The killer of the gas station man and the others.
Well, he's a prize package. Nice piece of work, Shadow. Come on, you. All right. You got me now, but I'll get out again just as I did before. And the next time, Shadow, I'm gonna get you. Remember that, I'm gonna get you.
Say, Joe.
Yes, Mr. Ward.
Get Blackie Carmichael's record card out of the big file.
Yes, sir.
Pedro Carlin.
Yes, here we are, Carmichael. Albert Carmichael, alias Blackie. Here you are, Mr. Warden.
All right, stamp it and put it in the small file.
Yes, sir. There you are, sir.
Just a minute, let me look at it. That's right, Joe. Albert Blackie Carmichael. Discharged by execution.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before the final broadcast of this Shadow series begins, keep this fact in mind, homeowners. One way to be sure of maintaining steady, even temperatures throughout your home during these changeable days and nights of March and April weather is by burning blue coal. Blue coal is America's finest anthracite. It gives perfect, dependable warmth and stops overheating or quick chilling of rooms. Remember the name Blue Coal for better heat with less furnace attention in all kinds of weather. And be sure to hold on at the close of today's Shadow story, for we have an unusual treat in store for you. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Can the Dead Talk?
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Lane.
Hello, Ames. Mr. Cranston in?
Yes, Miss Lane. I want to...
Hello, Margot.
Hurry up, Lamont. We'll be late for Aunt Eliza's big charity benefit. She's been working on it for the last 6 months. Now, come on.
Oh, all right. Get my coat, Ames, please. Yes, sir.
Honestly, Lamont, you're acting like a little boy who doesn't want to go to dancing school. You'll probably enjoy it. This man Baltan is supposed to be very good.
Margot, I don't like mind readers.
He isn't a mind reader. He calls himself a mentalist.
Well, it means the same thing to me.
Well, I understand he's fascinating. When he's not performing on the stage, he goes around exploding the myths of haunted houses and things like that. He doesn't believe in ghosts.
Oh, my... Your coat, sir.
My coat? Oh, yes. Thanks. Listen, Margot, I've got to be back at 6 o'clock. There's a polo match at the Armory tonight.
Yes, I know. I've got a front row seat. And you needn't act like such a martyr. If I can spend the evening watching you trying to break your silly neck playing croquet on horseback, it won't hurt you to go with me this afternoon and have your mind improved.
Deliver me from a logical woman. Very well. Lead on, Macduff.
And now I will proceed with my next experiment.
See, Lamont, I told you we'd be late. It started already.
I'll sit back here and make this as painless as possible.
Certain of you in the audience have written on the slips of paper that my assistant distributed questions you would like me to answer. Now, if you will concentrate on what you have written, I will try to get these questions by thought transference. But remember, you must concentrate. I must be in complete accord with your thoughts. I get the initials, E.K. Someone with the initials E.K. wants to know the date of her marriage. I think it was... Yes, I'm sure it was. March 24th, 1903. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Did you hear that, Lamont? He's marvelous, don't you think?
That's an understatement.
Oh, don't be so superior.
Everybody, please concentrate. I cannot conduct this experiment in thought transference without sympathetic cooperation from my audience. Now I get the initials BDM. BDM wants to know the street, number, and city where he was born. The street is Walnut. The number 2124. The city, Philadelphia. Am I right?
Gee, he got it. He's marvelous. How do you suppose he does it?
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Wait, please. Before I proceed further, I feel that in this room there is someone who is not only an unbeliever, but one who is distinctly hostile to me and what I am trying to do.
There, Lamont, he must mean you.
Nonsense. Probably part of it.
I would like that person to attempt a little experiment with me. If he or she will think of something, some question, the answer to which is known to no one else, I will attempt to answer it correctly without the person having written the question down at all. If I can answer it correctly, it should prove to the skeptic that the transference of thought from one mind to another is completely possible.
Nice trick if he can do it.
You don't think it's possible, Lamont, huh?
I won't say it's impossible, but it's certainly highly unlikely.
Well, think of something and concentrate on it and see if you can get it.
I will not. In the first place, you don't know that I was the one he was referring to. Second place, even if I were, I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. You think of something that no one could possibly know but yourself. I'll bet you 100 to 1 he can't get it.
Well, perhaps you're right.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Someone in the audience is concentrating on the question, who is the shadow?
Margot, did you think of that just then?
Yes, but I don't know why. It just seemed to come into my head.
I will answer that question. No, on second thought, I believe I will not give the answer after all. Unless I am very much mistaken, the shadow himself is present. And I don't believe this is just the time to remove his veil of secrecy. However, in case the shadow thinks this is merely a sham, I would like to inform him that within an hour, he will receive a cablegram from someone he never heard of.
What do you suppose that means?
I haven't the faintest idea.
I will now proceed with the questions that have been written on the papers. Someone whose initials are LTZ wants to know the number of a license plate on his car.
Oh, Lamont, let's get out of here.
You can go if you like, my dear Margot. But I'm going to stay till the end.
For heaven's sake, why?
After the performance, I think the shadow will pay a little call on Mr. Voltan. I'm consumed with a burning desire to find out just what he knows.
Close the door, Emile. I wish to dress.
Yes, master.
Remove my boots.
Yes, master.
Hey, careful, you clumsy fool. What's the matter with you?
I'm sorry,
Imbecile, go. Leave me alone.
Yes, master. I will.
Well, what's the matter?
Master, the doorknob turned. The door is opening, but the hall is empty.
Ah, good afternoon. Won't you come in?
Have you gone mad, master? There is no one here.
You are wrong, Emile. There is someone here.
But I see no one.
Of course not. You may leave us alone, Emile.
Yes, master.
Well, Shadow.
Well, Voltan?
Sit down, won't you?
Unfortunately, I can't stay. I have an engagement.
Really? Perhaps your engagement is with that well-known clubman, Mr. Lamont Cranston.
Is Lamont Cranston a friend of yours?
No. Matter of fact, we've just now met.
Interesting. True.
Why beat about the bush, Shadow? I know perfectly well that you're Lamont Cranston.
Are you sure you haven't got me confused with someone else?
Quite. Of course, at the moment, I admit I'm unable to see you.
owing to a trick of visual hypnotics, which it is hardly worth my while to combat. However, your charming companion this afternoon, Miss Lane, wasn't it? Let her mind dwell on the subject quite intensely. Her thought waves were unmistakable.
On second thought, I find I can spare you a few minutes, Voltan.
Good.
My respect for your powers is increasing momentarily. Well, now that you know, what are you going to do about it?
I haven't decided yet. Remember, I and I alone know that Lamont, Cranston, and the Shadow are one and the same, with the exception of your friend Margot Lane. Of course, you realize how much your life would be worth if the underworld should ever learn that you are the Shadow.
I have a rough idea.
And yet that would be a pity. To terminate so unceremoniously the brilliant capabilities of one who, as the Shadow, is known and feared throughout the world.
Just what are you getting at?
Let me tell you a little story, my friend. Did you ever hear of Anton Proskovai?
Anton Proskovai? The famous anarchist who at one time or another was kicked out of every country in Europe?
That's the man.
Well, the last I heard of him was some 10 years ago, when he was sent into exile. He's supposed to have died there.
Anton Proskovai didn't die in exile. He escaped. But he dropped out of sight for 10 years because he was making a study of that least understood attribute of mankind, the human mind.
You mean you?
Yes. I am Anton Proskovai.
You, Anton Proskovai? The man without a country?
I do not need a country.
What do you mean?
Shadow, when I started my studies of the brain, I quickly found that people mentally are like sheep. They can be influenced, swayed in any direction by a mentality stronger and superior than their own.
Of course. That's nothing particularly new.
Wait. After I had made my escape for years, I wandered, living in ditches, eating in pigsties, hounded from country to country by government agents. But all the time, I was collecting subjects.
Subjects?
Yes, Shadow. Among the submerged, ill-used, half-starved rabble of every nation, there are potential leaders. Leaders who, given the opportunity, could be the dictators of tomorrow.
Go on.
These men, I know. I know them so intimately that from wherever I am, I can control their minds. You saw Emile, my servant. He is completely subjugated to my will.
But that's hypnotism. Relatively simple.
Not at all. It is not hypnotism. Although I dominate Emile's mind whenever I wish, to all appearances, he is a normal human being. He can be released only if I feel fear. And I am never afraid.
Only if you feel fear.
I put the idea of the Shadow's identity in Miss Lane's mind this afternoon. After which she unknowingly, yet obligingly answered it mentally. Come in.
Excuse me, Master. I have a cablegram here. It is addressed to someone called the Shadow in your care.
Yes. I will take it and see that it's delivered. Go now.
Yes, Master.
You see, Shadow?
You mean?
On the platform this afternoon, I willed one of my subjects in Europe to cable you, saying, the downtrodden shall arise. Here, I will open your cablegram. I'll put it on the table where you can see it. Well, what does it say?
The downtrodden shall arise. Well, that's amazing.
Now do you believe me, Shadow? Through my subjects who are leaders themselves, I can control the vast mass mind of the rabble, the bulk of the population of the world.
I suppose it's possible at that.
Possible? Listen, Shadow. I have decided that in exactly 1 week, a vast uprising which I have so carefully planned for years will take place. Governments will be overthrown. Nations will exist no more. Chaos will reign.
Yes, it could be done.
It will be done.
Why are you telling me this?
Because on the threshold of releasing this world-shattering force, I hesitate.
Why, Voltan?
Because I and I alone can bring this chaos about. But after it's accomplished, then what? How can I control what I have created?
Somewhat of a problem, I should think.
Yes. I need another mind to share the responsibility. A mind which already has superhuman powers that I could train to assist me in the great work of reorganizing the world.
And you want me to join you, is that it?
Why not? Shadow, between us, we could rule the world.
Suppose I refuse.
Then, I shall be forced to divulge the secret of your identity to those who would be most interested. After which, I shall proceed with my plans alone.
I see.
But you won't refuse. Join forces with me, Shadow. Next week, we will plunge the world into chaos such as it has not known since the dawn of creation. A chaos over which you and I will reign supreme. Well, your answer? Give me 24 hours.
Can you not answer me now?
24 hours.
I will give you 7 hours. That is time enough. Come to me at midnight tonight.
Where will I find you?
You know the old Murray mansion in the slums over by the river?
Of course. It's been boarded up for years. Supposed to be haunted, I believe.
Haunted? Yes. That's why I use it for my headquarters. A reputation for ghosts is very convenient for keeping away prying eyes. I will be waiting there for you tonight at midnight. And I advise you to come alone.
Lamont is really distinguishing himself tonight. I never thought this right. I wish he wouldn't take such chances. He's not taking any more chances than we are, sitting down here in the front row. He puts you pretty close at these indoor polo matches. Close? Honestly, Margot, any minute I expect to look up and find a horse sitting in my lap. There goes Lamont again. He's got the ball. No, the backman is riding him off. Evelyn, what happened? No. I think Lamont's pony must have stumbled. Lamont's fallen off. The pony's running loose. Lamont's still on the ground. Here, help me over this barrier. I'm going to. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, stand back. Come there.
Get a doctor. He may be badly injured. Here, you go.
Oh, Evelyn, he's hurt. He's lying there so still and white. Lamont, speak to me. Margot, now take it easy. Here comes Dr. Carlson. Oh, thank goodness. He's Lamont's doctor.
All right, stand aside, please. I'm a doctor.
Oh, Dr. Carlson, thank God you've come. Do you think Lamont's hurt badly?
Well, I can't tell yet. I'll have to examine him.
Well, what is it? Tell me, can't you?
Miss Lane, I'd rather do anything in the world than tell you this.
Oh.
Lamont Cranston is dead.
Oh.
Act 2 of today's story commences in just a moment. But first, here's advice homeowners everywhere will certainly profit by following. Your nearest blue coal dealer has a real bargain for you. It's the John Barclay Summer Conditioning Service, a thorough cleaning and checkup job that'll put your heating plant in perfect shape for next fall and save you money on your fuel bills. This summer conditioning service includes cleaning all inside and outside surfaces, cleaning and reassembling the smoke pipe, and sealing all openings at joints where the pipe joins the chimney. This service also includes a thorough check of all dampers, valves, pipes, and grates, plus the painting of all doors and surfaces. In fact, it gives you over 10 vital money-saving jobs that will improve the efficiency of your furnace, all for the price of one. It's worth $12 and a half, yet it only costs approximately $5 for the average-size home. So next month, or whenever you decide to let your furnace fire go out, get in touch with your nearest blue coal dealer. Let him give your home heating plant, whether it's steam, warm air, or hot water, a thorough summer conditioning. You'll save time, trouble, and money in the long run. And remember, too, if you want steady, more dependable heat in your home throughout the changeable weather of early spring, order Blue Coal. You'll get better heat with less furnace attention.
Everybody's gone. Don't you think you'd better go home yourself and rest? Rest? How can I rest? Oh, Evelyn, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Lamont is really gone.
No. I know, dear. Now, come on, Margot. I'll take you home.
Oh, but oh, there's somebody in the hall. Evelyn, don't let them come in here. I can't face any more people.
It probably ain't. Come here, Margot, in this alcove. Nobody will notice.
I'm afraid I can't stand much.
Just wait, sir.
Mr. Cranston's death was a terrible shock to me.
Are you an old friend of Mr. Cranston, sir? I don't seem to remember.
Well, not exactly an old friend, but considering the length of our acquaintance, a fairly intimate one.
Yes, sir. If you'll just step in here, sir, you may view that.
Evelyn, that man. Who was it? No one I ever saw before. His name's Voltan. He's a mind reader. He gave a performance this afternoon at Aunt Eliza's charity benefit. Rather strange looking. But you know, Lamont did have some weird friends. He wasn't a friend of Lamont. I mean, I don't think he was. I wonder just...
Very sad to see a man cut down in his prime. I beg your pardon. Miss Lane, isn't it?
Why, yes.
I thought so. May I tender my sympathy, Miss Lane?
Thank you.
I know how you must feel. Great pity. Cranston had a future.
Possibly a greater future than even you suspect. Well, what's done is done. I must be going now.
Beg pardon, sir.
I can find my way out.
Oh, now, Margot, darling. Won't you please let me take you home? Ames will take care of everything here, won't you, Ames?
Yes, miss. I'll get your things.
Oh, all right, Evelyn. I suppose there's nothing more I can do tonight. I'll go. Good. And I'm going with you, just to be sure you get there.
It's almost midnight, Emile. You may leave me now.
Master, are you sure you would rather not have me to stay here?
Stay? No, you fool. Why should you stay?
I do not know. I do not see how you can remain here alone, Master. Night after night. There is something about this old ruined house. It is evil.
Nonsense. What's evil about it?
In the neighborhood, they say it is haunted. They say the ghost...
Talk. That is all. There's no such thing as a ghost. To a trained mind, a ghost is an impossibility. Therefore, it does not exist. You understand?
Yes, Master.
I shall be quite all right. What's that? Just a loose shutter in the wind.
Master is worried? I have never seen you so before.
I've had rather an upsetting occurrence tonight. I must think things out. Go, Emile.
Yes, Master. The usual time in the morning?
Of course. Now go.
Yes, Master. Yes, I go.
Fool. Emile is an idiot, trying to frighten me with this old woman's tale about ghosts. Ghosts do not frighten me. Nothing frightens me. If I knew fear, I couldn't hope to control the world. So now Lamont Cranston is dead. I must proceed alone. But I must hurry before anything else goes wrong. I will not wait a week. Tomorrow I shall call upon my subjects to arise and kill. Tomorrow. It's a pity the shadow is gone. He would have enjoyed it. I could have taught him so many things. What a magnificent conception. The shadow. What was that? I could have sworn I heard someone laugh. No. No one is here. No one could be here. Must have been in my mind.
That's right, Voltan. In your mind.
Who's that? Who speaks?
Is it possible you don't know me, Voltan? When just this evening you claimed to be one of my most intimate friends?
Shadow.
Or his ghost?
No. No, it's not possible.
Really?
With my own eyes, I saw you lying dead.
I know. So thoughtful of you to call.
Stop. It can't be you. It can't.
You hear me, don't you?
I'm imagining things. My mind is overstrained, that's all. The shadow is dead.
You see, it's midnight, Voltan. I have returned from the spirit world to keep our appointment.
Spirit world? There is no such thing. There can't be. I won't allow myself to believe it.
You're afraid, Voltan?
No, I'm not afraid.
You are afraid for the first time in your life. You're afraid. At last, the thousands of subjects you've held under your spell are liberated, are free.
Who's there?
It is Emile. You must remember me, Master. Your loyal servant, Emile. The one whom you've subjected to your indignities for so long.
You've gone mad.
Now, Voltan, it is you who have gone mad. And there is but one way to deal with a mad dog.
Keep away from me, Emile. Don't come any closer. This gun. I will shoot.
Drop that gun.
Emile. I didn't mean it. Stop, Emile. Stop following me.
You wounded me, Voltan. But before I die, I am going to kill you. I am not afraid of you anymore. You are afraid of me.
No, don't touch me. Don't you...
There. He's dead. I am free. At last. Oh.
It'll be dawn soon, Margot. I'm all right now, Evelyn. Why don't you go home yourself? You don't need to stay with me anymore. Well, if you're sure you're all right.
Oh, of course I'm all right. I'll take a sedative and go to bed.
Good, and get some rest. I could use some rest myself.
Oh, you could.
Well, if you want anything, don't hesitate to call me, Margot. If I don't hear from you, I'll drop over in the afternoon.
All right, and thanks, Evelyn, for sticking by me. You've been a great help.
Oh, nonsense. Get some sleep, dear.
I thought you'd never go.
Oh.
Oh, Margot. Don't you know me?
Well, Lamont, I must be dreaming.
No, you're not dreaming. I'm here.
But... Oh, you were killed.
No, I wasn't killed, Margot.
Oh, Lamont. But I don't understand. I saw you lying there so cold and still.
It was a trick, dearest. A matter of suspended animation. I wasn't even hurt.
Well, then how...
It's quite a common trick in India, and has been done in this country on several occasions. I've never had need to use it before. Voltan forced me to.
Well, how does it work?
Well, I can best explain it by saying I threw myself into a cataleptic trance. My heart stopped. Everything stopped for a short time. Why, it even fooled Dr. Carlson. It'll be an awful shock to him when he sees me alive and well.
You mean you did it on purpose?
Of course, I had to.
And you didn't tell me?
I could tell no one, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, how could you?
I know what a shock it must have been for you, darling, but believe me, there was no other way. It was vitally necessary that Lamont Cranston should be thought dead, so that Voltan would keep his knowledge of the Shadow's identity to himself until I had time to figure a way out.
But, Lamont, why didn't you tell me and spare me the suffering? I wouldn't have given you away.
I didn't take the chance. Voltan might have read your thoughts. A sinister man, Margot, with some rather extraordinary mental capabilities. Would it surprise you to know that he had perfected plans for a world revolt?
He had? You mean he...
Yes. Voltan is dead. As the ghost of the Shadow, I faced him tonight in a haunted house. When he thought his mental powers were going back on him, he shot his servant, who very conveniently strangled Voltan before he died, too.
How terrible.
Oh, I don't think so, Margot. There's quite enough unrest among nations today without the machinations of an insane mental genius. Yes, I think the world will be a great deal better off without Mr. Voltan. It's a pity that others with a like capacity for stirring up trouble can't meet the same fate.
And now, friends, we have a real treat in store for you. I want you to meet two grand actors. Our stars, Margot Lane, who in reality is the charming Agnes Moorehead, and Lamont Cranston, who is known in real life as Bill Johnstone.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Margot, I should say Agnes, I know you'll agree with me that it's been a great privilege for you and me to have played the roles of Margot Lane and the Shadow for the past 6 months.
Yes, it has, Bill, and it's been a lot of fun besides. I can't begin to tell you how much I've appreciated being with the Shadow during his exciting adventures.
And I know that we appreciate the generous cooperation we've received from our sponsors, the Blue Coal Dealers, in teaching young and old alike that crime doesn't pay. If we succeeded in driving home that moral, then we'll have accomplished our purpose. As Ken Roberts has told you, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final broadcast of the winter season. But we sincerely hope to be back with another series in the fall. Whether or not the Shadow program returns is up to you, our listeners. In the theater, you know, we actors can tell by the applause if the audience enjoys our efforts to entertain them. But in radio, the only way to know whether or not the audience enjoys the entertainment is by their purchases of the product that makes the program possible, or by their personal approval to the sponsors. So, friends, if you've liked this Shadow series and want to hear the show again next fall, won't you phone or write your nearest Blue Coal dealer and let him know? Your purchases of Blue Coal and your phone calls to the Blue Coal dealers will indicate to them whether or not they should bring you the Shadow program again in September. And now, on behalf of our entire cast, hearty thanks to you again for your loyalty to our show and your support of Blue Coal.
Goodbye, Bill and Agnes, and we hope you'll be back again in the fall. And friends, remember that you can continue to thrill to the adventures of the Shadow during the summer months by getting the Shadow magazine at your local newsstand. This is Ken Roberts saying goodbye for Blue Coal.
Who knows what evil lurks shadow knows.
In just a moment, the Shadow starts his first adventure of the new season. But first, let me tell you about this master of men's minds. The Shadow, mysterious character who furthers the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston devotes his spare time to his favorite hobby, criminology. As the Shadow, he is the sworn enemy of criminals, lawbreakers, and shopsters. An invaluable help to the Shadow is his hypnotic power, by which he clouds men's minds so that they cannot see him. This he accomplishes by means of a mystic trick acquired during the years he spent in the Orient. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, Dead Men Talk.
Lamont? Lamont?
What?
Look, darling, there's something I think you ought to know.
Yes, what is it?
Promise you won't tell anyone?
Of course, Margot, of course.
You just went through another red light.
Oh, sorry.
You know, there's nothing duller or harder to be with than a crime detective when there's no crime to detect.
Well, if you'd rather not be with me...
I know. You'd be very glad to take me home. Last time I heard that line was from a boy who escorted me to a high school prom.
Now, Margot.
I should think you'd be happy that our fair city has no murders and no robberies, no corruption at the moment.
Well, I am.
Of course, if you really want a victim, why don't you track down the villain who put the tax on cigarettes?
Listen, my sweet. You can go to your psychology teacher and get your money back because you haven't helped my mood one bit.
Okay, then. Go ahead and sulk. Would you mind telling me where we're headed for?
The morgue.
You mean the...
I mean the morgue.
I see.
Of course, if you'd rather not come with me.
No. In fact, after spending this day with you, the morgue will be a pleasant relief.
Well, glad to see you, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Tuttle? I'd like you to meet Miss Lane.
Well, glad to meet you, Miss Lane.
How do you do?
Mr. Tuttle is our very efficient keeper of the morgue.
I see.
Yes, Miss Lane. And we're open for business here 24 hours a day. Anybody in particular you were looking for, Mr. Cranston?
No, you're just driving by, and I thought I'd drop in and see what was going on.
Well, business is very slow right now. Very slack. But I suppose that's true of every business. But we did have a new one today. An old derelict died of pneumonia. Exposure, I guess. There he is over there.
Oh, yes. Poor chap.
Rather nice-looking old boy, isn't he?
Is he the only new one?
Yes, up to now. But stick around. You know the old saying, you never know what's going to turn up, eh, Miss Lane?
Yes. Lamont, let's get out of here.
That Tuttle's an interesting type, don't you think?
Yes, very. A jolly sort.
Oh, Margot, I'll park here. Will you tell him we want the evening news, please?
Yes, surely. Boy.
Yes, miss?
Evening news, please.
Here you are. Evening news it is.
Thank you.
Read all about...
What do the headlines say?
Well, the steamship Bremen has been seen in Chicago wearing a long white beard.
Oh, very funny, very funny. What about local news?
Well, let's see. Football team start the usual. Movie hero goes on. Nope, nothing new.
Oh, why doesn't something happen?
Good evening, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston.
How are you, Mr. Harvey?
Hello, Harvey. Say, how are things at the bank?
Oh, just fine, thank you.
Had any good robberies lately?
No, we've been... What?
Skip it. So long, Harvey.
Yeah.
I feel like Sherlock Holmes must have felt when Conan Doyle stopped writing him.
Where to now?
We're going to dinner.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, you're not going to give up so soon, Lamont. You know we can still chase ambulances.
Oh. Margot, may I see that newspaper, please?
Now, you finish your salad first, Lamont.
Okay, darling. Whatever you say.
Now, you've gotten yourself an idea, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
Well, I've just been thinking. You know the old saying that if there's no news, then make news?
Yes.
Well, how about a rewrite on that? If there's no crime...
Then make crime?
Exactly.
Just a minute. You're not going out and commit a murder.
Hardly. I have a different approach.
What?
Our well-known civic leader, Mr. Grant Flynn.
Oh.
Mr. Flynn, the poor man's friend, benefactor of little kiddies. And the worst murdering thief this community has ever known.
But, Lamont, they've been trying for years to hang something on Flynn.
Granted. But just look at this newspaper. See this story here.
Whereabouts of John Gordon, racket king, still a mystery. Well, what's that got to do with Flynn?
John Gordon was Flynn's partner. Oh, not publicly, of course. Gordon did the dirty work. He ran the rackets, collected the extortion money from poor shopkeepers, and, when necessary, committed the murders.
Well, what's happened to Gordon?
About 3 weeks ago, he disappeared. Boom. Just like that. And nothing's been heard of him since.
Well, do you think that Flynn had something to do with his disappearance?
Definitely. Gordon was becoming too dangerous to Flynn's interests. Their names were being linked together, and Gordon was trying to cut in on Flynn's political interests, and probably threatened him.
And you think that Flynn had Gordon murdered?
Well, I'm not so sure of that. The murdered part, I mean. What I do think is that Flynn ordered him done away with. And now he's not so sure that his orders were carried out.
But why?
Because among those heading the investigation as to Gordon's whereabouts is his erstwhile partner, the same Mr. Flynn.
Oh. And just what are you planning to do about all this?
Well, if Mr. Flynn were to receive a phone call telling him that Gordon was still alive, we might stir up some interesting developments.
I see.
Particularly if he were to receive this phone call from the Shadow.
Come in. Well, what do you want?
Phone call for you, Mr. Flynn.
Well, who is it?
He wouldn't give no name.
You know I don't talk to people unless...
Says he's got a message for you.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, from Johnny Gordon.
What?
Should I tell him you ain't in?
No. No, I'll take it. Now, you wait in here.
Whatever you say, boss. Whatever you say.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Grant Flynn.
Yes?
This is the Shadow.
The Shadow? Hey, I've heard of you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I have a message for you that might be of some importance.
Yes?
A message from John Gordon.
What do you mean from Gordon?
Gordon is coming to get you.
Gordon's dead.
How do you know?
Because I ordered him rubbed out.
That's
I
wanted to know, Mr.
No, I didn't mean that. You hear me? I didn't mean that.
Perhaps you can explain yourself more clearly in the morning at the district attorney's office. If Gordon doesn't get you first.
Now, wait a minute. Wait.
Good night, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, good morning, Margot.
Lamont, have you seen the newspapers?
No.
Well, look at this. Civic leader dies suddenly. Grant Flynn, pneumonia victim.
Pneumonia?
Expired at 9 p.m. last night
Hey,
at
now,
his
wait a
home.
minute. I spoke to Flynn at 8:45. That means he contracted pneumonia, reached a crisis, and died in 15 minutes flat.
Remarkable age we're living in, isn't it?
Yes, to say the least. To say the least, there's something very phony about the whole thing. Let me see that paper.
Here you are.
Yeah. At his family's request, the funeral services will be strictly private. The body will be removed to Conrad's undertaking parlors this evening. Well, you can be certain of one thing, Margot.
What's that?
The services won't be strictly private. Because we're paying our respects to the late Mr. Flynn at the funeral parlor ourselves tonight.
Lamont.
Shh, not so loud, Margot.
Is this better?
Yeah.
If I'm not too curious, why are we prowling up this back alley?
This is the rear of the funeral parlor. And as we aren't among the invited mourners, I thought this was the best way in. Do you mind?
No, it's fun. Haven't done this since Prohibition.
Well, here's the door. Now we'll see if I have a key to fit it.
What the well-dressed burglar will wear. How are you fixed for brass knuckles?
Margot, could you stop being a bright girl for just a minute, please?
All right.
Well, thanks. Now, we'll try this one. No, this one. There we are. Come on. Quiet now. Give me that flashlight.
Here you are.
Well, this seems to be the storeroom for the coffins.
Yes, I gather that from the way they're stacked up around here.
You're not nervous, are you?
No. I was just wishing we were back in that jolly old morgue.
Come on. Let's try this door over here. Stay close to me.
Don't worry about that.
Ah, this must be the funeral room. Now to find Mr. Flynn. What's the matter?
Over there in the corner, something's moving.
Where?
There.
That's a curtain blowing. Stop being so nervous. Nothing can possibly... What was that?
I don't know.
Someone's coming down the stairs. Quick, duck behind this coffin.
Oh, come on, let's get out of here.
There is really no need of hiding. Come out from behind that coffin.
Why, yes, thank you.
That's better.
We're very close friends of Mr. Flynn's, and, I know it may seem very unusual to you, our being here at this hour, but...
It was the late Mr. Flynn you wanted to see.
Yes.
Follow me.
Stay beside me, Lamont.
All right.
Sorry I haven't time to show you all around. You'd like it here.
Yes, I'm sure we would.
Mr. Flynn, wasn't it?
Yes.
I haven't gotten to know him very well yet. He's new here. Ah, here he is. Now, would you help me with this coffin lid?
Oh, surely.
There he is. Ah, the piece. The piece they find.
Are you sure this is Mr. Grant Flynn?
Yes. See the engraving on the coffin? His family just left here a short time ago.
Thank you. Come on, Margot.
Leaving so soon?
Yes, good night.
Hope you weren't frightened.
What's the matter, Lamont?
That body in the coffin.
Yes?
That isn't Grant Flynn.
No?
No. It's the body of that poor old derelict we saw yesterday in the morgue.
Would you mind telling me, Lamont, where we're going now?
To the morgue, Margot.
The morgue again?
Yes?
You know, Lamont, life with you these past 2 days has certainly been a merry whirl. First the morgue, then an undertaking parlor, then the morgue again.
Well, we found out one thing. Flynn is definitely still alive. But where he is and why he so desperately pretended to be dead is something we've got to unravel.
Oh, what do you think you'll learn at the morgue?
I want to find out who removed the body of the old derelict.
What do you think they'll tell you?
Not me, Margot. But they will tell the Shadow.
What a long night.
Mr. Tuttle.
Did someone speak to me?
I did, Mr. Tuttle.
Well, who are you? Where are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
Oh, now quit joking. Who is it? I can't see you.
I'm not joking, Mr. Tuttle. And you can't see me because I cloud men's minds by the power of hypnosis.
Now, look, this morgue is a scary enough place at night. Now, so cut it out, will you?
Let me assure you that I am not here to frighten anyone, Mr. Tuttle. Unless, of course, you fail to give me the information I desire.
Well, what's that?
Who took that old man's body out of here?
Old man? Why,
You're stalling, Tuttle. I haven't much time to waste with you. Answer my question.
No, I don't know nothing about it.
Flynn can't protect you now, Tuttle.
Flynn?
Yes, Flynn. He claimed that body, didn't he?
Well, why,
Didn't he?
Yes. But I was just obeying orders. Honest, I was. Now, Flynn got me this job.
That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, you won't tell that I squealed, will you?
No, Tuttle. But I'd stand by tonight if I were you. You may be sent another body in exchange.
What do you mean?
I mean the body of your erstwhile boss, Mr. Flynn.
You didn't read this evening's paper, did you, Lamont?
No. Why, Margot?
Well, here's an item that might interest you. Sometime last night, the private vault of the late Grant Flynn in the First Security Bank was rifled and the entire contents removed.
I might have known it.
Remember that chap Harvey I spoke to last night when we bought the paper?
Yes.
He's been a trusted Flynn employee for years. Although he works for the First National Bank, he undoubtedly did the rifling.
Oh, well, the plot thickens, huh?
Sleepy?
Oh, not exactly bright at 2:30 in the morning. Oh, remember those good old days when nothing was happening?
Yes, remotely.
What's up now, Chief? Another fire?
I can take you home if you want.
Not a chance. Where to now?
A visit to Mr. Harvey.
Harvey?
Yes, the chap at the bank. If we were to find out where he delivered the contents of the vault, it might lead us to Flynn.
Wake up, Harvey.
Huh?
I said wake up.
Right away. What?
I want to talk to you, Harvey.
Who's speaking to me? Where are you?
Right beside you. Here in the shadows.
I'll put on a light. There's no one here. I must have been dreaming.
You weren't dreaming, Harvey.
But...
Don't try to look for me. You won't see me. But I'm still right beside you.
See you. Wait. You must be a shadow. Man nobody can see.
That's right.
What do you want of me?
Harvey, why did you break into Grant Flynn's vault?
Me? What?
And where did you deliver the contents of that vault?
Please, you've made a dreadful mistake.
Answer my questions, Harvey.
I can't tell you anything.
You're a fool, Harvey. Do you know that your knowledge that Grant Flynn is still alive is your own death warrant?
No.
That body they took from the morgue and placed in Flynn's coffin, they'll have to replace that body. Did you know that, Harvey? And do you know whose body they'll use as a substitute? Yours, Harvey. Yours.
All right, I'll talk. But you've got to protect me. You can't let them kill me.
I promise you that. Now, where is Flynn?
I delivered the papers to him at his own warehouse down on the riverfront. I think he's planning to make a getaway sometime tonight.
There's the warehouse right ahead of us.
Cheerful-looking place. Lamont, what's that boarded structure beside it?
That, my dear, is what is affectionately known to the taxpayers of our community as Flynn's Folly.
Flynn's Folly. Seems to me I vaguely recall that name.
It's the title that was bestowed on the vehicular tunnel that was built under the river by Flynn with public funds and then never used.
You must have made something on that little deal.
Mm-hmm. Millions. Yeah, I think it best that we leave the car here, Margot. Yeah, we'll look for a door in the rear of the building. Come on.
Okay, Chief. I never liked this neighborhood, even in the daytime.
There's no one about at this hour. Now, if we can only... here's a door. Now to get...
I know, those keys again.
These keys are very precious, my sweet.
I realize that. But wouldn't it be fun to just ring a doorbell once in a while?
There we are. The first one. All right. Let me have the flashlight.
The flashlight.
Yes, the flashlight. Hurry.
I left it in the car.
What? You did? Well, that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lamont. I can go back.
No, never mind. We'll use matches. Stay right behind me.
Right behind you.
There.
Look, Lamont. There's a flight of stairs in the corner.
Good. That's what I was looking for. You see, I've heard that Flynn has maintained a hideaway here for years, upstairs on top of the warehouse.
Well, do you suppose he's up there now?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Now, you wait here.
Wait here?
Yes, it'll be much safer. If I'm not back downstairs in 15 minutes, I want you to get in the car and go to the police headquarters. You can tell Commissioner Weston our whole story.
Oh, Lamont, don't you think you ought to send for Weston now?
I should say not. Well, see you in a few minutes, honey.
Yes, sir. See you in a few minutes.
And don't worry. Everything will be all right.
Everything will be all right. Oh, shucks, I never could whistle. Oh, dear.
Something wrong, lady?
Who's that?
No, don't get alarmed.
Take that flashlight out of my eyes. I can't see you.
That's the idea.
Who are you?
Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Flynn.
Grant Flynn?
Yes. The man that your friend has gone upstairs to find. Won't he be surprised when he comes back and finds you gone?
Gone? What do you mean?
You see, you're coming with me.
Oh, let go of me.
Did you see that tunnel when you came in here?
Well, what's that got to do with...
Well, it's sealed up at both ends.
And the rest of it's buried in the river.
Oh, you can't. You can't.
I'll have to muffle you, sister. Wait till you get down in the tunnel and you can scream all you want then. Come on now. Now, you go right through this panel on the wall. Hey, stop fighting me. It's too late now, sister. You haven't told me how you liked it down here in the tunnel yet, lady.
Oh, it's awful.
Oh, now you'll get used to it. After you're here a while, the water dripping from the walls and the cats running around, why, you won't want anything else.
You can't keep me down here.
Oh, no. This will be a lesson to you and your inquisitive friend to keep out of other people's business. Well, I hate to be leaving you, but...
I don't think you are leaving, Mr. Flynn.
Who was that?
I believe we've talked before. I am the Shadow.
The Shadow? How did you get here?
I followed you down here, and I've come for you, Flynn.
Oh, yes?
Yes. I believe that Police Commissioner Weston will be very interested in the phenomena of a dead man
Listen.
come to life.
Listen, even if I can't see you, you aren't scaring me.
Scaring seems to be your specialty, Flynn.
No one's turning me in. I'm dead, see? Legally dead.
Come on, Flynn.
Oh, no, you don't. This is the one case the Shadow failed on.
Oh, he's thrown the flashlight away. Can you see anything?
No, but it sounds like he's running down the tunnel toward the river. We must follow him quickly. Just ahead there, Margot. A shaft of light. Come on. Careful, Margot. The floor of the tunnel here is covered with slime.
Oh, Lamont, this is...
I thought you'd be fools enough to follow me here.
We have you trapped this time, Flynn.
Oh, yes? That's what you think. Do you see this lever right by my hand? That's a valve, see? A valve that'll let water roll into this tunnel at hundreds of tons a minute. Now, you may be just a voice, Shadow, but you can die like the rest of us. And that goes for your girlfriend, too.
Well, don't you think you're being stupid, Mr. Flynn? Remember, you're trapped, too.
Oh, yes, I'm dead. I'm dead already. It can't hurt me.
Don't touch that valve, Flynn.
Who was that?
Look, right at Flynn's feet, crawling along the ground. It's a man.
3 weeks ago, I was a man, lady. 3 weeks ago, I was brought into this hole and left to die. 3 weeks ago, I was John Gordon.
Gordon. The missing John Gordon.
But you can't be Gordon. You're dead. I ordered you killed and your body thrown down here.
Your new trigger man's a bum shot, Flynn, but I'm not. You want a practical demonstration?
Now, wait, Gordon. Put down that gun or I'll pull this valve.
You haven't got guts enough.
Keep away from me. Put that gun away.
Lamont, do something.
I'm the one that'll do something, lady. Come and get it, Flynn. Now, my friends, I think that...
Oh, Lamont. Lamont.
Steady, Margot. Till I see what... Why, they're both dead.
Gordon, too.
Yes. He should have died days ago down here. The only thing that kept him alive was the hope of getting Flynn.
Oh, how horrible. I suppose the next thing to do is to notify Commissioner Weston.
Yes, he get... Margot, look.
What?
Water. Water coming in through that valve.
Oh, Lamont.
Flynn must have turned it on. Come on, Margot, quickly, quickly. Here. Here's a passageway.
Oh, hurry.
Let's get up these stairs. Here. Door.
Good.
Oh. That was a close call.
Oh. Well, what do we do now?
Well, we'll notify the city department that the tunnel is flooded. But, as for telling Commissioner Weston about Flynn and Gordon, well, perhaps it's just as well that he never knows. Are you tired?
Well, it has been a busy day.
You like to go home?
Mm-hmm. But stop off at the bookstore first, will you?
A bookstore?
Yes, darling. I want to rest my nerves by curling up in bed with a very gory mystery story.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
And now for another thrilling adventure of The Shadow. Today's story, The Night Marauder. The Shadow, a mysterious character who furthers the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. As the scene opens in our story, it is night. Dark, still night. And we find ourselves the unseen observers of two vague figures moving almost silently across a windowsill and into a darkened bedroom where lies asleep a beautiful girl at peace with the world. Then, out of the stillness,
Hello? Oh, hello, darling. What? Well, what happened? Are you all right? Well, who was it? A short, powerful man. A monster. Why, you're dreaming, darling. Yes? They ransacked your whole room. Well, that sounds like the night marauders. Margot, I'm coming right over as soon as I call Commissioner Weston. Now, don't worry. I'll be right there. Goodbye.
Come in, Lamont.
Margot, are you all right?
Yes, I guess so. My throat's a little bruised.
Your throat?
Yes, one of them had his fingers wrapped around my neck.
That's horrible.
I guess that's what's known as getting fingerprints the hard way.
Now, this is no joking matter, Margot.
Well, I'm aware of that every time I swallow.
Did you see what they looked like?
Only the one by my bed. But I could hear the other one prowling around the room. Ooh, it was creepy.
What did the one by your bed look like?
Well, the best description I can think of at the moment is Frankenstein's homely brother. He was quite short, with long arms and a really bestial face.
That's an ugly description.
It was an ugly face.
That's probably Commissioner Weston. I asked him to come over. Come in, Commissioner.
Thank you, Cranston. How are you, Miss Lane?
All right, now, thanks.
Now, where did it happen?
Right in here in my bedroom.
Did they take anything of value?
A few years off my life.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, tell me just what took place, Miss Lane.
Well, I'm a little hazy as to detail. You see, I was asleep, and I was dreaming about pumpkin pies.
What?
Honest. Pumpkin pies. You know, the kind that Mother never makes.
Yes, Miss Lane, but tell me about your waking moments.
Don't you like pumpkin pies?
I adore pumpkin pies, Miss Lane. But this is a police investigation, not a cooking class.
I'll listen to your dream later, Margot.
Thank you, darling.
Do you mind...
Oh, sorry. Well, I was awakened by the realization that something was grasping my throat. And it incidentally wasn't pumpkin pie.
Miss Lane, please.
I started to scream, but the man put his other hand across my mouth.
And then the other man ransacked your room, is that right?
Yes, how'd you know?
Well, he ought to know. These same two nocturnal Nimrods have been driving Commissioner Weston and his department slightly insane.
It's not that bad, Cranston. We'll have them both under lock and key any day now.
Oh, then you know who they are?
Well, not exactly.
Do you even vaguely know who they are?
Well,
not exactly, eh, Commissioner?
We know how they work and, well,
And you know they're burglars.
Yes, we know that, but... I mean, the department always catches up with crimes, Miss Lane.
Well, I'd like to catch up with these criminals myself, Commissioner. If you need a running mate, I wish you'd count on me.
No, thanks. But I appreciate your offer.
I see.
There's just one thing I think you should know before I leave, Miss Lane.
Yes, Commissioner?
I really do like pumpkin pie. Good night.
Well, that was a nice, chummy little investigation, but I failed to see that it proved anything.
It didn't. And Weston's plenty worried, too.
Lamont, I don't like that glint in your eye. Are you going to get mixed up in this?
Definitely.
Oh, Lamont.
Now, you go back to bed, Margot. I'll come over in the morning, and we'll figure out how the Shadow can track down the night marauders. Yeah, Margot, you don't know how fortunate you were last night.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Now, look at this newspaper. Night marauders turned to murder.
Murder?
Yes. The body of John Kenyon was discovered this morning by his valet. He'd been brutally murdered sometime before dawn today. Due to the deep bruises on his throat and the fact that his bedroom had been ransacked, Commissioner Weston admitted that the night marauders were unquestionably guilty.
Oh, Lamont. It might have been I.
Yes, Margot. May I use your phone?
Yes, surely.
I'm going to ask Weston again if I can work with him. If he doesn't want me, I'm going to work on this case by myself.
You can't tell Lamont. Maybe he'll make you a special deputy or something.
That's right, he might. Hello? Police Department? I'd like to speak to Commissioner Weston, please. Commissioner Weston. No. Weston. W-E-S-T-O-N. You know, the head of your department. Yes, that's it. That's right. The operator said he tried to find him.
Oh, that's fine. They're supposed to catch criminals, and they can't even find their commissioner.
Hello? This is Cranston, Commissioner. I just read about the night marauders' latest crime, and I'd still like to lend a hand in rounding them up. I think that I could... Oh. I see. You're not running a school for detectives, huh? Goodbye. Nice fellow.
Did you read this, Lamont?
What is?
Henry Burns, an employee of the city, is quoted as having seen two figures leap from Kenyon's window at about the same hour that the crime was committed.
Good. That's something to work on.
Well, what do you plan to do?
I wouldn't be surprised if the Shadow paid a call on Henry Burns tonight.
Thanks for making sure I got home safely. I guess you can go now, officer.
No. Not until I take a look around your apartment, Mr. Burns. Now, you're so nervous that if a mouse...
Nervous? How would you like to be locked up all day in a room the size of a cigar box? And hour after hour face the inquisition of questions hammered at your head?
Now, they were only trying
How would you like it? Answer me, how would you like it?
Say, look, Mr. Burns, you'd better take it easy.
I'll be dead before morning.
Now, no one's going to kill you, Mr. Burns, not with me on the job. I'll be right downstairs. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Well, Mr. Burns?
What? Who said that?
I did.
Well, where are you? Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow. I've heard of you, but I can't see you.
I cloud men's minds so they cannot see me.
Oh, you did that to me, huh?
Yes. Now, see here, Mr. Burns. I haven't come here for any other purpose than to act as your friend, to help you. Please believe me.
Somehow I do believe you, Shadow.
Good. Then tell me what you saw last night.
Oh, I can't. I tell you, I just can't.
Why can't you?
I was hoping that you'd be different from the rest. But it's just the same series of questions. What did you see? What did they look like?
Wait a minute, Mr. Burns. I came in with you and the officer that escorted you home. You told him you expected to die.
Yeah.
To die?
Yeah, that's right. I expect to be killed. I'm not afraid to die.
Since you're not afraid to die, Mr. Burns, why shouldn't you tell me what you saw last night?
I hadn't thought of it that way. As long as you're going to get me anyway, why shouldn't I tell? All right. I did see something. It was horrible, Shadow. Horrible, I tell you.
Don't be afraid.
Well, I was walking home. I passed the apartment house where the murder was committed. I heard a weird call, an unearthly sound from nowhere. I turned and saw two figures that appeared silently from a second-story window. They slipped to the ground without a sound and hurried, half running, half walking. Disappeared in the shrubbery across the street at the edge of the park. One of them was short, massive, unbelievably horrible to see. And the other in his hand... What was that?
Look at your feet.
Huh?
A piece of rock with some paper tied to it.
I know. It's the night marauders. I know. It's from them.
Read it. Pick it up and read it.
All right. Dead men and wise men say nothing. You have the choice of being either dead or wise. Signed the Night Marauders. Dead or wise.
Put the note on the table.
All right.
It's the first clue. And from that very scrap of paper, the police may be able to get fingerprints. 100 leads to the solution of these crimes.
Maybe you're right. Maybe the police could find the Night Marauders. Hurry, take it. Take it to the police. That note may save my life.
I will. And now, Mr. Burns,
Yeah?
I suggest that you try to get some rest. The police are on guard. You're safe enough here.
I guess you're right. You go out this way. Good night.
Good night. Rest well.
Huh? Rest well. Dead men and wise men say nothing.
Mr. Burns, open the door. Open the door, Mr. Burns. Where is it? Come on, help me break this door down, okay? Oh, here we are.
Look at the poor devil.
Oh, good Lord.
Is he dead? Let me look at the body.
Oh, I can't stand this.
Quiet. Still breathing a little. Be quiet. Stand back. Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, can you hear me? Can you hear me? The shadow. The shadow. So he's the guy behind the riddle of the Night Marauders.
Murphy. Murphy. Yes, Commissioner Whitson. I want a list of every piece of jewelry that the Night Marauders have stolen from their victims. Yes, sir. Has any of it turned up at the pawn shops yet? No, sir, not a piece. We've been checking every fence for months, sir. All right, then we'll... Yes?
Good morning, Commissioner. I believe you're looking for me for the murder of Henry Burns.
Who's this?
The Shadow, Commissioner.
The Shadow?
Yes.
Murphy, have this call traced at once. Get every squad car in town in action. Right, sir. Now, what did you say, Shadow?
Commissioner, I know you're having this traced. I was in Henry Burns' apartment. While I was there, a stone was thrown through the window. It had a note attached to it.
We didn't find any note.
I know you didn't. I have the note. I'll send it to you tomorrow. I'd better hang up now. You may trace this call faster than I anticipate. Goodbye, Commissioner.
Wait! Commissioner. Well, Murphy, did you trace the call? Yes, sir. Squad cars on the way? No, sir. Why not? The call came from the phone booth here in headquarters. The call? Here in headquarters? Well, did you get him? No, sir. There was no one in sight, sir. Well, this is great. The Shadow is now insulting the department with the department's own nickel.
Park's beautiful tonight, isn't it?
Yes, Lamont. What good does it do me?
No, Margot.
Oh, don't be alarmed. I'll behave. You know, Lamont, I made a dreadful mistake last night.
And what was that?
Well, I just remembered. It wasn't the kind of pumpkin pies that Mother made at all.
What wasn't the kind of pumpkin pies that
My dream. It was apple dumplings. Now, wasn't that silly of me? Whatever made me think it was pumpkin pie?
Hey, driver, watch out for that car. It's cutting you off the road.
I see the gun down. Whoa, steady now. Good evening, Mr. Cranston.
Commissioner Weston. Hey, you gave us a scare.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner, I was just telling Lamont. It wasn't pumpkin pie at all last night. It was apple dumplings.
What was...
Which a dream, Commissioner. Last night, you remember.
Oh, yes, I see. I recognized you two riding along, and I thought I'd give you a little tip on detecting, Mr. Cranston.
Really? What's that?
While you're driving around the park for a breath of fresh air, enjoying the sunset after a good dinner...
And a very good dinner it was, too, Commissioner.
Yes. I'm driving around in the park because after analysis, I discovered that all of the crimes of the Night Marauders have taken place within a block of the park. What do you think of that?
Well... Is that what you call a clue, Commissioner?
Is that what I call it? It's the first significant fact we've unearthed.
Do you really think that the Shadow is guilty, Commissioner?
What else am I to think? He tried to mislead us today by calling up about some phony letter. And furthermore, I think he's right here in this park.
Oh, no, Commissioner.
Yes, sir, that's what I think. And I have a hunch we'll pick him up tonight. Well, I must be going. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, maybe he's going to beat you to the punch after all.
Maybe you've got something there.
Lamont.
What is it, Martha? Oh, you're white as a sheet.
Did you hear that weird call?
Oh, yes, well, what about it?
That's the call I heard last night. I heard it while that man still had his hand on my throat. And when he heard it, he looked up and then let go immediately.
Are you sure it's the same call?
Oh, Lamont, do you think I could forget one detail of that awful experience?
Driver, stop here.
Yes, sir.
It sounded as though it came from over there by the zoo.
We're going to walk a bit. We'll be back shortly.
Very good, sir.
All right, down you get, Margot. Yeah. Margot, on second thought, I think you'd better go back and stay in the carriage.
All right. Oh, but be careful, Lamont, please.
I'll be as quiet as a shadow. Get back, Freddie. Get back. You want me to clean your cage, don't you? There, that's better. Now you stay over there where you belong, Freddie. You know, Freddie, you're a very interesting playmate. Oh, you're a little rough once in a while, but when you figure it out, you're quite like a human. We've been friends for a long time, eh, Freddie? Yes, I remember when you first came here. Yes, you were just a little fellow, and now you're a full-grown gorilla. The finest specimen in captivity. Yes. Why, when you came here, you weren't any bigger than Jocko. If you could only read, Freddie, you'd laugh, too. Do you know what the papers said today, Freddie? They said that the Shadow killed that man last night. Yes, silly fools, as if the Shadow had the strength to do what you did to that man. But fools, why should he get credit for those murders, Freddie? But it's just as well until you get more experience, Freddie, yes. Then no one will take credit for our work. You know, Freddie, we can rule this whole city. And do you know how, Freddie? Through fear. Here, now, what's the matter with you? Here, now, shut up, Freddie. Shut up there now. What's the matter with you? What was that?
It's the Shadow.
Shadow? Where are you?
Here in the cage with you and your gorilla.
Oh, you're the man nobody can see. What are you doing here?
I've been standing here listening to you talk to your friend Freddie.
So you've heard everything I said?
Yes.
And we keepers always talk to our animals. They are more quiet when they hear our voices. It doesn't make any difference what we say, just so long as we talk. Now, what I said meant nothing, Shadow. Nothing at all. No! Now, Shadow, you and Freddie are locked alone in the cage. And he knows you're in the cage. You may be able to hypnotize my mind so I can't see you. But you can't do it to a gorilla, can you? Can you?
You're right. I can't.
Oh, the Shadow is afraid of Freddie, is he?
No.
But you will be, because in a minute I'm going to tell Freddie to kill you. But first, I thought maybe you'd like to ask me about the night marauders. Shadow, may I present the night marauders? Little Jocko, the monkey who is in the cage down at the end. Freddie, the gorilla. And their trainer and brave, Joseph Shankville. Yes, it's a pleasure to at last be able to introduce us, even if it is only to a doomed man. Yes. Tell me, Shadow, will you be visible after Freddie kills you?
That remains to be seen. But tell me more about your crimes, Joseph Shankrow.
They are not crimes. They are adventures. You're not quiet, Freddie, quiet. It's not quite the time yet. Shadow, I'm going to be a great power. Power through fear is my motto.
Why did you turn to murder?
Oh, I was tired of taking jewelry. I wanted a new adventure. I have all the jewelry I need right now hidden beneath you. Yes, beneath the cage you're standing in. But now, Shadow, comes the newest of my adventures. I'm going to see you die.
Yes, you know too much, and besides, I'm tired of talking to you. Oh, this is going to be fun. That's very amusing. Yeah, that's right, Freddy. Now's the time. Kill, Freddy. Kill. Freddy, do you hear me? Kill him. Blast him to death. Kill him.
Well, Joseph Shankro, your power is gone. Your gorilla will no longer do what you want.
Freddy, obey me. Kill him.
He will not obey you anymore, Joseph Shankro.
He belongs to me.
I, too, know and understand animals. Freddy won't kill me.
Yes, he will. Freddy, kill him. Do you hear me? I'm coming in there with a whip. I'll cut you to ribbons, Freddy. Then you'll know who your master is.
You fool. Don't open the door. Stay out. Stay away from him.
Then you'll learn your master's here.
Don't hit him.
Then you'll kill when I tell you to.
Stop it.
You feel that, Freddy?
You're mad. Stop it, I tell you.
Like this, Freddy. Now you know who's the master. You'll do what I say. Now kill Freddy. Kill. No, not Freddy. Stop, let go. No, let go, Freddy. Stay back, McLean. Stay back. Are you all right, Miss Lane?
Yes. Oh, Commissioner Weston, did you fire those shots?
Yes, I did. I was standing behind that tree there. Oh, just a second.
Well, what are you doing?
I'm starting the cage door. A shadow's in here. It's a great moment for me. The gorilla is dead. The night marauders are no more. And I have at last caught the shadow.
Not quite yet, Commissioner.
The shadow? I was right here. I heard everything that went on between you and Joseph Shankro. I know you're not guilty of murder, but still there are a lot of things I want to know about you, and you won't get out of that cage until I find them out.
But I am out, Commissioner. I came out when the gorilla escaped. And if you don't believe it, you'll find a bullet in the back of the gorilla that didn't come from your gun. Better luck next time, Commissioner.
Miss Lane, if you were not here, I'd say a few things that no gentleman should ever say.
Well, I don't mind if you do say them, but let me first say thank you for saving my life.
Well, I did my bit, but I'm afraid that some of the thanks belongs to the shadow. So help me, someday I'm going to find out who he is.
Margot, are you all right?
Yes, Lamont.
I heard shots. Good heavens, but gorilla, he didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Lamont, he was dead before he got near me. The commissioner saved my life.
Well, for that, Commissioner, I shall never be able to thank you enough.
Well, sorry you weren't in on the kill, Lamont. In case the night marauders has been solved. And Lamont, except for a very bad break, I would have been able to introduce you to the shadow.
Really, Commissioner? I can think of nothing more interesting than to have you introduce me to the shadow.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.